my implementation is simply this: is that if a lot of people are muted and we're speaking about things, and we're speaking about what would be 24/7 flat Earth, I wonder what are the ideas that are posited that are allowed to be talked about, and the ideas that are not allowed to be talked about. So this is more or less like discerning what we're allowed to speak about. That's all it
Flat
is.
Earth.
This is a fair value statement.
Well, we're all in here tonight, and we're waiting for someone to produce some evidence that we spin on a globe.
Well, if I could do that, if I could say spin on the globe, the only thing that I could do is based on the naval history that I have is that the way reason that you utilize nautical miles is based on like standard curvature of the Earth. That's the only reason that we can go ahead and allocate nautical miles. So I could say that
Well,
from
is it?
military purview.
But hold on a sec. How do you differentiate what you believe is curvature of the Earth and a rotation in the sky?
I'm confused. What do you mean rotation in the sky versus nautical miles? I'm confused.
Well, when you take angle measurements, which have a 1-to-1 correlation with nautical miles, you're measuring an actual rotation that is happening in the sky, the sidereal rotation of stars. The problem is people think that this rotation
Piece and the fact that, or sorry, the static application of where when you see this and you see clouds that apparently are actually pretty high speed or whatnot that also are associated with airplanes and that we utilize to go ahead and go from point A to point B, or what we utilize as like commercial transit, it kind of falls to the wayside too, because even if we were to go like something like a red light that shoots up into the sky, or either a green light, and then we go ahead and see the transition of like skyscape from like the what is it called, like the stratosphere to the monosphere, or I forgot what the other sphere. It's like it's either three or four of these spheres, right? And then everything else. And when I say associated with nautical miles have to be associated based on practical data, because based on the curvature of the Earth and the way that we have deep blue sea mechanics, based on what I know about the military spectrum, is that no, that's the only reason that we're able to go ahead and engage with like regions like during what would be like the Battle of Midway or whatnot. We have to utilize the concept of nautical miles and the curvature of the Earth to go ahead and ascertain our position in the world. This is why the U.S. is also the greatest deep blue sea naval force in the world that nobody could go ahead and
Enough of the
contend with.
fallacies. We heard you.
That's what I'm kind of. Well, okay, fair enough. You guys have positions. That's my position, and I let it go. That's my position.
But
I let
you
it go.
didn't address my rebuttal earlier. You keep bringing up
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I didn't
differentiation
realize I
between.
didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're
So
you're
you brought
measuring
up.
angular displacement in the sky, correct?
No, well, no. The sky is always constantly changing. What I'm saying is red light positioning that we would utilize for satellite dissertation. So it'd be that if you have something associated, based as a static entry, and it shoots into the air based on our satellite or orbital concept, yes, that is still within ramifications and bounds. That pretty much is what I was going with, as far as like a vertical concept.
So you didn't hear Ego Slave's rebuttal then?
Right. You just
Oh
talked right through it.
wait, no, I didn't hear what he said because I said my statement, so now he could say it. It's not that I heard what
I know,
he said.
but you said your statement after I provided my rebuttal.
Oh
which
no,
you listened
I
to.
just showed up, so I didn't hear your statement. So I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Well, then you replied to me, and you didn't address my rebuttal. Do you remember that we just talked about 2 minutes ago?
Wait, no, I just showed up. I
You've
wasn't
been here for like
that.
2 or 3 minutes, dude.
Oh my
What?
God!
No, I wasn't
All
here
right, calm
before
down,
that.
calm down,
Well,
calm down, because you obviously didn't
okay.
hear him.
My question. I have a question then. because I think that he thinks this is a rebuttal to what Ego Slave has said. You've brought up red light in satellite communications and navigation, correct?
Yes, correct. The way that I know it. Yes.
Okay, so are you talking about communication or navigation?
Relegated to a GPS structure concept that we utilize for
That doesn't make any sense.
our orbiting status.
You know, satellites use lasers to maintain their constellation.
Yes, correct. But what laser
And
do they utilize?
They're optical tracking systems on Earth that use elevation and azimuthal angles.
No, wait. Actually, so no discrepancy here. But at the other part of that too is standard cartography procedure that they utilize for based on information in the outset and applicable to the inset. This is why you can even grab somebody that if you deployed like a military position from the US to somewhere in the outset of the US world and that you know that they're deployed, you're able to go ahead and allocate that they're between 1 to 2 to 3 clicks. It's because it's within the purview of their satellite acquisition data. And the other part about this, before the OCPs, if you utilize the ACPs, is that based on the shoulders that they used to utilize, that's what they used to do utilize for targeting paradigms to go ahead and figure out from the outsource of that these are friendlies and these are not friendlies. That's the only thing that I
Okay.
know.
So
I'm just speaking on what I know. I'm sorry.
Yep. Other than assuming the orbits of satellites and assuming that it is a globe to orbit around in the first instance, how is red light, laser ranging, communications, etc., or navigation showing that you live on a sphere?
I'm not qualified to answer that because I don't know. When I know about like red light targeting and the way that it goes out into the sphere and it goes out to like the orbital range, and I know how that works. But outside of that, I don't know anything beyond like when goes beyond that sphere. So I'm not qualified to answer.
But that's assuming a sphere in the first instance, speaking the question of the sphere and orbits.
Well,
Because
I'm just here to be an honest. I'm just here to be
that's
an
cool.
honest person.
None of the information that's provided is going to show a sphere or orbits.
Well,
and as Ego Slave had stated, these are all based off angular measurements with the Earth as a horizontal baseline.
well, that's the thing. We're using a realm of triangulation basements, right? That still has to account for the fact that the Earth is still a curving realm, right? Because the only way that you could go ahead and associate this placement is that the moon has to be a fixated locked position, and outside of the moon's locked fixated position, then you have to grab either the absence of the sun or the sun's application during that time period. So what you're doing is you're doing a multifaceted equation in which these things are applied, because this is like the same situation where you see like I live in West Texas, I live in El Paso. Okay, I see the moon. Oh wait, this is a full moon. And then I hear somebody in Iraq say, "Oh shit, wait, I don't see the moon." What do you mean you see the moon? I don't see that. No. Yes. It's the same application of the curvature associated with the way that we interpret and associate these things.
Once again, all you're doing is assuming curvature. You don't
Wait.
calculate for curvature in none of these
Oh,
processes.
I'm sorry. You said assuming curvature.
Yeah.
Here's
so
what
you're talking about, hang on, Di.
Oh,
What you're
sorry.
talking
I'm
about
sorry.
is
Go ahead.
you're talking about triangulation, yeah, as a method to determine a location or a point. So you're still measuring angles, and you still have a baseline, which is going to be the known distance between your 2 points or stations, as you called them. So you're not accounting for the curvature of the Earth in these initial measurements that you're taking. You're using plain triangulation with a baseline on the surface of the Earth.
Oh, sorry. These are technically half nodes. And when I say this is because this is where you get the wax and waning of the moon. So if I see like I saw 4 days ago, I'm sorry, 3 days ago, I see a full moon and I see what would necessarily be associated with a high tide, and I see a moon that is damn near orange or yellow, it is so close to the Earth. It's because it's based on the elliptical bases associated with the Earth, with our solar system, and the way that the moon gravitates towards these things. This is why you get a high tide. This is why you get a low tide. Why would you get a high tide? You get a greater gravitational pull from the moon's sphere. And again, this is still based on a clock system. This is why, when I said this prior, and here's something else interesting. Okay, so if I see that moon at that period and you don't see it, fair enough. I also do wonder. So during that time period, what are you on a coastal region? What do your coastal regions look like? Are they filled or are they regressing? So this is one of the things, and this is also why this is applicable, and I bring up the Navy a lot with this, is like nautical concept. So we're bringing out the nautical concept. Okay, you can understand when the moon has greater advantage in the Earth based on its, because it's not circular, it's elliptical. So based on its elliptical curvature, when the moon does have a gravitational pull, it pulls it up. This is how you get molluscoid, like, what is it called? Molluscoid? Mollusk? It's where you're able to get all those goddamn, like, clams or whatever that they, like, put all the, like, they put, like these wooden poles in the ocean, and then when they harvest them, you get a lot of clams. That's all it is it's paying homage to the tides. That is the one thing that we could say, is that even in the outset, if we could say that, you could say the Earth is flat. Well, if the Earth is flat, well, I don't know what happens when the moon goes under the Earth, but when it comes back, it
Fallacies
still
again. You
pays
starting back
homage
up.
to the
All right.
tides that we
Okay.
utilize.
What's up?
All right, dude. Man, you've gone through so much.
It's just the word
Was
salad.
Yeah,
that
it's
long-winded?
crazy.
I'm sorry.
So basically, out of all of that, we've got that the moon's tidally locked and appears closer due to the gravity. Am I correct? That's the short-winded answer.
No, the moon has applications the closer it gets to Earth during its cycle. That's waxing and waning. That's it.
Yeah, you mentioned due to the tides as well. You're talking about clams on poles and tides due to the moon,
No,
due to
the
the
moon is
gravity
on
of
a
the
cycle.
moon. Yes, the moon is on a cycle. So how did anything that you just say have anything to do with proving the shape of the Earth? Sorry, guys, I'll be back in 1 minute. Someone else can tell me.
Well,
I've just got to go and sort
if
something out here.
I could simplify it, it's typically that.
We
So
can make
if
it
the
real
Earth-
simple for you. Do you see the moon move in the sky?
Yes.
We do too. So we have something we can agree on, right?
Yes, yeah. It's Moon's orbital position as the Earth spins. Yes.
Why did you add that? Why would you add that part? Like, to stop, pump the brakes, okay? Simply just observe and report. Don't
I'm
add
sorry.
in all kinds of random belief systems without any observation to back it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. So for what you asked, and the reason that I stated is that because the way that the moon's curvature works, and that's why it's the way that is documented, is that is that the moon changes every time during a day and night cycle. So it's been recorded where its position changes. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, in
that's
the
all
sky,
I'm
right?
saying. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah,
so the
just say
notion
that.
of go ahead, Crit.
Oh, okay. You sure? You can go. if you want.
Well, no, I don't want to be
Okay. Well, I was going to say,
yeah,
like,
go ahead.
if you believe instead that the Earth and the moon are both moving, That's an interpretation of what you're seeing, right?
Not entirely. I have a reason why. Wait.
So
I
this
made
is
it.
not
Oh, no,
subject.
I'm
This
sorry.
is
I
not
made the
subject to
statement.
interpretation.
Oh no, sorry. I made the statement, and when I say not entirely why, I'll let you make your case, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yes, yeah.
you know, my
Not to be
position is
disrespectful. Not to be disrespectful at all.
right. Well, my position is you see the moon move because the moon is moving.
Yes. Oh wait, is the moon moving or is the Earth moving?
Well, why would you think the Earth is moving? What evidence do you have besides your subjective interpretation?
It's simple. Centripetal factor. So the way that you see it is that if you're looking down and you have a sheet of paper that's like a 5x5 sheet of paper, and you look and it has like 300 holes in it, and then you see like a circle at the bottom, and as that circle rotates and it moves, you could see that what you get as a feedback information is that what you see from the arrows or the let's go ahead and use like a very simple concept. Let's say light, but let's say light is like relegated to like a spectrum and it shoots out. Then you can see that as soon as that you start moving the paper around the globe, it starts to shift. So the only way that you could perceive it is based on the way that the instrumentality that allows you to perceive it tells you how it is. So this is how we were able to go ahead and allocate immediately that we're not based on an we're based on the heliocentric sediment or sorry, a heliocentric concept is because they realize based on the stars, based on the positioning, and based on where the sun is, these people had no life. And they realized, wait a minute, our Earth is still moving. The sun has not moved. And if we grab like a piece of paper and we poke like 300,000 holes in it, and then we see where it changes your perception of the way that you view the world.
Well, right. So that is you are defining an interpretation that is subjective.
Wait, I'm
And on
sorry.
the flip
It's subjective.
side-
Wait, I'm sorry. It's subjective.
Yes, that is one subjective interpretation of what we both see happening.
That
the same
is
way.
where I would disagree. Why would that be subjective?
Because you said a bunch of things about the Earth moving, but
Oh no, I'm
on
sorry.
the same hand, on the same hand, there are scientists that try to prove the Earth moving, but can't prove that the Earth is
Wait.
moving. So who's right, you or the scientists that try
Wait,
to
I'm
prove
sorry.
that the Earth?
Right, and we
I'm
can
sorry,
prove that
wait.
this is an interpretation
As you
because you
interrupt
said
me while I
if.
speak.
You said if and could. If and could means you are interpreting something subjectively. If and could is a hypothetical. Those are your words, not mine.
Wait, okay. Here's the thing. So,
I gotta go. I'll be listening. Take it on, Flat Earth Ranger.
oh wait, you're gonna
up,
be
dude.
listening. No, that's
What
fine.
was your MOS
Wait,
in the military?
Thank you. What's up?
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
What was your
my,
MOS?
wait, my
I'm just
MOS?
curious.
No, hold on.
I'm
hold
just
on.
curious.
No, listen. You don't need to. Okay, we got a rule about sharing personal information. If someone wants to disclose
It's
their
not personal.
MOS, well, because it could give up someone's duty station. So that's the thing too. Like it would be personally identifying information.
Agreed. Okay.
Okay, so
Understand.
it's not. I'm not to say it's not polite, but generally it could create an environment where someone now feels uncomfortable because they want to say they want to have a conversation, but they also don't want to reveal personal information. So just in general, someone could say they were combat service support or something like that.
All right, that's cool.
Their combat
That's
arms,
cool.
not combat arms, or what. But try to be more general.
Wait,
And yeah, and also what I wanted to add in earlier is that your
so-
observations of the moon are in fact
Wait.
observations of the moon, not the Earth. You haven't got to the Earth part yet.
I did.
When?
Yeah, you did when you said it was moving, and then I said that the scientists that tried to prove that it was moving failed.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
You
you're
know
looking
what?
at the moon. How are you also not looking at the moon while you're looking at the moon?
Wait, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know what it's called. I remember learning it in high school. it's a very simplistic understanding. It's like, okay, look, if you have an orb in front of you, so if you have an orb in front of you, right, and you have like a paper in front of you, before that orb, you could see, let's say it pokes holes. Let's say it's like it pokes a lot of holes. And then if you like shift your vision to the right, you could see that the things where it pokes the holes transition. And it's like, wait a minute. Oh, wait. So where I was looking at it may not be right. And then when you look to the right, it's like, oh, wait, this is still accurate. I forgot what the paradigm is, and this is why I think it fails me, and I'm sorry to fail you guys on this. This is a problem, is that when you do look at this inculcation of science, it is just a standard application of positional purview. So if it's not positional purview, it would be like, what is the next one? It's like perception. It's that if you look at something directly, but if you shift your position to like 90 or 80 or 40 degrees and you tilt your position, you could see the very thing that you're looking at shifts. And it's like looking at like a pinhead and all these needles go out. That is the conceptualization of modernization with the way that we experience our conceptual ideals of the world around us. This is why we're Hellenistic.
You finish at some point?
Concepts and ideas.
Are you talking about stellar parallax?
I think so. I can't remember, and I'm failing you guys. I can't remember what it's called.
No, you're not failing us.
It's called ball shitting.
Just quickly. Just to pick up on what Ego Slave said, Amish said. You've got like a specific interpretation where there are multiple possible interpretations of a phenomenon, right? So a simple analogy for you, would you say that it's possible for a car to run on diesel? It's a question. Looking for an answer here. Bertrix,
Hello?
I asked you a question.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking... sorry, what were you asking me?
Yeah, I'll ask you a question. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay, cool. Does that mean that every car can only run on diesel?
No. Impossible.
Well, it's not impossible, but it's not probable.
Oh,
right?
sorry. Improbable.
It's not necessary. Is the important part here? It's not a necessity for a car to run on petrol. It could run on diesel. It could run on petrol. It could run on right?
I'm sorry. This is not a good question. I'm sorry. This is not a good question to ask me because I'm sorry.
Haven't finished.
No, I'm sorry.
So
no, go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't finished. Thank you.
No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Oh, for fuck's sake, just don't talk. Instead of talking and saying sorry, just don't talk. That's easier. Then I can finish.
Really?
So if someone was to make, oh my god. So if someone was to make the argument that a car runs on diesel, therefore all cars must run on diesel, you would say that that's Phlegman. You're saying that must be made, which just isn't true.
You cut out there, Crypto. And he's server muted.
All right. Well, yeah, like the Crypto, you had a bunch of ringing in the background, and you're pretty choppy.
Oh, sorry.
So I think it came through. All right, hey, Vertrex. So I think what Crypto is trying to say is that all or nothing sort of fallacy. So your observation, does it only fit a heliocentric cosmology, or does your observation can also be interpreted other ways?
No, incorrect, because string theory proves everything that I'm stating is incorrect. So what I would have to pay homage to is the way that we utilize our concept of would-be it's not no, it's theological science where we
Yeah,
found
the way
out
you
that
explained it
Einstein was
earlier.
proven correct. So anything that I could say is like arbitrary. It's not anything that I say is paying homage to what Einstein's theory of relativity is posited, but all Einstein's theory did that I remember back in like 2012 to 2016 is that gravitational waves are associated with the way that we do observable space-time continuum. So that being said, I'm not allowed to be an arbiter or give more information on that. I'm somebody that is a normal person, studies science, likes it, loves to like even get into like the Fermi paradox or whatever. But I'm not somebody that is I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson. And even though a lot of people don't like him, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is the closest person to say that he's like a normal person trying to posit like very advanced concepts at like a very understandable level. I do not have that, and I will never have that.
Okay, but you just been using word salad this whole time. I don't know if anybody else has noticed.
Really?
No, he's fine.
Yeah.
So what he's saying
he just said theology.
It's not word salad. What
Absolutely.
he's doing is that he came in here with a fan fiction about what other scientists have said that he enjoys reading and believing, and then tried to roll it off as proof in a debate topic.
No, I didn't roll it off as proof.
Then when he got busted on that, he said, "You guys got me. It's not really proof." This whole time, he's been talking.
Wait, I didn't roll it off as proof. I rolled it off as something that we could talk about. I never rolled it off as proof ever.
Right from the very beginning, you were talking about
that. That was the first thing you said. You have proof. You said you.
Oh wait! Oh, the very first thing that I posited is that the way that we experience our continuum is still predicated on space, time, and observation.
You're a liar.
No, he's just using words. He doesn't really know what they mean.
Wait, what do you mean? The only reason that we have space-time observation is utilized through instruments.
The first thing you said was nautical miles prove the Earth's curvature.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, so we're going back there. Okay. Yes, nautical miles do.
What is a nautical mile?
Please do.
Oh, a nautical mile is literally associated with the fact that the Earth's curvature is how you're able to go ahead and ascertain where your position is. And the other part of after the nautical mile is your position base in the star system. So you utilize astrology and you utilize what all the people did prior as even pirates or people that were like naval vessel people or people that had like a goddamn compass. Yes, that's how you're able to navigate the deep seas. Congratulations.
How do you measure a nautical mile when you're using celestial navigation? What is that associated with?
Honestly, I can only say the way that it is prescribed by the Navy. So,
okay, how long is a nautical mile? How long is a nautical mile compared to a statute mile?
Compared to a what?
A statute mile.
A statute mile?
Yes.
What is a statute mile? I've never heard of that.
Well, I'm just trying to prove that you're using words you don't know what they mean.
Well, I mean, I know what it means to be a nautical mile, but
okay. So how does that relate to? So how do you measure a nautical mile in celestial navigation to ascertain your position?
The only way that I had learned it from in the Navy is that you utilize it to go ahead and a nautical mile. It pays homage to the curvature of the Earth, so you could go ahead and see around.
Hang on, stop there.
And beyond the border.
We don't need to go any further, dude. Vertrix. Okay, so you're saying it's related to the curve of the Earth. We don't need the next 10 minutes after that.
Okay, fair enough.
So how is a nautical mile related to the curvature of the Earth?
No, hold on, that's not what Amir asked. Hold on, that's not what he asked. He asked how it was measured.
Yeah, I was just about to go to that point. I was just about to say, how do they derive the nautical mile? How is it measured in the first instance?
Well, for the nautical mile, at least the way that I knew it in the Navy, is that, the nautical mile is the way that you see your horizon, right? And it's something around like 1200 or 1100, right?
Just say I
And
don't
you're
know.
able to
Just say I
ascertain
don't know. You just say I don't know. Why are you waffling off in your Dunning-Kruger nonsense? You don't know, so just say I don't know.
Wait, so I'm giving the explanation the way that I know it. You're
Don't need an
telling me
explanation.
that
He's asked you how it's measured. You don't know. Just say.
Wait, I didn't even fucking finish. God damn it! What the fuck?
This guy from swearing into my recording. I have some humility. Don't know. You just have to say I don't know. That's all you had to do. Instead, you waffled off into Dunning-Kruger land. I want to appeal to what it might do or how you might use it. If you don't know the answer to the question, which is how is it measured, just say I don't know. Do you want to try and have that little bit of humility? No? I don't know. Curiously Googling it, no doubt. I can't possibly concede he doesn't know something. He'd rather sit on Google, not saying a damn word. You have plenty to say.
First of all, shut up. I got muted. I got muted because you got somebody that likes you more here than me.
I'm in charge here, not you, Dumbo.
Wait.
You'll just get shut down right quick if you talk.
Oh wait, I got muted. Did you get muted? No, shut the fuck up.
You will get muted by the server operators, not by me, by the server operators, who will not tolerate wankers talking through other people when they put to them that you haven't answered the bleeding question. Yeah, how is it measured? You don't know. That's where we're stopping. We're putting the anchors down, and you're going to admit you don't know, unless you've bought enough time to bleed and Google it.
Yep. Simple, very, very simple question, dude. How is it measured in the first instance? Nautical miles.
I'm unmuted
and
again.
How does it relate to the curvature? That was my question.
Jesus Christ.
And
you were muted because you're cursing. Stop cursing and answer the question.
As I already said prior, how else do you gauge a nautical mile? Oh, really? It's literally like a little bit over a mile. And how do you gauge that? It's based on the curvature of the Earth.
Land. Can you shut him up? You can't just simply say, I don't know how it is measured. He's going to waffle off into Dunning-Kruger the third time. You're an unreasonable man.
Okay, cool. So
I'm now talking.
Speak it, Ben. Cool.
You're an unreasonable guy. You're not listening to me now. You're talking.
No, it's fine.
To say you don't know the answer to something. You're still talking through me.
I've answered and I've been muted over and over and over and over again.
Me. You're only interested in yammering, so you're going to be removed permanently from this conversation, Vitrix. Why? Because you're a prick. Yeah, you didn't concede. You've given 3 attempts to say, I don't know how to measure it, and you waffled off into Dunning-Kruger 3 times and then felt the need to talk through me while I tell you off. That means you're removed permanently. I have absolutely no control about whether or not he's removed permanently, but I'll suggest he should be by the mods who actually run this server. It's not mine. But yeah, that's unreasonable. You can't just say, I don't know, so the conversation can carry on, and you feel the need to yammer through anybody pointing that out, then why would we want to talk to you anymore? Bye. Meanwhile, the same guy, I believe, claimed that there was science for bent space-time. No, there isn't. He'd studied science. No, you don't get science with mathematics derived from Einstein 109 years ago. I don't have any science for that. They didn't know that either. He'd have been talking through me if he was off mute.
Where would you observe bent space-time?
My claim? Why would I be claiming to see it? You claim that we can end time? If so, do you want to show it me?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. If someone's claiming bent space-time, where do they observe it? First step.
You're on the same vibe as me. Yeah, exactly. You're saying it as a statement like I would say it. Where are you going to see that? Exactly. We don't.
He said that Neil deGrasse Tyson is able to disseminate complicated concepts, so he knows that it's conceptual and not reality-based. Deep down, by his own language.
Yeah, I heard that. I laughed.
I got something for you, Nathan. So just to make sure I got, not that I'm challenging or anything, but so this William Duffy guy said that someone had sponsored you to go to Antarctica. And my take, or what I know about it, is that he didn't reach out to you at all. all he did was make this YouTube video and then kind of send his army of trolls to your Discord server.
That's correct.
Is that
He hasn't
generally what
contacted me.
happened? Okay.
That is correct. He hasn't contacted me. No. Made a
Okay, because
video.
that's I've been talking on another server. They said, "Oh, Nathan Oakley turned down." I go, Duffy hasn't even contacted him yet. All he's done is make a YouTube video, and then the trolls started rolling out. How are you going to have a good faith discussion when your first interaction is your army of socks and trolls start bugging the hell out of somebody? Is that going to incline them to want to participate or not want to participate?
Make any difference either way. I see your point. I'm not disagreeing with it. It wouldn't make any difference to me. If there was some form of experimentation going on, I'd be all for it. There isn't. It's fraud. Oh, in response to his video, not invitation, made a response saying, "Will I," is posing it as a question, "participate in Will Duffy's fraud?" I'm saying no. I'm not saying yes. I've been asked. He's made a video, as you rightly point out. Maybe, given there's a sponsor involved, according to him, maybe that sponsor would be keen to find out whether or not he's going to address my concerns of fraud, non-science, pseudo-science claims, affirming the consequent fallacies, begging the question fallacies, false dichotomy fallacies. Maybe he'll address some of those things. He's just using my good name, publicises quasi-science that he hasn't got. It's fraud. So, he's got no intention of actually inviting me. I mean, no doubt, or he would have done it. He hasn't.
Yeah, that's what I said. You have a huge... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay, I said you have a huge social media footprint. It's easy to find you, and he can't. Somehow he can't find you to send out this invitation. I'm like, that alone is very telling. That he's afraid to even, to give you a ring. Or
Monday
other people
through Thursday, I'm in a server that's open to the public. It's got the published link underneath every video. There's 2,000 of them. There's a facility for him to walk through the door any day of the week, Monday through Thursday, because this isn't my server, and we're only on a Friday. So, yes, I could argue he's got a public link if the server moderators like him and want to let him into this server, which is not mine. But for 4 days of the week, at the bare minimum, there is an open door that he can just stroll through, isn't there?
Yeah, totally. And the last talking point I was using was, if somebody says, "Hey, I'm planning to go to Disney World," why would a third person that you don't know, don't have anything to do with it, them, suddenly think that actually means they want to go to Disney World with you?
Yeah, they're not suggesting going to Disneyland. They're suggesting going somewhere crap. Me from 10 years ago was interested enough for them to dig through 10 years of material to find me saying, "Look, there's an ice wall claimed to be down in Antarctica. I'd love to see it." One throwaway comment after trawling through 10 years of material, finding a 10-year-old me, still with hair, still looking youthful, saying that in one throwaway sentence, "Wouldn't it be nice to go?" or something to that effect. That's what he's had to dig out. It's like, okay, maybe you'd like to contact 2014 Nathan Oakley as well, with no children and commitments, and see if he's interested off the back of one throwaway comment. That's what he's done. He's just fishing for material to promote his own bullshit fraud. He's got no interest in me going down. He undoubtedly knows my stance on it. I've made enough videos about it, covering it every time it gets reactively presented to me, or proactively by someone else presented to me for me to react to. He knows my stance. He's not interested in actually getting me down there. Look, I've got another Flat Earther's name open up the algorithmic search for me. I'm not getting those searches. He is now, isn't he? If someone types in my name, that's the video that'll pop up for the next couple of weeks. Oh, lucky old him. He's exploiting the algorithm. That's all he's doing. Fool yourself. He's actually got some interest. Some other person wants to send me to Antarctica. Yeah, how very telling. What's that? You want to send me to some god-awful hellhole down at the bottom of a ball, you're assuming? Oh, really? Yeah, I'd want to do that too if I despised you. I don't give those guys a second thought. I don't want to send them anywhere. I couldn't give a toss. Oh, you want to send me away, do you? Yeah, I bet you do. People hate me so much they'd love to spend 30 grand to send me away. That's so telling.
I've been using for that is that the comment section is full-blown contact cancer. It's like, leave Nathan Oakley down there. like ditch them, like all these, just one toxic sort of abusive thing after another. You're like, dude, I am not going to take a road trip with this dude. Like, are you nuts? Like, who wants to spend time with someone so miserable and insufferable? Like, life is short. You'll live it well. And hanging around with a young Earth creationist and a bunch of atheists doesn't sound like a good time. Even more so, vacation wise.
Right. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I thought that's where I was at. I just wanted to double check since you were here and make sure I'm not, pushing wrong information.
So telling. They want to debate with me from 10 years ago. They want the attitude and feast of nonsense spew that was coming out of my mouth 10 years ago. That's what they want. Okay.
Notice that when Will Duffy was talking to Arwen, he refused to refer to the flat Earth model as a model. He just kept calling it the flat Earth. He's learning as he's going.
Nothing's going to change. It doesn't matter what their outcome is. It makes absolutely sod all difference. The only thing that can possibly happen is of detriment to them. If they don't observe a 24-hour sun, then their affirming the consequent gets instantly turned into a modus tollens. So that's it. What's the risk to me? 0. What's the risk to flat Earth? Well, unless you believe in that straw man false dichotomy that he's holding up at the top end of the fallacy stack, then it's a problem for you if you believe in some globe projection that you've been sold as a flat Earth model. It's not me. I don't care. Furthermore, when digging through the clips to find 10-year-old me, about the same time, was tracking the sun and figuring out how the Gleason's map didn't work, how it was wrong. We showed it to be demonstrably incorrect. Didn't match the sun. So, is he going to try and peg that on me in the false dichotomy at the top of that stack? Think that's going to work? No, it'll work if you can show a 10-year-old Nathan suggesting that there's some credibility before I actually checked whether or not the Gleason's map was correct or not, and it isn't. Maybe before I did that, with my long hair and my youthful face, I might have been interested in going down there before I had the slightest idea to having even assessed this situation. 10 years experience later, I've got an open door he won't walk through. I'd rather go through 10 years of material to find a 10-year-old Nathan to publish to his audience, soaking up the algorithmic love from YouTube. That's all this is.
But he has a lovely smile.
I wouldn't know.
He's just weird and creepy. The way he talks, like, I don't know. It's not something I would get on board with either. Even if someone was paying my way, even if he did so like in a polite manner, Leo like said, "Hey, Crit, I noticed you're a flat earther," and I'm like, I don't know. This sounds like, what's your hypothesis? What exactly are you testing? Is it just observe and report?
It's affirming the consequent. If I assume antipodal positioning, that is to say I assume that I'm going to travel south and south is towards the bottom of a ball, by assumption, I will arrive antipodal from where I start, and then make an observation of the sun. Whether or not it'll do a 24-hour rotation about my position. 24-hour sun rotation about my position, therefore my antipodal assumption of travelling to the bottom of a ball before I looked at anything. If P, antipodal positioning, then Q, 24-hour sun. Q, 24-hour sun, therefore P, antipodal assumption. That's the fallacy. It's masked with, will your model of a flat Earth work against my automatic assumption of a globe with antipodal positioning? So that you don't notice the automatic assumption of a globe with antipodal positioning that's begged before you do anything. Stack up a false dichotomy of a flat Earth model versus the globe model. When it's just flat Earth versus globe Earth, no one notices that by saying versus globe Earth, versus the antipodal begging the question assumption that we're going to arrive on the bottom of a globe before we do anything. Like I say, this doesn't affect us at Earth Debate Crew in the slightest. May affect somebody who's bought hook, line and sinker into the feast of nonsense garbage by our counterparts, spewed out in every live stream. If you've bought that garbage, that's your problem. If you've bought the garbage that's left you saying, oh, I don't want to go and watch Nathan, they just do nothing but shout at each other, like a debate. Yeah, that's how we've honed our skills and become the pinnacle of this subject matter. You're going to be poisoned against us by someone who's selling you bleeding ether and azimuthal maps, then so be it. I don't care. If you're interested to engage with the actual debate and where it's at, this is where it gets to its most refined point.
Just because you don't understand something, it doesn't make it false.
Just because I don't understand something, that's a poisoning the well fallacy and inference that I'm not understanding something. You've immediately poisoned the well there. Is it Nate Maple?
Yeah.
Are you poisoning the well before you've even entered into the discussion?
It sounds like you don't understand it, and you just write it off.
So that's an ad hominem fallacy and a non-responsive answer. Why have you poisoned the well? So I'm going to ad hom you as a response. Can we just remove Nate immediately from this discussion as a certifiable prick?
All right, if you don't want to have a discussion, that's fine.
He's talking through me because I'm suggesting he shouldn't be taking part in the discussion. Another tell that he's going to be a complete prick. It's not that I don't understand something, it's poisoning the well fallacy. You've not addressed the fallacy you've used, you've then ad hom me. It seems like you don't understand, that's an ad hom fallacy. You've used two fallacies. That's the first two things you've done. You used two fallacies.
Or are you just using a bunch of non sequiturs to dismantle my argument, or are you gonna actually engage it?
It's a hand wave dismissal fallacy, so a load of non sequiturs is a hand wave dismissal fallacy. So that's three fallacies in a row. Yep, you've been server muted by the operator of this server. Not me. My mute button, you've just been deemed a dick and removed from the conversation after using three fallacies. Pathetic.
Yeah, do you have, like, Nate, do you have something that isn't some sort of logical fallacy? Like, can you make an argument that is at least sound, that has nothing to do with the person, that's directly about the topic? So I'm not even sure what topic you were trying to raise, because it just went right away like some sort of triggered snowflake about something Nathan didn't even say. All right, go ahead. Try again. This is attempt number 4.
Listen, I was just making an observation. It's fine.
Okay, so just saying, bro, or like like a noticer. Just put it down. Okay, how about this? Next time you feel like doing that, just write it down in your diary. Just do the Dear Diary moment off mic.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And we are joined by Sensual Goat, Click OK, One Deck, Eli, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics 24/7 Flat Earth Debate Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Greetings, everybody.
I'll do my little bit that I do at the beginning of our sessions here at the Flat Earth Debate 24/7 Politics Discord server. What a mouthful. We come here on a Friday because over the last 7-8 months, nearly 9 months now, we've been telling our counterparts in the flat Earth side, and indeed our enemies, if you want to call it that, on the globe Earth side, about the origins of their globe measurements, if they believe they're on a globe, and indeed the origins of the world we actually experience, which is flat in terms of how we measure Earth. And if it is the case that we are reacting to a globe believer in their assertions that they have a sphere Earth to measure, we point out the origins of their flat Earth measurements that would be required in order to infer by calculation that you're on a sphere. That's what we're here for. That message has definitely been making its way through. Just in the pre-show, we had one of the fundamentalist religious zealots asserting that nautical miles were directly connected to sphericity, only to be asked by one of the flatties on the panel, how do you measure nautical miles? Now, we didn't get an answer. We got lots of ad homs, lots of rumpusing, lots of Dunning-Kruger attempts to answer the question that requires a flat Earth measurement to Polaris. We didn't get there. But it was good to see that the panel on this Discord server on the flat Earth side at least know where to take the conversation, even if the opponent is unwilling. It's good to be here. Please don't swear. We are going out to a live audience on YouTube, so try and keep it family friendly. Hopefully fun will be had by all. Feel free to ask any questions. We're not going to bite you unless you rumpus the crap out of us. Fun. There you go. There's my bit.
Not sure if I missed it. Did you introduce the panel?
Did introduce the panel.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So we'll go. Click OK. One deck, Eli and Neil. I don't actually mind sitting in silence till somebody wants to break it from the discussion side of the point of view. If somebody else is going to break into this conversation, I'm not going to do housekeeping.
Saying though, Nathan, about the nautical mile, I caught the end of that. Like we were speaking the other day about some of these videos you're doing, and when they're faced with these things, there was one guy that I can't remember which one it was now, whether it was the black screen guy or another guy. They don't like to say the words when they put into the corner, because I think what was you asking him? Was it to do with pressure or something like that? And they don't want to say the word because the moment they admit that, the nautical mile is an elevation angle measurement by using the surface of Earth to gain the elevation angle to and from Polaris, automatically is describing how Earth is measured flat. It's better to ignore that and not say it, because by doing that, it definitely will destroy their globe belief. Best not to say it or talk about it. Maybe the gentleman was just swerving it altogether.
No, it's the same principle when it comes to describing gas behaviour and they want to infer gravity. If you try and get them to actually describe what the gas is doing, they can't bring themselves to say it. Did it with one guy and tried to lead him, the guy that was in the little black box, as we keep referring to him. The guy that had put something in front of his camera, basically. But when he was saying, well, no, we've got gravity's holding the gas here, and you're like, okay, well, give me an example of that. It's like, well, the water cycle. And you're like, well, the rain comes down, it's liquid. Which way's the gas going? It's like, well, let's move on to how the phase change happens in the clouds. It's like, no, let's not move on. Which way's the gas going? Is it going down with gravity? He just couldn't bring himself to say yes, it's going up. You need it to be going down with gravity, and it isn't. One of the sessions we did, as nobody's talking from Discord, presumably because everyone's gone shy, we've gone live, fair enough. We'll talk about OME TV then. One of the sessions we did a couple of days ago, had the whole gang, the whole Ballbusters crew are in the E+ panel while I'm recording them on mute. And after we'd finished doing a couple of hours, they're like, oh, that was a terrible session. That wasn't very good, wasn't very productive. The combined total of those 3 or 4 videos on TikTok generated 25,000 views in less than a day. So what is perceived to be not very good material while you're making it, with a little bit of editing magic from me, admittedly, can potentially turn into a viral video. So it's quite exciting times at the moment, and several people from the comment section have been saying it as well. Look, these videos potentially could go viral, and you're like, yeah, that's why I'm churning them out. It only takes one of them to go viral.
It's really powerful, that human connection and storytelling, where they see people and see their faces, like in real time, having a conversation about a topic that they at least pretend to be interested in.
Did that Bitcoin guy want to talk about his gravity or what? Where did he go? Did he disappear as soon as we go live? I joined, there was a guy with something crypto in his name, getting very angry.
Yeah, he had come in earlier that he had all this proof for flat Earth, against flat Earth, and then just went on to talk about the moon and relativity, and eventually dropped down and said that he's just parodying his fan fiction from Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson is his number one source for a lot of things.
I see.
And then went on to nautical miles, only work on the globe. And then that's when people were like, how? Like, how does that work?
Wait a second. Don't forget, he came up with the deepest complex.
Okay. Try that again, Neil. I don't think we caught the end of that sentence.
Nah, it's noisy. I'm on a job site.
I do have a suggestion.
Feel free.
Would you like to, well, until it gets busy, review a clip from 24/7?
No. Oh, a clip from 24/7? Yeah, that's slightly different to... I thought you were about to say review a video. I jumped the gun. Stick it in Masterby. I'll play it.
Well, I think I'm going to need a little bit of help, maybe from Crit. I do have the timestamp, though, of when the conversation began and when it ended. It was on 8:18.
Maybe not then. Let's just leave it for another day when it's like we're not in someone else's server. I'd rather have the silence. And no offense to you, but we will cover it, just not now, unless you've got it ready to rock and roll in an efficient manner. You go on mute.
All right, maybe I'll find it here real quick. Yeah,
okay.
On mute.
Yeah, I'll leave it with you. I'd rather leave the empty air. I don't mind on a Friday having a bit of dead air. If there's somebody that's sat there going, no, I can't get a word in, and then there happens to be 10 seconds of silence, they might think, no, this is my moment. I will open my mic and ask my question.
Well, I was mocked all last night by some young kids because they couldn't comprehend gas pressure without containment.
Kids? What kids? One of your son's mates?
No, on a job site. So we were self-leveling the floor. So as I'm leveling, I brought up how Earth is measured. And they couldn't comprehend it. So I wound up on gas pressure without containment. And he said, how do you think you're getting air in your lungs? His argument, he was constantly bringing me back to existing gas pressure. And I was trying to explain to him how the reason you have that is because we have containment. Because if we're next to a vacuum, then we ain't breathing anything. And he asked me about a flight. Well, if you fly to Japan, is it going to take the same amount of time to come back?
So if you take a level,
do anything.
So if you take a level flight from one location to another, what?
Not only that, he told me he's seen curvature. He goes, have you ever flown? Have you ever flown? Have you ever got on a plane? You see the curve of the
He's not
Earth.
hearing you, Eli, maybe. What Eli's put to you, Neil, is that should you get that again in future, someone starts appealing to that, you can point out that their reference is sea level, and their altimeter's referencing that. It's a horizontal plane of reference that can be utilised level flight.
Who said Eli? I didn't hear Eli say anything to me.
Yeah, he did. He was pointing out a rebuttal that could have been offered, but you kind of non-sequitured away from it in terms of where he went to with his scattergun approach, as they do. Eli, credit where credit's due. You don't need to repeat it, but I just don't think he heard you for whatever reason. Yeah. Anyway, yes. So there we go. Yeah. Everything will always lead back to a flat Earth proof, no matter which end you start. If they scattergun you, there's always going to be a road back to flat Earth. In this case, you're describing how Earth is measured. They can't comprehend it, so then you non sequiturs presumably into gas pressure without a container, without concession from them. Normal par for the course stuff we're saying, Neil. It's not your fault. You get scattergunned, right, when they can't comprehend it and cope with it.
No. Hold on. I was giving you a synopsis of everything that went on.
Sure.
That's the first place I took him when he spoke about Japan and maps and flying. I said, how do you think you're flying? You think you're flying around the ball? Brought him to the pitch of the plane and how it cannot fly a plane on a globe. How?
Earth's measured flat, flown on flat, built on flat, navigated flat, mapped flat, obviously and observably flat.
He told me, did you ever hear a thrust?
Where are the ceilings between the the different layers of the pressure gradients in the atmosphere then? Where are the ceilings that are blocking those often containing each from the other?
That's what he said, yeah. How do you like that?
Hold on, he's putting that as an argument, Neil. The what gradient? What kind of gradient?
Why is there less pressure? Why is there less pressure tens of thousands of feet above us? How is that enclosed or sealed off from the rest?
Do you have my question, or does it need to be a continuous barrage of questions without any being addressed?
I'm just saying.
So you're making the third attempt to ask the same question that you didn't answer the second or first time. Third attempt.
Pressure. The differing pressure.
That's the fourth attempt. She's still yammering. Attempt.
If you don't want to engage, that's fine.
Question that's never going to get asked. This is the prick that I suggested shouldn't be involved in the conversation because he's a prick.
Fine. You're going to use a bunch of ad hominems. That's fine.
Me. I haven't taken a breath, and he still thinks it's his turn to talk. I've put a question to you 4 times, and you've rumpused it, obfuscated it, and avoided it 4 times. How you think while I reiterate it for a 4th time? Undoubtedly, this 5th time will get rumpused again. Eventually, I'll get tired of you and start getting irritated with you. The 5th time. What kind of pressure gradient did you say it was? What kind of pressure gradient?
I don't know what you mean by what kind of pressure gradient. I'm just telling you there's less pressure above us.
What pressure of what?
Air pressure.
Oh, air? Like gases?
Yes.
Right. Gases take the shape of their containment.
Take the shape of their containment? I'm just saying, why is there less pressure above us?
Why is it? Because what does this have to do with the shape of the world? Why are you asking?
Well, don't you believe that the atmosphere would get sucked down into space?
Mo, what now? Did you not hear that? Are you not listening? Just told you that gases take the shape of their containment, and now you're saying atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, oxymoronic, taking the shape of something.
If you're going to argue semantics, that's
now you're yammering through me again. What a dick! What a dick! What a total dick! Getting your ass spanked with your atmospheric oxymoronic statement that you just made after not listening. I'm going to berate you for not listening. Clearly, you're stupid, Nate. After me telling you and you confirming that gases take the shapes of their containment, you then inferred that we had oxymoronic sphere-shaped air by saying atmosphere. Atmo, what air? It doesn't take sphere shapes. You want to show me a sphere-shaped fart? The gases dissipate into the area of volume that they've got and take the shape of their containment, as you affirmed, only to then beg the question of oxymoronic sphere-shaped air and then interrupt me like a belligerent little child, as you got told off for your oxymoronic stupidity. So, son, gases take the shape of their containment. We're just going to establish that we're going to have containment, have pressure in the first place, before we get to something that comes after we develop pressure, which is gas pressure gradients that you want to argue about. Delta X. First, we need to be in containment to form pressure. Then we can form pressure gradients. But we're going to need containment. That will dictate the shape. Your oxymoronic sphere-shaped air has been overcome. Meanwhile, we're going to need containment to form pressure first, before we get gradients. Do you understand?
I think you're misunderstanding other systems at play here, then.
It's an ad hominem fallacy. Should we just remove him immediately, telling me I don't understand as a hand wave dismissal ad hominem?
Did you not do the same to me?
I don't need what I understand questioning as a response. My question was, do you understand that we will be under containment to form pressure? Do you understand?
Asking somebody if they understand something is different than telling them they don't understand it. Those are two very different things.
I agree.
Okay, so now try to engage
I think it's a misunderstanding of gravity is at play as well.
It's the same ad hominem fallacy, saying there's a misunderstanding about gravity. I haven't mentioned gravity. So how could it be misunderstanding something I didn't even detail? This is obviously non-responsive. He's introducing a new non sequitur that isn't anything I actually put to him. Now he's chanting through me, pointing out his non sequitur fallacy. He's going to chant through me like the bitch he is. About the 7th interruption, people ask me why I get irritated. Hey, mate, your non sequitur about gravity that wasn't mentioned isn't a misunderstanding. I didn't even mention it. How could it be misunderstanding it? No, it's a non sequitur fallacy. You've introduced something that I didn't mention. When I asked you, when describing gas pressure, if you understood that it will be under containment to first form pressure, then discuss the gradient you asked about. Hey, I'm done with him. That's it. Completely non-responsive.
It's not worth engaging with you if you're going to act like this.
Then
That's
get
why.
lost. Server mute him. I'm the host of the bleeding show. If you don't want to engage with me, you can get lost. Server mute him. I don't want to talk to him anymore if he's going to tell me he doesn't want to engage with me. I'm the host. Stupid man.
Thanks for coming.
We can't engage. I'll just make a summary. Gas requires containment to form pressure. It's the force exerted on the walls of the containment. That's what pressure is. It's pressing on something to form pressure. First, you need containment, then you can form pressure, then you can form a gas pressure gradient. Asking us about the delta of gas pressure doesn't overcome the fact that you'll need containment to form the pressure that you're asking about the gradient that comes afterwards, just to address and round out his point.
Next.
Notice I didn't have to ad hom him. Point out what he doesn't. I didn't have to do that, did I? No need.
This is where you can tell the difference, Nathan, between the anti-flat earthers who are coming on to cause problems. When you look at the videos you've been doing with, we'll call them, normie Joes. They're listening to what you're saying about what pressure requirement is and how can you have gas pressure without containment. If it was next to a vacuum, it would automatically fill that space. They're listening, they're understanding what we're talking about. This guy's got no intention of listening and understanding. He's here for one purpose only.
To chant through me 7 times when it repeats something he's non sequitur away from by ignoring and hand waving and just rumpusing. Yeah, that's their MO, isn't it? He thinks he's special because he can chant through the top of something that's pointing out how wrong he was. Oh, well, if I talk through this, then the audience won't hear it. The Discord server won't hear it, and I won't be embarrassed at how stupid I've behaved. In describing oxymoronic air after literally affirming that containment will be required to form shapes. They just don't listen. That's the problem. They're all glurfs. They're stuck in their zealotry. They're stuck in their little religion, and they can't cope with anything beyond it. So they must chant when anything comes up that challenges it. They think they're special when they're doing it. Like being somehow effective or unique. No. 10 years of listening to glurf idiots.
Plus, again, they're like either taking it to the sky, talking about suns and moons and stars, or gas pressure behaviour, which is nothing to do with how Earth is measured, by the way.
Debunks their claim that it's a sky vacuum. I'm not making any bleeding claims about it. They start asking us about how gradients are formed. Who cares? I'm not making any claims about this. You mean because you've got a sky vacuum that's violated by natural law, I should explain how gradients work? Well, you'll first need containment to form them. Does that take 7 attempts to get through to the opponent? Well, it does if you're a glurf, fundamentalist, zealot. And it will take multiple attempts.
Hey, Nathan, I knew exactly what that guy was doing, but that's exactly what the kids did. They want to talk about air pressure gradients. They're not comprehending. It's because we have containment.
Not consequential to my argument. I don't care what the gas is doing, how it's doing it. I just know the sky's not a vacuum. We'd all be dead. The gas would be filling that area of volume they claim the sky is. That's the end of their claim of their sky that's claimed to be a vacuum. That's the end of the argument. Does it affect me as a flat earther? Nope. Do I need to explain what the sky is? Nope. I need to explain how gas pressure gradients are formed? No. Definitely not.
Well, we can explain how the Earth is measured flat. That's what we do.
Yeah, like with, what was it that was being discussed earlier? Nautical miles.
Well, this is so it might be just divine timing because that's exactly kind of the topic was about, and I did find the video and the timestamp, so I'm gonna post it. Master B.
Okay. Well,
goes on for about 10 minutes. The relevant bits.
We'll dig into it if it gets really dead. No offense to you, but it'll be there permanently, so it'll be there for Monday. Although I won't be here Monday. We'll see how we go. Thank you, Eli.
I got a couple questions from people DMing me if you want to take them.
Sure.
So one of them, I kind of think that, well, I guess I want to poison the well. Okay. We'll just say that this person appears to be a sock. They would want you to go over flat earth measurements.
Okay. Like elevation angle measurements.
Yeah, that's why I think they're stepping in, that they haven't seen a presentation or an explanation of a flat earth measurement.
Just define it. The altitude angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as the, quote, solar elevation angle, end quote, close brackets, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Definition of altitude angle.
All right, the next
we
one.
all note the words measured and horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Did we all get those words clear?
Loud and clear.
Jolly good. Simultaneously, that type of elevation angle measurement that requires a horizontal plane to stand on to measure it, it's an angle, a straight line. It's the basis for the latitude system that's wrapped around the globe. To put it another way, without flat Earth measurements, you wouldn't have a globe. That's clear. If you're a globie in this Discord server, your religion relies on us measuring Earth flat. That's clear.
Yeah, the Greeks all knew that.
The derived radial values with sticks and shadows, elevation angle measurements. You're going to need a flat Earth to do it. 100 people watching. Woohoo! You share the show if you've not done so already. The only reason we've got 100 people watching is because there's regulars that smash the share button when they come here. We definitely don't get any YouTube algorithmic love. So the only reason we've got an audience at all is because we've got people who share that show. So very warm welcome to all of you who've just joined us. Thank you very much. You share the show if you've not done so already. Smash the super chat to support this channel. Might as well do a bit of e-begging while I'm here as it's quiet. It's really quiet. I'll talk about my computer.
Okay, maybe this will work. The next one is off topic. They're wondering if you would make.
Video.
Go ahead. Ignore my G+ panel.
Okay, they were wondering. Basically, their question's a hot mess. I'm boiling it down. They're wondering if you would make a comment on U.S. politics, namely either any content coming from the conventions or just who you would support in general.
What? I have no idea. The majority of my life, I don't even know who the Prime Minister of this country is. I have no idea most of the time.
Yeah, my take is that's kind of what I was hoping you would say, because their shtick was that for some reason, which they don't explain or take questions on, they believe that all flat earthers, without exception, are right-wing Trump supporters. Like they're Trumpsters. And so I was hoping you'd give some sort of answer. Like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Like, is there any? I guess.
Hold on. So correct me if I'm wrong. Right. So your right wing is more gun-toting, yeehaw, and LGBTQ conservatism, correct?
Yeah, it's something. Yeah, they got kind of like that big tent sort of. They call themselves the moral, or the silent majority, the moral majority. They believe that they're values based instead of like results based.
I mean, these are systems that I try my absolute damnedest to not engage with at all costs. So, I mean, I'm trying to put myself into a paradigm that I've tried to remove myself from to answer this question. So you can appreciate that's quite difficult. I can't give an answer. I don't have the slightest idea. If you're going to take from that somebody who's suggesting we're all right wing, and because I don't even really know what your right wing is, you can't pigeonhole me as it. I don't think I'm any wing. Can anybody on the panel who's got the slightest political brain tell me what wing I'd be if I was one? Because I don't know.
Oh, you're not American. I mean,
the same one I am, which is neither.
The question is just non sequitur. It's pathetic. It's got nothing to do with the topic we're talking about. I won't even go there.
Well, you as a black lesbian woman, you definitely won't be on the right side.
Quite like guns, so I quite enjoyed shooting clay pigeons and things like that, and bows and arrows and similar stuff to Kiwi's interest in that regard, right? I quite enjoyed that. So from that point of view, even then, I can shoot a gun here. If I so desired, I could go and shoot a gun. Whereas in the States, you guys can have them in your cupboard right behind you or under your pillow, which we can't do here. So maybe that would make me right wing because I'm a bit more gun inclined. But other than that, I can't think of anything really.
Think about it. Like the idea that all of people's financial problems and misunderstanding about the system and how they can get ahead and the programs that's available to them boils down to if you like guns is obviously ridiculous. So liking guns, if that, it can't be that what people are asking is, do you like guns? You know what I mean? So it's non sequitur.
So it would be more like, do you have the right to own one? I mean, in the United States, there's 120 guns per every 100 citizens. So it's a different culture than Europe.
No, but there's plenty of gun-toting Brits. My folks used to live on a farm, and people having guns was pretty damn common. But it's like you guys when you're doing sports, that kind of sports. You know, it's not, you wouldn't bat an eyelid if you saw some guy in a forest walking around with a shotgun, right? Well, it's kind of the same here. But in terms of your personal protection, open or concealed carry, that is absolutely not allowed here.
But it also doesn't matter. Like, when I say it doesn't matter, is because somebody who's from the city, who like we just got some sort of gun leeway in New York City. I've never cared. Like the people who, for whatever reason, live in cities already are like Democrat, liberal, quote unquote. We don't really get like that's the part of the conversation we sit out in. The people that participate in the conversations are the people that already live in places where they carry guns. There's no danger of that not happening. I don't get it.
Just to get back on topic, there was a guy on one of the videos who said he's done some long distance shooting, and he was claiming he had to make adjustments for earth spinning underneath the bullet. But then he couldn't explain what he meant by that.
Yeah, to a certain degree, I hacked out. My intention isn't to make the people I'm talking to look stupid where they don't need to be, but I'll be honest, there are certain things that the people I discuss this subject with on OME, and here for that matter, not here per se, not politics per se, but in general on Flat Earth debate, just say ludicrously stupid things. Now, in that case, the way that the kid appealed to his daddy, and I've said it in that way intentionally, for that argument made him sound really pathetic, right? So I just edited it out. I'm like, man, this makes him look... I know the reaction this is going to get from both Glurfs and Flurfs in the comments. He's going to get his ass ripped out. And I don't like that. I don't like the idea of some dumb thing that you've said in the moment because I'm intentionally trying to trigger you into a cognitive state of frenzy. And then you act... And then not accidentally, I don't want to say that. Then you say something stupid. Like, I bet you wish you hadn't said that. And if it made it to the edit, I'd feel guilty that I'm casting the person I'm talking to in the worst possible light. And it's almost like I'm then doing it intentionally. In that case, it was going, well, my dad told me this and my dad told me that and this and that. I'm like, this makes your dad sound like a bullshitter. You sound gullible. So I just hacked it out and just left one reference to him saying, well, my dad's a marksman. I just left it at that, rather than humiliating the poor kid.
I feel like you've fallen into a sunk cost fallacy because you're in too deep with this and you kind of rely on it for an income stream.
Does that say that again? A what fallacy?
A sunk cost fallacy. You're in too deep. You don't want to sunk cost.
Remember, you're supposed to write your dear diaries in your diary, not blurt it.
But I'm always intrigued.
I'm saying it pretty calmly.
A fallacy that I've never heard. What, stump cost. Okay.
Sunk cost, like what boats do sometimes. They sink, but sunk cost.
Sunk what? Sunk
cost fallacy.
Okay, gotcha. Does that mean that you've invested so much time in it that you want to believe in it?
Well, it's too hard to step away now. You're in too deep.
How does that address anything that we've discussed here?
I just want to get to know you better. I'm sorry.
I'm just responding. That's a glorified ad hom. What you're saying is, not right. You've just sunk too much time into it. Okay. How does that in any way alter that we measure elevation angles off a flat plane?
I'm just trying to figure out where these ceilings are between how there is a pressure gradient. Are there ceilings in our atmosphere from 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 15,000, 12,000? Like what's going on there? How is it an enclosed system, but the pressure varies?
And how does that have any bearing on the nature of the ground that we measure in response to a question about elevation angles?
Well, I wasn't here to talk about that.
Non sequitur doesn't actually address what I've said. Goes on to a previous subject that isn't what I've just put to you in the last 20 seconds, which is elevation angle measurements are why I'm not in too deep. I've got measurements of Earth being flat. Rather than address it, you're talking about something non sequitur. Gradients have nothing to do with the measurements of Earth. I'm not in too deep. We've got measurements, elevation angles. That was non-responsive, non sequitur.
No, but it has something to do with the flat Earth theory. If you want to even call it a theory, I don't even think it's science, but
it's non-responsive. Elevation angles address the fact and claim ad hom that it is that I'm in too deep, as opposed to having measurements of Earth with elevation angles. Third time I've put it to you this session. I'll conclude, rather than listening to the dumbfounded silence of a man who's
what do you mean by elevation angles?
And now he's going to chant through me after having a prolonged silence.
Figure out what you mean by that.
Several attempts. Maybe if you could just serve mute this asshole. No, son. Not in too deep. Earth is measured flat. You felt the need to respond by asking me about gradients of pressure that require containments that we've already addressed and you haven't responded to.
There is no
ignore the point and rumpus me chanting through. It's not your turn to talk. I'm summarising the failure of your ad hominem when you suggested that I'm in too deep. By giving you evidence that you've ignored 4 times and tried to chant through twice. Elevation angle measurements. I also gave a very specific example while you were here of those lines that are measured flat being wrapped around a globe. For you to believe in a globe, it must be measured flat. Those angles that are wrapped around it. I haven't addressed any of that.
What do you mean by elevation angle measurements? What does that mean?
Find it. Want me to define it again?
I never heard the definition to begin with.
Worries. The altitude angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle. Close brackets describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Altitude angle.
So are you saying that everyone observes the sun from the same distance?
No, I'm saying it's an angle measurement with respect to the horizontal plane of reference that the observer is standing on to make this measurement. By definition. We conclude, I'm not in too deep. Earth's measured flat with elevation angles to give you latitude lines to wrap around a globe. That's it. I'm not in too deep. Earth's measured flat. 5th time. Same dumbfounded silence as last time. So in conclusion, that was an ad hominem fallacy. Say that I'm in too deep? No, I'm not. 10 years of research just makes me learned in the subject, understanding where your religion of a globe came from. are the lines of latitude wrapped around your globe, Faith, aimed from flat Earth measurements off a flat plane with elevation angles as defined. With respect to the horizontal plane, the observer is standing on to make the measurement. It's an Earth that's measured flat. Conclude.
I just find it difficult.
I don't care what you find difficult. Go away and find it difficult somewhere else.
Nate, how about explain, when do you think sunken cost fallacy kicks in? Is it 1 week, 1 year? Does it vary? Does it depend? Maybe try to articulate that point as your argument rather than just directing it like it's a like you just point at each people that you say that person is sunken cost, like you're doing some kind of investigation on them rather than trying to act.
I'll just use it correctly. Sunken cost fallacy, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, being committed to describing men in sky vacuums in spite of the measurements that he uses to make those claims being flat. That's a sunken cost fallacy. He's just spent so much time talking about the Earth being a sphere and a sky vacuum, he can't commit to anything else. He hasn't got any evidence to show a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum, and he's never been to one. It doesn't exist. What he has got is the Copernican model from the church to reify into existence and then sink a load of cost into. We're understanding who's got the sunken cost fallacy then? Tyson. Can't commit to anything else, he's in too deep. Like me, I just know Earth's measured flat, and I can reference things like elevation angles. Create the globe's lines of latitude wrapped around them. Next time.
That's also like Michelle Fowler, when she was asked to prove, like on a Big Think, she was asked, hey, what are the best proofs of the globe? And she didn't give any proof of the globe. She just shit talked flat Earth for like 5 or 6 minutes, talking about she's got friends who have been to space. Like, that sounds like a sunken cost fallacy, because now her idea of friendship is tied into a globe belief.
Well, mind if I do a quick shout out from my own panel members? Shout out to Craig on the panel right now at Click OK Computers. He has serviced this computer endlessly since the day it was gifted to me by one of my Patreons at the time. And it has so far had 3 GPUs, 3 CPUs, 2 riser cables, 20 fans. What else did it add? 2 NVMe drives, 2 motherboards in 2 years. Less than 2 years. Today it's had a brand new CPU fitted. The cost of the shop, Craig, that is, because he is the shop. So he's had to go and buy this chip to actually replace it, to hopefully get a replacement, a refund rather, a credit for it. At the moment, it's his detriment, so I want to do a big shout out to him. Thank you, Craig. And he actually fitted it this morning, so he's gone to, he's put graft in too. Nothing. I haven't paid him a dime. So thank you very much, Craig. Shout out to you, and Click OK and all the team there.
Ooh, thank you.
Any other fundies? Any other questions? Shouldn't poison the well, sorry.
Term of endearment.
Not really.
I mean, there's a couple of questions I keep getting DMs, but most of them are just hot garbage. Like, why is everyone muted? You're like, will Nathan ever go to a neutral platform? I mean, just hot garbage. It's like barely even worth mentioning.
Sorry, I don't own this platform. What are they suggesting that you're my moderator, or that I've got some control over what happens here? They not appreciate that I'm also a guest here.
Yeah, it's like, how would you, like, just how difficult would it be to get them through to that this is a neutral platform for you, that you are not the moderator here? Like, will you understand at least that? And they won't. It's like, and they'll ask the same question again next Friday.
Okay, I don't run this server. Now, while I can chant at the person who's chanting at me that I'm in charge, I'm the host. Yeah, of my show I am. This is not my server. I have no control over the mute button. I can't server mute somebody even if I wanted to. Meanwhile, thank you to Goldie, who's gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Goldie. And as always, thank you for your ongoing lovely comments in my Omi videos. So shout out to Fisherman in a Box, who picked up the free membership. Shout out to both of you. If there's a gap, I'm going to do a little plug. So on Tuesday at 7 p.m, that's 27th of August, if in case this is going out at a later date and you don't want to be going down to this place then. Yeah, 7 p.m, Tuesday the 27th of August, I'm going to be at the Bridge House Hotel in Ferndown in Dorset. EH229AN is the postcode if you did want to toddle along down there. 5 of your English pounds will gain you entry on the door. From what I understand, there could be anything from 30 to 100 people there. There are lots of regulars, so there'll be at least maybe 30 people there. But there may be many, many more, as there has been for other Flat Earth social meets, because it's a regular thing. It's the last Tuesday of every month. So it's garnered a kind of following, if that makes sense. So if you're worried that you'll turn up and you'll be the only person, you definitely won't be. It might be Ramma Jamma Ding Dong, I just don't know. Like I say, £5 on the door, Flat Earth Social, by Ian Leahy. So give him a nod if you do happen to come along, and thank him for running such a fantastic event. That's this Tuesday after the bank holiday.
What usually happens down there, Nathan? Is it, people coming in and chatting about the shape of the earth and asking questions, or you get
karaoke?
Well, initially, I said to Ian, "Oh, no worries, I can keep people's attention for 2 hours, 3 hours, however many hours you need." And he's like, "No, you've got to do a presentation." I'm like, "Yeah, no worries. I'll tell people how Earth's measured flat." He's like, "Oh, okay, this is all in text chat." And later he's like, "What's your presentation? Can I have it so I can put it up on projector and stuff?" And I'm like, "Presentation?" I was like, "What?" Like, he sent me back my own message. "Yeah, I'll do a presentation on Earth being measured flat." By that, what I meant was, I'll talk for as long as you need me to. I can talk indefinitely. No problem at all. But now he actually wants me to form a presentation. So after the last couple of days, I've been writing, basic stuff on my notes, like intro, talk about elevation angles, talk about sky vacuum, just things like that, just general notes. Then when he spoke to me on the phone, he's like, what are the pictures you want? I'm like, pictures? he actually wants me doing some graft. So if there's a slapdash presentation, you might get a few pretty pictures that I also dig out of my photo library and send on to Ian. My intention would be to interact with everybody that's there in some meaningful way that everybody can hear, and go through, gauge how advanced people's understanding is of the subject, how many detractors there are, and just try and do what we do on the show, but in person, really. We do what we do daily. It's easy for me. I'm not the slightest bit concerned about having people in person. So, yeah. Should be a lot of fun.
Why don't you live stream your presentation?
Someone will record it, I'm certain. But no, I want to...
Like
the whole point of it is to press the flesh. It's not so I can record it and live stream it and provide it to the YouTube audience. The whole point is that it's me giving something back. It's a huge amount of effort and expense that I really don't have, if I'm honest. I can't actually afford to do this. Smash the PayPal link if you're watching live. But it's one of those. It's like, people go out of their way to give me money, participate in GoFundMes, make sure I've got equipment. Craig is a perfect example of that. He's given so much of his time that's cost me zero, and it's obviously time away from him earning his living. So, all those things that people give me, this is my way of giving back. When Ian was like, "Can you come down and press the flesh?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can." Because there's going to be people who are out there that are like, we do want to actually physically interact with people like yourself, and so be it. I'm more than willing to do that.
Yeah, that Click guy, he's okay.
It's like on the computer when it says click OK. Click OK computers. I forget it.
Yeah, he's okay.
Is it a Radiohead reference?
But I tried.
No, it was excellent, Nathan. Only nerds that get it.
What was excellent?
What you said. Like, okay, and I like it. Amazing.
I don't know what I said now.
Click OK computers.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Craig's a perfect example of the amount of support I get. It's just with Craig, who's listening now, I'm talking in the third person like he's not here. But it's very much in person, which a lot of the interactions I have with my subscriber base or patrons or whatever group it is, it's not necessarily face to face. it's no different in terms of the amount of effort or financial detriment to the person that's supporting me. It is. And for Craig, it is very much physical graft and sweat and tears and screws coming out of things. But all of that it's no different to someone handing physical cash over to me, as far as I'm concerned.
Nathan,
Yes.
are we going to get this book before the solstice?
By estimations of the people helping me rewrite it on the 5th draft, it'll be before the end of the year. It's gone on hiatus because everyone's on holiday. So it's got to the stage where we've gone through the not final redraft, but going through every single chapter to tart it up and get it to a point where we were happy with the order and happy how the story's told and happy with all the references that go along with it, which have all been sourced from decent sources. And now it just needs to be gone through once more to actually check spellings and just recheck it, basically. But that was, like I say, where we left it was on the last chapter, having gone through it and made sure it's in the right order. But now it needs a final check over and little T's crossed and I's dotted and things like that. And then it'll be a book. So say this? I won't mention that. There was something else that put a delay with the publisher, but I don't think I'll mention it. It's a personal issue of his. So that's not worth mentioning on the live show. We'll move on. But it'll be done in the next couple of months, I would imagine. Before the end of the year, at the very latest.
Can I ask a question?
Of course you can. Crystal, yeah?
What would change your mind, if anything?
Mind about what?
About Flat Earth.
What would change my mind about measurements? It's measured flat. How can I have my mind changed about it being measured flat if it wasn't measured flat?
I don't know, I'm just wondering.
I'm answering you. If it wasn't measured flat, that would change my mind. It is measured flat, therefore I'm a flat earther. Because it's measured that way.
Oh, cool.
What's your position?
Me?
Yeah.
I think it's a globe.
Believe it's a globe.
Yeah.
You're entitled to that belief. I don't hold beliefs personally. I mean, I'm not very religious. I like to go with how things are measured. If you take those measurements and then wrap them around a ball, it gives someone like yourself the ability to believe that you're on a ball. Good for you. You know where those beliefs came from? Just out of interest, Crystal.
Where did they come from?
Yeah, the idea that you're on a ball as you believe in it, fair enough. You're entitled to that. But do you know where those beliefs came from? Not for you personally, I mean where they originated.
Oh, no, I don't.
From the Roman Catholic Church.
Ooh.
How many years ago?
500. Final refinement was about 300 years ago. Scale did come a bit later. Like I say, you're entitled to your belief, but, you know, having looked into it, I know that that belief comes based on measurements of Earth as a flat plane to give you that belief. Maybe I could ask you the same question. What would get you relinquishing your belief in favour of actual measurements?
What would change my mind?
No, what would relinquish you of your belief in favour of actual measurements?
Maybe if I saw physical proof.
Okay. Are you aware of
like
globes lines wrapped around it called latitude?
Yeah, I am.
And do you know how they are measured?
Not really. Math was never my strong suit.
That's fair enough. I can just explain it to you. If you imagine that you're in the North Pole and you're standing below the North Star and you look up above you at it, or you lie on your back and just look straight up, right? You with me so far, Crystal?
Yeah.
That's called your zenith. So the North Star would be at your zenith. Now, as you back away from Polaris, it will drop towards the horizon as you move away from it. You appreciate that, right?
Yeah.
That movement, that drop, is an angle measurement of 1 degree off a flat Earth of the star Polaris moving towards the horizon. That 1 degree represents 60 nautical miles. With me so far? Again?
Sorry, I'm playing PlayStation. That was not me.
That's okay. You following along though?
Yeah, I am.
You understand, you measure the Earth flat, 1 degree declination towards the horizon of the star Polaris is 1 degree of latitude. Okay, so that's a flat Earth measurement of that circle on your globe. To give you that circle on that globe at 1 degree, measure a star with respect to a flat Earth. To get that measurement, put it on your globe. You understand that?
Yeah.
So Earth is measured flat for the latitude on your globe.
Oh.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you convinced me.
There's no need to convince you, that's just how it's measured. It's not a belief that I need to talk you into. You either accept how it's measured or you don't. Now, if you
No, I
understand how
accept
it's
it now.
measured, you also can then appreciate how your globe's created to have been believing in it up until this point. But welcome to Flat Earth. Assume that was the PlayStation.
I have a question for you.
Feel free.
So, when I ask people here in this chat, which you're probably known of, they refuse to show me this model. Like, could you please demonstrate to me how you imagine the world? So I can understand your actual view.
Okay. You know what latitude is? Are you listening to the last 20 seconds of conversation, or did you just join?
Just want you to point out the model of your Earth.
Yeah.
Like, how do you imagine
I was
Earth?
starting to lead you, and I asked if you'd listened to the last few seconds of conversation or not, and you didn't answer me. Second time I'm asking. Did you listen to the last conversation with Crystal?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So we're going to discuss one of the measurements used in these models. Not mine, just the models that I use generally. Mine. Latitude being specific to this measurement. Do you understand how we measure latitude?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, I understand how we measure latitude. That.
Latitude of what?
Latitude.
Or the plane horizon or what?
So is that a no? You don't understand how measuring latitude is measured? No, then.
Okay, then demonstrate it to me, please.
So you now we're in ambiguity because I don't know if you understand what latitude is. You've just asked me latitude of what? No, it's a latitude measurement. It's an angle measurement with respect to Polaris. 1 degree declination measured flat will give you 1 degree of latitude. Now I've explained it to you personally. Do you understand?
And I know what latitude is, okay?
So you understand it's a measurement of an angle with respect to a flat plane of Polaris then?
What does this have to do with your model of the Earth? Like,
I
can
just need you to
just
say
not point
yes
it out?
or no. Don't ask me something. A simple closed question. So you understand that with a flat plane that we are standing on for one line of this angle to the star called Polaris will give us 1 degree of declination with respect to a flat plane as you back away from it. Do you understand? Yes or no? Third
No,
attempt.
I don't. I don't know what you're yapping.
Well, then let me explain. You take an angle, that's a measurement, with respect to the horizontal plane of surface that you are standing on, and then an imaginary line to the star called Polaris. If it was at your zenith, it would be at 90 degrees. That would be straight above you. As you move away from it, 60 nautical miles, you will observe a 1 degree declination towards the horizon. 1 degree. That's 2 straight lines. One is a flat Earth baseline, and the other is an imaginary line to that star. So we are measuring a flat plane for 1 degree of declination as we back away from Polaris. Measured flat, it can't be anything else because it's an angle, 2 straight lines. Fourth attempt. Do you understand now?
But you know it can also be perpendicular
Why
every
is he
point
telling
when
me
you
something?
when you're
Why isn't
sitting
he
on a sphere,
affirming?
right?
It's a closed question. I don't need him to ask me or tell me anything. It was a closed question. Do I need to explain it a fifth time? Yes or no? Do you understand the measurement?
Yeah, I understand the measurement now, yeah.
Understand it's measured off a flat Earth. N. It's time.
I didn't get you. What were you saying?
Sixth attempt. So you understand that this flat Earth only measurement of the star is an angle with respect to its declination towards the flat plane you are measuring. Sixth attempt. Yes.
Yeah.
So we measure Earth flat.
Can you show that measurement to me, please? I'm really interested.
Called latitude, you stupid man. I've gone through it with you 6 times and you've affirmed
Yeah,
you
but show
understand
me an
the
actual
measurement. Now you're
measurement. I don't
asking me
want to
about
hear
what
words, you
measurement
know?
is. Are you unbelievably retarded? No, I'm not going to do it a 7th time. It's called latitude. Look it up. Meanwhile, even though he's affirmed it and failed and feigned and slightly rumpused, it's a flat Earth only measurement. Once I've got you to acknowledge how that measurement is done, or latitude, I can then welcome you to flat Earth, and then there's no necessity for me to explain anything, because you understand how Earth is measured. I'm not a bleeding cartographer, and I won't be explaining anything about any models or maps. How the maps that do exist that I didn't create function is by measuring Earth flat. Facts. So what can we conclude? We can conclude that Earth is measured flat with that. And that's me. I dust off my hands. I'm done. That's it. Over. You want to know about my model, do you? Oh, I couldn't give a crap about models. It's a reification fallacy. The map is not the terrain. In terms of how we utilize the terrain, we measure it flat. So what is Earth? Flat. How we measure it? Do I need to give you a model? No, I don't. You need to find out what you think the world is based on other people's models.
Why would you use a star
Maybe you
as
do.
a reference
Maybe you
point?
can go out and find what model you'd like to believe in, but I couldn't give a crap about models and I don't believe in anything. If you need that, you can go and get it. But now we're all clear, Earth's measured flat. There's no more necessity for me to discuss anything about maps and models that you might want. I don't care about them. I know Earth's measured, and now so do you.
Even if that measurement would be right, why would you use a star as a reference point?
Even if. So are you denying latitude measurement, even though you've affirmed you understood what it was after 7 attempts?
No,
You're now
I'm
going
talking
He's
about
going to rumpus me.
Polaris,
Now
which
he's
is
going to
actually
chant
not
through me.
stationary.
It's
I
not an
think
if
you believe
statement.
Polaris is
He's going
stationary.
to chant through me like a little bitch. It's not an if statement. I've made my conclusions. Latitude is measured flat. It's not an if statement. If that measurement, what latitude? You can try and deny the fundamental basis of your globe faith, which is having latitude lines wrapped around it. What, deny that you've got them? Well, you can deny your globe exists if you like, if you're going to deny latitude. You're denying your own bleeding globe then, if you're going to put it into an if statement. You understand what's happening and what I'm asking you? You're denying your own globe then, because you're denying latitude if you put it into an if statement. Yeah?
Do you have any actual arguments instead
So he's
of
asking
like?
me something. He asked a question. You're denying your own globe then, so you're denying latitude by questioning its validity. So you're saying latitude isn't valid, therefore globe debunked. No latitude lines for your globe then. A measured flat, I've already established that, but I just want to make it clear that you're putting latitude that is wrapped around your faith in a globe in the bin when you put it in an if statement. It's not an if. You need it for your globe. You're denying your globe because you're denying latitude then. Let's just get this squared away. You're denying your globe then. You don't want to accept latitude.
No, I actually believe in the globe. I think you're just immune to
No,
learning or something.
latitude. No, I know you believe in the globe. I didn't ask for you to affirm your belief. I asked you to deny your globe because you're denying latitude. You said, if this measurement, about latitude, if this measurement, that's it's what questionable, then your globe's questionable because your globe needs them. You understand that by putting it into an if, you're denying your globe. It's still measured flat, by the way. Doesn't matter whether or not you deny them because you'll be
That
denying your
measurement is
globe.
actually not measuring anything because the star is moving. It's moving by itself. It's not
Excuse me,
stationary.
let's just define what an altitude angle measurement is by sustainable by design, as I've done previously, because he's denying the definition of this measurement. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, in respect to the sun, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between the imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, sustainable by design. Altitude angle. That's what an altitude angle is. It's a measurement between the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, and in this case, Polaris, to give you latitude to wrap around a globe. If you say that's not real, not a measurement, you want to deny it, and you deny the base premise of your globe, I've said it 4 times. It's still measured flat, that's how the angle is defined. With respect to the horizontal plane that is being measured, that's what latitude is. You don't have to like it, and you can deny that latitude's a measurement, or that it's not real, or it's not with respect to the ground, which it is. But it ultimately denies your faith in your
No,
globe.
you need
which
it.
has
No.
around it.
You need a stationary point, which is not the case, simply because you perceive the
Lines
star
aren't
as
points.
not moving.
Angles
It's
aren't
not that
points.
he's.
You don't
It's
need
not
stationary
moving.
points. We're measuring an angle. It's not a point. Angles aren't points. They need 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's not a point. The vertex is a point. The straight line with respect to the horizontal plane is not a point. It's a line. Horizontal in nature, forming part of the angle. Flat Earth required. That's never going to change. You telling me it's a point? That doesn't change anything. It's not. It's a line. Horizontal
You're
plane.
using the star Polaris as the measuring
line.
point.
It's not a point, and you chanting through me like a bitch won't change how you have lost. Trying to turn it into a point won't give you a line for the base, for the angle. Meanwhile, denying this measurement denies the latitude wrapped around his globe. Accepting the angle measurement accepts Earth is measured flat. Between a rock and a hard place, you either deny latitude, in which case you deny your globe, or you accept latitude, in which case Earth is measured flat. Which one is it?
Shut the fuck up.
Pardon?
You heard me right. I said shut the fuck up.
Oh, swear at me. Is it painful, you little bitch? Earth's measured flat, little bitch. Swearing at me and rumpusing me when I reiterate for the 8th time the devastating facts. Your latitude wrapped around your faith in your globe is measured flat.
You're actually so retarded. I think there will be no one to actually
Won't
help you.
change the devastating defeat that
yeah,
you have
simply-
faced at the hands of a flat earther. My name is Nathan Oakley. Latitude that these fundamentalist religious zealots require to wrap around their globe is measured flat with an angle of a flat Earth to Polaris. He doesn't have to like that, and he can swear at me all he bleeding likes. But everybody in my live stream loves it when you start swearing at me under duress and pain. Go on, swear at me again. That's better than a rebuttal, mate. That's wonderful response. Earth's measured flat. Latitude, dum-dum. Deny it and deny your globe. Accept it and accept a flat Earth. We done? Did he have his little tantrum?
But did you actually win, like, your cognitive dissonance or something? Like,
What did I win? Cognitive
curious,
dissonance. I
actually.
wasn't trying to win anything. I illustrated
That's
how Earth was
ironic.
measured. That's not a win or lose situation. It's a description of how Earth's measured.
Yeah, you were
think
just
you're
getting
gonna
shit
win.
over and
I'm
over again,
answering
which
him and
made
he's
no
chanting
sense
through me like
when I
a
addressed
total
your
bitch.
measurement
Oh,
as
maybe
being wrong.
you could bitch about my mute button. Is this me muting him, ladies and gentlemen, when it's not my server? This is a neutral platform where, yeah, for a certain amount of time, moderators will accept him rumpusing the living crap out of me. Yeah, for a certain amount of time, then it's deemed unreasonable. His pain coming through. He's got a chant while I point out that I'm not trying to win. I detail a measurement of something to somebody when they ask me to measure it. I don't win anything. I just pass on the measurement. You need to win your globe face back with the flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris that you wrap around it. You can suggest that it's if we measure them, but then it's if you've got a globe with latitude around it. But if you accept that we do definitely measure its latitude, then you'll be accepting that we're measuring a flat Earth. What was that? What was the last response? Fuck you, Nathan. Don't win. Earth's just measured flat. There's nothing for me to win. I just know that as a fact, and now so do you. I want to go fuck myself. Go on.
Okay, what's wrong with you?
Nothing wrong with me. Earth's measured flat, and I'm just telling you that, and you're swearing at me.
Yeah, I'm
Rejecting
swearing.
as you're refusing to concede.
Yeah, your failure to concede requires you to get angry and chant through me and ask me what's wrong with me. It's pure projection. You're in pain. You'll know that's why we're all laughing at you. So is the chat. Shout out to you in chat. 130 people listening to this glurf get irritated. Measured flat or no lines around the globe then? Which is it? That was the last question put to you. You've non-sequited and non-responsive way around it 3 or 4 times now. So are we measuring a flat Earth for these angles to Polaris, or do you not have a globe with latitude around it? Which is it? Got your tongue? You were chanting through me a second ago, you little bitch, swearing at me. Need it a 5th time? Do you not have a globe because you're denying latitude, or do we measure Earth flat? Which is it? Have a good day, Haval. I'll just make my summary. Earth is measured flat for latitude. You can believe it's wrapped around a globe, but that's not how Earth's measured, like this angle on screen to this lighthouse. You measure it with respect to a flat baseline. That's how you measure it. Earth is measured flat. That's how the globe is created. Whether this fundy accepts it or not, he can deny latitude and deny his globe in the process, or accept latitude and accept that Earth's measured flat. Those are the 2 situations. Those are his only choices. Tough luck. You either deny your globe or accept Earth's measured flat. I don't care which. I don't win. You just lose your faith in a globe with this dichotomy. True that it is. Next.
This Nathan from .com. A sextant is a navigational instrument used to determine latitude. Sextant uses internal mirrors to measure the angle between 2 objects. Positioning a sextant to measure the angles between the sun or stars and the horizon and determine latitude.
Awesome. I'm going to do a last little ditch e-begging attempt. So if you did want to support my endeavours going down to Dorset this week, hit me up on PayPal or Ko-Fi and support the channel. As I am always struggling being a very small YouTuber doing this full time. And yeah, maybe I need a petrol tank sponsor to get down there, because financially it is a very tight endeavour, which I have explained to Ian, and he has helped, or is offering to help by covering the cost of the room and just giving me the money rather than me staying there. And then I'm going to drive some way to my folks and stay with them, so I can actually have the money for the room rather than having a hotel, which helps me out financially. But that's how tight it is to do this. So hopefully someone will take pity on me and send me a Ko-Fi or a PayPal. There we go, that's enough e-begging, I won't do it too much. Anything else while we're still live with the Discord server? Maybe there's time for one more attempt to convert me away from the measurements of Earth for some reason, so that they can have their pain relief.
Can I play?
Yeah, go ahead, Euclidean.
All right. So you're talking about measurements to stars and the sun, with sextants. If I have a angle and I have a baseline, am I able to figure out the rest of the information of the triangle that I just made using those using that information?
Why would you want to do that?
I don't know. Calculate the distance to them.
The star? Are we traveling
Yeah.
to the star? Are we traveling to the star?
Do I need to know the distance? No, I just want to know
You
the
said so we
distance.
could travel to it. Can we calculate the opposite? Is what you're asking? Yeah, I get your question. Because we can travel to it. What? Well, the opposite will give us the distance to the star. Are we traveling to the star? Third time.
That seems like a red herring, Nathan.
Sorry, you're asking me if we can get the bleeding height of it, and it's a red herring to ask if we're traveling to it. Why would we calculate it? Would be my first question. That would be the height of the star. That's what you're asking. So
I don't
it's
know.
a red herring to ask you why we'd need the height of it. Are we traveling to it? It is absolutely unequivocally on topic and directly speaks to your assertion that we'd need to do this, in spite of me asking why we'd need to do this and you're not answering. So I'll just make a conclusion unless you've got anything to add. We're not calculating the height because we don't need to. We're not traveling to the star. What we are doing is calculating a radius around central point below the star. That's its GP, ground position, on the ground, measured flat. A straight line between us and the GP. Because that's useful for calculating our position on the ground, getting our fix. We're not travelling to the star though, dum-dum. We don't need to get its height, in answer to my question you failed to respond to. We don't need to travel to the star, so we don't need to calculate its height. Not doing trig. This isn't trig, it's celestial navigation. Maybe look up what celestial navigation is and you'll quickly realise nobody's calculating the heights of star with this stuff. Calculating where we are on the ground, which is flat. Hope that's clear and answers your question.
So nobody else is doing it, therefore we can't. And just because we're not
Do you want to travel to the star?
What
want to travel
kind
to the
of
star?
policy is that? That has to be some sort of insane.
It's called a red herring by you. We're not
Yes, it
travelling
is a
to
red
the
herring
star.
by
We're
you.
still latched onto
We
this
don't
red
need
herring.
to have a reason to know the distance. We just want to know, right?
Why? Asked you this is the third time. Why do we need the distance to the star? When we need its GP position on the ground?
We're curious. That's why.
Then go and be curious, someone else, dickhead. It's got no relevance to
Why are you
celestial
so
navigation.
scared of figuring
We're
out
not
the distance,
traveling to
Nathan?
the star. So you
So
and your
what?
curiosity
Why are
can
you
sod off to
so
some other
scared
forum
of figuring
where you
out
can
the
postulate
distance?
about some garbage that has no bearing in practical application. We're not traveling to the star. It's a folly that you're interested in, then, dum-dum. I couldn't give a crap about
So
your
weird. Why do you want to know,
interest
Nathan?
in this non-journey to a star we're not traveling to.
You need a reason to know things, Nathan. That's pretty bizarre.
Well, like saving my life at sea. That's a pretty good reason to measure a star's GP ground position, yeah, if I don't want to die. You're not going to save any lives by measuring the height of the star, though, dum-dum. Yeah, I do have a practical application for knowing this stuff. It's just not related to the height of the star, as you asked about it.
Maybe I
It's
just
just
want
folly.
to. Maybe I just want to
You're just going
know
to babble
the
on
height of
about
it.
what you want. It's not proving anything other than you have an interest in measuring heights that you can't get.
What do you mean I can't get? I have a triangle, Nathan. I have a baseline and an angle.
But you've got one, so go and calculate it then. What's the height using that triangle?
Where am I standing?
What's the height? You give it me. You're telling me you want to get it, so give it me.
Give it me? Okay, I will give
Give
it
me
to you.
the height of the star. You said you've got a triangle, Mr. Smarty Pants. Now you give me the height.
Yeah, so what's the angle I'm observing Polaris at then?
You give it me. It's your claim.
Jeez, Nathan. I
Is it
thought
not
you
clear?
had
Is it not
measurement.
clear and obvious when I've said this is your claim, it's not used in celestial navigation? You insist on making it. Now you're demanding I give you something. No, you give it me. You say you want the height, you're fascinated with it. You've got triangles. Not me, you. I know what celestial navigation is, it doesn't involve the height of the star. You're still fascinated with it. How interesting for you as one man. Now, if given you're interested in the height of the star with the opposite that you'll calculate, give it me. Now. You're claiming it.
What's the angle I'm measuring Polaris
Are you
at?
asking me something? It's not my claim. Do you not know your own claim? Do you not know the height with the triangle that you've got that you're going to calculate it with? Do you not know the answer to this? Do you not know?
Nathan, the height is dependent on the angle.
Say my name. Say my name. Do you not know?
The height is dependent on the angle you're observing it at.
Do you want to
So
give it me then? Do you want to calculate it then and give it me then?
It's dependent on the angle you're observing Polaris at.
Yeah, I understood that the first 4 times you said it. Do you want to give it me then? It's your claim and you're saying you can get the height when
give it you what?
calculate this adjacent. Maybe if you rumpus the 5th attempt of me demanding that you fulfill your claim, you attempted to flip the burden onto me with and suggest that I should be getting the height. Now, I didn't sucker into that crap.
No, I
now
wasn't.
I'm insisting that maybe if you rumpus me, it'll overcome this problem you now have. You've got the problem of you saying you can get this height. I'm saying it's not used in celestial navigation, something that's practically applied to save lives. But now that you have an interest in this, your height you will be calculating, I'm asking for the 5th time if you'll be capable of giving it me or not.
Yeah, so what's the angle I'm measuring? You can just
Are you asking me? I'm not calculating. It's not my claim. Don't flip the burden. Just remove him. Don't want to do it 6 times. I'm not going to flip the burden.
just
It's not
don't
my angle.
understand.
It's not
I'm
my
trying to
claim.
ask you
I'm
what the
not claiming this. Rumpusing me won't change that.
any angle
Talking
and
through me. Is it talking through because you've got a mute button on the neutral platform? This is a new neutral platform, by the way.
Not
I
a
can't
neutral
control
platform.
him doing this. I can't stop him. Him chanting through me. He's flipped the burden 4 times.
I'm not flipping the burden.
He's just constantly chanting through me with this
Any
mute button,
angle.
ladies and gentlemen. This is what you want on your neutral platforms, Glurfs. This is what you want on your neutral platforms, Glurfs. An obfuscation indefinitely when I point out that he's flipped the burden. He says he's interested in the opposite, to get the height of the star. My response, it's not used in celestial navigation. It doesn't have a practical application. His response, oh, well, should we not calculate things when we're just interested in them? Well, okay, you're interested in it, so you give it me. What's the angle, he asks 4 times, sorry. No,
Yeah,
it's not my
I'm
claim, it's
asking
not
you, what is
my
the angle? Just
burden.
give me a number.
And here we are on a
Give me
neutral
a
platform
number.
with the summary coming for the 5th time and the chanting zealot Glurf talking
Oh
straight
my.
through it. He's flipped the burden and now he's obfuscating it by chanting.
I'm not
Oh my,
flipping the
oh
burden
my,
onto
while
you,
I point
Nathan.
out he's flipping the burden. He won't tolerate it. Hopefully, if the Discord server can't hear it, won't be a flipping of the burden for the 5th time,
It's
right?
not flipping the burden. I'm not
Maybe if
asking
you
you
shout,
to
it's not
calculate it.
flipping the burden through me
I'm not
summarizing how you
asking
flip the
you to
burden.
calculate it,
I'm not
Nathan.
claiming the height of stars. I'm not claiming it as a practical application. He's charged me with it because he has an interest
I'm
in
not
it.
asking you
Apparently,
to
I need to
calculate
answer
it,
questions
Nathan.
about it,
Why are
but
you
that's
lying?
not flipping the burden.
Why are
Yeah,
you
your
lying?
incessant non-stop rumpusing won't work. It is a
I'm
flipping of the
asking you to
burden.
just
I'm
give
not
me an
claiming you
angle.
can get
That's
height
not
or anything.
that's not the
Loose.
burden of proof is on
You
you.
are.
I'm just
When
asking
we
you to
put the
give me an
burden back on the
angle.
claimant, he's not prepared to answer any questions about his claim.
Nathan,
He
I've
just
seen you on
rumpuses
TikTok.
non-stop.
I've seen
He's
your
non-stop
TikTok
with these
videos.
chanting zealots talking through me on the neutral platform. I'm on a neutral platform and it's getting rumpus by their mute button. This is what the Glurfs project onto me when they tell me I've got a mute button. What they mean is, come on my claim to be neutral platform so I can rumpus you when you win. When I point out a burden's been flipped, if the funky that's
hasn't been
claimed that
flipped, Nathan.
chants
I'm
non-stop
asking you to
like
give
he's
me an
doing now,
angle.
and maybe it won't be an
Can you
overcome
not
of his
give me an
argument.
angle with your flat Earth sexton, dude? Really?
Right? Eventually, I've got to appeal to the moderators to do something about this because I've made 6 attempts to
The
summarise
burden
this
hasn't
flipping of the
been
burden.
flipped,
Now it's the
Nathan.
7th
Stop
attempt and he's
lying.
yammering at me non-stop. I
Yeah,
can't
because
control
you're
the mute
lying.
and I
The
haven't got one here, but the chanting zealot's going to make sure the audience can't hear it. Just stop him. Odds, for the love of Jesus Christ. That really what happens in this server? Is this what neutral platforms are about? 7 attempts.
Neutral platform, but you
You
speak
made a claim about
95%
the
of the
bleeding
time.
height. Oh, it's 7 attempts. I haven't made a claim about the height. He's incessantly flipped the burden because he needs me to be claiming heights that aren't used. And when I say, well, you give me them, he starts asking me about angles I'm going to be using in his burden of proof reversal. Fallacy.
Nathan,
7
I've seen your
attempts to point out
TikTok
that fallacy.
videos.
Here's the 8th
I
attempt,
follow
and
your
that is
TikTok.
another chanting white knight on the 8th attempt. That is 8 attempts to point out how the Glurfs used a fallacy. On a neutral platform, it's going to take 8 attempts because the pain that the Glurfs are in can't hold it back. It's not reasonable that 8 attempts should be needed to point out a burden of proof reversal fallacy when an angle I'm not claiming and a height I'm not claiming is charged onto me. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with elevation angles so that we can navigate on a flat plane that we're getting those angles from, with flat circles that are drawn onto maps that are flat. That's how
So
we
give
actually
me an
deal with
angle
Earth.
then, Nathan,
Maybe
on your
my
flat map.
summary would require
What's
a
your
mute button.
angle on your
Is
flat
this my
map,
mute button?
Nathan?
Is this my mute
What's
button,
your
ladies and
angle,
gentlemen of the audience?
Nathan?
Ladies
What's
and
the
gentlemen of
angle?
YouTube, is this my mute button? Is this
Yes,
my
it
mute
is.
button, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, it
Is
is,
this me
Nathan.
muting him?
What's the
Glyphs.
angle on your flat
No
Earth
glyphs.
map?
If this was my Discord server, this wouldn't be happening because it's unreasonable. I'm summarizing how Earth's measured flat, and it
If you hate
caused
this neutral platform so much,
pain
then kick
and
rocks. man.
therefore caused chanting. A
Where
whole
were you
bunch of Glyphs
educated?
hang up on me.
In
They
EJ?
won't stop.
You're
This is what
educated in
they
the
need.
UK and you're
They don't
Nigerian.
get.
Means
Eventually, I've got to get sick of it because I'm getting audio chaos in my live stream because the server mods can't seem to control their guests. I'm pointing out a new subject after summarizing the burden of proof. Reversal, fallacy. That's the Earth's measured flat. New subject. Yeah, didn't get to the end of the summary about how we get circles of equal elevation with respect to stars because it caused too much pain in the Glyph opponents. That's what you need when you project that I've got a mute button. No, you need yours. Or you want to drag me onto this like a neutral platform, like what's just happened. The Glyphs can chant through the summary. New point from Nathan proving that Earth's measured flat. No, better chant through that too. You need your mute button, Glyphs. That's what's really happening. It's projection. Without the mute button, you can't win. It's a win-lose for you. For me, it isn't. I'm just detailing how Earth's measured. Indeed, measured for your Glyph belief in latitude lines around your Glyph. Oh, why would that need chanting through? Oh, because it means that your belief's shattered. Oh, you can use your mute button 10 times on me. Let's just get that summary like nice and squared away, just for the audience's benefit. This is what they want when they say Nathan won't join a neutral platform. What they really mean is we need Nathan where we can shut him up whenever he wins. That's what's just happened on this a neutral platform. Hey, anybody out there, McToon, Craig, Darren, any of you Glyphs, you can join this platform too. And you can argue with me on a neutral platform where you can attempt to rumpus the living crap out of me and I've got no control over it. For every little coward bitch out there on the globe side that said it's Nathan's mute button, did you just hear what happened? And Nathan was winning. Sorry to talk in the third person about myself. What happened when I was winning? Point out how Earth's measured. Oh, 8 attempts to flip the burden into heights we don't use with navigation. Those little tactics and fallacies, they need repeating 8 times to the top of the demolition of it, don't they? That's your mute button. You need. Yeah? My overcome of it for building up a platform for 10 years means that the audience has finally started to hear the actual responses that destroy your arguments, rather than just the fundy muting that you need on your neutral platforms, like just happened. Earth is measured flat.
He's done crying.
Move on.
Yeah. Only got to the end of the summary after 9 attempts. Shouldn't take 20 minutes. Because if you've got Glyphs around you, because Nathan will mute me. Somebody trim this section out. Feel free. Post it to every little Glyph bitch that says Nathan needs a mute button. No, I don't. Projection.
Before the live,
And when you make and when you made the pose, it was silence.
Yep. And there's an actual rendition of the question without him chanting through it. Total silence as a response.
Yeah,
Because
when
they're
when you are
muted.
not talking, there is a silence. Yeah, why?
Because the guys he was talking with are muted.
Bullshit.
There is other
Line
people
was
can
open. It
say
was on
something.
just for the guy. No, I record it. You could see he wasn't on mute. That's a lie. No, he
The
wasn't
Ukrainian
muted.
guy
You're
you're
going to
talking
claim
to is
that.
currently
Oh, so
muted right
so now you're going to call foul as you chant through me on the server operators. This
He's
guest,
muted right now, bro.
excuse me, he's muted now because he couldn't stop chanting in 8 attempts. You're going to blame the mute button even when it's not mine. So you're now pouring scorn
I was
on the
talking to the
server.
other guy. He said when you
Now
paused,
you're
they were
chanting through
silent.
me.
I
Now
said
you're
'cause he was
chanting through me.
muted.
This guy will
That's what I
cry
said.
foul too when he gets server muted eventually. I'm still talking, addressing his
Real
point.
crying foul. You always
His
appeal.
point's
You
getting
talk
addressed.
95% of the time,
He
and
needs
then you
his
cry when
mute
anyone
button.
else says a single
He's now
word.
using his mute
You're
button
still crying.
on me. Neutral platform so he can use his mute button
You
on me.
filibuster constantly, and then you say that
Pouring
other people are
scorn. No, he
talking.
won't. He won't allow the point to demolish his point. It's only the chanting and mute button that he's using. Yeah, eventually the server operators will put him on mute, but you'll cry foul. No, he didn't leave a silence when he actually heard the point being to him. The server moderators had him on mute. Lying bastard. It was recorded. It was on screen. That was not the case. You gotta lie to Glurf, though, haven't you? Gotta claim that you're the victim. And no, it wasn't a silence. You guys were being deceitful. You had him on mute for dramatic effect, so there was a silence. Lying Glurf scum. Good job I record the screen so we can see what's going on. Glurf scum liar. He just didn't have a response when I pointed out that Earth was measured flat to him, like I'm doing to you now. Undoubtedly, you've had to be server muted, perhaps, because you couldn't shut your mouth. Chanted through me responding to your lie about him being on mute when he was open mic with no response. Liar. Gotta lie to Glurf, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta cry foul and play victim. Oh, Nathan's got a mute button! As they chant straight through me.
So what is the difference between America and America?
Sorry, a bit quiet, my friend. Can you say that again?
The difference between the globe and the sphere.
No difference.
There is no difference?
Globe is a
different
sphere.
between what is different between level? What is different between level?
Globales.
Wait, hold
What
on,
is
just a
different?
second. Muslim Chad. What's your point? They're both the same thing.
True? Or you think so?
Sorry, what was your point though? What does it have a point attached to it?
That's the question, though.
Hey, you had your answer. You happy with your answer?
Yeah, not really, man, because when I play football, nobody says we're playing foot global or something.
Really? And?
A horrible point.
Sorry, and? How does that have any relevance on this discussion? What people do when they're playing
What is the discussion about?
football, clearly.
You said
Earth
globe
measurement?
and
How does it
sphere,
have any-
and then had a problem with football.
Yeah, this non sequitur.
So you guys had a discussion before, or?
It's non sequitur false comparison fallacy. We're not playing football or discussing it, so it's a non sequitur false comparison.
Oh, okay, cool, man. Did you visit college?
Sorry, was there a point attached to this fourth attempt?
So you didn't
Fallacy after
visit
fallacy,
college,
it's
right? So why do you open your mouth, actually?
Excuse me.
When you didn't
just
achieve
ad hom
anything
me?
in life
This
before.
guy just ad hom me based on my education status rather than addressing the point, which he didn't have. He had four requests.
So you
for a
visit
point
Oxford,
attached.
right?
Now he's talking through me with his mute button. What a shock. He didn't have a point, Muslim Chad.
The point is like, yeah, it's very boring and I want to be entertained, so I'm here.
Boring. That's another ad hom. That's another fallacy.
It's another atom. Who cares about that? It's atom. It's out of the
fallacious.
context to
I
like
do. It's fallacious. It doesn't address
just
the
tell
point
us
which you
what
didn't
kind of
make.
argument this is. Okay.
It isn't one. You suggesting it's a
Why
false
should you
comparison,
why should you
fallacy.
not to be allowed like to do ad hominem? What's the axiom behind that? Yeah, dickhead.
Because it's a fallacy. It doesn't address the
I
point. So
killed you
when you
now.
bring up a non sequitur fallacy,
Yeah,
and I
what's your
point it out,
axiom? What's your
really bad.
axiom behind
It's usually
that?
responding to your answer. Maybe if
Deductive,
you keep talking,
inductive,
the response won't
abductive,
come.
what?
Maybe if you keep talking through me, the response won't come. Maybe if you
Okay,
just keep
tell me.
yammering, it won't be
Is the
embarrassing
earth
for you.
is the earth flat?
Excuse me, if you just keep talking, maybe it won't be addressed ever.
No, I'm not a tea drinker, okay? I'm
You asked me
drinking
why you use an ad
Coca-Cola,
hom, and now
okay?
you're not stopping talking. You
Listen
just
to me.
incessantly yammering with verbal diarrhea through the top of me.
Listen to me.
Nothing.
Listen to me, okay? I clearly
It's not a reasonable. I've got a live show with an audience. Muslim Chad's an asshole. Didn't have a point to make. I pointed out it was a false comparison. Then he says, "Why can't I ad hom you?" Because it's a fallacy. It doesn't address the rebuttal that I put to you when I labelled what you did with a football as a false comparison fallacy. You don't get to just call me stupid and ask where I was educated. That's an ad hom. At the man, not at the argument. The argument being you used a false comparison when you didn't make a point, when you suggested that spheres aren't, round, circular, whatever it is what you said. You haven't got a point to make. You don't get to just ad hom me and question my education status. It's a fallacy. You certainly don't get
Nathan.
hammer through.
The
You certainly
fallacy.
don't
Who
get
cares
hammer
about
through the
fallacy?
conclusion. And now a load of
What's
white knights
your preliminary?
with their mute buttons. I'm a white knight. Nathan's destroying Muslim Chad, so I need to rumpus him. I need a mute button that can open whenever
Nathan,
I
are
like.
you
I'm
religious?
talking. I need to stop Nathan humiliating Muslim Chad. No, the guy didn't have a point. Didn't have an argument. I pointed out his fallacious use of comparison. And then he started ad homing me and asking if that wasn't ill-advised or not legitimate. Absolutely, it's not. It's a fallacy, you dumbo. Oh, dumbo. Bugger off somewhere that you can use fallacies. Rather than having to have a load of white knights jump in to protect your dumbass as I summarise how stupid you are. Brandy, now get lost. Dumbo, you haven't got a point.
Nathan, are you religious?
Non sequitur. Me telling people Earth's measured flat, my religious inclinations are irrelevant. That is a non sequitur fallacy.
You can go around the globe with a boat.
Even though I've reiterated the fallacious use of logic that this man has used, after I answer him, he thinks it's his time to talk in the middle of my sentence. I haven't paused for breath. Meanwhile, my religious inclinations are non sequitur to the Earth being measured flat, which is all I've discussed here. Shout out to Unitox.
Nathan, but you can go around the boat with
Maybe
a
if
globe.
you just chant through me while I'm giving my audience recognition for paying my bills. Maybe if the middle of this breath with me saying shout out to Unitox Femu was your cue for you to talk. No, it definitely wasn't. With 130 of my live audience, I'm going to talk to them, not you, when I'm in the middle of my breath. I'm not going to apologise for the middle of my sentence, interrupting the start of yours. It's just this neutral platform has the ability for you to shut me down with your mute button, doesn't it?
Nathan,
Yeah, well,
it's 3
berate your
p.m. Why are
dumbass
you
if you
eating
do it again. I can berate you for that because it's scummy. It's your mute button. No, I'll shout out Unitox Femu. Thank you very much. They muted me, Nathan. One sentence. Chanting through me 8 times, no recognition. Oh, he was on mute when he definitely wasn't. Lie from a glurf. Thanks for the super chat.
Nathan, can you go around the boat? Nah, the globe in a boat. Can you go around the globe in the boat?
Begging the question fallacy. Around the globe is automatic assumption of your unproven claim. Begging the question, assuming the outcome.
What shape can you go around with a boat?
Did he hear me? Did he not respond? Is this going to be completely non-responsive? Did you acknowledge a single smegging word I just said to you, sir?
That was my response, Nathan.
He's dunce.
It's a dunce, yeah. Begging the question, dunce.
No, it's not.
Is it not? Yeah, it is. It's assuming the outcome. You said globe. That's the thing you're trying to prove, assuming it and asking a question based on the fact we're already on a globe for me to answer. We aren't on a globe. The idea that you believe in as your religion comes from measuring the earth flat. I can't answer a question rightfully about how I can stand on the reified Roman Catholic Church's idea of an extrapolation mathematically of flat earth measurements, and this is definitely going to need a chanting fundy white knight muting me, isn't it?
won't
Yeah, there it
assume
is,
that
right
it's
on
a
cue.
globe.
Right on cue on the neutral platform you little bitches need. Was the middle of my sentence too painful for you there, sir? Begin the question fallacy.
I don't.
Sorry, what was that, dunce? Begin the question fallacy. You didn't acknowledge it.
I don't.
He's not on mute, by the way. Those protracted silences for my audience's benefit, in case some glurf scumbag liar decides to claim that the operators of this server that's neutral muted him when he didn't respond a second ago. That was a protracted silence. Now he's talking through me. Now he's got the ability, because he was off mute then and is off mute now, to talk through the middle of me, pointing out the protracted silence he left. Just in case a glurf liar decides to claim he wasn't able to talk when I pointed out his begging the question fallacy.
Let's not
Now
assume
he's
it's
talking through me
like
while I
a
highlight
globe.
the begging the question fallacy he hasn't responded to and left a
Let's
protracted
not
silence.
assume
Now
that
he's
it's not a
muting me.
globe. What
Now
shape
he
is it?
is muting me in the middle of my summary of his failure. He's muting me. You need a neutral platform, do you there, sir? One where you can interrupt the middle of me pointing out you beg the question.
Sorry.
Beg the question. Fourth time.
We won't assume that it's a globe. So what shape is it?
Flat's not a shape. Flat's an aspect. Earth is measured flat. That's an aspect, not a shape. You're in a category error. The
What
answer,
shape
dunce.
can you go around?
Are you going to repeat the question,
In a
dunce?
circumference.
You didn't listen to the answer, dunce. Aspects aren't shapes, dunce. Are you done, dunce? You don't seem to be capable of listening to my responses. I'll slow it down. You're clearly incapable of listening.
Thank you.
Aspects aren't shapes, dunce.
But shapes can have flat sides.
Earth's measured flat. There is no ascribing shape to this aspect of Earth. We will measure. It is flat. Earth is flat. That is how it is measured. Is there anything else?
Shapes have sides, so it could be like a rectangle.
Couldn't care less. Do you want to go to a geometry forum where you discuss shapes as opposed to the nature of Earth in terms of its form and measurement? Because that aspect is not a shape. We measure Earth flat. Don't need it rinse and repeating a fifth time. Are you stuck in that groove like a record that's faulty? Can't get out of that groove, right? Ask the same question again. See how it goes. Go on.
You can only go around the circumference on a globe.
You just spent the last 2 minutes explaining to me how the circumference of a flat circle is flat. What are you babbling about?
A 3D sphere.
Right, so begging the question then, dunce. Get rid of him. He doesn't understand. He can only beg the question. His intellect can't cope beyond begging the question fallacies. It's pathetic.
I'm not really
fallacy
begging.
is even pathetic, mate. It's a low-level fallacy. Like the most basic of fallacy. Assuming the outcome is the most basic of fallacy you can commit. That makes you a dunce. You're not even good in your crap, fallacious argumentation. Hey?
I think it'll be more of a rectangle.
I don't need to hear you begging the question again, dunce. What part of that don't you understand? Just belligerence now, right? Use your mute button because you've got it. Shout out to Unisox Femu. Says, no, Nathan, they muted Sasha.
Your bombers.
Did you hear Sasha? Yo, bomber clutch, shut your dunce mouth, man. Shouting out my audience, brethren. No, Nathan, they muted Sasha. Did you hear how Sasha made chaos or some mod issues with Sasha? Yeah, you did. They were right to serve. This is my own side. Sasha's one of mine. He's one of my own. Owning that he's getting muted because he's also rumpusing the discussion. Yeah, they will. It's a neutral platform. Yeah, they'll mute me if I rumpus their positive claim or rebuttal. That ain't happening. That's why I'm not getting muted. But I'm a guest here too, Sasha. You will get muted if you rumpus the discussion. That's why eventually they leave it longer than normal so that they can't be criticised. They'll leave it 8 times so that they seem more neutral than they could be. You don't get that extended treatment I'm getting, which is I'm getting more rumpusing from them than you're allowed to give them back in return, Sasha. But you'll still get muted. Rumpusing's not reasonable. Out to LJ. Love it when you call Globetards little B. It's me swearing when I shouldn't. Oh my. Sorry, Paula, if you're listening. My wife, the other Paula. Shout out to Phoenix Rising 86. He says, a sphere only has one side or one continuous edge. Add logic by a glurf. Thank you for the super chat. I'm done. Thank you for all the support.
Would it be a rectangle instead of like a flat shit? You know what I mean? Would it just be a rectangle?
Or a flat sh? What's a flat sh? You had a bit of a sentence fragment issue there, like you couldn't complete a word. You said rectangle, and could it be a flat shush? Well, flat shush would be flat shape, but that's what rectangles are. Did you understand how stupid your statement was as you started asking it, and then decided not to complete the sentence and offer up a sentence fragment in the form of rectangular sh, flat sh?
Nathan, what's your position?
Rectangles are flat, mate. Aspects that we measure with the ground in mind are just flat. That's not a shape. That is the 5th time I have told you, you stupid dunce.
What's your what's your view on it? Like, what's your position?
This guy really retarded, or what? Are you having me on?
Yes. Yeah.
Let me tell him.
No, I just want to know your position.
No worries. My position, sir. My name is Nathan Oakley. I understand and appreciate that the Earth is mapped, navigated, built on, observed, and obviously flat by its nature. If that wasn't absolutely 100% obvious to anybody in the nearest vicinity, then I don't know what is. But hope that clarifies that for you, sir.
Okay, can you measure globes with flat surfaces?
Can I measure your begging the question fallacy that I've also dealt with 6 times?
I'm not begging it, Nathan.
When you say globe, is that the thing you're trying to prove? Would it be your automatic assumption of that we are on a globe when you suggest that we're measuring a globe? Yeah, that's a begging the question fallacy. I've already berated you for it being the lowest form of fallacy you could use. Called you a dunce for it. That's why I keep calling you a dunce. So did you think your label of dunce needed reaffirming by using the same begging the question fallacy and then telling me in a moronic voice that you're not begging the question? Yeah, you absolutely are, you dunce.
Wait, does a dunce mean a flat earther?
Excuse me?
What does a dunce mean?
It means stupid.
One sec.
Oh.
After everyone.
After shush. That?
Hey, I thought no for up, man. Sentence fragment.
Everybody loves a good sentence fragment when you realise that you're asking whether a rectangle could be flat shape or not.
Excuse me, Nathan. You've just committed confirmation bias and the fallacy of selective evidence when you were asked that question, which was not indeed begging the question. So I would like to ask it again on his behalf. Would that be okay? No, I'm not. Actually, no, I'm not. You asked several questions and you failed. No, you failed to answer them.
Like to
You
address
failed
you
to
without
answer
you
them
really
adequately,
talking.
and you continued ad homing. Hang on, you're interrupting me. Are you mute burning me now?
I'm the host of the show, you stupid woman. And I do something you ask. You've been server muted because it's not just you're going to step in for your pussy whipped little man and take over where he failed miserably. Your husband's been humiliated by a flat earther. That pussy whipped little bitch needs you to defend him, does he, love? Oh, you have my permission, love. You go ahead. Defend your coward little man that failed.
Women.
All right. So confirmation bias occurred when you only sought out information that you had pre-existing, right? When you were asked the question, what shape can you go around the circumference of, which is what people do on a daily basis. They go around the shape, whatever shape the Earth is, whether globe or not. Can you describe to me another shape which you can go around the circumference of?
Right, did I make a claim about it?
Well, you said it. You asserted that it was begging the question when indeed there was no.
You hear my question, love? It seems like you're answering a different
like
question
I'm saying,
there.
there was no.
Did you hear my
no,
question?
That was the same question.
Did you hear my question?
Pardon?
Obviously not. I said, and I'll repeat for a second time because you're deaf and dumb like your stupid husband. Did I make a claim about it?
No, but therefore it wasn't begging the question.
Why the hell would I be answering you, daft cow?
Okay, so then it wasn't begging the question, so then you were just lying the whole time.
Love,
and you were engaging in confirmation bias. As I've demonstrated, you were engaging in confirmation bias in which you did not seek out.
You've just been humiliated like your dumb husband. Yeah, your dumb husband and yourself have been humiliated. I didn't make a claim about it. I don't need to be defending about it. Telling me I've got confirmation bias.
Please shut up.
I've made a claim about will require you to chant through me. Yeah? Mute me while I point out how stupid you are, just like your dumb husband that you're defending his pussy whipped ass. Yeah. Didn't make a claim about it, love. Why would you be asking me about it?
He asked you your
Maybe
position,
you chant
didn't
through
he?
me pointing out this burden of proof reversal fallacy where I've made a claim. Maybe you'll win. Maybe this is how you win arguments down the social club when you just chant through everybody and talk louder than them. No, love, here, I will humiliate you after humiliating your pussy whipped little bitch husband. Yeah, I didn't make a claim about it.
She's acting religious rather than assessing the situation.
You claimed I had a confirmation bias when I haven't made a claim. Stupid. Like a stupid husband.
You know how you asked me? You asked me if you made a claim, right? And whilst that's true that you didn't, he did ask you your position, to which you responded.
He was told.
You have a belief system, to which you responded that you have a belief system.
Hang on.
Which was that the Earth is measured the way we measure stuff on a daily basis.
Control your woman, man.
We don't need your batshit summary. We know. I can pay attention. I don't need you to summarize it for me. Know what happened? I was here.
he was told, like so many others this morning, if anyone is listening, the only thing that Nathan has really been getting at is that elevation angles require you to use the earth as a plane. Like from Sustainable by Design said, the citation from Sustainable by Design is the altitude angle is the measured angle between the object and the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. That's the position. Did your husband respond to that?
No, he didn't.
Oh,
Did, but the way he did was
oh
completely
wait,
wrong.
oh wait. So you're not a flat earther then?
Wow.
What does it have to do with what we've just put to you?
Well, we're in a flat Earth VC, are we not? And you're muttering about elevation angles. Why didn't you hold
Yes.
steadfast to your own beliefs?
Sorry, it's not a belief. An elevation angle's a measurement.
No, I'm aware, but you're not a flat earther then, are you? If that's your only claim here.
Why are you labelling me? Does it matter? Earth's measured flat with elevation angle. Hello? Earth's measured flat with elevation angles. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
I respect your pronouns.
What?
Obviously knows what a flat earther is to throw the accusation that suddenly you're now not a earther. Could you define what a flat earther is?
That's a person that doesn't believe in the globe.
No, that's not a flat earther.
No.
That's an anti-glober. Like saying a Christian's someone who doesn't believe in Islam. Well, that not believing in Islam makes you a Christian, does it? No. Not believing in a globe doesn't make you a flat earther.
Don't define something as something that it's not. So if somebody asks you to define a banana and you say it's not a transmission, that's not a definition of a banana. Get it?
Is it banding about the phrase elevation angles?
I wouldn't have said so. That's just describing how something's been measured, an angle of elevation to a star or the sun or the moon or whatever you're using. It's just a measurement description. It's not going to tar me with any label. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with those elevation angles. They get wrapped around the globe when you take those angle measurements and, create globes for people to believe in.
By the way, that comparison you just made about religion was indeed false because what you just described was a sufficient condition. So, for example, versus a necessary condition. And a necessary condition of a flat earther is that they do not believe in the globe, which is what he asserted, which is correct. And you asserted something that is not a sufficient condition. Yes, it is.
Stupid sophistry horseshit. You don't know what a confirmation bias is either, love. That was non sequitur.
Okay, so why did I say it then?
You don't need to chant for him, love. Stop. Can we just stop a second? He's responding to you. And within 3 breaths, you're talking again.
You don't know what begging the question is. You don't know what a confirmation bias is. You don't know what sufficient and necessary is. You're a cluster screw of nonsense. Oh, let's get on to the point. Please provide scientific evidence for your globe.
For your globe.
Just get a boat. Just get a boat if you can afford it and go around.
Just get a boat, go round.
Okay, just stop a second. Just stop a second. So, just before you get completely triggered with me, did you not understand his question?
Yeah, I just gave him an example of literal evidence that he can take into his own hands. It was the problem. No, yeah, it is what he asked for.
I said don't get triggered.
It's exactly what
I said don't get triggered. I said don't get triggered. Try not to. No.
Sorry, we're triggered. We're triggered.
Don't. You didn't. There's no white knight helping out. It seems. You didn't hear his question because you've answered a different question, and then when I asked you if you heard it, you gave a different question back. He did. That's not the question he asked you. So I'm going to ask him to repeat the question to you because you didn't hear it the first time, which is fair enough. Go ahead, Kiwi.
Please
Okay.
provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globe.
Okay, so you get a boat.
You weren't being
and
asked who's
then
talking.
go to
He's not being asked. Guy's not being asked. Man's not being asked.
But my response is the same.
Okay, what was your response? Now you've heard the question for certain.
So scientific evidence, yeah. So if you want to look into 3D models in your own time, you can do that, and then get a boat and go around the circumference of the Earth. You can use a compass, by which we have discovered the North and South Pole of the globe, by the way, and you can see as you go around in a 360-degree angle, which we know to be of a spherical shape. You know, just like basic geometry that you learn in 5th grade. You know.
I'm going to stop.
Geometry,
Okay,
that's
thank
not
you.
science.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, what you should have said, my kind sir, that is a malformed question. Scientific method and natural science only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with shapes. Therefore, by your non-responsive answer to the malformed question, you have shown that you would fail 5th grade general science. Thanks. Have a nice day.
Yeah, but
Are you sure? I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah.
Should we go on to the White
No.
Knight? Are you done, my love? We move on to the White Knight. Demonstrated a substandard science acumen. We done with her then? Taking back over? It's demonstrated a substandard
Did you
science.
respond to me?
Wait. But Nathan, what was your response to that?
You demonstrated a substandard science acumen by answering or attempting to answer a malformed question in a category error with an example that wasn't scientific, demonstrating admirably that you don't know what science is. That was put to you by QE and now reiterated by me. Thank you for trying.
Okay, but he made a false assertion. I wasn't
Did you want
using
to
the
address your lack of
scientific
science
method
acumen?
and measuring
Was
the
a short
globe using
pause now you
astronomy
talking about
and
something I
using
don't know.
degrees of geometric.
We heard
Hang
your
on,
claim.
hang on,
We heard you.
hang on.
We
I'm
heard you.
responding to you.
Don't need to
I'm
hang on. I
responding
heard
to
the
you.
first time.
No, he hasn't heard me. I've not finished.
She's become
I've not finished.
unreasonable. She's now chanting the same claim I heard the first time through me. I don't need to hear it a second time. I heard it the first time. It didn't provide scientific validity, though. That's the point. You reiterating your failure that is not going to help you. It wasn't scientific evidence. Oh, you fail. You fail miserably, and you want to blart through me telling you that, like you're doing now with your mute button. No, bitch. Shut up. You're dumb. You're finished. You don't understand what science is. Now stop yammering through me. Don't know what science is. Now shut up. Hand us back over to your pussy-whipped husband.
Same question for the husband. If he's quick on the uptake, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globe.
He's muted.
He is actually on mute this time. That isn't a protracted silence for dramatic effect. One of the server moderators has kept him on mute. I can only assume that the server moderators have had enough of them.
I don't know what his name is to unmute him. I'm sorry. What is his name?
Height Trug or something.
Sapphire and steel.
There we go. Repeat the question.
Yes, please provide one shred of
So I
scientific
described.
evidence.
I described. Yes, I described to you the scientific.
Sorry, that
She's
was
not
the wife.
answering, she's not
That's
listening,
not
she
him.
just wants to chant the same crap that she's asserted already. Been server muted by the mods because they've obviously had enough of you because you're not listening to the responses anymore. Just need to defend the honour of your stupid husband. Fine, we don't care. We know he's dumb. He's a dunce. He was labelled it when he used to begging the question fallacy. You've demonstrated you don't know what science is, so you're both useless. You're both stupid. Sorry. I have to like it.
I mean, it's a shame because it could have been a good conversation. Um, the problem is she does want to just continue rambling. Um, and the you're not really you're saying a lot of nothing. Like we get in a boat and go around. Are you serious? Like we did hear you. We know what you're trying to say. You said enough for us to know that you don't know a lot about it, but you're talking too fast, like you do. Man's explained his point a million times. Elevation angles to Polaris prove that the Earth is flat. It's measured that way. What is the response?
Wasn't the question.
Nobody's.
Focus with the Adderall.
Yeah, there wasn't a question. The question was, what's the scientific evidence for the globe?
Yeah. So now, if your husband was listening to the response, he could at least give the appropriate answer now.
It's not there to listen to you or QE. She's there to defend her husband's honour when he's been called a dunce. And then it's been justified. She's jumped in to say, he wasn't begging the question, you didn't accept the burden of proof reversal fallacy? That was her opener. What?
Yeah, but he can't get this wrong. Come on. I have faith that he's going to get this right.
Oh, well, I'm glad you've got faith. I don't care. I don't need faith in anything. Earth's measured flat.
They could be
It was
too
just
triggered. They
explained.
could
You
be too
better come
triggered
up with the right
normies.
answer.
Oh, go on.
They could be
Right.
too triggered normies. I haven't. They don't frequent the channel. I've never heard them before. Crit, have you heard them? If you're still here, might be on coffee break or something. Yeah, I haven't heard them. So sound like some newbies
I
that
just
really.
I just want to know everyone's views.
Okay. Here, I don't know about the rest of the server because it's not mine. But I've got a panel of people who all have the same view, which is Earth's measured flat. Not a belief, it's just a matter of fact. So not science.
When did
measurements?
When did you? How long have you been believing this for? Like when did?
Didn't listen, did
When
he?
did you know?
Didn't listen.
No, like
Didn't
how
listen.
many years have you been believing this?
Yeah, you didn't listen to what I just said. Literally 10 seconds ago, what I said didn't comprehend. You didn't comprehend it. You didn't listen to it. You certainly didn't therefore respond to it. I'll repeat what I just said. Now, you've just asked me so that you don't repeat it again. When did I get these beliefs? Yeah, I got what you said. You didn't comprehend what I'd said. It isn't a belief, Unce. It's a measurement. Unlike the answer from your dunce wife, who asserted an answer in respect to the science for a globe, which this isn't. It's measurements, not science, not beliefs. Okay, plenty of time for response.
Hello.
Hold on, just one second, wherever you are, fella. Further to that measurement, your globe belief comes from those measurements. I don't believe in them, and you believe they're wrapped around a globe. The only one with belief here is the person who thinks the measurements of Earth, flat that it is, can be inferred by calculation to be spherical. So they can think they're standing on that church view of the ground, measured flat. So there's only one person with beliefs here, the person who thinks they're on a globe. Measurements to get to that globe, they're flat. That's it, I'm done. The other guy I want to go, whoever that was.
Are you religious?
Just mute him.
Get rid of him. Get rid of the dunce. Get
rid of anybody who asks tough questions. Get rid of them.
Sorry, am I
Yeah, that's
religious
a real tough
in
question,
response
you
to me
moron.
pointing out how Earth is measured and the globe belief comes from those measurements? Asking me if I'm religious is a non sequitur fallacy.
That's your opinion.
Well, it's projection because he's religious.
He's religious. He believes he's on a globe. Clearly, he's white knighting. He's on the globe.
It's just a question.
We answered it. Next question. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globe.
Oh, come December, we will.
Oh,
Get a life, Rob Noxious.
December? Really?
I missed you guys. Don't kick me. I miss you guys. I'll be polite.
It's 2024 and you're still waiting for your
Get rid of
evidence? Like, oh, come December. December
one sec.
2024 will finally
We're
have
not
proof.
waiting. You're waiting. We already
Get
have
rid
it.
of Rob
You guys.
Noxious. Sorry, the guy stalks me on private messaging services, swearing at me. Can we just get rid of him?
Oh, that had been like 6 months, dude. Get some new
Just get
stuff.
rid of him, please. Please, can we just get rid of this stalker?
I'll leave
Thank
later, bitch.
you.
Look
Just
at
get rid
pussy,
of him,
bitch.
please. Can I appeal to the moderators because this is a neutral platform and I can't get rid of him? This guy that stalks me and swears at me and is abusive towards me. Just get rid of him, please. Thank you.
Rob Noxious, bro. He's on all the flat earth servers.
Can't wait till December, boy. So the rest of the panel. Obers, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globe.
Code. We were backing this a second ago.
No, I was making fun of the guy who was saying, come December, we'll finally have globe proof. It's 2024 and he's still waiting.
So the guy before you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I misinterpreted. I thought you were backing him up. You're not. Fine.
No. Guy before him, Nathan.
Wait, so do you believe that space is fake or real?
Space is fake. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas fills space. If the space was a vacuum, we'd have no gas to breathe.
Oh.
It was the best question all afternoon. Whoever that was, well done.
Same guy. Your dunce hat's removed. You get full credit for that question. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to today's 24/7 Discord politics server and G Plus panels for making the live.
This
show
guy's a
possible.
fucking
And of course, a
faggot.
massive thank you to
That,
all of you
bro,
for
fuck
liking,
you and
commenting,
your
sharing,
shit channel, guys.
joining as a
Shut
member,
the fuck
smashing the
up.
super chat, hitting me up on Ko-Fi and PayPal, sponsoring my trip down to Dorset and all that good stuff. Been Nathan Oakley. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show, and I will see you all in the next video.
Checked out his comment during the live show, but I didn't get a chance.
Sorry?
His comment on Witsit's conversation with Will Duffy on Witsit's channel. Put it in Master B.
Okay. The text that John's posted.
Brian's asked again for the official pitch data. I was hoping if everybody liked it, it would make its way to the most popular comments rather than the newest.
Sure. I'll go and give it a like. I get a chance.
It's Obi Lines put a really good comment there. And they brought up the winter sun or summer sun. So we've got to wait until December to see Earth curve then.
Yeah, I've already broken this down. The reason they're going to Antarctica rather than just saying, look, we've got 24-hour sun in Alaska. Yeah, we have, right now. Okay. Why aren't we using that to prove a globe? Well, because we don't get to make the antipodal assumption that we travel to the bottom of a ball when we go to Antarctica if we just do it with the North Sun.
So, like, when they went to the moon and took them photos, like, what's that about?
Who's they?
That's here. You're only allowed to provide scientific evidence for your globe. That's it.
That chap get an answer? I just went and got a drink.
I was about to. Look, so there's plenty of channels that can discuss moon photography, fake stuff. And the point we probably address here is, what is the region that they're supposedly traveling through to get there? That's where we would draw a line, use natural law. I assume you would support to question the validity of it all, not any particular point, whether it's real, this bit, the other, etc. Just that the whole thing, as described by them, has to be fake if you're in agreement with natural law.
Let's fill space. If space was real, travel to the moon to take pictures, and they'd be travelling through a vacuum, looking back at Earth with high pressure gas, not filling the vacuum they've just travelled through. There is no vacuum. It's like Narnia. No matter how many pictures of Aslan I show you, you're never going to accept that there's a real place called Narnia, right?
Yeah, I guess.
That's troubling. If you've never come across this subject, you sound like newbies. You're going to get the sharp end of your
So,
tongue.
do you believe that Antarctica is like around the like flat Earth? So it's just like the circle of Antarctica.
No.
You say that?
So like what? So in a flat Earth, like, does it drop off, or is there like ice walls, or is what is it?
Part of the rhetoric you get when you first come across this subject is to lead you down a garden path of asking questions about areas that are left in ambiguity for you to ponder. Know this: the way that the territories were expanded into the south was by using the angles to the stars to find your way to new territories, formerly known as new worlds. That's how the world has been expanded into new territories that are now colonized, mined, all the resources stripped. That's what we have done with the new worlds when they were discovered and added to the maps by way of navigating out to these places flat. There's no ambiguity or argument about that process of discovering new worlds. What they'll give you on what we call the Feast of Nonsense table is a discussion point where you should argue about an area beyond which there is no documented land that we know of either way. There might be, there might not be. But the way you've postulated it is by utilising something called the azimuthal equidistant projection, which takes the North Pole centric system and projects it almost identically with the inaccurate lines of mapping on the latitude grid with respect to the graphed land over the longitude lines. They don't match, I've checked. And also a South Pole centric system cannot be projected on one map South Pole centric. They're two separate systems. If you combine them and project the South Pole system on a North Pole centric projection, you end up with what is described to be Antarctica projected to the outside edge. That's all that is. It's a globe projection projected flat, the distorted South Pole centric system projected on the outside ring of a North Pole centric system. That's all it is. Doesn't mean there's an ice wall, doesn't mean there's an edge, doesn't mean there's a ring of ice around us, and I wouldn't speculate about what there is or isn't beyond that ice wall that I don't suggest there is. What I do know is how we expanded the territories to date. in our recent history. Some of them you might be living on right now, called new worlds. But they don't like calling them. They're developed countries because it gives too much of a bad idea to the people who might not need that idea if they're on a ball. Calling them new worlds. The new worlds are in the sky now. In the sky vacuum you can't travel to in violation of natural law. That's where the new worlds are now. Not the new worlds we actually literally found when travelling across the ground flat with angles to the stars. There you go. That's my answer to that feast of nonsense question, and I don't blame you for having it. It's what you get fed when you first get here.
Can you name a person who measures the Earth flat? Can you give a name?
That Johnny guy that's on our show regularly is a navigator, ship captain.
Yeah, I know Johnny B very well. He's a personal friend. I know Johnny B very well.
There you go.
He's not a ship captain. He's a drunk liar.
Okay, anybody doing any form of navigation with the stars is going to measure a flat Earth.
I thought Johnny couldn't navigate to the fridge to get a beer.
It seems like I'm answering the question and two people are talking while I'm answering him with a demonstration on screen for my audience. Flat Earth elevation angle measurements to 3 stars. Ground, the baseline to give you 90 degrees below the star must be flat. This is from a navigation handbook. While this conversation has been progressing, I have had literally dozens of examples taken straight from navigation books that describe the flat Earth measurement that is required to do this process. It is absolutely unequivocally how Earth is measured for this mapping and navigation process. That is a fact.
I didn't ask for a book. I asked for a person. Can you name one person who measures the Earth flat?
And you called him a drunk and discredited him.
Because Johnny B is not a real person. Come on, dude. This guy's a drunk. He said he killed a polar bear with his bear.
Why am I being shouted at? Johnny B's a real guy. My sister studied celestial navigation. She's a personal relative. Earth's measured flat for angles to navigate with the stars to find your fix, to find your position. With respect to those stars that you measure with respect to the flat ground and the angles at 90 below the stars. That's how you do it. On screen now for my audience. All the glurfs can do is deny this process and ask me who's done it. Okay? Anybody navigating? Ever?
You could tell he was his friend because he immediately discredited him and called him a drunk.
Yeah. Gives his first-hand testimony about when he was a ship's captain. No reason to disbelieve him. Yes, it's just one man's first-hand testimony, and you have to take it on credibility. So what does he do? Oh. I'm going to destroy his credibility. He's a drunk. Yeah, he is. He's also really annoying. So what? He's describing what is confirmed in every single celestial navigation handbook ever. And describing it with first-hand testimony. Now, do I choose to believe him? Yeah, I do. Choose to believe my sister when she showed me how to do it? Yeah, I do. Because belief isn't required, it's a measurement. Here's another one from a celestial navigation manual showing the same thing. 3 stars, 90 degrees below each. That plane of reference for the angle. Earth's flat, it's measured as a plane of reference. That's how this process is done. That's how you get the lines around a globe, by measuring these angles to the star Polaris flat. Simple. Here's another one. All the glurfs can do is turn it into a personal attack on an individual. Who did it? This man did it. He's a drunk. Who else did it? All you can do is personally attack people. Attack the man. Individuals. That's all they can do. Sad.
But you haven't been attacking me and my girlfriend this whole entire thing.
No. Can you suggest that you can answer a question put to you about scientific validity for Earth's shape? I'm going to point that out as being incorrect and demonstrate that your wife had no scientific acumen whatsoever. You come and tell me that if we navigate around a globe, how is that possible? And I point out that around a globe, by assumption in the first instance, is a begging the question.
And there's doing that, and then
chant through me like a bitch, like a pussy whip bitch. needs to chant through me highlighting how fucking failure you were. You're a total failure. Now I'm pointing out how you failed, and you think you need to open up your little I'll mute Nathan book and the little Glurf playbook of I'll shut you up while you're telling me how wrong I was. I'm going to
just a hypocrite, bro.
Now you're going to tell me what you're going to play the victim, little pussy whip bitch. I'm pointing out why you got called a dunce when you begged the question multiple times and then told me after begging the question in the next breath how you would beg that question. I got called you a dunce and now you're playing the bleeding victim. And that's why you're a pussy whip little bitch. That's why your wife took the mic from you, because you're not a man, you've got no balls. Your wife took over. Protected your pussy whip little bitch ass. That's what she did. You want to call that being attacked? No, I'm just stating facts. You are a pussy whip little bitch. Your wife
You're
did
a bold ass old
when
man.
you got called out for begging the question.
Well, you look like
you
a
are
nonce,
chanting
mate.
through me like a pussy whip little bitch right now using your mute button because you can't tolerate me pointing out how big a dunce you were. I wasn't attacking you. That was you demonstrably being a dunce when you begged the question. Now you don't have to frigging like that dunce.
Stop embarrassing yourself on TikTok. Stop embarrassing yourself on TikTok, man.
Don't take it as an attack. Don't rebel against it by chanting through me as I highlight it. Now you got told off because you did what you're doing now, which is chanting through the humiliation you suffered when you begged the question, when me, the flat earther, pointed out to you.
What are you on about, bro?
Fallacy. And your repeated attempts to chant through me, reiterating multiple times why you got called a dunce, won't work either. Because you're just a bleeding pussy whipped victim, aren't you?
And you're a bald nonce.
Sorry, calling me a nonce is to suggest that I am a criminal offender. Correct?
Yeah, like, bro, have you not, bro, look at this guy's TikTok.
If this word, he actually knows what the word means. What does nonce mean?
You
don't know what it means then?
He said it, buddy.
What does it mean? You know what the word means? What's its definition? Actually, an
Nathan
acronym.
Oakhill.
You're dunce. What's it stand for?
Nathan Oakhill.
It's not what it stands for, dunce. Maybe you're going to claim victimhood as I educate you on what the word you've just claimed I am is. And maybe you'll chant through me, or he's going to chant through me. He's going to take the pussy whip bitch option of muting me. Is that what you're going to do, you little pussy whip bitch? You don't know what the word you just used means. It's an acronym.
If you want a hug, just
now,
say
but you're
that.
still going to chant through me, someone who knows better. You're going
If
to
you
claim
want a hug,
victimhood as I
just say
correct
that.
you. You don't know what the word you just claimed I am. Criminal in jail. Because it stands for not on normal circulatory exercise. It's a prison term. Am I in prison on non-normal circulatory exercise? No, you don't know what the term means. You've used it incorrectly because
I'm
you're
an
done.
undercover criminal.
He's pussy whipped and a victim who can use his mute button and then claim that he's been attacked. Oh, did your woman come to protect you as you were attacked? You weren't attacked.
Yeah,
You behaved
my
like
Sigma came and rescued me.
then had to have a flat earther point out how stupid you were. You behaved like a dunce. That's what happened. Okay, dunce?
Don't talk
play
to my
victim
wife.
anymore. Not a nonce either, Dumbo. Your wife doesn't understand what science is. She's also a dunce.
Yeah,
That's
you
why
are.
you got called a dunce.
Bro.
An
Look at
attack
your
on you,
TikTok.
little victim. Little pussy whipped victim. No, it wasn't an attack. It was just highlighting your failures. That's what it was, like begging the question and lack of science acumen. And then failure to understand a word you accused me of being, which you didn't know the meaning of. Dunce. Tell me you've been attacked, dunce. Tell me a nonce, dunce. Hello? I'm not on non-normal circulatory exercise in a jail. You don't know what the word means, dunce. Dunce. Tell me you're attacked. Play victim for me, dunce, so I can call you a pussy whip bitch again. That's what you are. I'm Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earther calling you a pussy whip bitch and demonstrating how stupid you are, therefore calling you a dunce. I have to like it. I'm play victim again. I'm being attacked. Get my wife immediately. She'll come out with a rolling pin. She'll hit you over the head with her science acumen. How you feeling there, dunce? I'll play victim again, dunce. You seem to have gone very quiet. Maybe one of the white knights could claim you're on mute in this
Nathan,
stunned silence.
let's just be honest. You're only saying all this because your wife divorced you.
Excuse me? So you got a lighter, Glurf. 1 second. Paula.
Nathan. That is not.
It's okay,
not
no worries.
even-
Paula,
Nathan, your sister doesn't count. Your
Just 1
sister
second,
don't
Nathan.
count.
Just 1 second. You just say down this microphone for me. You say as loud as you can, you've got to lie to Glurf. Loud. Near the mic and just say, you've got to
What?
lie to Glurf. Got to come close
Got
to the
to
mic.
lie.
Just come close to the mic. Bloody hell, play ball. Just say into the mic, got to lie to Glurf.
Got to lie to Glurf.
Your wife
hear
don't
my
love you,
wife,
mate.
Paula? Excuse
Boom
me.
roasted.
Did you hear my wife? Paula, thank you.
Bro, she
Right,
don't
so
take
someone-
orders from you, let's
Someone
be
just
honest.
lied and said you divorced me after calling me a nonce after not knowing what the word meant. Now he's claiming you've divorced me. And did you divorce me?
She don't love you, bro.
Did she divorce me lying Glurf that's now chanting through me, the pussy whip bitch? I'm talking to you. And did she divorce me? Do you want to ask her?
Do you
Got
love
your tongue, or
Nathan
have you been muted? Are you muted? Has the cat got your tongue? You lying Glurf. Got to lie to Glurf. Want to ask her when she divorced me? She's right next to me.
That's
Ask her.
something a dunce would say.
Right, you're the dunce, not me. You've just lied. You've got to lie to Glurf. Are you going to address your lie?
I'm pretty sure you're the dunce.
Get rid of this scumbag. This scumbag doesn't deserve to talk to me anymore. Why should I have to interrupt my wife? She's educating my kids in the next room. Why should I have to drag her away from my 2 children's education to correct a lying scumbag Glurf? Why should I have to do that?
I'll tell you why, Nathan. Because it's not. You've got to lie, Glurf. You've got to sink to despicable levels, Glurf. Yeah, and respect here. You actually demonstrated what levels they'll sink to, what level of lies they'll sink to. You people are got no shame, have you? And certainly, as you've demonstrated, you've certainly got no argument. And that's all that actually matters. Outside of your little ego trip, your little feeding of your psychosis, you've clearly got. You haven't got an argument, and that's been demonstrated to the audience.
Shut
you
up,
keep
Nathan.
enjoying whatever sick fantasy you're getting out of this kind of engagement. And you demonstrate to balls people and flat people that actually look at the quality of the argument that the ball side has got. Got people that will sink to this level. A level that you wouldn't engage with people in real life. You only do it because you are cowards. You wouldn't behave like that to somebody's face, would you? But you demonstrated that to the audience. Thank you very much. You sometimes are the best argument we can make sometimes, your behaviour. Well done.
Total scumbag.
We move on.
Yeah.
Thanks.
With life.
Good one.
Any more Glurfs? Clearly
We have a
not.
standing question.
You know I'm about
We
to
have a
round.
standing question on the table.
The scientific evidence of a Glurf. Clearly not. Just attacks on my family. Fairly standard fare.
It was, wasn't it? A while back. It's sad to see that in 2024, that level of prejudice and hate can be put out. I'm surprised the mods in Discord, well, I think the standards are a bit higher with regards to discrimination, and didn't deal with that, particularly after some of the criminal accusations that were put at you. Never mind attacking a man who's happily married, and to kind of demonstrate it every day if you actually watch the show.
Yeah. He's accused me of criminality, and then put a smirch on my family. Why? Well, because his wife's come in and defended him and made herself look really stupid, and in turn made him look stupid. Therefore, I hate this man, is his attitude from that point forward. You've humiliated me and my wife. No, I haven't. You've humiliated yourself. What does that response entail? I'll attack you and your wife. I didn't bring her into the conversation. I didn't drag her in to defend me when I failed miserably in my debate. I've never done that. What do I need to drag her in for? Well, because somebody's claiming she's divorced me. Wishful thinking. Yeah, you want me to be miserable because you're miserable. As you humiliate yourself. So I hope Nathan's miserable. I hope he's divorced. That's what that is. Wishful thinking. No, I'm a happily married man and have been for a long time. My wife loves me dearly. I love her dearly. We've got 2 happy children that we home educate together. Why I'd need to explain this to a glurf. Well, now I've been accused of being divorced by a glurf scumbag. Boring? No, right. Why did he bring it up then? Is your glurf scumbag friend boring when he brought up my wife for no reason whatsoever? Oh, it was because he's a pussy whip little bitch and he needed his wife to defend him.
Then. Oh my God. Well, then let's pick up the pace then. Please provide scientific evidence for your globe. What's that? Boring.
Oh dear.
It's all of a sudden got boring. Or why?
It's only fun when they're begging the question and we're tolerating it. Well, if we're on a globe, how do we go around the globe? And if they can argue within that fallacy, then everything's cushy. They don't need to interrupt then. They can laugh at us for being stupid, not understanding how we beg the question like they do. And they're having fun. When their fallacies are pointed at them, then it's non-stop chanting and smirching my family and claiming I'm divorced. All right, okay. Oh, that's a wonderful argument you've got there, Glurfs. You definitely need a neutral platform for that argument, don't you? It would have been a much more effective argument if I'd have been shut down by the neutral mods. Maybe if McToon was shutting me down while he told his audience I was divorced, that would have been tolerated and you'd have all laughed about how divorced I was. Yeah, we know. That's measured flat and you can't cope. This is how you cope.
It's the question again, QE.
Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globe.
Our survey says.
I think Midwits might have something to say. What do you say, Midwits?
Midwits.
He's just trying to be a chat skank, but I want to hear his voice.
All right, you got me. I'll speak. I'll speak. But my question's to you, Charles. So I don't know if it's the time is the correct time right now. Are you? Do you want me to ask Nathan because you can't answer it yourself, or what's going on?
You just keep asking like incomplete questions. I keep asking you clarifying questions about whatever you're asking. You're not giving me clarifying answers about your initial question.
What do you struggle with? What are you struggling with?
Well, are you asking me for a scientific hypothesis about some random subject? Because that's what it sounds like you're asking me for, which is
could be any weird proposition you want of a scientific nature that includes hypotheses statements. Anyone you want.
Yeah, I got none. I'm not a scientist. I got none. And what's next? I've got none. I'm not a scientist. What's next?
That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you for one. I'm asking you, are there such a thing as proven scientific hypotheses or propositions? Propositions are more general, so I'm going to go with propositions.
Who cares, really?
I think there is, yeah.
There is? Okay. And do all scientific propositions have to be falsifiable?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
So, can you elucidate for me how you have a proven falsifiable proposition?
Wait, that sounds like a contradiction.
Wow! Oh, thank God! Okay. So which one are you going to drop? The falsifiable bit or the proven bit?
I'm confused on what you're saying and what you're asking me. It sounds like...
you got it and then you lost it. Right, so listen.
Clarify for you. That's Charles. He's asking you. Who cares? Hold on. Well, no, it's relevant. So Charles is being asked if a supposition yet to be validated exists in contradiction. No, it can't. It would violate the law of non-contradiction if you take a hypothesis yet to be validated as an explanation, because it has two outcomes, null and the alternative. You can't have both until you validate it with an experiment. If you use a hypothesis as an explanation, it has a contradiction within. He's correct. Hypotheses aren't explanations, though. They're suppositions yet to be validated.
Which is why I prefer to use the word proposition, because I'm making a even more general statement, which is that there are no. If you want to say all scientific propositions must be falsifiable, then you cannot say that there is such a thing as a proven falsifiable scientific proposition. You have to drop one or the other. You have to pick. Okay, maybe there can be unfalsifiable scientific propositions, or you pick there are no proven scientific propositions.
No.
That's false. That's bullshit.
Stop. Hypothesis isn't the explanation. It's yet to be validated. So what you're saying is you can't use the hypothesis as an explanation. That's correct. But once you've varied the presumed cause of the effect, that's an experiment, see which of the two suppositions is proven true. A causes B, or A doesn't cause B. Now, simultaneously, they can't exist together. It violates the law of non-contradiction. You're correct. But that's because it's not yet been validated. You haven't done the experiment yet. If you're just talking about the hypothesis in isolation, you need to validate it with an experiment.
You'd agree, Nathan, then, with the sentiment that there are proven scientific propositions, not hypothetical. Hypotheticals are a kind of proposition, but I'm speaking more broadly. So you think there are proven scientific propositions that exist, right?
It's called experiment.
Okay. Would Charles agree with that, or would you disagree with that, Charles?
I don't care. It's called an experiment if you're validating the supposition. Proposition, you can call it that if you like. You've got a proposition, a supposition yet to be validated. It has two possible outcomes. It either causes it or it doesn't. When you vary your presumed cause, it either causes it or it doesn't, but you'll know which of the two is validated when you do the experiment. For the experiment, hypothesis does not stand as an explanation because, as you correctly identify, it contains a contradiction. A can't cause B and not cause B at the same time. You just want to know which. You find out by doing an experiment. That's it. Doesn't matter if he agrees. That's as it is.
Yes. Well, I think we're talking past each other because we half agree, right, that hypotheses aren't going to produce a proven proposition. But I'm not just talking about pre-experimental propositions. I'm talking about also the conclusion. Any scientific proposition, right? So post-experimental propositions as well. If you think there are proven ones.
No. After the supposition of cause has been validated or falsified, you've got your result. No proposition or supposition. You know, then you've done an experiment.
That as a
which of the two outcomes is? I'm still talking. In which of the two outcomes is the outcome? That is the outcome. There's no guessing about it. You know. No supposition from there forward.
Yes, but you're expressing that as a proposition. So the post outcome would be.
I'm not. Wait to hand wave.
Okay,
I'm not. No. Stop. No. If A causes B, that's not a suppositional statement. That's a statement of fact. Validated by experiment. I'm not supposing Jack. Don't hand wave it a third time.
Okay. If you're saying suppositional, I'm saying a proposition. So any expression of a true or false statement. Could be any one you could think of. Even post-experimental.
It's got nothing to do with the experiment if it's suppositional, because that isn't the outcome of the experiment. You're saying after the experiment you can do other stuff? Yeah, that's non sequitur. Who cares? Yes, after the experiment you can eat tea. That's lovely.
Yes, which is why I'm...
an issue here, Nathan. Kiwi, do you agree where the term falsifiable is applicable within the scientific method, it seems to be bouncing around beginning, middle, and post conclusion. I'm talking to the dude in Discord. Where does the term falsified apply to in your head when you're
according
saying
to Karl Popper,
the method requires falsified?
Yeah, according to Karl Popper, the person who popularized it, all scientific statements, all propositions, right, must be falsifiable. All of them.
Not responsive.
Perfect.
Where? Where in the
that's
method
fine.
is it? Adam's question was, where in the method is it applicable?
It would be in your hypothetical. That's a proposition. Your hypothesis, your experiment, or a series of propositions, and your conclusion is a proposition.
So, your hypothesis, or your conclusion? Which bit of it are you applying the falsifiability to?
Again, both, right? Post experimental, pre-experimental, your hypothesis, your method of experiment would be
nonsense.
Okay, that's what Karl Popper says. That's what Karl Popper says. I don't know.
Citation, please.
But it is what I thought where your confusion was.
What does Karl Popper say exactly? Can you put it in quote marks?
I'll read it. 1 second.
Yeah. Where post-experiment, the conclusion is falsifiable. It's non sequitur.
Well, that's where I think he's getting wrong. You can come out of your experiment, which will be falsifiable, or might verify something.
The falsifiability is within the hypothesis. Is it able to be falsified? That is, if you have a viable hypothesis, you have satisfied that criterion. Period.
And there's more to it than having an alternative and a null. Your presumed cause must be real. It must be the presumed cause in the hypothesis, and it must be capable of variation by you, the researcher. So there's much more criteria to the falsifiability aspect of the hypothesis.
So this is the direct quote.
Hold on, Adam. Hold on, Adam. Just 1 sec. He's got Karl Popper's quote. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to read the whole thing because there's a bit more context that will make it clear, because he doesn't just limit it to a hypothesis. He rejected verifiability as a criterion for a scientific theory or hypothesis to be scientific, rather than pseudoscientific or metaphysical. Instead, he proposes a criterion that a theory be falsifiable, or more precisely, that, and this is the quote, statements or systems of statements, in order to be ranked as scientific, must be capable of conflicting with possible or conceivable observations. Popper, 1962, page 39.
That didn't say anything about post-experiment. You just made that up.
Well, you're saying it's the hypothesis. I'm saying all statements.
So you could all the way around this with a little stuttery, little stammer about the fact that you didn't.
Okay, look, don't beat your daughter over this. Don't beat your daughter over this.
You could yammer through the conclusion that he didn't cite what he said. So Glur flying scum mode kicks in.
I quoted it directly.
Now he's chanting.
Now you're worried. Now you're worried. Because you're trying to localize it to a hypothesis, which it doesn't say.
It's not shutting up. You didn't clarify by citation that happens post-experiment, which is what you went to go and get this citation for. That's a total failure. You just lied and made that up like a lying glurf scumbag that lies about what Karl Popper says, when he absolutely, unequivocally did not say what you said he said. You're a liar. It doesn't require you kicking into glurf scum mode immediately.
Don't chant through me. Don't chant through me. You said it was a hypothesis.
Some white knights can appeal to how I'm muting you.
You said it was just a hypothesis.
Is your mute button that you need on
was
this
QE wrong? Is QE a lying flurf? Because he said
you're muting me. No, son. You didn't back by citation what you claimed. You claimed post-experiment. Karl Popper didn't say that. You're a liar. It didn't have that in your citation. Scum. Glurf. Gotta lie to Glurf. Did not say that. Did you enjoy muting me while I tried to get that out? Did you enjoy muting me? Because on this neutral platform, you can get away with muting me when I win.
I just enjoy winning debates.
Pointing out how I win like now, after a protracted silence. He thinks it's when I'm talking. Not in the silence. No, it's only when I'm talking that he can use the neutral platform.
You accepted defeat?
and chant through me like he's doing now with his
You're just rambling, aren't you, sir?
Now I point out
It
that he
sounds
didn't
like
reach the
rambling.
criteria that his citation was claimed to prove. He chants and uses his mute button. Maybe he'll claim victimhood. Maybe he'll claim that even though this isn't my server,
I'm
he's
claiming
getting
victory
muted.
because you're
As
rambling
he's
and you're trying to
still
avoid a
chanting,
response. You're trying to
chanting
avoid a
through the summary
response.
of his failure.
Because you know I'm going to call out QE. You know I'm going to call out QE for limiting it to a hypothesis.
Religious chanting mute button straight through the top of me. No, you didn't meet your standard. You just lied. Doesn't mean that you get to chant through every conclusion.
So, okay, I'm going to respond, right? First and foremost, I would hope that you direct some of that lying fluff to QE, who said it was just a hypothesis statement that has to be falsifiable. Secondly, in the definition, as a quote I gave you, he says statements or systems of statements in order to be ranked as scientific, which is in effect saying any proposition.
The experiment's not a proposition.
Oh my
Experiment's
lord.
the outcome. Is it just that the response needs you to open up your Glurf mute button and talk through me? It seems like I'm being chanted through as I'm responding to him. Glurf mute button needed? Maybe the neutral platform can help you. In response, that an experiment is the outcome.
Panicking.
Suppositional in nature. Maybe that's the second time I've been chanted through by the Glurf scum liar, as his overcome needs chanting through on the neutral platform. Third time's a charm. There's no supposition in an outcome. The experiment lends credence to one or other statements in the hypothesis. It's the outcome. Not suppositional, so Karl Popper's statement doesn't apply. It didn't say post-experiment. It doesn't back what you've claimed, you Glurf scum. Liar.
It didn't say experiment at all. Read it. Point out the word experiment.
Doesn't say it.
You brought up experiments. I'm saying any scientific proposition, and QE, you were wrong. Obviously, you said it was just a hypothesis that needs to be falsifiable, and you were wrong. You don't know your 5th grade science, QE. You should learn better science. Maybe upgrade from 5th grade to 6th grade. I don't know.
I'm listening to you. He's chanting through you. What he's decided is he's going to use the neutral platform against us. When you try and point out how his failure works, it just opens up his chanting, muting, funky button that he can chant through you so it doesn't get heard by Discord. So no one heard that. My audience got to hear it. I can close the Discord line manually. None of the Discord server heard you. Therefore, he didn't hear you, so he's not going to respond to you. He's using his fundamentalist religious zealot globe mute button on you. That's what's happening.
Does he even, let's go back. Does he even know what a hypothesis is?
Can we just pair it back a little bit? The discussion here is as if when we're talking about Karl Popper, he is the authority on scientific method. To my understanding, he's got a late 30s or something critique of the scientific method with regards to his metaphysical views, isn't it? And that critique that he gives is still subject to future critique. I'm not sure why his critique of it, and it's very clever how the gentleman's misrepresenting the critique and avoiding experiment, is kind of relevant because, I say, this is a critique. It isn't the scientific method we're discussing now. It's Karl Popper's critique of it from a metaphysical viewpoint. Just to put it into perspective what's actually being discussed. It's not science.
Okay.
Whether or not that scientific method proves things.
I appreciate that response. That's a very, very educated response, more than what I can say for QE. But yeah, you're right. Popper does have some gripe with the former sort of operation of science, which was the inductive method. And to resolve that, he came up with falsification as the main distinguishing factor that separates pseudoscience from science. So I wasn't even trying to focus on scientific method. That was asked to me by, I don't know if it was QE or Nathan. I just wanted to know if you guys believed there are such a thing as proven scientific propositions. Any statement, any scientific statement, any statement in a scientific nature that's proven.
Your use of proposition is nonsense.
Oh, okay, QE.
Let's start off from the beginning. What is a scientific hypothesis?
No, you already lost QE when you said that the falsification only applied to a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's non-responsive ad hominem attack I can do without.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what an if-then statement is.
Just shut him up because he's just going to keep.
Everyone knows what an if.
The question on the table is, what is a scientific hypothesis? That's the question on the table.
Yeah, I already answered.
Just the Gluff scum liar response, chanting about how incompetent QE is.
Oh, he is.
Give it a third attempt. Maybe he'll keep talking and using his mute button as I attempt to deliver the question to him for a third time. Okay.
I will answer the question.
Yep, there it is. That was me pausing to see if you'd just start talking. So you're not ready to listen. You're not ready to engage.
Announcing that I'll answer.
And I'm still pointing that out. Yeah? My little bait to see if you would chant through me before I even started. Yeah, you fell victim to it. You're not listening. Chanting. You're using your mute button. Aren't you? Fine hypothesis.
Hypothesis is a hypothetical if-then statement. A scientific one will be to do with the natural world, right? Specifically. Now, that is the last time I will do a QE test because he already failed.
Stop! The Gluff scum. Do you need to keep chanting after we've got the answer and you've been told it's wrong? Maybe if you just keep chanting, you won't get the correction, right? But some distance between your wrong answer and us saying it's wrong. Stop talking. Wrong. Go ahead, QE.
That's not what a scientific hypothesis is. I'm waiting for the correct definition. He didn't provide it.
No, I gave a satisfactory answer. You obviously don't know what a hypothesis is because you think
not satisfactory answer to glue sniffers. What is a scientific hypothesis?
Can you stop chimping
Well,
out?
look, you already lost the debate, QE. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, stop chimping out.
Yeah, right.
It's okay. You lost. You didn't know what falsification meant.
Fallacy. Sorry, it was the non sequitur ad hominem fallacy in lieu of an actual response to the question of what a scientific hypothesis would be. Telling him he's lost the debate is non-responsive. Also an ad hominem fallacy.
You don't know what's a non-sequitur.
Did you want to mutter something under your breath about something else that isn't a response to the question on the table about what a scientific hypothesis would be?
Only if you stop chimping out.
Or is that another ad hominem fallacy?
No, I ask you to stop chimping out.
Someone's muttering at me ad hominems under their breath. Can you stop whoever that is?
Can you stop chimping out?
Vanek, your microphone is horrible. We cannot hear you, so it's useless.
Be Jekyll's wife.
Right, you've had time to Google it. Right on.
I've won. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Taking victory, you've been asked to define something and you haven't done it.
I'm satisfied with my definition.
Perhaps now I'm talking, he should be talking after a long protracted silence and then declaring victory. The long protracted silence was us waiting for you to define that which you've been asked for 4 times and have failed to define. Saying, well, I did. It was satisfactory. No. I'll try again. Google it. Or do you just want to say you've won? Okay, you won. Go away.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll summarise in your absence. Now you've won and walked away.
Can we clip him saying I won, by the way?
Absolutely. Oh, no, it's just the chanting Fundy Zealot mute button. No, you didn't win, but maybe if you keep talking while I'm talking and not talking in the protracted silences before you declare victory after failing to define something, maybe it'd be better if you chant through this summary of how you lost. Because you just declared victory, so how dare I summarise your failure after you declare victory after a protracted silence, failing to define a scientific hypothesis.
And you'd fail 5th grade general science. oh, Karl Popper.
What did this have to do with anything in a flat Earth debate server, other than someone's grasp on science?
We're so winning.
He's turned up here trying to attack the scientific method with, I said, like nearly 100-year-old critiques from a metaphysical philosopher. And he's tried to portray that as, which is actually part of the the con that happened in the late 70s, early 80s, which is that science doesn't prove things. All it can do is falsify something. Yeah?
What a
Which in
stupid
their
statement.
heliocentric world is what they want you to believe science does nowadays. Only proves things aren't true. Yeah. That's the limitation, the mismatch. Yeah. From, like say, commie philosopher from the 30s. That's what he's done. We've pointed that out, and he recognised that point. To his credit, he did say, and that's when he kind of shut down, because he realised his ruse had been exposed. And then QE put the question back to him, which is a separate question, with regards to the scientific method. That's when I think he's on a very useful stooge. Thank you, sir.
You falsify something, you ipso facto prove the converse true. There's a second half of that coin. So essentially, globetards are morons.
I falsified it. Well, so you proved it wasn't that then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. You can't possibly have proved it wasn't that. It doesn't prove. It only falsifies. What were you saying, that when I falsify, I ipso facto ultimately prove something also? Yeah, you proved it wasn't that.
It was no. To quote Brian, it's worse than that. After you've proved it, then your conclusion must also be falsifiable.
It just took me a second. That's brilliant. Brian's ace. Not here, is he? Yeah, he's ace.
I was quoting Brian in terms of it's worse than that, but that's what the gentleman was actually saying. This is why when I interjected, where are you applying the word falsifiable? And he did say it's still applicable to the conclusion. As laughable as that is.
Well, the premise itself must be falsifiable in its nature. When you formulate a hypothesis, you've got an alternative that suggests that what you suppose causes the effect will cause the effect, and a null. That's you vary your presumed cause, and it doesn't cause the effect. Obviously, at that stage, before you do anything, both can't be true. Prove that A will cause and will not cause B at the same time. It can't happen. What do? Well, you go forth and you vary it, and you see the outcome. At that point, it's not a supposition anymore. Supposing that it'll cause it, well, let's see if it does or does not. If it does not, you've proved it does not cause it. Yeah, like adding soil to water to make it boil. I suppose A, soil content, causes B, boiling water. Alternative, hypothesis. And then the contrapositive, null. I suppose that if I add soil, water won't boil. Well, at that point, you've got soil both causing and not causing water to boil. What do? Well, you validate it. That's what an experiment is. It's the actualization of your suppositional statements to see which one's true. Therefore, when you vary how much soil there is in water, in this case, that's the experiment, and it does not boil, it won't matter if you add 50 million tons of water to the biggest reservoir there is, it'll never cause it to boil, ever. You can vary it and manipulate it all day long in whatever quantities you like, in as many experiments as you like. Null will always be proven. Water doesn't boil as a result of the soil content. You've proven your null. You're not trying to prove your null. You're trying to prove what causes the effect you're studying. That's the whole point. You want to vary something and have the effect happen so that you can say, I now know what causes it. Now, in that process, there's a good chance that you'll vary something with the hope that it'll make the phenomena occur, and it doesn't. You're still proving something. You're proving it wasn't that. Like you say, the 70s idea that Jaren seems to like to get behind. It only disproves things. My God, are you stupid? Are you proving it wasn't that then?
That's the Karl Popper thing. All you can do is, by adding more water, does that make it boil? No. Yeah. What you can't do is add heat and then this thing boil. That'd prove it. but in his philosophy, you see, that's not an outcome. By his own statement, you can only disprove things. You could never prove how you can make water boil. It's not part of his metaphysical worldview, because the true understanding of why water boil isn't just adding heat, man. It's a deeper metaphysical reason, and that's the only thing that can ever be proven. That's the see, it's a little bit Ethereal, isn't it? All of this nonsense. The true cause is the hidden cause that you cannot experience and test via scientific method. Bullshit.
I don't know, it's one day. I always get confused because I was sort of under the impression that the scientific method, first of all, requires an observation of a natural phenomena in nature. And then when I talk about this to the Globers about, say, gravity, which they claim is a, space-time bending in a fourth dimension, you can never tell me where they've observed this in the first instance and then carry out the scientific method. That's where I get a little bit stuck.
Metaphysics, pseudo-Riemannian force space, it's all nonsense, isn't it? And as soon as you step there, you're no longer in the purview of science, which is the natural world. Empiricism, what we can experience, measure. Not things that are hidden from view in the metaphysical or some mathematical construct.
Exactly. It's QE saying it's not a phenomena till it's an observed phenomena. So if you're going to pretend that there's a phenomena of bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time because Einstein's geometry is somehow real, okay, if you're claiming that bent space-time is a phenomena, show it me. It's got to be an observed phenomena for me to vary and manipulate something to induce it. I've got to see it happening to know what I'm trying to induce. If you can't show it me, then it isn't a phenomena. It is that simple. It only exists in the pseudo-Riemannian geometry. There is no fourth dimension bending. Complete horse crap. Waiting for Glober to say, yeah, there is. Okay, show it me. Give me a bag of bent space-time.
That'll cost you that, mate.
It's expensive. Right, I normally round out the shows because I end up going massively over time and then only thanking you in my outro. Props for having me as a guest again, Politics Discord server moderators. You are awesome as always. My moans are only skin deep.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you for having us.
W. Nathan Oakley in the chat.
See you later, Politics.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. We are guests here, and I'm very grateful for the moderation team doing their thing. And it's nice to be able to say, "Look, this guy's chanting through me. I'm on a neutral platform." For all you want to moan about my mute burn, no, once a week, admittedly, I do want to retain control of my own show. I'm more than willing to say, "Oh, right, is that your issue? No neutral platform? Well, I'll go in politics then." So you can moan about other servers, mute you when you're leaving stony silences, and just lie about the moderator's ear. So if you're not lying about me muting you, you'll lie about this moderation team. Oh, well, I'm sure they love you for that. Yeah, but thank you for having us. We'll say a big thank you to Politics.
You don't have to leave. They're still here.
Yeah, I'm going to be rounding out there. I've had my 3 hours out of them, and I don't want to push my luck. I'm really grateful.
Spike out of his arm.
Grateful.
The
I'm
only
grateful.
TV spike. Nathan, I just wanted to say something.
Go on then.
I want to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. To kind of allude to what Dex said about the Einsteinian fourth dimensional bending space-time horse cocky poo-poo. Let's even give them one and raise them their 100-plus-year-old force. Let's say I'm speaking like on behalf of a Glober. Well, the natural phenomenon is seeing, people fall and rocks fall off of mountains and things like that. That's the force. Okay, but then gases go up. Gases go and expand everywhere. Okay, so now that's the no. That right there refuted that there's a downward bias. So even in the most simple dumbfounded, globe-hard pseudo experiment, but just observing rocks falling from mountains or things falling down, saying it is a force, is something that refutes that and debunks that. It's gases, right?
Yep.
So even on that, disprove, like Jaren says, which is part of it, proven and disproven right there. If you want to call it science, right there, that observation and that so-called experiment, if you will, just by observing gases expand and rise, right there, that negates saying that gravity is a scientifically proven, even though it's not, because it doesn't exist. But even if you spoke as a globe-trot advocate, still you put your foot in your mouth and you try to say that gravity is scientifically proven in all aspects. That's all.
That I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to the Politics Discord server for letting us come as a guest and then Fundy mute us so that the audience can tell that it is genuinely not our server and I have got no control of it. But there we go. Also, a massive thank you to today's G Plus panel, and of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting me up on Ko-Fi and PayPal and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Spam W's in the chat. But if I get in a boat?
What's going on, CB?
I'm just trying to figure out where we're going in this boat. Are we? What is this?
I'm hoping Midwit doesn't let me down. I really want him to post a photo or what he believes is a photo of the Earth from space.
But you let me down, Charles, because I asked the question to you and you wanted me to go to Nathan.
Yeah, lovely. We're over that.
I'm not.
That. Yes, I let you down. Yes, I let you down. Now you're letting me down. Can you be the bigger man and not let me down?
No, I can't. Sorry.
It's that stupid old song. Don't let me down.
Someone clip that, please.
Don't let me down.
Fantastic.
Anyways, Karl Popper's falsification theory is pseudoscience. So it's not even remotely close to what QE brought up as being natural science when they use the scientific method.
Boom, roasted.
Sorry, who said what? I was replying to a message. Karl Popper. What did Karl Popper do?
Karl Popper's falsification theory is pseudoscience.
Okay, all right. If you say so.
Absolutely.
So you say? Wait, Charles, would you sign off on that one? Would you say that falsification is a pseudoscience as a demarcation line for science? Or a better question is: does anyone here believe you can have a unfalsifiable scientific proposition? Who knows?
Hey, buddy, what's a hypothesis, and why did you have to leave when you were getting pressed on that?
Oh, and I answered it. He wasn't happy with the answer, but I can't help whether QE's happy or not. Can you answer why? Can you answer me why QE was scared when I said when I brought up that he didn't know what a hypothesis?
So you have an entire room here telling you you're wrong, and then you just proclaim victory and leave the chat. And as soon as they leave, you end up start talking again.
Sounds like you're a fucking scary little bitch.
Yeah, I can quote you here saying from Mazadir Amin. This is a critique on Karl Popper. He specifically says, however, the history of science gives little indication of having followed anything like the methodological falsification approach. Science does not follow the falsification theory. It is self-refuting philosophy and pseudoscience.
Okay, first of all, let me just address the first thing. Neil, if that's your name. Look, a room full of flat earthers telling me I'm wrong is nothing to be surprised about. Secondly, look, if you believe they're on...
Hello? Can anyone hear me? What the fuck is that? Words went out.
You're very distant.
Sorry guys, seems like the bot's down, so it's very unfortunate that this happens every time Nathan Oakley comes on.
Wait, what bot is down?
Moderation bot.
Oh yeah, that thing. I thought that only affected me. I didn't think that affected Gesture mods.
No.
Am I coming through okay, or am I...
Yeah, we can hear your indicators going.
I must be right.
So wait,
it really does seem that somebody goes around DDoSing the bot itself every time Nathan comes on.
Yeah, it's crazy. Wait, I need to clarify. So, are you unable to mute people?
I can't DC or ban anybody.
I mean, I might be able to do that for you, but I'm kind of making breakfast.
All right, well, go ahead and toss Mr. Midwit. Thanks.
His name is Mr. Midwit. Listen, Mr. Midwit, I love you, but you can't be here right now. They don't want you here. It's nothing personal. All right, he's disconnected.
Bye.
Sweet.
Also disconnect some people who are deafened so you have more room in the room.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
W moderation.
Well, we won't be getting any photographs from space. Sorry. At least not from him. There's usually a slowdown period right after Nathan leaves, then it picks up again. So for those interested, stay tuned, hang tight.
Somebody will come.
Maybe go into the YouTube channel and start smack talk, and that might stir up some Globers to come in.
I want another round with that guy and his girlfriend. That was fun.
Pause.
So you guys want to talk about flat Earth or something? I don't know.
I mean, that was cringe, bro. He's like, just get in a boat, lad. Just hop in the boat, man. Them. We can go where?
Hey, can I ask the flat earthers a question?
Yeah, what?
I'm not trying to start a fight. I just want to know like how it works under your worldview. Oh, what is your opinion on like time zones and stuff? Like, does that work under flat Earth or what?
Yeah, that's just the movement of the sun throughout the day, and that's broken down to give us lines of longitude or lines of meridian. That's where I say GMT in London. That's the minimal line of meridian. We have exponential points going out from there, which is the zenith of the sun at a given time.
I'm not sure I understood 100% because like I would figure that if the Earth was like a flat plane, then and the sun was like above the flat plane, then it would sort of like touch each side equally at all times. Or am I wrong on that, or what are we doing?
Yes.
How am I wrong on that? Please explain.
The sun only illuminates us certain portion of the Earth as it passes over it. Obviously, right? That's the night and day cycle. Where the sun is, it shines. Where it doesn't, it doesn't.
How high is the sun above the Earth?
Well, we should also correct
No
your
one-
misconception of the globe model itself, because in the globe model, the sun does not illuminate day and night equally ever.
Yeah. On July 8th, 99% of the Earth's population receives sunlight at the same time on a sphere.
That's crazy.
And flat Earth is not a flattened globe in space where the sun's light would just shine on the whole Earth. That's the wrong idea. Also, if you look at a clock, which has time zones, if you will, I've never seen a spherical clock. I would say it's probably closer to a clock than whatever you're originally thinking.
I see.
Yeah, it's also important when talking about time zones to be aware of the fact that time zones are actually a political convention that are based on a physical reality, and they're not directly a physical reality. So when you're talking about time zone, China, for instance, one time zone, even though in the same sort of, let's just say land spread, Russia would have maybe 5 time zones. So that's just it's a caveat, but it's something to be aware of.
Well, I'm glad we solved that riddle.
Indeed.
Yeah, you really start doubting the globe when you start examining the claims of the globe. It has nothing to do with proposing positive claims of flat Earth at first.
Yeah, generally how these conversations go is that a glober will proclaim something as being exclusive evidence of a globe, and we then say, well, actually, there's an alternative explanation that also works on a flat Earth, and then they get butthurt about it, and then we never really get to present the flat Earth exclusive evidence because we're busy trying to bat away the assertion of a globe exclusive evidence that isn't globe exclusive.
Like getting in a boat.
Yeah, that was, and also that guy that said I wanted to get on earlier, but I think my connection wasn't good enough. But when that guy accused Nathan of having a sunk cost fallacy, I was thinking, well, I don't know how long Nathan's been a flat earther for, but let's say 10 years for the sake of argument. If that guy is on Discord, he's over 13 because that's the TOS, which means he's actually believed in a globe for longer than Nathan's believed in a flat earth. So who has the sunk cost fallacy?
Boom, checkmate. Yeah, that's a good point, because most of us were globe earthers for far longer than the flat earth has even really been around, quote unquote. So yeah, that's a good point there. 20 plus years for me as a globe earther. Talk about sunk cost fallacy. Okay.
Yep, and then they come in and accuse us of not opening our minds enough to accept the globe.
Well, if you just get in a boat, yeah?
Yeah, for me, the sunk cost fallacy argument goes in the same bucket with the you're an echo chamber argument, as if every single media and news and academic institution in the world doesn't back their worldview.
Yeah, all that gas pressure requires a bigger container for the globe.
Yeah, that's a good point, Crypto. It's like, what do you mean echo chamber? There's nobody telling you the earth is flat outside of here. That would be the echo chamber. Great point. Why are they all quiet now that Nathan and all them are gone? Everyone's unmuted. Fringe. We're so winning.
We've even got somebody in here called Duncan McLeod with the Clan McLeod. That's awesome. We've got a Highlander in the house.
Like it's funny, like while Nathan's like trying to speak or inform a rebuttal, they're like, "Stop chirping, yeah, stop chirping." Like, okay, why can't y'all got nothing to say now? That's crazy.
I only caught the tail end of that between Jekyll and Nathan and QE. What the hell? That Karl Popper quote that he brought up had absolutely nothing to do with the post-experiment conclusion.
Yeah, Jekyll said some pretty retarded things to me with regards to falsification in the past. But I don't think he really understands it. Or maybe he does, and he just wants to present a certain style of argument just to annoy us. But I think there was a flat earther that said earlier, though, that I kind of struggle with. Said that Karl Popper is pseudoscience or something. Where are we going with that? Because I don't know if... I mean, the way... So Karl Popper is actually a philosopher of science, right? So, I mean, I don't think philosophy is falsely presenting as science, although science does come from philosophy. So I don't really know what the point of that statement was.
Neither do I.
So Karl Popper was proposing a change in the scientific experiment, changing the method. He wanted to do, and he proposed it and juxtaposed it with inductive reasoning versus deductive reasoning. Both propositions that he's working with are pseudoscience. They're not actually what the scientific experiment and scientific method is. So he's working within the confines of pseudoscience. He wants to
That doesn't make any sense to me at all, dude.
Yeah, so he wants to propose something in regards to observation, hypothesis, confirmation, and theory. And then he wants to change that to a deductive argument saying theory, hypothesis, confirmation.
So what's wrong with deduction?
The scientific method is not involved in both of his his new proposed method of science, how to do science in the scientific experiment. None of it involves an actual experiment.
Pseudoscience isn't defined as stuff that isn't science, though. Pseudoscience is defined as something falsely presenting as science. So if he's presenting a philosophy of science, that isn't science, and therefore he's not pretending it's science, it's philosophy. So it can't be pseudoscience.
No, he is pretending that the scientific method he's proposing is science.
How so?
Well, he calls it scientific method, and it's not the scientific method. That is the definition of pseudoscience.
No. If something presents as science and isn't science, then it's pseudoscience. But the philosophy surrounding those ideas can't be pseudoscience, it's philosophy.
He's presenting the theory of, I can give you his method that he's trying to propose is pseudoscience.
That's philosophy.
Right. His method is proposed. That is, if you're changing that, you're proposing this as science.
No. So what I see all the time among pseudoscientists is they follow the method, but they don't do it exactly. So they'll tell you something might be a naturally occurring phenomenon when it isn't, or they'll tell you that they're performing an experimentation and they're not really altering the independent variable.
Okay, if you're proposing a new scientific method and that it doesn't follow and doesn't have scientific experiment and calling it science, that is pseudoscience by definition. If you say that, I'm not calling the whole theory of, or the whole discipline of, what do you call it, philosophy of science, a pseudoscience, because clearly that's a philosophy. What I'm saying is his inductive reasoning versus his deductive reasoning scientific method are pseudoscientific and don't have any actual experimentation in it. Here, the inductive reason is observation followed by pattern, followed by hypothesis, and then followed by theory. And he wanted to change it to deductive reasoning, going theory followed by hypothesis, followed by observation, followed by confirmation. That's his deductive reasoning. He's proposing a new scientific method.
That's not your original argument. Your original argument was that falsification itself is pseudoscience.
He called it, this is what it's called. It's called his theory of falsification.
All right, let me ask you a question. Can you prove something through induction?
That is not in line with anything I've said before.
But hold on, because you're comparing inductive reasoning and deductive, and I'm just trying to understand what your level of understanding is when it comes to comparing these two. So I'm just curious to know if you think you can ever truly prove anything through induction.
I think you don't understand what I was saying because you're trying to think that he was speaking in that what he mentioned was scientific method, was a scientific. I was saying that he was working within the confines of pseudoscience. He's working within the confines
he's a philosopher, as Crypto pointed out to you. Like, he wasn't doing anything and calling what he was doing science. He's engaged in epistemology.
He was calling it a new scientific method.
Yeah, based on philosophy.
Falsification. It's called the theory of falsification.
Right, you're forcing people through a deductive process, which you can prove.
And he's calling it science.
No, that's philosophy.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Like, you'd have to be falsely presenting as doing an experiment in order to do pseudoscience.
Yeah.
But he's doing philosophy.
Right. No. It is when you've claimed that it's science, but you don't go through the scientific method or have a scientific experiment.
He's claiming a new philosophy called "This is my new scientific method," and it forces everyone into a deductive process.
Yeah.
That he's not claiming that this itself is a scientific process that he's following. He's engaged in epistemology.
That's exactly
so
what
you're in a category error off the bat, dude, if this is your critique.
No, you're just saying exactly the opposite of what I am claiming. I am claiming that he thinks this is science.
Because you're wrong, dude.
He's claiming this is science.
All right, show me.
Show me what? The paper here that critiques this theory of falsification?
Yeah. Find the citation where he says, basically, and describes epistemology and philosophy and says this itself is science. Because I think you're confused.
Okay, so the history of science gives little indication of having followed anything like a methodological falsification approach. The history of science shows sometimes it's best to stick to one's guns. So also, the observation does not falsify a theory. He's calling it a new philosophy. This is what he's calling it, a scientific method. He's calling it a new scientific method. He's proposing something that is science.
No, the scientific method itself is philosophy. You know that, right?
Okay, so he's calling it the scientific method, right? He's proposing a new scientific method that doesn't involve experimentation.
Yeah, he's not proposing an experiment.
Yeah.
This is such a pedantic quibble. Just acknowledge that you're wrong. He's talking about an epistemic standard.
Yeah, of course. It's obvious, dude. Just, I don't know why this is hard for you.
Okay, so he's talking that this is just a new philosophy of science. He's giving his own
method of inquiry. He's trying to define the method of inquiry.
Right. He's not proposing an experiment, which he requires for it to be scientific.
Right. So his method does not involve experimentation.
Given that he's trying to define the method to perform the task, then yes, that's not an instance of practicing the method. He's trying to define the method of inquiry in the first place in order for it to then be applied.
This might be hard for you to understand, but this is
No,
one
I
layer
know
of
what I know what you're
abstraction
saying.
higher
I know what you're
than what
saying,
you're
but
proposing.
no, I know what you're saying, but no,
Maybe I
sorry.
can give an analogy. Maybe I can give an analogy, right? So, if I was to say produce a BMW in my factory, you would call that maybe engineering or manufacturing, right?
Okay.
And
so
then
I know what you're saying,
yes,
but
yes or no?
I picked up from the.
Yes or no? You would call that manufacturing or engineering, right?
No, I know what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is that this is involving what Midwit pulled up. What he was proposing. This was
right. So you'd call that manufacturing or engineering,
well, what
right?
Midwit pulled up was a non sequitur.
Can I get to the end of this? Because this is an analogy, it might be useful for you. So you would call that engineering or manufacturing, right? Yes, no. Oh, wonderful.
You're coming in
Yes.
loud and clear, Crypto.
Oh,
I would
right,
call
okay.
that engineering.
he said he wanted to finish. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question that you refuse to answer.
Just finish what you were saying. Your statement. You don't need me to add to your statement, right?
So you're just waiting for him to talk so you can talk about what you want to talk about.
No, I wasn't going to talk anymore. I actually said that I was following what Midwit was talking
I have to
about.
quibble about this.
Yeah, okay, listen. Midwit brought up a non sequitur, which we put to bed, okay?
Right.
I got it. That's what I was complaining. So I'm not. Yeah, I guess I'm not proposing anything that you or I don't have any contentions about what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I did say that I understand that this is a philosophy of science. I understand that. I did make that clear before I spoke.
Right. It sounded like you're conflating the philosophy of science with science, which would put you in a category error. That's what the audience was hearing.
Okay, sorry. I was just following up what Midwit was saying, and of course that was a non sequitur to what Huey brought up in regards to what hypothesis. What is a hypothesis, and then what the difference between that and a proposition?
A hypothesis is a type of proposition.
I mean, you did say that falsification was pseudoscience earlier, so I don't know how you're passing that off onto Midwit.
Yep, I caught that too, Crypto.
The theory of falsification?
Right, yeah, so you said that was pseudoscience. That's no one else said that, you said that.
Right. It doesn't have a scientific experiment in the method, in the methodology.
So he's back to saying what he was saying before. Brilliant.
Jeez Louise, yeah, the philosophy of science is not science. Do you understand that?
That is my point. I don't know if that was
Oh,
put
okay.
on to me.
Yeah, because if you're doing a scientific experiment, you're applying a philosophy of science.
Yes, I understand that.
Right. So Crypto's analogy was entirely suitable regarding manufacturing and a new process of manufacturing.
Right. I was talking past each other. I was saying that this theory of falsification is not what is being applied. When Huey brings up his theory, again, I understand. It's a theory. It's not pseudoscience because it's not being applied to as a science. I can see that's not what I was trying to respond to.
Meanwhile, back at 24/7 Flat Earth.
Right. Well, that was a chipper conversation. Might go make myself a cup of tea.
Yeah. You know, it sounded almost like it was belligerent for the sake of being belligerent. Like, oh, these flirfs, no matter what they say is wrong, so I'm going to correct them because everything they say is wrong, so I can correct them on anything they say.
Yep. I don't know if this guy's a flurf or a glurf, but I don't hope he's a glurf, to be honest.
Most of this is just another diversion tactic to get away from talking about the Earth itself. Oh, let's talk about science.
Yeah, because they might find it easier to weaken our credibility on tangential matters for the audience to hear, and hope that the audience will suppose that our flat Earth claims are therefore erroneous and just as full of that, you know, that contention that they stir up.
Or get bored and go away.
Yeah, that's another thing. Because people's eyes start to cross and it goes way over their head. Because the standard normie or someone who's even remotely interested in this topic, as soon as you enter into like philosophy or epistemology or whatever, and the scientific method, they're like, oh, this is boring, I'm out. So at least the anti-flat earthers know their retarded brethren well enough to, you know, use these type of tactics to get over on them pretty easily.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a poisoning the well fallacy and a composition fallacy. Wrapped up in a boring ass topic to drive traffic away.
I mean, personally, I find philosophy really interesting, but I know that a lot of people don't, so I understand. It seems really obvious to me, though, that philosophy at its base is just people thinking things, thinking about thinking, right? So, at its root, I would say every intellectual topic has to start with some form of philosophy.
Yeah, so like, what is the right way to think about science?
Right, exactly, yeah. So that might not interest people, but it is something you, like, it's like the scientific method didn't just get airdropped from the sky one day. We had arguments over what the correct way of establishing this type of knowledge is.
No, I find it fascinating as well. You know, indispensable really, but the average individual has been trained to just be spoon-fed. They don't want to consider this stuff, so they usually just kind of avoid it.
Yep.
Right, like watch a clip from NASA and see how many times they use the word science when describing things that are absolutely outside the realm of science.
Yeah, and they don't apologize for it.
Yeah, how many scientific experiments have been done on the ISS, and can we read those papers? But, you know, they tell us that, hey, you know, the shuttle program brought us Velcro and powdered orange juice and all this other great stuff. Ballpoint pens that work upside down. That's science, guys.
Hey, speaking of stuff that they're supposed to have brought us, that I'm just wondering about, I've been asking so many Glovers lately, can they post a picture of Earth from space they think it's real? And none of them are doing it. They're all just chickens.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? The smart ones will think of the 1972 blue marble. And I'd bet dollars to donuts that that's the one that Jekyll would present. Here you go. Here is the photograph of Earth. circa 1972. Sorry, all other synths are artistic renditions and CGI, but this one is absolutely 100% real, folks.
I find it interesting that a lot of people don't care if something that they are given, like a, perhaps photograph or picture or whatever from space, is in itself not falsifiable or at least unverifiable, right? And they're okay with that. It's like you're okay with not being able to see for yourself if this is something that can be recreated. I don't know. It's just like, where's the skepticism,
Yeah, their skepticism is hiding behind fear.
Yeah. True statement.
There's probably a lot of fear of their social value going down. Like, holy crap, if these flat earthers are absolutely right about all of this, that's crazy. I can't let my friends and family think of me as a flat earther. No chance in hell. I'm going to fight this.
Yeah, the social implications are probably the ones that are considered the most, right? Because there isn't necessarily a lot of harm in being a skeptic, or even believing something that's not mainstream, but the cost is some of your relationships, and people usually don't put those to risk.
Yeah, and something to think about too is our economy's full of service workers and knowledge workers. So people's value in our economy is based on what kind of knowledge and judgment they can bring to their employer. So if there's this flat earth trope, this negative trope against this idea, and the people who accept it as base reality, then the social cost can turn into an economic cost. Because people will think that this guy, if he's a flat earther, this must also be crippling his ability to render good judgment in other areas, particularly in his employment.
Yeah, and that's also another reason to never let your employer or potential future employer know that you are a flat earther, because it can stop you getting hired. That's actually literally happened to me once.
Yep.
I probably would have gotten the job, but one of the two people hiring me already knew me and already knew I was a flat earther. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why I didn't get it.
I think a smart employer would assess your value based off of what you present during the interviewing process and the hiring process. And if they were to know that you also accept this flat earth idea, that you might also bring some kind of unique talent and capability, whether or not they agree with it, that could add some variety and diversity mix to their own organization. I mean, those traits are very important to have in innovation, which enhances your competitive ability. Like if I was a Glober and I was interviewing some guy and he kind of brings up this quirky flat, I can see based off of the whole context of the rest of the interviewing process that he's a typically sound mind and has some interesting traits, and his personality is a great fit. I'd be like, yeah, man, why don't you come on board? You know, it could be interesting. It could introduce an element of randomization and chaos. It's an otherwise very stale workforce that's bringing old ideas to the fore all the time.
Not about that. Yeah, I think it's about ideology, actually. It's not even when someone like contradicts your social standards and preliminaries, which you were raised with, but also when you try to justify yourselves in front of a lot of people, you get
Nothing. Okay.
Huh?
Oh, I might be cutting out. Sorry.
I think that's
You
also
sounded
very
fine to me.
probably.
I heard you say I might be cutting out, but I guess you left already.
Right. I mean, you're just like, hey, look, I think the earth is flat. It's not like I'm promoting the stoning of women.
It's effective than being women, yeah.
I think the problem, in my opinion, yeah, if my opinion has some value, I do not know, is that it's not actually a scientific debate, but philosophical, actually. Because we are on a meta level, we cannot convince someone who says, okay, I believe in NASA, I believe in them, that they are not betraying me or something. What do you say about that? At some point we have to trust, you know, and when it is at least our sight, our vision, we have to trust them, right? But even our vision can betray us, the old philosophers said. So what is the most profound foundation we can lay on? Huh?
Well, is it truly your vision or is it your mind that's betraying your vision?
Yeah, I mean, we cannot talk about the vision or our vision without bringing the mind also into the debate, right?
That's right. Like perception is not only part of optics, but part of psychology as a branch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And eventually, that's why to remove all human interaction or philosophy or error, we turn this into an empirical method. And also, you know, if we're not talking about the scientific method, we're just talking about measurements in general.
That's right. If it's empirical, like true things are universal, means anybody else can go out and independently verify it for themselves.
In my opinion, that's too much, actually. That's too much because, as the old philosopher said, yeah, too much. Like, sorry, I'm not a native English speaker. I have to like somehow try to, in my brain, right, try to translate.
So, do you mean the standard is too high?
Those, not the standard, but we call it Präliminarien in German, preliminaries. You have premises, right? When you do an argument, you have premises. But there are certain premises inside this argument which people are not like you accept them from the beginning, right? You do not mention them, and those are called preliminaries. In German, we would also say Voraussetzungen, something which comes before a theory, right? Like the sentence of the avoidance of contradiction, right? Which Leibniz formulated, or Aristoteles, to say, okay, you cannot have A and not A. But as we know about quantum mechanics, hey, stop, light can be wave and particle. Oh, shit, nature is more complicated than our logical thinking, right?
No one disagrees. However,
Also,
that's
just an interpretation.
Yeah. That interpretation is probably even too simplistic. The particle wave duality nonsense is the best way for anybody to try to describe something that still is lacking. In reality, if we're talking about the shape of an object, no arguments need to be brought into the topic. You just go ahead and measure the Earth, right? You measure the circle, you measure the square. And it is what it is.
You cannot measure quantum mechanics. No, you cannot measure it.
Well, we're not talking about quantum mechanics right now. We're talking about whether or not the Earth is curving. You know?
I mean, the world is at least made of waves, I think.
So then are you going off the rails and saying that, well, the way you're observing this quantum shit, it's a ball, and the way we're observing this quantum shit, it's flat? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm on a different level now. I'm thinking about the world itself and what science is actually, you know?
Science.
That's two topics, man. You can't be talking about the Earth and science, right? Because if you want to talk about science, then we got to either get into the philosophy of it or we got to get into the scientific method, which is a process. The Earth is a different topic.
Yeah, but I do not know if you was in here when I said that. In my opinion, it's actually not a scientific. It depends on, okay? It depends what we want to do. Do we want to like blame others for their opinion? Do we want to convince them? Do we want to ignore them?
This isn't about psychology, man. Like, listen, if we measure Earth flat,
psychology.
Are you suggesting there's any ambiguity?
Look,
maybe the question has to be posed: do you think that the shape of the Earth is some kind of scientific inquiry?
So you guys want to truly talk only about the Earth, right? You do not want to like cross the horizon and see what's beyond the things they tell us. You just want to talk about one thing, right?
Brother?
Dude,
I want to
being
tell
very
you, like,
incoherent and kind of all over the place.
As Nietzsche did in his Zarathustra, okay? As Nietzsche did.
Nietzsche was an
Not
asshole.
Only the flat Earth
I'm asking you.
Is a lie. Our whole education is a lie, okay?
Oh, sweet Lord.
Yeah,
how they raised us is a lie. It's a big lie, actually, you know?
Who cares about lies? Who cares?
Can you engage in discourse?
I care because people say, okay, you have to do X or Y.
Can you discourse? Hello? Can you discourse? Yes or no?
Who are you talking to?
Talking to you.
You.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
can
discourse?
discourse.
Yes or no?
Yeah, but that's not about the Earth either.
Okay, so will you
So
discourse
why is not
from this
everyone
point forward?
protesting against that?
Will you discourse from this point forward? Yes or no? Yes or no? You're exposed. Which is being disruptive, pretending that you're doing some expose, just making a parody out of us.
See, he's another one, just like I called earlier. Let's go in there and not talk about the Earth. Let's talk about all the ancillary topics, and then just muddy the waters.
Yeah, poisoning the well with category errors, left and right.
Yep.
It didn't even stick around to listen to a discourse.
Well, guys,
stick
if we
on my
look
shirt.
at light, we can see a wave and a particle, but it's going to be dependent upon how we look at it, because depending on how we look at it will depend on its outcome. Well, if you're looking at the Earth as a globe, you're going to see a globe. If you see it as flat, you're going to see it as flat. There's no way for us to tell because it's all quantum.
All right, thank you for forfeiting any and all knowledge.
You're welcome.
So that's like that song "Flat Earth" by Dolby. You ever hear that? It came out in the '80s. It's like some electro jazz thing by Eric Dolby, who did Dolby Audio. And the song lyrics are like, it can be globe or flat, whatever you want it to be, blah, 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 blah.
Oh.
I never read 1984, but I know that the shape of the Earth is brought up in it, and according to Orwell, or even in that book, he says it can't be known whether or not it's flat or round, which I think is interesting, given what we're talking about today.
Yeah, Gleason wrote that on the back of his Gleason map.
Hmm.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Never minding that his map is a globe projection.
So obviously that other guy, Emir, was trying to walk around the fact that he was making a category error, or that his position is not verifiable by the causation inquiry method.
Me? No. I
What
was talking.
What was your point?
I am wrong. Okay, I was wrong. So, yeah.
Wait, what were you wrong about, though?
So, I believe what originally started the conversation was was trying to do this theory of falsification. What is usually subscribed to now as science is that falsification theory, but that's what makes things science. Is that not the case?
Too broad, even with that definition. Just any type of refutation is scientific inquiry.
No, they say it has to be falsifiable. That in order for it to be a scientific theory, it has to be falsifiable.
So, if it's not falsifiable, then it's not a scientific theory.
That was the contention that was brought up.
Okay, that would include true scientific theories. You cannot falsify a true scientific theory. Therefore, it's not true.
Right.
It's kind of for the same reason a conspiracy theory can't be a null hypothesis.
Do you see the problem I just highlighted?
No, I do understand that. That's why that method of inquiry would be pseudoscience to me. That's not how you would do the scientific method. That's not how we do science.
Falsification is not the only distinctive of scientific method.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, didn't mean to pass talk each other, but that was my point. That would be, if that is the method that you're going to be utilizing, it wouldn't be science. But yeah,
I guess it would be kind of it's a composition fallacy, right? So the part, just excluding one part does not indicate the whole, right? I'm probably saying this incorrectly, but in general, the scientific method has, to me, 4 distinct parts, which is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. So if you only talk about the falsification, you would be engaging in some kind of composition fallacy.
well, essentially, I think the scientific method is it's not the inductive, is a abductive logic, and I think
deductive.
No, I think it's abductive logic.
Causation inquiry method, scientific method, is first and foremost inductive, and then you can supplement your results. You can supplement your concluding interpretation with deductive arguments.
But when your hypothesis be formulated as an abductive logical argument?
No. You may be trying to guess or infer to the best of your intellect as to what is the most plausible hypothesis to account for the phenomenon. But you're not saying an abductive argument at the beginning. You're just saying a conditional premise. You're just saying a hypothetical proposition, a causation hypothesis. And then you induce in your experimentation as to what is truly the cause, trying to verify or falsify the causation hypothesis. And then after you complete that task with the concluding interpretation, then you can supplement your concluding interpretation that you induced to with whatever other types of argument. Whatever other types of argument.
Right, so you can induce change and then conclude, hey, this worked, but you must also rightfully conclude that other things may work too. So you need to go through a process of ruling things out.
So let's say you're talking about boiling water, right? After you do the process, you couldn't conclude that it's heat that makes water boil. You would have to change all the variables and do other tests to manipulate those variables while controlling the previous variables in order to
I don't know if that's
that it was
accurate to
heat.
say, sir. You can conclude that heat causes water to boil. And you can also say that there may be other factors that can also cause water to boil. You couldn't say heat exclusively causes water to boil if you haven't tried other things.
So you can get water to boil by adding heat, and you can also get water to boil by removing air pressure from it.
Bingo.
Those are two ways to create water boiling, but we also know that heat and pressure are very closely tied. So, but you've essentially made water boil in two different ways, right? So, what do you conclude?
Well, doesn't scientific hypothesis you're trying to prove? I mean, and the method, are you trying to prove your hypothesis, right? And controlling for the variables. So you can conclude that your hypothesis correct after experimentation. Saying that changing the
variable at a time.
Right. So if you change the pressure, you wouldn't have to make a new experiment and new hypothesis.
Right. That's why the control is so important, you know? Like, you have to maintain certain things to isolate causes.
Yeah, like how would you isolate gravity?
Be the God that can create ex nihilo.
Well, a good example that I like to use is, because I've studied this, is the dimming and the increase of illumination of stars. In astronomy, this phenomenon that can be viewed has been ascribed to multiple things that's causing this for effect. So they can push multiple, let's say, conclusions and
right. And wouldn't you say that this is contingent upon these stars being of enormous size and effectively infinite distance?
Well, I'll give you two examples, though. The dimming of this star can tell you the distance that it is away, of how regularly dims in and out. It can also
right. That was my question.
Right. No, but this also is being used to say that there's transitory planets that's causing this dimming to go in front of the star. So the same phenomenon, the same surface observable phenomenon, is being utilized for multiple hypotheses without actually
Yeah, I
testing.
get you, but how do you determine its size or distance in the first place without assuming it?
So, just telling you how science works, not saying that
No, we're actually talking about science right now.
No, well, I'm talking about astronomy because I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's not science then, is it?
Right, that is my point. The way that they try to determine it first would be doing parallax and also doing triangulation with some perceived close star where you can view it parallax.
Right, which is assumed based on what?
Well, it's
Earth being a
based
ball revolving and rotating around a sun.
Right, that would be the what's it called?
Right, so we can kick off all the top rungs out of the cosmic distance ladder and leave the first rung on the bottom, which is Earth a globe or not? Because if Earth is not a globe, then guess what happens to all of astronomy? It comes crashing down.
Absolutely.
A big broken ladder.
The entire heliocentric model can be dismantled by showing that there is no measured curvature and that there is no such thing as varying and manipulating a pseudo-Riemannian four-space bending and warping of space-time. It all falls apart. But I think you have to have those two.
Yeah, it's all based off the radius of Earth. And then you get, from that, you can try to get a astronomical unit, the distance between you and the Earth and the Sun. And then all those things is built upon this, I guess, paper model.
Yeah, I mean, they make observations about periods of the luminaries and the ratios that they engage in when they come close to each other and move apart, so on and so forth. But they have absolutely no proof of their size and distance. So when they can presuppose Earth's radius of a certain size and then make all these extrapolations, they can then start to assign features like gravity and things like this. Nobody's actually proved by extrapolation based off assumptions. And then they have the gall to call it science.
Most of what you said came through, but you are roboting a bit.
So the distance to the sun and the size of it need to be very specific so that they can coincidentally create a large burning ball of gas that is in angular size the same as the moon, in apparent angular size. So what do? They get Christian Huygens or Huygens or whatever how you want to say it, because I'm not Dutch. He just assumes that Venus, being another ball in an expanding vacuum, ever expanding vacuum, is the same size relatively to the Earth. And then you get Kepler's third law of planetary motion to get all these different geometrical distances. So the sun is 93 million miles away. It's an absolute house of cards made on nothing. You could just assume that Venus is the same size of Earth as Earth? You got to be kidding me. Just assume it? Don't measure it. Just assume it. Stupid.
Yeah, and the assumption is based off of some occult concepts, too, when you look at what he was writing. I wish I had the quote handy. So he basically used witchcraft to come to that conclusion. That Venus is a ball like Earth is a ball. And much of this is after accepting the Copernican model. Oh, somebody's sharing a picture of gravity proof by demonstrating, what is that? Something like a scale with weight? As if relative density is a problem for me.
Wait until they find out weight isn't what they think it is. Now we've got spinning balls on strings and conflating, I guess, gravity with centrifugal force, which is actually a pseudo force. It's getting desperate out there, boys.
Oh shoot, he's weighing shit sideways now. You know, you'd think if Earth was rotating underneath the Coriolis, the Cavendish contraption, that there'd be some Coriolis present.
It's a good point.
Yeah, it would have like precession.
Uh-oh.
We should ask the Globers the next time if they bring up Cavendish if they accounted for the Coriolis force.
Yeah, right on. Or if they bring up Foucault's pendulum, did they control for electrostatics in the surrounding area? All these stupid little tricks.
Hello? Do any of you people want to debate?
I guess make a claim.
Let's see, sir. What do you want to talk about?
Of course, that's what we're here for.
About.
The Earth is
I just
flat.
asked you to make a claim, bro.
Do you want it to be about flat Earth or just in general, or?
What's the name of the server channel?
I mean, the name.
What's the name of this channel?
It's Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a question.
So,
That's what it's going to be.
I have a question for you, Mr. MF Broom.
Oh, what's up, Daddy?
Does it upset you that the Earth is flat?
I don't think the Earth is flat, so it doesn't. I don't feel any type of way about it.
Right. So it does upset you. Okay.
I mean, it doesn't upset me. I don't really feel any type of way about it. I don't have a strong feeling either way. I just know it's around.
So
there's the claim. Okay.
They call it. Yeah, that I firmly ascertain that the Earth is not flat. I don't think there's sufficient evidence that it is flat.
So that's a burden of proof reversal?
Not really. I'm just saying, my claim that I don't think the Earth is flat.
That is the burden of proof reversal.
I mean, yeah, sure. To me, it's a matter of evidence, no? You could turn me into a flat earther right now if you presented the right evidence.
All right, so what evidence do you have of the globe? Like, what convinced you of the globe?
Just a general shit, scientific institutions, blah, 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 blah.
So nothing specific whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a few specific things, but I'm more curious about what convinced you the Earth is flat. I would like to see that.
I'll tell you, I've never seen convincing evidence of the globe.
Okay, so you just never have you seen convincing evidence of the disc or whatever?
Nope, been waiting 10 years for someone to show us here in this community.
What disc?
Or that the Earth is flat. I mean, do you believe the Earth is flat, or do you just believe there isn't sufficient evidence for the globe?
No, friend. It's measured to be flat. Even you experience it flat and motionless, right? You experience any motion right now?
So what do you mean by it is measured to be flat? By who? By what?
Okay. So everybody that builds a building that hangs a picture on a wall, they're measuring it flat, horizontal. Okay. Anybody that sails across the ocean using a sextant measures it flat. Any surveyor measures rise over run, measuring it flat. So at no point, anybody who flies over the Earth itself is flying horizontally across the plane at a linear distance to get to their location.
These are how.
So, yeah. So everything that everybody does on the Earth is using the Earth practically and measuring it flat.
Well, especially when.
Unless you would like to show me the curvature that is being measured.
Yeah, so especially when it comes to airplane travel, I'm like 90% sure that isn't true. Yeah, that's how it displays on the monitors, etc. But that is not how the calculations are made.
No, friend, you're just saying nuh-uh. You're just saying nuh-uh. I need you to show me the curvature that they're navigating on the Earth.
Like, I feel like you're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying one of the things you.
No, I'm not missing you saying nuh-uh. I'm asking you to not just say nuh-uh and support your claim.
Can you show me how any of these things then necessarily mean a flat Earth?
Okay, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
Like in outer space?
Holy shit. So you're not prepared for this conversation, are you? Do you know what celestial navigation is?
Oh my god. No, teach me. Like I said from the start, I'm more interested in learning why you guys believe the Earth is flat.
You're not so you're here to learn about people. Oh, don't worry. If you want to learn about people, study people. If you want to know about the topic, we're going to talk about the topic.
Yeah, well, I want.
Like my favorite color is green. Okay.
Sorry,
my favorite.
I want to know your thoughts on the topic. Is what I meant.
There's no thoughts. I experience the Earth, measure the Earth, navigate the Earth myself as flat and motionless, as do you, unless you can provide evidence to the contrary. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So, water. You know, there's an old saying, it's about as old as the Earth itself. Water seeks to find its own what?
I can't remember.
You can't remember? So you're being intellectually honest with me, though, right? Water seeks to find its own level.
25. We don't say that stuff. Oh,
yeah.
That,
yeah. Right. So So if 70% of the Earth is water, 70% of the Earth is level.
Yeah.
Okay. So where's the curvy bit?
There's a curvy bit.
Yeah.
How do you feel about stuff like, the classic meme?
Why don't you go ahead and ask me a question right away, even though I asked you a question already?
Yeah, but
Why avoid that?
I'm not positing. I think you misunderstood. I'm not positing the Earth is round. I'm not positing that.
Oh, so now you're not even claiming that the Earth is round?
No, from the start, I've claimed I don't think there is sufficient evidence that the Earth is flat. That is
Okay.
what I said.
So 70% of the Earth is water. It all rests flat, level, horizontal. But that doesn't do it for you.
So do you think that like if the Earth?
So do you not think that 70% of the Earth laying flat and horizontal is not sufficient evidence?
I don't think the example you're pointing out necessarily works, because when you look over the ocean on a horizon, you can see the curvature. Or if you go.
Oh, really? So the horizon is the curvature of the Earth? That's your claim? So now you are claiming curvature, and the Earth is a ball. Oh.
No.
How interesting. You just went from not claiming the Earth was a ball to now all of a sudden the curvature is there. So we're on a ball, or is it a donut? Is it a donut?
I don't know. I feel like you're treating me as hostile. What I'm pointing out is that what you're saying doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is flat because of XYZ factor. That when we look over the horizon of an ocean or whatever, we do see a curvature. If you go high.
Okay, so the Earth is curved according to you.
I'm saying you see
curvature.
I am not saying it is curved. I think you're misunderstanding. I think you're trying.
Well, hey, listen, friend. Sezu gave you like 3 examples of how Earth is used and measured flat. Do you have a problem with any of those examples? And can we move on to somebody else?
Yeah, I have a problem with a couple of those examples.
And they would be.
Why don't you pick one of the examples?
Yeah, sure. So this is something else, but I think the plane example is a really good one. I'm 90% sure planes don't sure on displays and stuff because it's 2D. That's generally how it's displayed.
Bro, I'm not talking about graphical interface where they reify the plane over a map. That's not what I'm talking about. Certainly you've been paying attention where I'm talking about zero curvature being negotiated when they're flying.
Can you back up what you're saying? Can you show me what you're talking about? What should I look up to find what you're talking about?
Sure. The planes are designed to fly flat, level, horizontal because, fuel savings is a really big thing. So they always fly somewhere between 2 and 6 degrees nose up to maintain horizontal flight. They do not fly nose pitch down to negotiate curvature, which happens at a pretty decent rate at that speed. Okay? So they always fly nose up, maintaining horizontal level flight. Also, all of the manuals that we can find that are essentially describing the models for fixed wing flight, even from the government agencies like NASA and Lockheed Martin, all of their models are based on a flat stationary Earth as documented. So even NASA says we're flying over a flat stationary plane, or at least we assume that we are. Does that do it for you?
Not necessarily, no.
So you're just here to go nuh-uh, even though you have no evidence to the contrary. Is that correct?
No, the problem is that I'm looking into your first claim that airplanes fly nose up. And I can't really find anything on it. I mean, I'm finding Reddit posts and stuff.
Okay, it's called the angle of attack. AOA, Google angle of attack for aircraft. Okay. And then read us the results, please.
The angle on which the chord of an aircraft wings meets the relative length. So I should be looking at why. Okay, so that's the phrase I use. So the first result says as to why the AOA might be up is the wings need uplift of the air floating over beneath the wings. I don't see how this necessarily means they need to maintain vertical momentum.
No one said anything about vertical momentum, did they? But you decided to put that in our mouth anyways, didn't you?
I'm
So
sorry.
you're not really here to be an honest interlocutor, are you?
Well, I misspoke. Did you say horizontal or vertical?
What do you even know the difference at this point? I'm wondering if you do.
Yeah, I'm well aware of the difference between the two.
Okay, so do you think that I think planes fly vertically, like they just go straight up?
So you meant horizontal. Cool.
I said horizontal. I didn't mean anything. I said it, and I meant that.
That's what you said, and I misspoke. Sorry about that. But again, I'm not seeing anything about horizontal momentum. It seems to be more about uplift and airflow.
Who said horizontal momentum?
So what did you say?
Is that you misspeaking again, or are you just not listening?
What did you say then? Correct me.
I love repeating myself for people who don't listen. That's my favorite thing.
I mean, this entire time you've been nothing but a condescending prick, so.
Yeah, I've been a condescending prick because you've been coming in here talking like this and kind of just ignoring what I've been saying. And you don't really want to, engage in, honest discourse. You just kind of want to be a passive-aggressive asshole and kind of hand wave. And this is your shtick. You come into VCs and talk like this. And I don't really have a position. And is this about right? Does that sound about right? That's a condescending prick.
Do you guys have any opinions on geocentrism, or like, do you guys think like space is real, or is it like part of it?
Geocentrism is the Roman Catholicism of cosmology.
Well, I'm Catholic, but I mean, like, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's really, really bad. It's like this giant compromise where it's like, I kind of want the Earth to still be in this vacuous, ever-expanding vacuous space, but I also want Earth to be in the center. Doesn't work.
Well, I guess there's different forms of it. So you're saying like we're under a dome firmament, and then there's like water or something unknown above the firmament?
No one said that here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, that's why I'm asking a question. Like, I'm wondering how y'all imagine it or whatever. Like, what the
But we don't imagine it. We experience it for what it is. Yeah.
When you say
We experience the Earth the way it is.
No, but when you say that, do you mean like a globe in the middle and everything else revolving around the globe? Is that what you mean by geocentrism?
No, I'm not necessarily. I don't have a strong position on it. I just think like I watched this guy Robert Sungenis' documentary about there's this other type of geocentrism that like explains the math better, and there's no need for dark matter and energy.
Well,
and
that's what he is.
It means that
yeah,
I don't think he's saying that everything rotates around the Earth necessarily, but I could be wrong.
No, that's actually
what he's just saying. Like our solar system is in the center of the universe or something.
Yeah, no, but he does believe it's a globe, and then everything else is revolving around it. It would explain the observations better.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's still very. I don't think. I personally would not subscribe to anything that is. We're staying on a spherical, shaped.
Dr. Sungenis never measured the Earth yet. That's his problem.
Yeah. See, because he could even postulate that there's a container around that ball Earth of his that's at the center of the universe, and question of the 3 questions he'd still have to answer is the curvature measurement. How did they identify the curvature of that ball that he lives under?
Well, does anybody have a good idea of like what's beyond the firmament? Or is it
What
just
firmament?
or
What
whatever
firmament?
whatever this dome thing that seems to have twinkling lights in it
What?
or whatever you want to call
What?
it. I don't
What
know.
dome?
Oh, let's
I don't know. I don't
guys. Yeah, we need to
necessarily
pump
have the
this guy's
model.
brakes. We are not the Flat Earth Society. Okay, this is not Flat Earth Society. Earth is not a flying space pizza with a dome.
Yeah, Mole's also coming from the Christian perspective, where the Bible has the firmament gathering the waters underneath it into one place.
I'm just
So
curious about
if
y'all's
you
model
take
because
this,
I'm open minded to
if
like
you
I'm not. You don't have to be defensive. I don't know. I don't have a set position. I'm just curious on how you guys
if
are
you take
modeling.
the biblical account, hang on. If you take the biblical account, what is above the firmament is God's throne. That's God's space. That's not our space. The stars, the nebulas, and all that, that's not beyond the firmament. That's in the firmament. The same as the birds are in the firmament. The same as the menorah is in the temple. Okay? So everything that you experience is inside that firmament. God's space, the waters of the great deep, torrent of waters, that's outside the firmament. That's the biblical account.
Right.
If you're going to ask us, what is it that we can experience, we don't have any clue.
Okay, I just didn't know if you guys had a theory or anything. I was just curious.
We don't know what's going on outside the firmament. Firmament is, and it's all of your experience is happening within the firmament.
Yeah.
From a biblical perspective. Now,
correct.
There is something that we need to, get straight. For the idea of space, the vacuum of space, to be a possibility, that would mean that the second law of thermodynamics would all of a sudden not apply anymore. Do you know what I mean by that?
The second law is conservation of. Or I was confused the first and the second. Remind me which one.
So the second law of thermodynamics is called entropy. It's essentially the transfer of energy from high to low, high pressure to low pressure, hot to cold. Okay? Yeah. So that's a very simplistic way of talking about it, but I think you understand what I'm saying. So if you air up your tire and there's 33 psi, which is pretty standard, 35 psi in the passenger car tire, but there's about, let's say you live at sea level and there's 14.7 psi at sea level, then if you pop that tire, what will happen to the tire?
Yeah, so it'd be like, how does a tiny little planet keep in the atmosphere next to a giant vacuum? Like it seems like the high pressure
basically
return to the low pressure.
Right. So you have high pressure gas adjacent to, and I'll just go ahead and talk about it. You also have a pressure gradient, which does happen within contained systems. Next to, all of a sudden, a giant vacuum, a place for the gas to equalize into, to fill that available volume, but it's not doing it. That's absurd.
Yeah. It is weird.
Yeah.
It really makes no sense with I guess they just cite gravity, but gravity's so weak or whatever. Like even in their model, none of it really makes a lot of sense.
Right. They say, well, we've got gravity, but then the same breath, you're correct. They'll say, but it's such a weak force, which it hasn't been a force for about 109 years. It would not be able to do that, because if I took 2 chambers next to each other and I put a vacuum in the chamber above the lower chamber that had high pressure and I put a barrier between them, right, or a valve, if I open that valve, the air will fill the available volume, the vacuum above that chamber on the bottom, and therefore, still in that case, gravity, quote unquote, is negated.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And then you always see like these fake outer space videos. Like they're clearly faking that. So why would they fake it if that was really like what's going on? That's why I just like I don't know how to model what's actually happening. Like I don't believe their shit, but I don't know what's going on either. It's like weird when they lie to you.
I think, yeah. I'll let you finish your thought. I don't want to cut you off.
I was just saying, like when they lie to you to that degree from childhood, it's like, well, how do you construct a coherent model of reality if like actually space is fake and or on some other type of model of reality that we don't even know what it is? Or, you know.
Well, not to sound too conspiratorish, there seems to be a concerted effort by a select group of individuals on the earth that will take whatever exists in reality, hijack it, and then create a counterfeit idea around it. So if you look up at the sky at night and you see, and I'm not trying to gaslight you, I just want you to think about it. In fact, why don't you go outside tonight if you've got clear skies and look at it and go, is what I'm seeing, does it seem to be the idea of light years away from me, or does it seem to be high but not that terribly far, right? And that all these stars seem to rotate in a fairly unified fashion, no parallax, anything like that, right? Those are the things that we observe. Someone comes along and says, oh yeah, it looks that way. However, those stars are actually light years in the distance, and they're in this very vacuous space, very dangerous and cold, and there's asteroids flying around, and there's nothing out there, and it continues to expand, this giant vacuum of nothingness full of stars and gas and whatever. And it's like, well, okay, but what is it expanding into? You know, after you start asking a few questions that are just logical, it all falls apart. So you couldn't have an air pressure next to a vacuous space, but they tell you that when you're young so that you don't really ever question it, because little kids don't question authority, do they? You don't question your parents usually, not until you're about 13, and then you start saying why, and then you get grounded, right? So you take little kids, you give them to the state tells them what's what, and then there's good slaves for the rest of, you know, their duration of their life.
All right. Another thing that makes sense was like, okay, supposedly we're twirling around this star, and this star's, you know, twirling around the center of the Milky Way, and then that's twirling, you know. So how come the position of the stars haven't moved at all in like 30,000 years? You know, according to like all that shit, you know, it seems like if we're moving that fast, the positions, the relative positions would change to some degree.
No.
Oh, as far as I'm aware, yeah, they've never changed. We've used them for navigation and for signs and for seasons since the very beginning. Yeah,
and you're aware that their claim is, so that you don't strawman it inadvertently, that their claim is that these stars are so far away that you can barely detect any motion anyway.
Well, aren't they like expanding at such a high speed supposedly as well? Like even that would cause some degree of change. I don't know. I just did that up. Yeah, when you go outside and look at night, especially one time on mushrooms, I was like, that looks like a dome. Like it doesn't really look like it's some shit that's like 30 bazillion light years away.
Well, there is a model called the celestial sphere. It happens to be shaped dome-like. That doesn't mean necessarily that the sky is a dome, but it does present itself that way, right? It does look that way. It's very interesting.
To look that up.
You don't need to do mushrooms to measure the Earth flat either.
I'm just saying, like, you know, when you have those heightened senses or whatever. I just remember one time, like, I was on a low dose of them, and I was like, "That's a dome, bro. Like that's not." I don't know what it was about, like the way it increases your visual acuity or something. But it just really looked like a closer sphere.
And because space is apparently ever expanding, they had to come up with the Obler's paradox to explain how the sky's not lit up.
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting.
It didn't look
Hey, Mo, mute
like
and
appearing.
maybe reset your stuff because it comes in slow and choppy.
Vastness of it just looked like something
You're roboting.
close that sort of encompass the sky like a dome.
He is muted and it's still rolling. The hell?
Yeah. Well, he's not roboting anymore, at least. I don't think.
Alright, try it again.
So still no globe evidence, eh?
No, but we are trying to post evidence that there's gas pressure in a vacuum in a container and it's not caused by gravity.
Oh. Not similar to the gas pressure without a container that required 2 containers, is it?
It might be.
Because that was kind of cringe of the Globers. I don't know what they think no container means.
Is my connection weak or is no one talking?
It's silent so far. Mole started roboting and then he jumped out and conversation hasn't been since. I was like, honestly asking questions. Can't talk no more, gone. Ain't much left else.
How did Nathan's show go?
I was not present for it.
Oh, you were
I was asleep and I missed it. I crashed out.
Same old Globers getting destroyed.
Who was the one on the chopping block today?
Our old mucker Jekyll.
Jekyll was here? Oh, shit.
A bunch of the old trolls showed up. I think Gamma was here. Yeah.
Did Gamma speak to Nathan? That would have been fun times.
Well, I came in right after he was muted, so he may have, and then probably got muted, but I didn't witness it.
This guy called Nate something was in the beginning, and then I fell asleep while he was talking to Nate. But he was retarded.
We got Cool Nuts in here if Cool
Nate
Nuts
Maple.
wants to speak up.
Bakavon.
What's up,
Maple.
Gregory? Yeah, Nate Maple. Yeah.
Alpha, who's the other guy? Where is he?
Was Fact shit. They left Facto and Cool Nuts and I don't know. They jump in and they leave.
A lot of the Globers are over in their Globe Gangster Circle Jerk safe spot.
Globe Gangsters. Fucking stupid.
That's the name of their server. It's
I
theirs.
raided their little village a couple times.
Yeah, Bev was in there all day yesterday with his crew.
Greg, you know you live in Peter's Head rent free, right?
Did he mention me earlier today?
Dude, he can't stand you every time you're in here. Fucking can't stand you. He doesn't even address anything you say. He's just pissed off at you. So you're definitely got under his skin.
You're doing something right.
Yeah, that's called an exorcism.
Yeah, when you get them off kilter like that, especially when they come in here and they sound like they want to be charitable to the other person, and then they're spurging out when you're here. Yeah, it's good.
It's
always good.
You're doing something right. How you been, Alpha?
Pretty good, man.
That's good.
I have a few days off of work and just gonna hang out in here.
Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Waiting to get a cup of Baller's Tears today.
Some sweet, salty tears.
And Matthew Learns talking about satellite TV being evidence that the Earth is a globe. Fucking stupid, dude. Yesterday.
Oh, really?
No. Satellites are 25,000 miles away from the Earth's surface, and we know they're geostationary. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. So stupid, dude. That's his evidence.
It was crazy. I was talking to somebody. I forgot what server I was in about satellites, and I think it might have even been this one, but like really early, and like hardly anybody was on. And oh, maybe it wasn't this one, but I was just talking about how I was a believer in the heliocentrism hard too. I loved space and all that stuff, as I'm sure most of us did.
Scientism. Mm-hmm.
Right. And I was telling him how, back when I used to do work with my uncle's company, setting up for commercial broadcasts, uplinks and downlinks, and getting into the flat earth discussions, and it started making me question about, like what I used to do. And I'm like, wait, I know, we used to set up on birds and stuff, and we'd get the signal when we check the azimuth and elevation and hone in like down to the like 30 seconds of an inch to get the highest dBs for the signal. And then I thought about how sensitive that is, though. You barely move the mount or the dish to take that focal point of the LMB, to receive the signal from the dish itself. And they're big dishes, bro. They're like, like 9 feet, 12 feet across in diameter. They're the big ones for commercial broadcast purposes. And I used to remember like how sensitive that is. So how can they tell us that there's this system in place that's locked, but constantly having to shift and move and, like to keep that downward falling orbit, whatever they call it? There's no way that thing can be wobbling in the sky, because like when they say the moon wobbles, so then that means these satellites would wobble based upon even their own logic. But never once, bro, for over 30 years, we never got a call to go realign every single dish that we've ever put up throughout Southern California, throughout all the movie studios or studios, that did uplinks and downlinks. Like never. We never had to go realign everything because of something moving up in the sky. So I don't know. I don't know what it is or how it works or how they do it, but there's no way.
I'm still trying to figure out how they pump the space brakes. Because if you got escape velocity somewhere around 25,000 miles per hour to get escaping out of the Earth's gravitational pull, and then when the payload gets delivered for a geostationary orbit, they have to pump the space brakes in order for that thing not to
Yeah.
move. So
Yeah.
they're going from all the way to that speed all the way down to 0, so they can put it in a geostationary orbit.
Right.
So they got space brakes up there, man. Like cartoon, you know, like when the coyote's chasing after
Yeah.
the Roadrunner and he
Yeah.
jumps off the cliff and he just
He
like
stops
stops
in
in the middle.
midair. Right.
That's what they say that the satellites are doing.
Yeah.
That is
It,
funny of y'all to say simultaneously, no less.
yeah, it just doesn't make like it just logically, bro. I'm like, man, if you knew and understood how sensitive that signal is
Yeah.
to its position, then there's no way this thing miles and miles away can just be like wobbling and shaking, and you're just like, yep, still got the
Yeah.
still locked in. Like, no way,
I was
bro.
gonna say if Glober gets out of control in this chat, I think that should be a new saying. Pump the space brakes, dude. Like, you know, because that's how they say the geostationary orbit is. Like, fucking satellites are getting up there, you know, with the payload, and the rocket's
Right.
going so fucking fast, and then all of a sudden it just like stops in the middle of nowhere and puts that little satellite there, and it just stays there. Like, how the fuck?
Right.
Or did you just come to a complete halt, like you're rolling to a stop at a fucking intersection? Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Oh yeah, in space where there, you know, there's no friction. You just keep going.
Yeah, right. There, I mean,
Because
technically,
they say that you know, you need to have like you know, fuel mixed with oxygen in order for propulsion to happen. But yet, if something's going to be moving around, they use like those little jets on the side of them, like, you know, like it's like, okay, that wouldn't fucking work. But your fuel mixture could, you know, and your idea is probably the only way. But so you're saying that little aerosol fucking mist that comes out of one of those satellites is good enough to hold it in orbit? Fuck out of
right.
here.
It's akin to trying to stop like a semi trailer tractor with like bottle rockets
Exactly.
with no air.
And it's even worse because there's the medium of air is not there to, you know, wind friction to reduce the
Right.
you know, the amount of how fast something's going. So you got nothing. There's nothing holding it back, according to them. So how do you pump the space brakes, bro? How's that possible? Ever thought about that? Like when they're gonna release a geostationary satellite, it's gonna be just in a stable orbit. It's not gonna move. It's gonna stay still. Fucking pumping the space brakes, bro. That's just something like nobody never really gets brought up to those guys. Like, okay, you got a satellite that's not moving, and you got a rocket going 25,000 miles per hour to exit escape velocity.
Right.
So how does it stop in the middle of nowhere and drop off that satellite so it doesn't move? You tell me. You can be like, I seen it happen in a cartoon. Fucking the coyote after he goes over a cliff stops in midair. Fucking
and he shows the sign.
yeah. Like help,
and
and then he falls.
Yeah, exactly. Help. That's hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know. That stuff cost me question. You know.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure some Glober that loves the lore will come up with something. Well, you see,
Right.
kids, this is how it operates. Let me tell you the explanation.
Right.
And ain't
To
gonna
know
say
it all.
shit. We got Freeze Peach in here. Freeze Peach, what's up, man? You think the Earth's a globe? Come on now. 2024, Earth's a globe? I don't think so.
I can't really have a discussion. Just came to listen.
What? What? Can't really have a discussion? Are you serious? Oh man.
Sounds bad for you.
Gonna park on the dance floor.
I feel sorry.
Oh, listening. You hear me?
No parking on the dance floor.
Yeah, tell me all your globe troubles, and I'll alleviate you from them. It's a globe counseling session.
Oh, he's at work. He just came to listen. No worries.
At work.
Been there.
That's not good. No bueno.
See Star Life
We got
posting.
Teal in the house. What's up, Teal?
Hey, if you look at Starlife's photo, why is that line bending but not the horizon of where that line's trying to represent? That's kind of deceptive.
You noticed he vanished from the text chat after I posted the dilemma.
He's gone now. Yeah.
What's with these Globers posting other people's proof and not fully understanding it all the time? Like, we could educate Starlife on his own proof and then debunk it.
Remember Insanity a couple nights ago? Remember him?
That name sounds familiar.
Insanity. Remember him? A couple nights ago?
I probably fell asleep if I was here.
Okay, so
Alpha,
I'm
you
gonna.
remember him?
I'm gonna.
Or APOC? He was here a couple nights ago.
Insanity.
Yeah.
I don't really pay attention to the names anymore of people talking. I just know the voices, so I don't even look at the names. I just listen to the
Yeah, he
conversation.
was an example of what Eco was referring to.
We got Tryhard Techie in the house. What's up, Tryhard Techie?
Hello.
And we got Teal. What's up, Teal? I think I mentioned you, but I didn't hear if you said anything.
Oh, hey.
What's up?
Hey.
Tryhard Techie, what's up, man? Welcome to the forum.
Nothing much. I was just listening in to see what's going on.
Well, what's going on is we're asking, the new people jumping in if they know that the Earth is a globe. Do you know?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you know if the Earth is a globe?
Everything I've seen indicates that it is a round spherical globe.
Excellent. What is the best evidence you think so far in, today's times?
Well, the simplest is the fact that gravity applies an even force in a three-dimensional area of effect. So the only natural way for a planet to be formed is a near perfect spherical globe shape.
Near perfect. Okay. So, is there any scientific evidence that gravity is a force?
You feel it every day. You just don't notice it.
You
the
feel
fact
it.
that you have to sit on a
Is
chair
it like-
instead of just
is it
floating
like how you
above the
feel-
ground.
Is that like how you feel happy when you know your favorite cereal box is at the store? The same feeling you get?
I know what you mean, Mickey. I got you.
There's no feeling or emotion associated with gravity. It's a constant force that you don't notice.
Yeah, but you said feeling. Yeah, you feel it. How do you feel gravity?
You can feel things that are not emotional. You have the physical sense
The
of
proof
touch,
is
do you
so
not?
compelling, guys. It's so compelling we don't even notice it.
All right.
You have two senses of feel. Your emotional and your physical. Do you not?
Techie, slow down. Let me help you. Do you feel something you don't sense?
In your subconscious, yes. When you get up from your chair,
proof
and
is subconscious.
Let's try
Yes,
again. Let's try
it's a
again.
constant.
Hang on.
It's
Slow down,
subconscious.
slow down,
If you will let
slow
me
down,
speak,
slow
I would
down.
appreciate if you would
No,
stop
you're
over
not
talking me.
getting it. Just listen. Let me help you.
I don't need your
In the
help,
sense
nor
of
do I ask for it.
Just listen.
When I am sitting
trying to
down
help you.
and I stand up, I
Techie,
feel
you really
my
like
knees and
persevering
my
into
muscles
humiliation, dude.
reacting to the gravitational forces.
Techie, you don't have to press your way into humiliation. You can spare yourself. I'm trying to help you. I'm talking
I'm
about
muting you.
tactile.
I'm muting you because
Nice
you have
of calls,
absolutely
audio chaos.
nothing to
You're
add
literally
to
trying
this
to help
conversation.
them. Like what can be said to these
Okay, and
people
with that obstruction out of the
to
way,
make them not hate me?
I just
don't
got
get
up
it.
from my
I'm
All right,
chair.
this is
like
audio
felt
shaking
my
trying
chaos,
to help
guys.
them.
Come on, I'm going to mute
muscles
everybody if we can't get control here. All right, please unmute Gregory. And I think Gregory's capable of polite discourse, so you might be interested to hear what he has to say.
He wasn't, though. Not in that instance. I think
Well,
Tryhard
it's a
Techie
chance
was
for him
trying to
to
make
be
a point.
polite.
He said I
Tryhard
am not,
Techie was
so
trying to
it's
make a
gonna
point
cause
and he
audio
was being
chaos.
steamrolled.
Okay, so how about we try with Lure Guy? Let's see if you can expose that I can't engage in polite discourse. So
literally just joined.
Do you agree in the sense of tactile sensation that when you tactilely sense something, you don't sense it? Is that
I
true?
would defer to what Tryhard Techie has to say.
What did he say?
Well, I don't know. He was steamrolled.
Okay, so you're referring to something that you have no idea about. So your answer is I don't know.
Yes, because I just joined.
Okay, so let's try again. See if you can answer the question this time with your own answer, rather than appealing to an answer that you have no idea about. Okay.
Appealing to
Do
an answer that
you-
was steamrolled. Yes.
Okay, just listen. Okay. When you tactilely sense something, do you sense it or not?
What Tryhard Techie has to say.
My God. So you're going to appeal to an answer you have no idea about again, rather than give your own
Because
answer?
I'm not interested in the conversation.
Evidently.
Yes.
Then why'd you white knight?
These people think they're winning by doing that, being passively aggressive,
All right.
disruptive.
Now, can
and
we
just
try this again?
stultifying the
Or
dialogue.
is someone going to interrupt me again?
Okay, let's try it. Let's try one more time, Techie.
In a zero gravity environment, I wouldn't feel
Doing it
any
deliberately.
sensation
He heard
of
me
weight because
talking.
weight is mass by the
You've never
gravitational
been
force.
to
is
a
it not?
zero gravity environment.
That's right. So I've always experienced the
Why are you
sensation of
talking in
weight.
hypotheticals?
I'm not speaking hypotheticals.
Listen,
Will you please
listen, why don't you
listen?
discuss
Open your
about the
ears.
here and now? Holy shit.
Open your ears, listen, and try not to have your thoughts overrun.
You're supposed to be providing an
When
experience.
I am standing up, I feel the weight of my body because the gravity is pushing down on it. I feel my muscles straining because my body has mass.
Nobody's
and
denying
the mass is
that.
being pulled down by gravity. That's why I feel my body moving. That's why I
The
feel
why is
my
the thing you
muscles
need to
straining
prove.
and contracting. That's
You need
why
to prove the
gravity
why.
is existing.
We know gravity exists. You need to prove why, like your explanation to be true. That's mass
You
attracting
listen,
mass.
I was asked. That's the point I was trying to make this entire time. What you make of it is what you think. That's what this whole thing was about. That's it.
So how's that proof
5
of a
minutes.
globe? All right, can you link
if
that
gravity
to a globe?
this strong exists, then there is no reason to deny the fact that gravity formed the shape of our Earth.
You have to prove that's the shape of the Earth. You're saying that gravity exists and that's what shaped the Earth, so that proves the Earth's a globe. Prove the Earth's a globe first.
Yeah, this is circular reasoning, Tryhard Techie.
It's not. It's very
Yes,
foundational.
it is.
The foundation is gravity, and the force
Gravity
is
exists.
mass.
When I drop things, they fall down. It must be mass attracting mass, and it must be the explanation of why the Earth's a globe. You say while not having proved that your explanation for gravity is true and that the Earth is a globe. You have to
must
prove
not
those
have
things.
heard my initial explanation.
The
Gravity
audience
is an
heard you
equal
present
force
gravity
that
is proof
applies
of
in
the
a
globe, and
three-dimensional
globe is proof
space
of
based
gravity.
on mass.
Okay, let's reply.
So the
with
more
an
mass there
argument
is,
now.
the higher the gravitational force. The higher gravitational force,
You need
the more
some
likely it
air
is to
pressure
form a
requires a
sphere
container.
shape.
So you think outer space vacuums exist, huh? This big, massive infinity vacuum?
Do you have anything that could prove otherwise?
Yeah, bicycle tires contain gas. Propane tanks contain gas. Balloons contain gas. We have a pressurized system. And
Okay,
we don't
but the
experience
Earth is
entropy
inside
of
an
gas
atmosphere,
expanding
is it not?
into the vacuum of outer space.
The vacuum of outer space is very different from our atmosphere. Our atmosphere is pressurized to 15 psi. The vacuum of space is a vacuum.
All right, so
We're
what's causing
describing
this
two different things that
pressurization?
have no relation to each other.
I like how
Alright,
you're
so what-
saying, do you have any proof for that when you don't have any proof for your vacuum?
No, I'm
space?
asking you to deny what I know as a fact.
You don't know it's a fact. You can't prove it. If you can't prove it, you don't know it's a fact.
Funny.
And yet you're not offering any proof to the contrary. If you
No,
really had
no,
proof
I
to the
don't have to
contrary,
add
then
proof
you
to
would
the
have
contrary.
no
If there
problem
is
in
no
disproving me.
If there is no proof that what you're saying exists, how can I prove it doesn't exist? You have to prove it exists first.
And yet you haven't disproven that what I
Well, what do you mean disprove that it doesn't exist? There's nothing on
you don't
Earth that
disprove,
can
that's
mimic
burden
what you're
reversal.
talking about, and there's been no proof of the vacuum of space. You're saying there's been proof, but what's the proof that there's been that the space is the vacuum you're talking about?
Okay, so this is the defining question right now. This is what we're going to. Why does a vacuum of space exist?
No, does it exist?
It
Does it exist? Prove it exists.
Okay, if there was no vacuum in space, then everything would be atmosphere, and we would be able to fly
Circular
through space
reasoning.
in a plane.
Circular,
Your
yeah,
circular
exactly.
reasoning.
How is that circular reasoning? Assuming
You are
that
stuck
everything is
on the
atmosphere.
mod-
If nothing is a vacuum, then it's all atmosphere.
No, you're stuck on thinking that the whole entire globe model is accurate. You're taking out parts that
I'm basing
make
my
it,
argument based on the reality as I see
taking out
it.
parts that make it quote unquote work, thinking that we believe that those parts are involved when none of those parts have been proven.
He said if there was no vacuum, we'd be able to fly.
Exactly.
You're mistaking my argument that I'm going to assume. I'm just going to bend to your will and your idea and accept it. I'm not.
No,
I'm
because
arguing
I'm
why
only
my.
accepting that there's
I'm
proof
arguing
for it.
my point.
You're talking about
You are
things
trying
that
to
there's no
argue
proof
yours
for.
and constantly talking over me. By the way, very mature. If your
Maybe
argument
we
is
could
so
try
good, then
to get
you'd
a
be able
logical
to be
syllogism
mature
out
about
of
this.
him.
But since it's not, I mean, it can't be that good of a point. You're basing your idea off of emotion. I'm basing my ideas off of the observable truth that I see and I can witness.
Where have you
I've got witness
experienced
space, so I can't speak to it as clearly as I can about gravity. But I know that if everything was atmosphere, which would be the opposite of vacuum, then we would be able to fly planes to another planet. We cannot.
What?
So there has to be a difference. The difference is that it
You
has
have
to
no
be a
proof of what a
vacuum.
planet even is. You think a planet is a chunk of rock that you can go to?
Planets are a multitude of different things depending on what aspect you choose to look at.
How do you know? How do you know this?
Because we can observe them, we can sample test them, we
You can observe
find out what
anything,
their
like
composition
you've
is.
never observed rocks on an object in outer space.
But we can send probes and robots out there that can tell us through
Again,
chemical
you're
analysis.
using
So you do
the
this?
story to support the story. You can't use the story to support the story. We're saying outer space vacuum story doesn't exist because we don't experience outer space vacuum. What we do experience is entropy, states of entropy constantly taking place. Whenever he said bicycle tires full of air, there was the container. As soon as you open that container, the air flows out. High pressure releases off to low pressure. Whenever he said that, what was your other example?
Propane
What I'm struggling to understand here is
He has
your
a
argument is
container
there's
with
no vacuum in
gradient in it.
space, so if there's
He
no
has
vacuum,
the
then there should be no
container
difference between Earth
with a
atmosphere and space.
gradient in it. It has a liquid state of propane and there's a gaseous state of propane.
Yes,
As soon as he opens that container, the pressure releases off into the lower pressure, which is an opposite example of your story, which is a high pressure Earth with liquids and gases not releasing off into the lower pressure vacuum of outer infinite space.
All right, I have a question for Tryhard Techie. Techie, is it possible that you can? And I want to see if Teal can engage you because we hardly see Teal, so I want to see if she can get her shots in with you. All right, is there any way that you can give Teal scientific evidence of gravitational attraction? I need you to go ahead and state it to her.
Gravitational
in a way,
attraction?
Yeah, that's what you've been trying to talk about right now, currently, right?
Please elaborate, because I'm not sure if this is a specific
Well, the
theory
current-
or if it's just a simple concept.
No, I meant like, what's the mainstream explanation for, gravitational attraction to Earth? Because I think that's what you're saying is going on. It's the reason why we have gases on the surface and not escaping out into the void.
I don't know where you're bringing in the word attraction.
Oh, well, how would you explain gravity? Try hard, Techie.
It's just a constant force pulling inwards to itself.
All right, what's the science behind it is what I'm asking. And just lay it out, and then Teal, if you can respond. And,
Well, as far as I know, we don't know why gravity happens, but we can observe that it does happen. Our best knowledge is that eventually, if you have enough atoms which create mass or represent mass, that it creates a gravitational force. We don't know why this happens, but we can observe that it does.
You're giving a reason why it happens. You're saying that
we observe gravity constantly.
Yeah, I know. We do observe gravity. You're giving a reason why it happens. What I'm asking for is give proof for the reason why.
We don't know.
You just said
we do not know what creates a gravitational.
Other matter. You just said it was atoms attracting other atoms, mass attracting mass.
Right, but we don't know what force creates gravity. We don't know why gravity is a result of mass. We don't know what causes that. We just observe that it happens.
I'd like him to clarify. Are you claiming that we can observe gravitation at the molecular scale?
I am not certain as to how far we can observe gravity. But
Well, it sounded like you said that. You said basically you can have atoms and you can observe gravitation. I'm like, really? I've never heard that
the
before.
mass effect of gravity. We can observe the way it affects us, but I'm not sure to what degree we can observe it.
Tryhard Techie. So you're telling Teal that you don't have any science to back up the causation for gravitational attraction.
I would appreciate if you didn't put words in my mouth. I've explained myself as
I'm
clearly as I
asking
can.
for you to.
What you make of it is up to you.
Okay, you're
He's
not gonna
asking you to
You're not
clarify.
going to barrel through what I'm saying. I'm just asking you to clarify whether you're saying you can present the effect or the cause. Are you going to be able to present the cause for gravitational attraction?
I've stated several times that we, as a scientific community, as far as I am aware, do not know why the effect known as gravity occurs.
Okay.
So it's not scientific, is it?
We do not as yet know how it occurs, but we can observe that it does occur.
I hear you. I hear you. So there's no independent variable that we can manipulate as a presumed cause, is what you're telling me.
We cannot fully manipulate gravity to our will, no, but we can use it within certain parameters.
So it sounds like, as I expressed earlier, there's no scientific proof of the cause of gravity.
As far as we know right now, yes.
Yes?
Our
Then
best
provide the
guess is
experiment,
mass.
please.
That's the only time we have.
Jeez. All right, provide the experiment, including the IV and DV, for your experiment demonstrating gravity.
Eagle, was he affirming that they don't have evidence, or was
Yeah,
he
I
affirming that? I think that's what he was affirming. Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
So then
I
the
was
answer is
confirming
there is
that
no
we do not
scientific
have the
evidence
full
of the cause.
story. We only have about half of it.
Right.
Yeah, you're fine. I think
So you could have
there was
just
a
said
confusion.
no. You could have
There was
answered
confusion.
Teal and said no.
Well, I could have done a lot of things. Let's not get into probabilities.
Because I know what your argument is, but I'm just asking for the evidence for the explanation to why gravity happens the way we
We
see
don't
it.
know. I think I've
Okay.
said it probably about 6 or 7 times now. We
I
do
know,
not
but you were not answering in the beginning. It took a long time to get to. I don't know.
Well, when you were talking over me, it's kind of hard.
And you know what's also funny is gravity is what you presented as your number one bang-on proof of the globe. You don't seem too sure about it now.
What
field? No.
Try hard.
Well, let's not get into semantics here. We observe gravity. We know gravity happens. We know gravity exists. We know it acts on us constantly. There's no doubt it's there, but we don't know the fine details as to why.
Yeah, you're fine. All right. So, Techie, what field do you operate in, or what's your profession? That way we can understand what is a.
I have a generalistic knowledge.
I know, but are you in some type of applied science like field? Or
I am not.
What are you? Do you currently work with anything that would kind of utilize anything that you might be saying, with science and just? I want to know if you have any background. That's all. If you don't, that's fine.
I do not have a dedicated scientific background. No.
Okay.
All right. You referred to
But-
we and the scientific community in the same
Yeah.
sentence.
That's kind of why I'm asking. Because
I refer to scientific community and my knowledge as the only reference I have because I do like to learn things, and from everything I've observed and learned indicates what I am
But from
speaking
high
of.
school,
I'm not
not-
speaking
not
of
from college
from
level.
a professional perspective.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I'd like him to define what science means and an experiment.
I will not be defining specific words so you can look up on your own time.
Well, we're just looking for your acumen as far as like what you know, and so that's if you say you don't know anything, that's okay. But
How do you differentiate science from pseudoscience?
Again, I'm not going to get into childish semantics. You can do that with someone less
All right, well,
intelligent.
that's kind of what we're all about here.
Semantics.
We differentiate science from pseudoscience all day, every day. So if you don't want to get into that, then maybe you should concede and move on. Yeah.
Well, concede to what? Your point of view?
No,
Because that's
concede
all
that
we
you
have
don't
to
know what
offer
you're
here,
talking
is it
about.
not?
No, concede that you have nothing to offer.
The people here don't really say, oh, I'm just going to go based off what the scientific community says. Instead, we try to find out why they're saying what they say and what their evidence is for it.
So you all are admitting to being a conspiracy theory ring.
No, we're just thinking
That's what
critically.
it sounds like to me. And
We
based
want
on
to
the
find
emotion in this room, I'm pretty
Scientific
sure it's
method is a form
justified.
of empirical knowledge, okay?
The only empirical
We're
knowledge I've
champions
heard
of
here
the
is what
scientific
I've
method and
said.
empiricism.
No, it's not about what you said, try hard techie. It's about what the information
Please just
we're
call me
given.
Techie or Brian.
Okay.
Okay, loser.
Mr.
Got it.
Brian,
You said that we observe atoms like coming
I
together.
did not. You tried to interject that several times.
Oh shit! We can't even hold a linear conversation. We keep jumping around because everybody wants to
That's
jump in
because
with
they have no point.
one at a time.
Mickey and Teal should take point.
Oh,
right.
well, I was
Go
just
ahead, Tim.
saying that I hear you a lot saying it's the scientific consensus, that's what the scientific community says, but if you don't know why they're saying it, it's not evidence to your point.
So I
That's
think you
all
have
I
to
was saying.
contribute. If you dispute that, then you can dispute
No,
it all
because
you want.
a lot of
That's
the
all
things
I
that
have
you
to
were
offer
saying,
here.
I think a lot of people on the call know what you're talking about. I don't know about everybody, but if you don't know the evidence for what you're saying and why you believe it, it's not evidence. You can't just say, oh, because the scientific community says so. You have to see why they're saying so and what their evidence is for
You
it.
can
how they
reject it all
back it
you
up.
want. It is what it is.
You can't say it is what it is without knowing why
Yes,
they
I
say it is
can.
what it is.
I can say
But now
whatever the
you're
hell
just
I want.
blindly
What you do with
believing.
it is up to you.
No, because
You're choosing
before
to
I believe
reject it. I'm
something,
choosing to ignore your rejection.
before I believe something or argue about it, I like to think that I know the evidence for what I'm saying.
I accept the scientific narrative because it makes sense to me. If
Yeah,
you
but you
choose
can
not
be
to, then
try
that
hard
is your
techie.
choice. You can do what
All right,
you
look,
want.
techie.
I
You
personally
can-
don't care.
Listen, bro. You can be skeptical of information. You don't have to
Oh,
accept
I'm
it.
skeptical of many things, but this is something I
Right.
am not. I'm a
I know,
free
you
thinker.
said-
I
you
am
said-
not some sheep.
That's
Let's
great.
get that straight.
That's great. I never said that you weren't. But here's the thing: you could be skeptical about this information of gravity, right? You don't have to accept
I have
it.
no reason to be skeptical of it.
Well, we're giving you a reason because there isn't any causation.
The fact that you guys don't believe something does not give
All
me
right, so
cause
now
to be
you're going to
skeptical
barrel
of
through
it.
me. You the same thing you didn't
My
want people to
apologies.
do to you, Techie. Same thing you didn't want people to do to you. You're doing to me.
I
right?
apologize.
All right. So basically, the information given is a cause and effect relationship according to how we understand people are theorizing what gravity is, right? Now, we understand the effect. We can quantify that. That's not a problem. The problem is they're ascribing a causation theory to it. Now, you might think that theory is sound. We're telling you we're skeptical of it because there's no way that you can provide any scientific evidence according to how you even demonstrated there is no scientific evidence for. We also affirm that. So how is it possible? You're saying it makes sense because there is no causation backing the effect. You can just say three-toed gnomes are pulling things down or whatever. You can make whatever you want up, but there's no verification of the fact that that is the case. So we're telling you it doesn't make sense, and you're saying, well, I just agree with the scientific rhetoric. What they're saying is that there's an invisible bendy space-time force that's actually pulling things down or actually pushing things down into the earth. Now, if you say that's true or you affirm that, then you're going to have to side with them. And we're trying to tell you you don't because you're saying there is no evidence for the causation theory. There's no scientific backing for that. That's
Okay.
what we're telling you, Techie.
There's one fundamental flaw with your argument. I
Flaw.
expressing my own opinion in words am by no means compelled by any force of you or anyone else in this room to change my opinion. My opinion is what it is. Whether you agree with it or not is completely up to you, based on evidence or not. What I have to offer here is what I know. What I know is from the scientific community.
Well,
If you disagree
it's not an
with the
opinion. You're
scientific
just
community,
factually
then
wrong,
that is your
actually. It's
opinion.
not up for opinion.
You can believe what you want, but I thought you were coming in here to say the reasons why you believed it was a globe. And
I was initially coming here to listen. So,
okay.
You guys dragged me into this.
All
That's
right.
all right.
I don't know why you were in here initially. If you just want to listen.
I came in here because I got muted from another VC and I was looking for another conversation.
Well, you're in one, so and as you engage, the thing is, you say you disagree with what we're saying. Simultaneously, you're saying I affirm that there is no scientific evidence for the causation theory. So you are basically saying what we're saying, that there's no causation for the effect. So that's fine. They're saying that there is a causation for the effect. You're saying no, there's not. But mainstream is saying that it affirms that there is a causation theory for it.
There's a disagreement. So what?
What do you mean? A disagreement with you and them, or us and you? Which disagreement?
There's only two sides. There's me, and then there's you.
No, there's
As in
not two
everyone
sides.
else.
There's the information that you either accept or reject based on the limits of verification. So it's
I've
not me
stated
and
my
you
objections
against,
and
not
my
against me and
accepted-
you. What?
Which church of gravity do you belong to, Einstein or Newton?
I was unaware there was a difference.
There is. Mass
Okay.
attracting mass and the bending and warping of space-time. Two very different things.
Space
Mutually
time.
exclu-
That is something
mutu-
I do not accept the idea of space time. I think space is
All right.
relative to the space that it is occupying.
That
Oh, he's
is
a
the one that
BYOB
most
earther.
modern scientists are subscribed to at the moment.
No,
Well,
what we're saying is
I don't
yeah,
think
That means you don't subscribe
specifically.
to
I don't think
the
space
Lampecidian
applies
model.
to. I don't think time applies to empty space because there's nothing to occupy. I think space is only useful to a space that is relative to, like Earth. If you have something to base
So
it
you're
off
not
of,
you're not
to
defending
observe
prevailing
actual-
cosmology, are you?
Will you let me finish? I feel that time only really applies to a body like Earth or a different planet. It's something to relate to the changes of the things we can observe around us, and it helps us determine what state of the day or some kind of sense of order there is to a planetary body. I don't think it has any real place in empty space because there's nothing to base it off of and there's no reason for it to exist. It has no purpose.
So this is the cosmology based upon what you think
This is my
true.
personal opinion. I do not associate with any other opinion other than
Right.
my
So
own.
you don't ascribe possibly. Now I'm just going on a limb here, but with the mainstream, because they say something very different than what you just said in your opinion right now.
When it comes
They're not saying
to
the
the idea of space-time, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, just for the group here to understand, you're not affirming what they're saying.
I am not.
All right. Well,
I think it
That
might
is
have,
my own opinion and my own opinion alone.
I think it might have been better to start the conversation off with something more than just theories and things like that if you want to listen, because there's
Again, you're
better
trying to force a
proof
narrative
to the-
for me to be a participant.
Well, there's no. I'm just saying that there's better ways to start finding out the Earth's not a globe than trying to disprove theories that are already not provable. You know?
yeah, that's correct. You didn't provide evidence. No one can of the causation
Yeah.
for the effect. So that's not
And
a
you
very
see,
good
by
place
saying
to start.
that alone proves that you're not willing to accept anyone else's opinion.
No,
You already
no,
have your
I'm just-
mind set. You already think that there is
I
no
don't think
proof.
you heard what
so
just was
you
said.
aren't willing to accept anyone
we
else's
just
opinion.
reached an ending to it because we all agree that there's not really any proof for what they're saying, but
You're
that
only willing
doesn't
to
prove
accept
that the
one
Earth isn't a
narrative, is what
globe.
I'm
And
hearing.
like,
That's
it's
false.
not giving you the Earth isn't a globe proof, which is why I was saying there's like better ways to start off the conversation if you want.
I don't think you're
That's all I'm
listening.
saying.
Let
Becky.
me be more clear. When you state
Flat
that
Earth
there
is not an opinion, dude.
Yeah, I think you're not listening right now, Techie. We all agree that there is no evidence for the causation theory. You also affirmed that. What do you mean? I think you're not understanding that point. That's why Teal is saying you can't come up with the not having a answer to the causation theory and have that as globe evidence because it's not. That's all.
Yeah, there's better ways to
we're
start.
going
I
back
think that
circular
there's better ways
reasoning
for
here,
us
which
to.
is classic identity of a cult.
No, because you said
This
that
is
you
a
wanted to
flat
come in
Earth
to listen.
cult, I see.
You're hurting
You
in
said
pain,
you wanted
bro.
to come in to listen. This
Oh,
conversation
I'm not
about
in pain, don't worry.
mass attracting
You're hurting
mass.
in
It
pain.
looks like it's reached its close because you don't
Things
agree
have
with
reached
the
its close. You aren't
mainstream.
willing to accept any narrative
You're just
other
gonna
than
No,
your
you
own.
just
You
said you
already
don't agree with
have.
the mainstream consensus. So it kind of. Oh, he left.
I don't understand how he's saying that. We are the only ones who've considered another option. That's how we're here in the first place. Goofballs like this guy are still stuck in season 1.
I'm on a jet. You guys, I guess he's gone. So I'll catch you guys after a while.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.
That literally makes no sense. You guys haven't considered any other options when we were
Yeah, no,
global.
we could talk about a different topic that would have been less about theories. You know?
He's just another.
Yeah, I had him wrong the whole time. Like, I was expecting him to bring facts and evidence, but he just wanted to talk about his opinion. And he's upset that we're not accepting his opinion.
I don't know. It was very confusing.
He's looking for a replacement to Scientology, and he came to the wrong place.
He's a zealot.
Stop talking over me as I talk over you.
We in the scientific community.
Yeah, we did science. Freaking nerd over here, dude.
Are you a scientist? No.
Anything to do with the scientific community? No.
He's a science enjoyer, I guess, huh?
You guys
Yeah,
aren't
they'll say
agreeing with the
science,
science. Okay,
but
well,
they really
I'm allowed to
mean
disagree with it.
politics. It's an agreeable politics, and these papers that are put out written by GPT, and they've had to, now years later, they're like, oh yeah, 10,000 of these were just garbage, but they were in the peer review process. It's absurd to appeal to a broken system as your appraisal.
He looked very like new. He probably never been in a. But I don't like it when people say, "Oh, you guys are so closed-minded," because I didn't want to be a flat earther. I was looking into it, and I was looking into it with an open mind, but still, I was like, "It's not true." When I started looking into it, so I was not closed-minded to the Earth being a globe. I wasn't. I just was trying to find evidence for it, and there's none.
I definitely don't see how any flat earther who previously a globehead could be closed-minded.
Yeah.
How does that make any sense? That is just stupid. The projection is too real. The projection is incredible.
I had to be super open-minded to look into this.
Right. So you guys are in a cult. Okay, buddy. The projection again.
You said globehead, and you reminded me of that photo I put. Just a globehead.
I think you kind of had him there too when you said, well, what about space-time? He's like, oh, well, I don't believe in that. Well, that is what's called a BYOB earther. You've brought your own ball to the party. Then he started talking about, well, my opinions, you don't get to bring your own opinions. If you're a globe earther, you're locked in with the globe claim, not your own that you just made up. You can't take bits and pieces and say, well, my globe works like this. We don't do that here.
Yeah, and he said he wanted to listen, but he wasn't listening. He could have listened to a different topic of conversation, because that one literally he didn't agree with the mainstream. But
Yeah, he wanted to share his opinion. He wanted us all to listen and marvel at his intellect.
Yeah.
It seems like they come in, the room thinking that it's going to be an easy win for them, and then they find themselves having to, answer the questions that we ask them and provide the evidence that they swear that they know is to be factual when they don't have it, and then it's like it turns their their vibe when they came in. So confident, then they end up leaving so frustrated because they couldn't do what they thought was going to be a walk of the park. It's pretty funny to witness.
Yeah, so he had no evidence for mass attracting mass, and he didn't actually believe in space-time. So, not much evidence for gravity there. He didn't explain space-time very well either. It was like he was saying, "Oh, why do we need to find out the time in space or something?"
He kind of
wasn't talking like was
And his evidence for space gravity was planets. Planets form because of gravity, as if that's ever been observed.
Yeah.
He said we know that happened. That's what I'm saying. He came in with nothing but an idea.
He wanted to share his opinion with us. He was actually honest about that.
Right.
Yeah, opinions are okay, I suppose. Like,
Yeah.
what's your opinion of Bigfoot or something?
So if his opinion is science, then by extension is all science just a matter of opinion? It's subjective. Then if that's the case, how could any of us be wrong about any of our claims if it's opinion? So why argue so much?
I think he couldn't back up what he was saying, so he was trying to make it like in his own head or to us say that we were trying to change his opinion and we can't do that and that kind of stuff. Because he didn't know what he was talking about with a lot of the things.
Yeah, and that's why
I kind of wanted to ask him if he wanted to change our opinion.
That's why when you started asking him questions that he couldn't necessarily answer, he started to get frustrated, and then he started to try to change it. Like he literally was then changing the argument and focusing it more like if it was personal.
Yeah. I think he said he wanted to listen, but I guess not.
While over talking to everybody.
Yeah.
Funny how that worked.
Yeah. He came in really, really hot, too.
Yeah.
And he said if gas pressure requires containment, then we can fly an aeroplane to another planet.
I stepped right over that one. Didn't want to touch that.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. I think Teal kind of hit on it. How he's imagining everything the same in the globe worldview. He's not swapping anything out, right? So when we say, well, there's no vacuum, he's like, well, then that means Earth's air goes all the way to Pluto or whatever. It's like, dude, you're just making shit up on the fly. It's just crazy.
Every now and then I'm getting pinged by this Star Life guy who keeps trying to share something. Any idea what this is about?
It's plasma not created by gravity inside of a contained vacuum.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw
So
that,
what
but I'm
happens
not
when you
gonna-
turn off the vacuum pump?
Right. He's debunking himself. That's why he literally said, imagine the container is not there. Like, bro, well then you debunk yourself, bro.
Imagine the container's not there for proof of my uncontained gas. Oh, amazing. Holy
And then
shit.
I just put, you don't get it. Like you literally, dude, it's hilarious. It was comical.
They're not sending their best, folks.
And somehow in his mind, that's a W. It's really weird, bro. Like, wow.
Yeah, so wait, this plasma ball in a vacuum chamber is an example of a naturally occurring phenomenon that represents the air we breathe? Like, what the hell?
Yeah. Look at this plasma. I'm calling it gas. No, dude. Totally not sequitur at all.
And then he posted this other photo, the one that I look. I'll post a photo that I rebutted with, and if you look at that, he's literally like he's debunking himself, bro. Like it's comical. I just put a ruler over it and showed him, like, dude, that clearly that line is the line is what's bending, not the actual Earth behind it. Because if you put a ruler, you clearly still have that straight horizon. it's an optical effect, bro. He doesn't get it. Again, he doesn't get it.
Oh, sorry.
What's the model that you guys have?
It's fun.
I'm curious.
Yeah. After one of the shows, all the crazies.
He's roboting bad.
Yeah, he's roboting. I want to know what model you guys are working out of because you haven't staked your
There isn't
position yet.
one. How many times do we have to answer this question? There isn't.
Outside is model. Touch
If I make a
craft.
model,
That is the
if I make a model that tries
experience.
to purport to as many observations as I see,
No, yeah, you pick the
I'm
model then. Which model are you going to use to debunk which model?
Well, I can't
You get
debunk
to pick
anything.
the
You
model.
guys
This is
say
a
there
pick
is
your
no
own
model.
adventure.
You guys say there is no model.
Let me
No,
ask
we
you.
use various many models, lots and lots of models. So which model are you going to do?
Let me ask you.
Whatever model that you feel you have positive proof of. I'd like to hear it.
Your model is a model of a bunch of
Well, he doesn't
satellite
have a
pictures.
model. He hasn't stated his
Yeah.
model yet.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which
and
model are you
guys
trying to
haven't
use?
stated your model.
Can
No,
I?
but
Can I ask?
No,
there is no model.
you're not
My
claiming to
observation.
have a model. No one here's
Let me
claiming to
Use
have a
all
model.
models.
Hey,
Can I ask a question out of this guy? Like,
we can go.
Hey, Lur guy,
do
can I
you
ask
do you
a question?
benchmark reality to a model? My globe guy, do you benchmark reality to a model?
What do you mean by benchmark?
It sounds like you're using a model as a standard that you're benchmarking reality to, which is the exact opposite of what you do with a model.
I don't know what you mean by. Could you define what you mean by benchmark in this case? I'd say yes or no. I don't know what benchmark means though. Like a
Which
count
do you
score?
hold as the ultimate standard, reality or a model?
The ultimate standard? I think that's a false equivalence.
Huh?
Reality is
So-
obviously
Oh, really?
the ultimate standard. Yeah, whatever's
Okay,
out there in
then that's
reality.
what we're talking
And we
about.
use
Why
models to
are
try
you
to account
asking
for
us for a
certain
model?
phenomena.
Why are you asking us for a model?
Because we're not able to have a
You could ask-
conversation if you don't present a model.
Well,
Well, what is your model
instead
and
of
what is it
model
based
claims,
off?
right?
A gas model.
Like-
What is your
Give him a
model
gas
and what is
model.
it based off of in that case? And how does it prove anything?
What do you mean? How does it prove anything?
What is your model and how
A
is it
model-
created? What is your
So
model?
a model isn't proof of anything. A
No,
scientific
I'm
model
saying-
does not prove anything.
Man, this guy. Can I ask a quick question, real quick, to this guy?
Yeah.
If there's if there's a place, okay, that you can't get to create a model of it, but yet you still create a model, does that make the model valid? And what I mean by that, if you let me give me like two
What do
more,
you mean a
know.
place you can't get to?
So
Sure.
if I told you to make a model of this 50-story building that I built in this faraway land, now you can't go to this model and then take your measurements of it to create a model for yourself. So then you come back to me and say, well, here's the model that I've been told it is,
Sure.
but yet you couldn't go verify it yourself, but you just modeled it, but you never were able to go.
I agree.
physically take. Okay, now you get what I'm saying now, right?
I agree.
If we have an Earth.
If I didn't have any access to this object, I wouldn't be able to model it. But the issue is that, like, if I had no information on it, yeah, I wouldn't be able to like predict anything about it. But if I had certain pieces of information, like let's say the sun was. Can I respond? Can I respond?
Yeah.
Let's say if the sun were setting down and I could see the outline. Okay, am I able to respond? I thought you were done speaking.
No, yeah, go ahead.
If the sun were setting down and I were to see the outline of it, I'd be like, or I'd be able to say, maybe the outline looks like this because the light is not showing through certain parts. So I'd be able to make certain predictions, and from those predictions, I would be able to model something sometimes. So my model of this building would probably be just like an obelisk, a shape. But I wouldn't be able to tell how many stories are in it or what are the things inside of it. I would need other pieces of information for that.
Okay, so now here's the point that I was trying to make, though. If we are trying to create a model of something that we truly can't see in its entirety, but we're told that, we have to calculate for this curvature that isn't there, that in reality we don't measure it like that, we don't find it to be, but we're told that this is, and then if we say, well, let's go search this sphere out, but they go, you can't go over there. You can't go beyond this parallel right here and freely explore. So then that means like, well, then I can't see the bottom of this place to actually make it into the sphere that it needs to be according to the model that I've created for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, we can't get down there. So how can you say it's that? It's the same thing as what if you come back to me? What if you come back to me? What if you come back to me with a pyramid model, right, of the building because you couldn't see it? You have no idea of what it looks like in its entirety, and you come back with a pyramid. You're like, well, this is what I think it is because mathematically it makes sense that it's a pyramid. And I say, no, well, unfortunately, that's not the shape either because because it doesn't comport with what I believe.
We can see the shape.
You can you can't. Though.
He's telling you this, that you can model things that don't exist. Like you can create a computer simulation where you're Superman and you're flying through New York City and there's a model. It's a model that works, but it doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah.
So the globe model is in response to several phenomena we see, such as the moon or gravity or whatever it is. So we're responding to certain phenomena, certain observations that we see. To your point as to we can't see it.
Can you post the globe model?
We have pictures of a circular. Can I
post the globe model, not a picture, but the globe model.
And the moon doesn't prove the shape.
The globe model in reference to what? In reference of like.
You claimed a globe model. I want to see it. I want to see what you're modeling.
Yeah, and also you pointed out how you said that something about the sun and the rays creating the model. How was that done? How did that prove curvature in any way?
I know that.
Sure.
That's what I was just going to say. Like the sun and the moon and everything you used isn't proving the ground. You're talking about. You're saying like the moon and the sun and the rays, like, and the shadows, like that doesn't prove the ground. That's just showing what those things are.
And people.
It was never my claim that a model proves something. A model never will prove something. What it is it's going to try to account for as much phenomena as possible.
So hold on. Why were you asking us for non-proof then?
Right.
I'm asking you to represent a different model that accounts for more phenomena. That's how scientific discourse happens.
No, but
let's go on a little thing.
How your model was created.
I want to devolve into a little experiment here. Okay.
A thought experiment?
How many of us?
A real one.
How many of us account for I think it's called the de Boer's model of the atom, where it's the nucleus and then it's the atoms circling around it. Do we all?
I'll tell you, the Manhattan Project scientists, the Manhattan Project scientists used the Bohr model.
Yeah, you know that model doesn't prove anything. Do you know it's
today
wrong?
that the Bohr model isn't accurate, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah, but they used it.
It's not
it had
useless.
Pragmatic use, as wrong as it was.
Mm-hmm. And we still use the Bohr model, I think, in reference
dude, and that's what we're trying to tell you. You're asking us for non-proof.
And that's what I've been saying.
And we're trying to tell you this is retarded.
No, I didn't ask you for non-proof. I asked you for another model that accounts for more phenomena. I think that's been my position the entire time.
Why don't you ask for claims of reality instead of a model?
Yeah, instead of asking, ask for.
Is this chat about ontology now?
We can at least give you something so we can
reality.
What the fuck?
Yeah, ontology.
First, not the state of being and how you think about being. We're talking about the things as is that are not subject to your interpretation.
I think
Science
that he's
does not care
very
about things as is, as they are transcendently. Science cares about what you can observe, and then how well could you predict your observations.
Okay, define science right now for the audience. What is science?
Science is a systematic study of like certain observations and phenomena. That's what it is.
Wrong.
Yeah, no.
Okay, cool. You have a better
Systematic
definition. Go ahead.
experimentation of naturally occurring phenomena to determine presumed causes of effects.
I think I made roughly
Things that
that
we actually
definition.
observe
In the
happening around
physical
us.
and natural world.
Yeah.
That's right.
Natural.
Okay. And
Yeah, look, guy,
This is
you're
like
very
kindergarten level of
Observational science is
argumentation.
pseudoscience.
You seem like you're very into explanations without any backing. From what I'm hearing from you, you're basically asking for model for what can you guys give me that gives a better explanation, but you're not asking for proof. And the thing about the globe model is it's not about, oh, can I get an explanation for this without any evidence to back it up? Can I get another explanation? It's what is the proof that there's curvature? What is the proof that the Earth is a globe? What is the proof?
What sort of proof do you accept? I can give you visual proof that there's curvature.
No, just what is the proof that the Earth is curved? What's the proof of curvature?
The proof of curvature?
Yes.
I would defer probably to circumnavigation, but I don't have a lot of knowledge on circumnavigation.
Did people not be
But
able?
there's
Were
visual
people not able to circumnavigate before the Earth was deemed a globe?
Yes, but we have better knowledge, and we're able to better predict things. Back before there was like
How so?
fully outfleshed knowledge.
How so? How so? How are we able, how are
We're
we
able
able
to
do
account
things
for
better?
things like load sizes, for example, in freighting, load sizes, gas, and we're able to get places a lot
No,
more
but I'm
accurately
saying,
in
how
every
did the
day.
globe do that? How did the globe make it more accurate? What changed to make it more accurate? That's
Well,
the
what
question.
changes if you presume that the Earth is flat, you try to model your circumnavigation around like a flat surface, and that leads you to be inaccurate in certain cases.
How
But
does
when
it
you
lead you to
account
be
Oh, you don't have
inaccurate?
to presume
How
it's
does
flat,
it?
though.
How
You
does
don't
it
You
lead you to
presume
be
it's
inaccurate?
flat. You observe it flat.
Yeah, no, but how does it even make you? How does it even work less accurately? How does the? I'm asking what has been added in circumnavigation and all that kind of stuff. What new knowledge has been added to it due to the globe that makes it more accurate? That proves the globe. And
So when you're
Excuse
trying
me.
to when
What
can't
globe?
just-
okay, yeah, you can go ahead.
you can't just
You
use
can go ahead.
circumnavigation and say it's more accurate now without knowing what they have implemented, how it's more accurate now. You can't just say it's more accurate now.
Yeah, well, Captain
Sure,
Cook
that's why I
uses
said I
Captain.
defer to it, but I don't have like non-Googleable knowledge. I need to
So
Google
then
for
what
this
is
knowledge,
the
but
proof for the
I'm pretty
curvature?
reasonable in assuming.
Here you go.
Huh?
Sorry, mate. Yeah, so Captain Cook used a sextant, didn't
Yeah,
he?
I believe a sextant does.
Yeah, Captain Cook used a sextant to determine his latitude when sailing on the ocean. Flat Earth, mate.
Yeah, do you know how a sextant works?
Captain Cook used the sextant when navigating the oceans, measuring flat Earth elevation angles to the sun and the stars. Flat Earth in your face right there.
You need a flat
Because of a
surface
sextant?
for a sextant to work.
Yeah,
You need a
he used
flat
the
surface.
sextant there, yeah. I can send you a citation if you need one.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at this. I'm curious.
And the method hasn't changed, by the way. It's still the same method. They still need a,
Yeah,
a
that's why I was-
horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, that's why I was asking because I want to see what these new methods are the globe added. We're still just using the same methods when the Earth was deemed flat.
Yeah, I'll post you one about Captain Cook, how he navigated the oceans using the sextant.
Is the model that we're proposing is more accurate the flat Earth model?
It is more accurate, but you, like I think like the thing that when you brought up circumnavigation, you said that it got improved when we started saying the Earth is a globe and all this stuff. You should look into why you're saying those things and see if there's actually evidence to back it up. Because if you look into the flat Earth model, not flat Earth model, but just like flat Earth, because there isn't a model, it is more accurate than the globe.
So what is the flat Earth thing if it's not a model?
I'm not being funny.
The Earth is flat. You don't need
Excuse
a
me.
model to know it's flat.
There's nothing, you can't compare anything to a globe model because it's measured flat. There's nothing to do with a globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you don't even have to mention a globe because
So
there
how
isn't
do you
one.
how does your flat Earth account for like different seasons? Does it account for different star positions?
That's
Does it
nothing
account
to
for
do
all
with the
these
shape.
things?
The seasons is not. Excuse me, mate. Excuse me, mate. The seasons is nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Are you aware of that?
No, it has something to do. Yes.
So
I can
please,
explain what the
have you got a?
scientific.
So you're
We know
claiming the.
what the globe
Excuse
says.
me, love. Excuse me.
Sorry.
So you're claiming the shape of the Earth has something to do with seasons.
Yes.
So what's the shape of the Earth?
It's a globe, or it's circular, or
So,
it's like
so
an
how's
egg
that
shape.
measured then? How do you measure that?
I thought we were going to pertain this to seasons.
Well, how do
I can explain.
excuse me, love. Hang on. You're saying it's a globe that determines the seasons.
Yeah.
How have you measured the globe?
How have I measured the globe? What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, how do you know the Earth's a globe? How you measured it?
With a ruler. I'm confused.
Trolling.
Yeah. So you've measured. Excuse me. I mean, I'm not dealing with an infant, am I? You've measured the circumference of the Earth with a ruler. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't understand your question. I don't have like a measurement.
No, you didn't understand me. I'll repeat it for you. Your claim on the table. No. I'll just repeat your claim because you mentioned a ruler. You're saying the shape of the Earth determines seasons. I asked you what shape the Earth was, and you said a globe. And I asked you how it was measured. How is it measured?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it measured? I don't know.
How is it measured? Stop repeating my fucking question, mate. How is it measured?
I don't understand the question, dog.
Holy
How is it fucking measured? You.
How has
I
curvature
don't
been
know how
proven?
they measured it.
How do you know it's a globe then?
So you don't know it's a globe then?
That's what I mean by explanations. He wants explanations to phenomenon that has been explained on the globe, and every single thing we say is going to want another explanation for the next. There is an explanation for seasons, but it has nothing to do with curvature. It has nothing to do with proving curvature.
We're not making a claim. He's put a claim on the table that the shape of the Earth determines seasons. We've asked him what the shape of the Earth is. He said it's a globe. We're asking him how he knows it's a globe and how it's measured. It's his turn to respond and back his claim up. How is it measured?
So, I want to explain how the shape of the Earth, presume that it is a globe.
No. We're not. No,
That's what I want to do.
No. We're not presuming. We want to know that it is a globe and how is it measured. There's no presumptions involved.
So then you don't.
Yeah, we don't care about your imagination, bro.
There was an
You guys don't
explanation
want
for
to
seasons
explain
before the Earth was deemed as a globe. There was an explanation for all this.
Let him drop himself in it. Let him dig the hole himself.
Yeah.
Let him dig his own hole. Dig your own grave, mate. Go on. How's it measured?
About what? Do you want me to explain how seasons work?
No. We want you to. You've claimed the seasons work on a spherical Earth because the Earth is spherical. We're asking you, how do you know it's spherical and who measured it and how it's measured? Go.
How do we know it's spherical? Because we have different observations of like different phenomena of the Earth. For example, there's the old
observations are not measurements. Observations are not measurements, mate.
For example, the old Greek experiment, where it was like the shadows and the sticks. I'm sure you're familiar with that one.
It's not an experiment. A shadow is not an experiment.
Are you familiar with the? I think it was Aristophanes or
Yes, we're so familiar with it to the point we know it's not an experiment. Are you listening, Lurgy?
You need an independent variable for it to be a experiment.
Yeah.
The variables. The variables are the length of the stick and the length of the shadow.
Wrong, dude. We've heard this before. You just
the independent variable is the length of the stick, and the dependent variable is the length of the shadow.
Awesome. So what?
And so, what an experiment has use in that it tests certain consequences of a model. And what Aristophanes or whatever.
So we change the length of the stick, and we can make Earth bigger.
If we presume that the flat Earth is the model, then it follows.
We don't presume, mate. We don't presume. We don't presume in here, mate.
Let me finish one deck.
No. We don't presume. We're not presuming anything, mate. We're dealing with facts, information, and actually, the only thing we're dealing with is measurements of the Earth and latitude, elevation angles to and from Polaris. Prove without any doubt that it's measured flat and the Earth is flat, unless you can debunk that.
So, what's his name again? Aristophanes? Let me find it.
It's Aristophanes, and I'm floored at how you come in here and ask us if we've heard of them of that person. It's like asking. It's like asking if any of us have been on an airplane. Excuse me, I'm still in the middle of a sentence.
Listen, guys, he's taking the piss. He's taking the piss. He's trying to get you triggered. Now, Eratosthenes, listen. I'll just say it once. So listen, when you now explain how Eratosthenes mentioned curvature, you're not allowed to use the word angle. Yeah? You're not allowed
Why
to
not?
use the word... Well, because angle's got nothing to do with curvature, has it?
That doesn't follow.
Angle is two straight lines. You're trying to prove curvature. Angle's got nothing to do with curvature. You can't mention that word.
An angle is two. You could have an angle anywhere on the curvature of the Earth.
No.
Yes.
Angles can determine arc length one day.
You have a parallel plane of which you're standing, in which there'd be only one singular point of contact on a globe Earth, on a perfectly spherical Earth, and then you could have any
a parallel plane. A parallel plane. That's why you can't use angles. Because what is a parallel plane?
You're not allowed to
It's
use
a
the word
flat plane.
parallel or plane when explaining curvature.
Yeah. You can't use angles on a surface.
And you can't use the word horizontal, parallel, plumb, or perpendicular.
Boom, checkmate.
None of this really follows for me.
Well, yeah, it does,
we
because-
use angles on a curved surface all the time.
No, you can't, mate. It's two straight lines. It's got nothing to do with curvature. You're talking about flat Earth now.
You said parallel plane yourself. Parallel plane is flat.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with curvature.
Yes.
You're explaining.
So you would have. I forget the mathematical term for it, because I've
It's
studied
nothing to
this
do
in
with
like
mathematics, mate. It's a
calculus.
measurement using elevation angles to Polaris.
Well, when you look at like certain manifolds, yes, it has something to do with mathematics.
Yeah, so let's get back to curvature and how you measure it without using the terminology of flat Earth measurements. Go for it.
How would you measure curvature?
How would you measure curvature?
I'd go back to. I don't know. I don't know how I would measure curvature.
No, because you can't. Because there is none.
I don't have like a readily available systematic.
Yeah, because there is no
that's
curvature, mate.
fallacious. That doesn't follow.
You're preaching a globe, but you don't know what you're talking about, and you can't give any evidence. Thank you for showing yourself up.
My evidence is that, according to our observations, it's the best model we have to predict everything.
Observations are not measurements. It's an observation.
Sorry, hold on. What are you predicting?
Yes, it's an that's completely nonsensical. An observation you can put into a measurement.
Okay,
how do you measure an observation? Please explain.
You must be able to hear me.
It depends on the observation. If you want to observe the amount of current, you might take a voltometer or whatever. If you want to measure the height of something, you might take a ruler.
We're talking about the shape. When you observe curvature, how do you measure curvature using observation? What tools do you use?
Using observation, you would I do the old Greek one.
And what's that?
I take under.
That's angles again.
I think he did like a bit of trigonometry. I need to look at the
angles again. Sorry,
trig's got nothing to do with curvature, mate. You can't mention trig. Sorry, mate.
All right.
Okay, that doesn't follow.
He mentioned trigonometry.
So he used. What's his name? What's his proper name? Because
Aristophanes. Trigonometry. 3 straight sides. You understand
yes,
that, right?
and you could use trigonometry to approximate the curvature of the Earth, or the diameter is what I think.
Hold on, Till.
Sorry.
So what are the 3 points of the triangle that Aristophanes is making?
Huh?
What are the 3 points of the triangle?
I think the way he did it is he did it by where he measured.
Okay, so what are the 3 points?
Set up the stick at some place, and he.
The 3 points of the triangle. You said he did trigonometry triangle. So what are the 3 points of the triangle?
I think he set one up by where the light is, where the sun was, where he first measured, and where he second measured.
Okay. So I need
to look at the experiment again.
Hold on. So the well underneath the sun, the stick at a distance not underneath the sun, and the sun. Those are the 3 points, right?
Say again? Sorry.
The 3 points of the triangle are the point directly underneath the sun. This was a well. The point not directly underneath the sun. This was in Cyrene. This was the stick, 500 stades away.
Okay.
And the third point was the sun. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I believe that's what I tried to put down.
So this is a triangle, 3 straight sides, especially the one between the well and the stick along the surface of the Earth. That's a straight line. You're measuring angles.
So, I think the way the experiment, I need to look at it again. I think the way the experiment went ahead and disproved the flat Earth is if you presume that it's a straight side, then it would logically follow that this stick in Cyrene would have this certain property of shadow, and it didn't, and it purported more to a curved Earth.
Go and get that.
Okay, we can pull up the experiment.
If that's your claim, yeah. If that's your claim that the shadow didn't meet the prediction of a curved surface, it didn't meet the prediction of a flat surface. It met the prediction of a curved surface. I'd love to see that piece of information. Be honest with you, 10 years of doing this, no one's ever brought that up.
Okay, give me a little minute to do some Googling and get.
Yeah, I'm sure the guy who doesn't know how to pronounce the name has all the details.
I'm sure the guy who thinks a triangle's got anything to do with curvature has got all the details.
I'm a computer engineering student. I have a lot of information that I have to take in. You guys do this all day, so of course I'm going to miss some information.
Yeah, of course. So this
I
is
have more expectations than me. I apologize.
That's fine. This is the crescendo to the point. You're correct to point out he's doing trigonometry, but that requires 3 straight sides. You're not going to find a piece of information that you think was a prediction of an angle on a curved surface, because that doesn't exist, because it can't exist, because you can't measure angles off a curved surface.
Right, which is the
okay.
reason
Before
why,
we go on, let's suspend any claims about it. I'll suspend my claim about it as long as you suspend your claim about it while I do some research.
Which is the reason why.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
It was, yes.
Yeah, his name wasn't Eratosthenes. It was Curvanotosthenes.
He had to assume that the globe was true before he even did his so-called experiment.
No, I think he assumed that it was flat.
No, he assumed.
No,
that
he assumed he was Greek. He was Greek. They already had the idea that the Earth was a ball because ships disappeared from the bottom up. He was a Greek. The other problem with Eratosthenes, his presupposition of a sphere. He's got 360 in his mathematical calculations. He's trying to figure out the radius of a circle. This radius he's gaining from a flat Earth measurement with angles. He's then saying it's a sphere because he's got the circumference of the sphere for getting the radius.
Right, so he had to assume that the radius.
This is how he did trick.
So he had to assume that the radius value was true before he even did the experiment. He was just trying to validate his bias. Using flat Earth measurements.
He was told the moon. They thought in them days that when they looked at the moon, it looks spherical, which to some extent it does a little bit. You can sort of say, yeah, it does look like a little bit. So they think, well, the moon's spherical. So if the Earth was spherical, how would we work out its circumference? And they measured an angle between point A and B, got the distance between point A and B, got an angle between point A and B, and did some mathematic wizardry and division and multiplication and divided it into 360 and come up with a circumference. It's mathematical.
Yep, and congratulations. He determined a circumference of the sun's circuit over flat Earth.
What?
Here's the image of it. I have a very rudimentary understanding, a much better understanding of the experiment than I did.
We're not dealing with images, mate. We're dealing with actual hardcore fact measurements. That's what we're dealing with latitude.
You do understand the difference. You understand the difference between mathematics and basic observations, right?
Are you asking me?
Not the math. The math is supposed to describe things that you know to be true, as far as what you observe it. It's not the other way around.
Say again.
Okay. The math is a description. It describes what you observe in reality. But first, you must observe, right? First, you must have a natural observation that you're observing in order for the math to be valid. So if you just say, here's the math, and then here's the math, and I could just basically say that the math is true before basically coming up with an observation, right, or validating the observation that you basically observing to be true. You can't just say, "Oh, well, the math disprove what we actually see in reality." You're going to have to somehow
I
show.
disagree. Math
But
isn't
no, math is
axiomatically
concepts
set
that
up in
you
its observations. It's
math are
axiomatic. Oh, sorry.
concepts that's used to describe what you observe in reality. Math isn't reality in itself. They're concepts, language.
Listen,
Yes.
listen. I can measure my kitchen, right, on a flat, level, horizontal tile floor with a light bulb in the center, yeah? And I can get the distance between the GP of the light bulb and the distance between my protractor 5 feet away, and I can do some mathematics, and I can turn my kitchen into a globe.
Right. So the
Say
math
again?
would have been incorrect with that flat kitchen because we know he measured the kitchen to be flat. Measurements are something different. Measurements is something or math that is dealing with direct observation. So it's basically you're measuring a floor, you're measuring pretty much the length of that floor. You're just taking a measurement and then you're measuring the floor. You're measuring it flat, therefore the floor is flat. Now, if that floor has some type of dip or hill or something of that nature, then you will be measuring the difference between that. But if you're only measuring things, basically the floor just basically being horizontal or things of that nature. Now, if you come up with some mathematics and explain on how you could basically say that that floor is actually a sphere or a circle or a triangle or something of that nature, then you're just doing that in math. It's not actually telling you what the floor is. It's not telling you what that room is. That room could be a square. But if you use some math and to say, oh, well, this math is actually shows that this room is not a square. This room is actually a triangle. And then you have some math to validate just the math of that because the math is correct. That don't mean in reality that that square room is a triangle. It just means that
I would
math
like to
is
see
explaining it.
I would like to see the measurements that you do of
You
a flat room
understand the
that would
basic principles of what I'm saying. I'm just
Well,
want you to
well,
Yes,
listen.
I
I'll
understand
just
more mathematics than anybody
I'll
in
just
this
give
room.
you
I
the I'll
guarantee
give you
it.
the measurements. I'll give you the measurements, right? So
No, it's not about
Eratosthenes.
the mathematics. Math is supposed to describe what you observe in reality. If the math is not validating what you observing in reality, then the math is invalid.
But this is
they're
what he's
telling
math
asking
would
me.
still be
based upon
valid.
the measurements, what they're telling you is based upon the measurements and how they actually measuring the earth, what they observing in reality based upon those measurements, they are observing a flat plane that they are basically referencing to basically being measured, which would be impossible for it to be spherical. Now,
Yeah.
if
If you
you're
can
gonna
do
say
some,
now, if you're gonna say,
if you
wait a
can
minute,
do some
I'm
mathematics.
not done
Okay,
talking.
I'm letting you go. I'm
I'm not
letting
done
you
talking.
go.
I'm not
I'm
okay.
letting you
Let me
go.
go. Let me go. I'm not done talking. I'm
Yes,
real quick. Now, if you're
we're
saying
not.
no, that is not actually true, which I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. If you're saying, well, no, that is not actually true. Actually, what you're measuring is a curved surface. First, you're going to have to establish or validate that the surface is curved or the earth is spherical or something of that nature. You have to validate that radius value to be true before you even come up with your math. Because
Okay,
the math
can
has
I
had to
respond?
validate that first.
Can I respond? Are you done?
Yes.
So, if you can do some mathematics that proves something that isn't real, right? The mathematics would still be valid. It'd just be
Exactly.
what you're measuring or how you're measuring is not sound. It's not put on anything. And
Gets to your
I'm
point.
saying that you're invalid. Okay,
Get
if
to your
he
point.
gets to
No. If the
okay,
math is not
That
if
wasn't a
I'm
your
not
point.
done
That
if your
wasn't
speaking.
even.
math is
Excuse me,
correct, if your math
guys.
is correct, but it's not
That wasn't
describing
even a
what
point. Yeah, but that
right.
wasn't even a point. His rebuttal wasn't a point.
So yeah, you would need to, if you were proving that you could do some mathematics, some valid mathematics, that would show why what I assume you're saying is, or what I think
Yes,
you're
math
saying
on
is
paper,
that
yes,
you
a
can.
concept, a
Okay, let me
language.
finish. You are over talking me, dog. I let you
Stop
finish.
being
If
angry,
you
bro.
could,
Explain, address my point directly.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to.
At
Okay.
first, tell me you understand it.
I can't engage if I'm going to get over talked, dog. I'm
Right.
sorry.
So, okay, exactly. So you didn't even understand the point that I was making to you, but you wanted to address it.
He did understand it, but he's not addressing it.
Exactly. All you have to say is that math by itself. All you have to say is math by itself doesn't make your reality or your observation true. Your reality and your observation
what I said.
is true. Math only describes it. That's all you have to say. I don't even understand why
That's
you're
what
trying
I
to argue
said.
with.
You just didn't understand me.
No, you not
Okay. You
understanding
weren't
it. You keep
listening
trying to
to me.
argue against it. Stop
Yeah,
it.
you weren't understanding me.
Okay, listen, guys. Let's just calm it down a bit. So we're coming to the conclusion that the other gentleman was saying that he can't pronounce Eratosthenes' name correctly, that measured curvature. Now, when he gave an example of that, he described angle measurements on the surface of Earth, describing the angles of shadows. Yeah. So when you're describing curvature measurement, you cannot use the word angle. Do you understand
you
why
can have
that
an
is?
angle. You can have an angle, and I sent a picture of it.
So,
of
no,
my better
sorry.
understanding of it. You can have
You've
an angle
not.
of the
You've not.
circular.
Let me just finish. You've not finished your sentence. So I'm telling you, when you're measuring curvature, you will not be using the word angle. Is that correct or not correct?
That is not correct. You can have an angle
So-
of measuring some curvature surface or some curved surface.
So how do you how? Sorry, hang on. So how? Explain to us how would you measure curvature using an angle?
I sent a picture in it, but like, do you
No,
are you
just
familiar with the
explain.
idea of pi?
We're all very we're all very
Okay,
intelligent.
I'm trying to respond. I'm trying to respond.
No.
You are not listening to
No,
me.
we're not looking. I am listening to you. You said you posted a picture.
Okay.
We're not interested in pictures. We're very intelligent. We can understand what your words mean, and we can draw pictures up in our mind of angles, two straight lines. You're trying to explain how two straight lines is measuring curvature. Please explain how that's done.
Okay, so I will explain to you how there are angles in a curved surface, right? So at the center of the Earth, you set your stake there, and then you draw two lines or you draw two radial lines, and you can measure
So,
the.
Can I just stop you? I'm
Okay,
not
dog.
stopping. I'm not.
No,
I'm
I'm done, dog.
No,
I'm done,
no,
dog.
I'm
You
not.
are over talking me again.
Flurgy.
No, I'm only intervening because I didn't understand it. I'm asking for some more information. When you said the center of Earth, what do you mean? When you said the center of Earth, when we're measuring the surface of Earth, what did you mean?
Yeah, that's all he was asking you.
I just got a little bit lost when we was discussing the surface of Earth. You said when we go to the center of Earth. Has anybody ever been to the center of Earth to measure the surface of Earth? Can you please?
Yeah, because I'm looking at your picture. It's basically showing the center of Earth.
Yeah,
And it's
all
like-
theoretical. All theoretical.
Nobody's been to the center of Earth, I don't think, to measure the surface of Earth. And why would we want to go to the center of Earth when we're trying to measure the surface of Earth? It's contradictory. It doesn't make sense. So
I just want to put a fine point on something. So I can take a compass and I can spread it open a certain angle where each side is of a prescribed length, and I use it to create a circle.
I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't think Eratosthenes, when he was measuring the curvature of Earth, as he explained in his own definition, was going to the center of Earth to measure the curvature. He was on the surface of Earth and he was measuring an angle, which is two straight lines. He didn't go to the center of Earth, wherever that is.
And I wrote this in the comments section, but I don't know if you know this, but if you use Eratosthenes' equations in your room will become a globe according to his math.
I've just said that.
Exactly. That's
Oh,
what
you
we were
did?
trying to explain to him. But I mean, he
Uh-huh.
don't want to listen to it.
Yeah. All you
Yeah,
need is a
no,
light
it's just
bulb.
math.
It's just a light bulb in the center of your room. Get the GP of the light bulb onto your kitchen floor, which is a flat, level tile surface. Yeah. Then get your protractor, like say 5 foot away from the GP of the light bulb. Yeah. and you get an angle. And then what you do, you divide that angle by 360. I don't know. The 360 is the presumption. At that point, you're presuming 360. You've not got 360 in any way, shape, or form. You've just done an angle, and you've got a distance between A and B. But this is where the mathematics come in. You can convert flat Earth elevation angles into a globe. That's how latitude's measured, and then wrap round the ball to get your globe model. It's all flat Earth elevation angle measurements. And any time a glober tries to explain how Earth curve is measured, they will mention angles, they will mention horizontal, they will mention parallel, they will mention tangent lines, which isn't curved, and it requires a dangling dingleberry underneath the line. They don't ever mention curvature. So anybody wants to challenge me? Challenge me.
Well, I guess he's basically saying that he's getting his measurements from hell inside of the earth where the devil stay, and this is how he's deriving his angle measurements. So he's still measuring the curved surface from hell.
Yeah, but no, but Eratosthenes didn't say that. The anti-flat earther said that. Eratosthenes said he was on the surface of Earth measuring an angle. Now, when you're measuring curvature, you can't use the word angle because that's not synonymous with curvature. It doesn't fit. You can't say, I'm going to measure the curvature of this ball, but I'm going to measure the angle of it, because you can't measure the angle of it because it's curving. So how do you measure curvature? How do you measure curvature? How was the curvature of Earth measured?
Right.
It can't be by using angles.
Unless I what he in the chat now, unless I's going to explain on how Eratosthenes was measuring things from hell.
Okay.
Well, he wasn't in hell. I
so,
mean,
like,
he wasn't.
you can.
Yeah, but he can say that. I'm sorry, mate. He can say that, but everybody can Google the story and look at the books and how the Greeks knew the Earth was flat and all that. But Eratosthenes was not in the centre of Earth. Nobody's ever been to the centre of Earth. Why are we talking about being in the centre of Earth? Because that's never happened. It's absolutely ludicrous to be even talking about being in the centre of the Earth when measuring the presupposed surface of Earth being spherical. What's it got to do with the centre of Earth?
Right. So I was incorrect in when I said Eratosthenes presupposed a flat Earth. He actually presupposed a circular Earth. You're correct. But his presupposition led him to an observation which confirmed the circularity of the Earth.
And what was his observation?
His observation was that there was a difference or a shadow cast by the sun. I sent a picture in there. I'm not very good at describing.
So is it what? So a shadow cast by the sun proves what?
Right.
Never mind. Right. What
to the angles?
Excuse me. We'll just go back. A shadow, a stick, and a shadow. What does that prove?
Yeah. So what it did is he stuck a stick up, right, and the sun was a certain distance away, and because of the curvature, there was a certain portion of the stick which was cast.
No.
Okay, if you're just gonna say no, when I'm trying to explain, I'm done. Dog. I finished once, I finished twice.
You're already making the question.
What curvature? What curvature? What curvature?
That's the part they don't get. They don't hear it when they
You
say
haven't
it.
validated curvature yet.
Yep.
You back in the question again.
They always do that.
You're measuring shadows. You're measuring angles. There's no curvature involved.
Their guy, it's not that we're not letting you finish the sentence.
I can't even finish the sentence.
It's not that. It's that you're saying you're assuming curvature.
We have to stop you. We will stop you when you beg the question. We will do that.
Okay, then this isn't a good faith discussion, and we're terminated. We're no longer having a discussion.
You can't use the
I don't
claim
stop
to
you.
prove the claim.
Yeah, you're not
Bye-bye.
proving any curvature. You're using an equation that assumes curvature.
Bye-bye. We're no longer having a discussion.
All right.
I don't
Well,
stop
just
you. You stop me. I don't accept these terms. Sorry. We're done.
for future reference,
Glover.
for future reference, don't use the claim to prove the claim. Just for future reference.
For future reference, the Earth is not a flat horizontal plane.
Bye bye, globe.
Look into the equation and see how it's created.
We have people.
Just another globe card.
Do I live rent free?
Remember
I'm
the
just sitting
BCC
here.
rollers?
That's hilarious. So
Bye,
because we calling out the fallacy.
We could continue talking about the things you said with you being muted.
Somebody else.
You don't want to talk.
Yeah, I'm just not. I'm not part of the convo anymore.
That's okay. Then you can mute, but that doesn't mean we're not going to talk about what you just talked about.
Hey, listen, guys, calm down on him. Calm down on him. He's obviously listen, mate. There's no problem. I don't hate you, anything like that. You're in a globe religion. You're obviously realizing now where we're coming from, and you're needing to remove yourself from the conversation because you're realizing that we can sort of jump on what you're saying and your presuppositions of a globe before you even measure the globe, and we're pointing that out, and it is painful for you. We realise that.
Yeah, that's why I left exactly because your points were just so superior to mine.
We don't
that
hate
I
you,
had
mate.
to,
Listen,
like,
mate.
I couldn't.
Listen, mate. We don't hate.
No, that's
you.
why I
We don't
left.
hate
You're right.
He
Yeah,
has
we
a
don't
little
hate
bit
you.
left.
You guys are just you're so much smarter than me
They're guys.
that I just had to leave.
Nobody said that.
Assumptions without any proof.
It's because your position is so
I
amazing.
mean, you could just go look outside and look at the horizon and understand you're on a flat Earth. Don't take
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I can look at the horizon.
Hey,
and
listen,
it
guys.
appears to be
Hey,
flat.
listen, mate. Just slightly off the subject because the guys
It'll
left the
take a rocket
conversation.
scientist to point out that you had a begging a question fallacy right from the very beginning when you assumed that the Earth was a sphere or assumed that the Earth has some sort of curve and just tell you this what the sun, what is not even on a terrestrial plane, is doing with the already begging the question fallacy curve
Yeah,
of the
man.
Earth, right?
So-
yeah, it'll take a rocket
So
scientist.
yeah, I get you. Yeah, if you presuppose a certain fact and then do an observation that shows that presupposition is
Well,
true, that's
all
begging the
assumptions.
question. I agree.
All
No, but listen,
assumptions. You
Globe.
don't even know the explanations for the other side with any of these presuppositions, and you don't need to prove the Earth is not curved.
Listen,
Yeah,
mate. Listen, mate. I'm speaking for everybody on this panel now, right? We're not really actually bothered if you want to believe that you live on a globe. We're not. It doesn't. I just get on with my life. You know what I mean? I still go to work, provide for my family. But what we're telling you is, if you can't
same
realize,
to you. I
you
don't.
must have a
I
you.
don't care
I
what
know,
you
but I
believe.
mean, I'll be your friend, mate. I've got nothing against you whatsoever, right? But if you don't realize what an elevation angle is, or an angle, yeah, or how you measure curvature,
Mhm.
and then you start using fallacial reasoning against these measurements, then we will point this out to you. Yeah, and when you
Sure,
realize
and if we're
that
being
you
on friendly
know that,
terms and we're being on good
yeah,
faith,
friendly, mate.
we're
I'm
being
friendly
completely
all day long.
good faith right now. I enjoyed
Yeah.
the conversation, and I'm not completely educated on these things. I don't know a lot about circumnavigation or how we measure certain things. That's not my wheelhouse. But if you could engage in a conversation where there's no interjection or anything like that, I'd be happy. But that's just not what's going on here.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. So me and you, I tell you, no, hey guys, I think Jedi will appreciate me and you. Should we have a 2-minute conversation, just me and you?
Sure. You pick the topic.
Okay. And I'm not going to fight about you. I used to believe I lived on a globe, right? Because that's what I was taught at school and education and my mum and dad and everything like that, right? Then something was introduced to me at some point about the Earth might be flat, yeah? And I can see clearly...
Say again, you roboted.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, so...
Yeah, you're good. Somebody said it was flat.
Yeah. So I can clearly see, observe, and understand how the measured Earth is measured flat. Now, that just makes common sense to me. Yeah, I see the horizon. I understand sea level. Yeah, I understand that the measurements of the globe are derived from elevation angles to and from Polaris. I know what an elevation angle is. I know what an angle is. 2 straight lines. Blah, 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 blah. So I'm quite confident in myself to tell people that the Earth is measured flat. Now, I've got nothing against you. We could go out for a drink and maybe have a good time and go to a party and all that, and we'd get on. But you think you live on a globe. Now, what makes you think you live on a globe?
So there's more to like our world, like our physical material world, than just the horizon we see and the ground we walk. These things we have observed, not all of us observe these things firsthand, but they exist, like the stars and all that. And the best model that we go about proving certain things we see, like constellations or seasons or other solar systems, is that the Earth has a gravitational pull, and this gravitational pull creates us to be like a sphere. And so, I will have
to stop you now. I know, because I've come across, and I'm trying to be really friendly to you, because I've been banned a few times on this server. So I'm trying to watch my terminology and watch my words. So I did ask you a question, and it was nothing. Your answer was nothing to do with the question I asked.
Sorry,
I asked. I gave you an example of why I think and know that I live on a flat, level, plane Earth, and I asked you, what is your reasoning or evidence that you live on a globe Earth? And you didn't answer that.
So, my reasoning. Let's see if I could. Let's see if I can pull out a very good one from my past. Maybe I can go back to. I took an astronomy course, and in that astronomy course, we made all these certain observations about external planets and all that. And it was very well shown.
I'm sorry. I'm not being. I mean, the mods can bar me if they want. The mods can just mute me or bar me if they want. But I have to interject, because what I'm specifically talking about is the shape of the Earth. Yeah. Now, I don't need to talk about the lights in the sky or astronomy or the constellations, because that's got nothing to do with the ground. So I can explain. I can. I'll give you about 30 seconds, and I'll shut up. I can explain to you how latitude is measured, and it is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris. Can you explain how curvature is measured to determine that you live on a globe? Yes or no?
Could you explain to me your measurement, your latitude measurement and such?
Yeah. So you know what latitude is?
It's the same principle as ours.
I'm going to confuse you with longitude here. It's the lines going laterally across the globe.
Am I speaking to the same person, or am I speaking to somebody else?
It's the same principle as Aristosthenes, right? You spoke about Aristosthenes earlier, didn't you?
Who are you talking to me? Who are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned him. I mentioned his.
This is the same principle. Aristosthenes was basically measuring an elevation angle to the sun from his post in Cyrene, where he measured the shadow. That shadow dictated an angle. The shadow was the length. The angle was the point of the end of the shadow and the top of the stick up towards the sun. He was creating a line. This is the same thing with measurements to Polaris to measure latitude, which are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. You measure an elevation angle up to Polaris to get your latitude. Now, this is as you mentioned earlier, trigonometry. This is triangles. Though celestial navigation isn't such trigonometry, but it works on the same kind of principle. You're measuring an angle from the flat plane of the Earth and up to Polaris in this instance when we're talking about latitude.
You're presuming the plane to be flat.
No, we're measuring an angle off of that plane.
Yeah, and you could have a flat plane. You can map a flat plane onto a circular object.
This is the first measurement. The very first thing that we're doing is measuring an elevation angle that requires two straight lines.
That requires two lines.
Now we just got one thing straight. The Earth is flat.
That's just how it is.
Okay.
Real, Bob.
Yeah, you. So what they're doing when they're measuring off a flat plane is they're mapping a flat plane onto the globe Earth.
No, what we're measuring is, and I'm being very specific with my terminology, and I do apologise, One Jet, for interrupting, but it's an elevation angle. Right, this is up from a horizontal plane, elevation, up from the horizon in this instance, the horizontal plane of the Earth. Now, if you're going to say that we can, after measuring a flat Earth, which is what we're doing here, then use some calculations and some mathematical wizardry to put an R value into this and wrap it around a sphere using the Haversine formula to make those straight lines curved lines and give a distance, a nautical mile. You can do that after you've measured a flat plane. Flat Earth comes first, ball comes afterwards.
You're cutting out a little. I apologize. Maybe my internet is bad.
I mean, he wasn't cutting out to me, and I totally understand what you're saying, Jedi. So what you're saying is, like, you make an elevation angle using two straight lines to measure the surface of Earth, but then if you want to turn it into a globe, you use a formula, mathematical formula called the Haversine, wrap it around the globe, and then you come up with a globe model. But in the first instance, it's all a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Correct?
Yeah. You take the position you're in, and have a plane tangential to the Earth, right? A tangential plane, and then you measure two Polaris from there. Or Polaris, sorry.
No, because there's two ends to the point of your lines that you're drawing from you. One is the Polaris in the sky. One's the ground position of Polaris on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm stating.
Yeah. So between you and the ground position of Polaris is a straight horizontal line.
It's a tangential.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But Jedi, I'm only asking the question, Jedi. I'm not intervening because I know I know it's just a question from an observer's point of view. So when the guy mentions a tangent line, is a tangent line curved?
No, he can pick one of his two tangent lines. One where he meets the surface of the Earth. This tangent line will be horizontal and intersect the Earth there. Notice the ground position will no longer be on the Earth. The second.
So let me get this straight. I'm a newcomer, Jedi. I'm a newcomer. So the globe Earth proof is we don't necessarily need to use angles or horizontal. We do need a tangent line, which is horizontal and level. So therefore, we're never using curvature to measure curvature. Is that correct?
Yeah. All of the things that you're.
What I mean by tangential plane, I put in the side chat. Sorry.
Yeah,
So
I know what.
Maybe I'm using words you're not familiar with.
Yeah, no, I understood what a tangential
Yeah,
plane
we
was.
know what a tangent line is. We know what you guys is explaining. But tangent line is horizontal. Even in your own picture.
Yes.
A tangent
It's
line
a straight
is
line,
horizontal.
mate. It's a straight line. It's got nothing to do with curvature. If you're explaining curvature, you don't want to be using the word tangent or line or horizontal or elevation angles or plumb bob or perpendicular or parallel. The tools you don't want to be using is C-sextant or theodolite. Or actually,
So all those words and measurements are helpful in giving a depiction of a curved surface.
Yes, on the
What we need is the deviation from the tangent. How much does Earth deviate from the tangent? That's what we're asking, and show us that measurement.
How much does what deviate? The tangential plane and the curved surface?
Yeah.
Correct.
It would. I don't know the mathematical formula of the deviation.
You don't have
But it
a
would depend
tangent.
on-
You don't want the formula.
Sorry.
You don't. A tangent is a straight line on top of a curved curvature, which you've not proved you've got a curved curvature yet.
That's what he's given to us in a
Right,
picture.
so you're back assuming that the curve is true before you even to basically justify the flat Earth measurements that you've taken on the tangent.
Tangent's a straight line.
You justify that you measure from Polaris on a tangential straight line. Yes.
Sorry, hold on. Hold on.
I would need.
Sorry, Jedi. Apologies, Jedi. Go on.
He's pointing this out. and he's put a picture in, and I want to point it out in his picture. So where you've got your tangential plane on top of a sphere, you notice that when you measure an elevation angle up from that point that you've got, that tangential point on that sphere, when you measure it up, the ground position is no longer on the sphere. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, but it's called a ground position. It's not called tangential plane position. It's called ground position. It's on the surface of the Earth. This is what we draw the circles of equal altitude around.
At your point of ground, you are on the ground of the.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the star. Its ground position.
Its ground position. Yeah.
Yeah, its ground position. It has to be at 90 degrees, where it intersects
its ground
the Earth.
position is relative to your ground at that point.
It's relative to the point on the surface of the Earth directly underneath the star, where it intersects at 90 degrees, vertical line down, perpendicular to the horizontal plane, the Earth. Now, between that point and the observer is a horizontal line on the Earth, because both points have to be on the Earth. In this tangential plane, you can only have one point on the Earth, and this point you've got the observer, or the ground position, whichever one you want to choose. But you can't have both.
So you can use a tangential plane in reference to Polaris to make reasonable like navigations.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah.
you,
Like
you
they're
know
gonna
what?
get
You
to
know
where
what? You know what a latitude circle is, don't you?
Say again.
You know what a latitude circle is?
A latitude circle? No. Could you explain that to me?
Yes. So outwards from the ground position on the surface of the Earth of Polaris, directly underneath it at 90 degrees, for every angle that we measure going south, looking back up at Polaris, we measure latitude. These are angle measurements. They are circles of equal altitude around that ground position. You measure your elevation angle up to Polaris to figure out your latitude. So that's circles around the ground position. It is on the floor. You are on the floor. No point is on the tangential plane. Both points have to be on the surface of the Earth, because that's the thing you're navigating. You're not navigating the tangential plane to the surface of the Earth.
You understand? You get the globe projection after you do that measurement. After you get your ground positions on that horizontal line, which you are calling a tangent, right? After you get the ground positions, which is on the ground, which they call geographical positions, this is how we navigate the world. That line is horizontal. This is how we navigate the world. The line that is horizontal, that is where the ground positions is located in equal altitude, which means nothing higher than lower than the other. So you have to project or come with a formula for your globe with the assumption, assuming that the Earth radius is true. This is why you guys have to explain the tangent line being on top of the curved surface. But actually, you're getting your ground position upon that same horizontal plane of reference. So the globe comes after that measurement that you're taking in the real world.
Pole star. Let's see.
Measure a flat Earth. Turn it.
My
for it to
understanding
make sense on your globe.
Okay, my understanding of using the pole star to measure latitude is you have a tangential plane and you see the difference or the angular difference from that tangential plane to the pole star to see where you are on the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. When we use a sextant,
And I put an image in which I'm referencing that off of.
No problem. When we use a sextant, we have a part of the sextant called a horizon mirror. We use this horizon mirror to look at the horizon and to bring a star that we're trying to measure an angle down with the lever down to move that horizon. How much the lever has moved is the angle that we're going to measure. So when we do this, we're referencing the horizon. After we've done this, we're going to take a height of eye correction. This is going to be a subtraction for our altitude above mean sea level. We're going to subtract that, so mathematically our sextant is going to be a mean sea level reading. Sea level between the observer's sextant and the ground position of Polaris, which could be a few thousand miles away is a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be
Yeah,
for you to
the
measure an
horizon
angle.
is a tangential horizontal plane.
Yeah, as soon as you invoke a tangent, you're already invoking that the horizontal plane to be true, where you're getting your ground positions from, and then you have to project that there's a
No.
curved surface under it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, this is also called.
So how do you
That's
differentiate a tangential plane from a curving surface?
What do you mean? How do you differentiate the tangential plane to a curving surface?
Give the differences. What are
Yeah,
the
how
components
do
that
you
make them
know?
different?
A tangential plane is
Yeah.
a flat plane. A curved surface is a surface with
Right. So
curvature.
you're
and
claiming the
different
flat plane is abstract. We're saying, how do you know
yes.
it's not abstract? It could be concrete.
Well, how do you know it's concrete?
Because that's where we're getting our ground positions from, and this is where we're measuring.
It's
That's
all
what we
measured from
actually measuring.
Whatever measurement we do, whatever direction we take, it's going to be measured from a horizontal. Whether you think it's a horizontal tangential plane or the surface of the Earth, it's got to be horizontal.
Mm-hmm. That gives, latitude, that follows. That's how latitude works in this case.
No, because if you draw circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris on the tangential plane, they're not on the surface of the Earth, they're on the tangential plane, because they're circles of equal...
I'm sorry, I'm not picking up what you're putting down when you say circles of latitude or whatever.
Right. So, you know what a compass is? Not the one that we use bearings, north, south, east, and west, the one that we draw circles with. If you put the needle of your compass at the ground position
you draw
of
circles with
Polaris,
the compass? What do you mean?
Yeah. So if you put the needle at the ground position of Polaris at 90 degrees north, and then draw a circle around it, that's a latitude.
So you put your, say again, so what are you circling around? I'm sorry, I am dense, I will say that. But
The ground position of Polaris, directly underneath Polaris, in the North Pole at 90 degrees. At this position here, if you put your compass needle into that ground position on your chart, you're then going to draw a circle around it. If you measure an angle, say 45 degrees, you're going to get a latitude of 45 degrees, which is a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris.
Okay, yeah.
You've measured that from an elevation angle up to Polaris. Ground position at 90 degrees, you move to 45 degrees south. You could always get the equator, minimum elevation angle to Polaris, latitude 0.
Mm-hmm.
So all circles of equal altitude on a flat plane, all measured from a flat plane, all ground positions of you, the observer.
So
and
all circles, because you have to understand that we're working from two different models. I'm assuming the globe model for your explanation of this, and so maybe there's some confusion coming from there.
Yeah,
but yeah, that makes sense. Like a circle drawn at the same latitude over the globe Earth is a latitude circle. Yeah.
But the measurement taken has to be from a horizontal line, both ground position of view, the observer, and of the star, when you measure the angle up to the star, are on the same horizontal plane. It's not a curved one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're putting a tangential plane there so you can make that observation.
How can you've only got the tangential plane intersecting the Earth at one point when you're on a sphere?
Say again, you're cutting out for me.
You've only got the tangential plane intersecting the sphere at one point. Either you, the observer, or the ground position of the star. But you need both to be on the Earth.
No.
Yes.
Well, what else? So you need you, the observer, to be on the Earth. Yes, I agree. But what else needs to be on the Earth?
The ground position of the star.
Position of the star, like where you measured it at 90 degrees.
Yes, underneath Polaris or any other star that intersects.
What do you think GP stands for, man? GP, ground position.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't fall. Yeah, that's true. You would. So confused. You're making reference to the star, so that's your reference observation. That at that point it is 90 degrees, and then as you leave that, as you go in a certain direction, you decrease in latitude because the tangential plane is increasing or decreasing in angle to the pole star. Yeah.
Tangential plane between you and the pole star. How many tangential planes are you drawing?
Just one, where you're observing.
So from where you're observing, there's a horizontal plane only attached to the Earth at that point. You measure an elevation angle up to that star. The ground position of the star has to be at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Both of them have to be on the surface of the Earth. You can only have one tangential. You can only have one tangential plane.
Does he understand that? So that there's so you've got your angle that you've taken, your elevation angle, right? There's only you could only be on a certain point on the surface yourself, right? On a circle, so you could be on any point on a circle around where that celestial object or star or sun, whatever you're doing, is directly above the point on the Earth, right? So it's the zenith point of the star, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you understand that there's only you can only get that angle, right, relative to the zenith point of the star.
Sorry, you can only get that angle to what?
So that's the ground position. So wherever that star is, like if someone was to be directly underneath that star, like they have to look straight up to see it, right?
Yeah,
that's you're trying to find out where that part is on the surface of the Earth, so that you can then have a radius of a circle between the ground position of the star, your position. And relative to the angle, you're going to figure out the distance and draw a circle around it. Right? And then you're going to be somewhere on that circle on the Earth, right? Understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
This is the same thing that Eratosthenes did, remember? His ground position was depicted by the well. He knew the sun was directly over the well because there was no shadow cast. This was the ground position of the sun. Then when he went to Cyrene, 500 stadios away, he measured an angle up to the sun, creating 3 points of this triangle. The sun, him in Cyrene, and the well underneath the sun. Same principle applied to latitude. The star above the ground position where we could fictitiously put a well for this example, and you as you move away from this point and turn around and measure an angle up to that star. Doesn't matter where you are, the three sides of that triangle have to be straight for you to measure those interior angles, for them to measure and when added together reach 180 degrees. It's a triangle, first measurements from a flat Earth.
It's a triangle, first measurements from a tangential plane.
No, this on the surface of the Earth, because all points have to be, apart from the sun, on the surface of the Earth. Because there has to be a straight line between those two ground positions. The well and the stick, the ground position of Polaris, and you, the observer, on the surface of the Earth.
No.
It's also called a plane of equal elevation.
So if you are, I believe I'm using this correctly, 45 degrees in latitude, the pole star would be equal or on the horizontal plane. Yes? Am I incorrect, or let's just say the further you get to the equator, the further your sight of the pole star decreases below the horizon. Yes?
No, it doesn't decrease below the horizon. As you move south from the ground position,
your perspective of the horizon, it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes below your horizon. You are not able to see it anymore.
Yeah, at this point, yes, you are no longer allowed.
Just as in, you're not able to see the pole star from the southern hemisphere. Yes.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So there has to be a point in which it meets the horizon, and if I'm not incorrect, it's at 45 degrees of latitude, or it's when you are spherically 45 degrees away from your original position.
No, it's equator.
0 degrees, the equator, 90 degrees, the latitude. It's 90 degrees.
Sure, 45 degrees spherically, yeah. So, given from your position, your original position, where the pole star was directly above you, if you look at the circular representation, you'd be 45 degrees removed from that.
Mm-hmm.
Your tangential
Along the
plane would
surface.
intercept. Yeah.
Tangential plane.
I think. Huh?
Tangential plane.
Yeah, we use a tangential plane to measure the differences in angles. That doesn't
Use the
prove
surface.
the Earth is round.
They use the surface.
This is ridiculous. This is idiotic. Are we saying that because we use a tangential plane, therefore flat Earth?
No, you don't use a tangential plane. You use the surface as a reference.
Use the horizon,
your
which
distance
you
along
map.
the surface.
You use the horizon, which you map to be a tangential plane.
What do you do after? Because this is what you do with your sextant. When you look at the horizon to create a tangent from your eye to the horizon, what do you do after this? What correction? I mentioned it earlier.
Didn't you mention that you correct for like the how do you say it? I'm forgetting the word.
A height of
The
eye.
current-
It seems like you don't understand
something.
this.
Yeah, height of
of
eye.
eye.
This is also known as a dip angle correction. This correction is to take you down to a sea level reading, so on the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So are you now creating? Okay, good. So you're now creating a tangential plane from this point where the sextant is, that only intersects the curved surface of the Earth where you are, not now the surface of the Earth. You've used one tangent line to create another tangent line, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. Now your ground position isn't on the surface of the Earth. It has to be at the end of that tangential line. That's not on the surface of the Earth anymore, because you can only have one ground position from a tangential plane meeting a sphere. You can't have two. Remember the ground
point on the tangential plane.
No. Remember, we're making a triangle here. On a flat plane, ground position to you is a horizontal line. That angle underneath the star is 90 degrees. The angles must, when measured and added together, reach 180 degrees. You've got a tangential plane.
So I believe you disregard ground position. Or the original ground position is what you disregard, where you're at 90 degrees, you look above, directly above, and Polaris is there.
No, when you measure 45 degrees, you most definitely take the ground position of that Polaris star in question, because you drew a circle of equal altitude around it on the surface of the Earth.
Because you're 45 degrees away from that original position spherically.
Yeah, but that's still not spherically 90 degrees underneath that star, 45 degrees up to that star from you.
So directly under Polaris, if you draw a tangent plane, you set your sight on the horizon, and then you look up 90 degrees, you will see Polaris. Spherically, if you go in any single direction, 45 degrees spherically, the horizon would interject with Polaris.
About 90
There would
degrees.
be 45.
90 degrees be over your head.
About 80 degrees. About 70 degrees. 60 degrees. These are all angle measurements.
Angle measurements from your tangential plane to the star.
You keep calling it tangential plane.
Yeah.
It's a baseline.
Yeah, the horizon is a tangential plane. Tangential to your position on the horizon.
You mean a tangent straight line, pretty much.
It can only touch.
Yes.
It can only touch down at one spot. So what's it tangential to? Your position or the horizon?
Say again?
Tangent to what?
Tangent to the surface of the Earth.
Oh, okay. So it's a curve. Can you show that?
Okay, we're specifically talking about Polaris.
Yes, we are.
So, in
You prove
3D
that
calculus,
you proven that you need a straight baseline in order for you to get angle measurements. Not one time have you actually proved using a curved surface to get angle measurements at all. Neither is you proven establishing or validating
use
the
a
curved surface being there to
tangential
begin
plane
with.
on the curved surface to get your position relative to
Yes,
Polaris.
so the curve have to be assumed and have to be thought after the angle measurements that you're taking. Again, you're just saying the same thing multiple times.
Yeah, because I don't think you guys
How do you get a tangent to a plane?
How do you get a tangent to a plane? Well, this is the trick that he's pulling.
Planes
Yes.
planes have
From the
certain
horizon.
planes have certain equations. It's hard because I took Calc 3 a little bit ago.
Is a tangent right? Is a tangent plane? Does a tangent plane meet a plane curve?
A tangent plane is a plane. What do you mean? So a tangent plane can meet another plane.
So a tangent plane or
So the
line, right?
equation-
What is it? What is a tangent
So
plane
if
or a
you draw-
tangent line?
If you draw a vector of a certain plane, the way you define that shape is by drawing vectors that are perpendicular to the surface of it, right?
Just give me a simple definition. Just a
Something like that, I apologize.
wait, just one sec. Let's just establish.
You can't have parallel, perpendicular in any of those things.
One sec, guys. Just give us the very simple definition of what a tangent line or plane is. Do that later.
Oh, he got to go to Google for that too.
Let me just ask ChatGPT real quick.
How do they talk about stuff they don't know nothing about? Now we gotta wait.
How many
Simple
flat
definition.
How many flat earthers are in here?
All right,
Need
I
to be
apologize. I'm back.
Google.
I had to answer my door.
Sorry, okay. Could you please give us just a very simple, easy to understand layman terms definition of what a tangent line or plane is?
Tangent is another way to say perpendicular, so it's a line that overlays on top of a surface because it's perpendicular to the outward vectors or the outward directions emanating from a surface.
Still a bit like two.
Yeah.
Spots. Like, can you just give it to us basic? Like, it's a line that what?
Let's see
Meets-
if I can't use that way to describe it.
Meets
At certain points
it's a
on the
lot.
surface.
Straight line, right? It's a straight line, and it meets what? It intersects something at a single point, right? What does it intersect?
Yeah, at a point on a surface. It
What sort of
intersects
surface?
It's hard to describe this
Flat
without going to
surface?
calculus, man.
Flat
Just spit
surface?
it
Does
out.
a tangent line or plane intersect and meet a straight flat surface at one point?
Yeah,
curved
like an
surface.
infinitesimally small. So in calculus, the flat surface here would be the infinitesimal surface of that specific object.
That object surface curving.
Right, you can have
Don't use the
you
C
can have
word.
tangential planes covering any object you want. So within, if you wanted to mathematically define a
Lurgy,
surface,
aren't you supposed to, Lurgy, we're talking about this water ball that's embedded in your psyche. You don't want to go back, you don't even want to say it, because then we have to go back to you assuming that the earth is a ball in the first place.
Yeah,
I understand why you're
doing
tap dancing.
He's keep doing
a
it.
non sequitur, we're talking about what a tangential plane is.
Yes.
It's going to meet a curved surface at one point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how you
Well,
define
when you're using a nautical, when you're using a nautical sextant, actually referencing a plane, right? And you're saying that I'm getting a tangent line or plane to another plane. Really?
Yeah, so it's when you describe a tangential plane, you're taking a infinitesimal. It's a really hard concept to get. It's an infinitesimal part of this surface that you are
that's what I was
basing
gonna ask
the like the trajectory of the surface, and so you
But
draw
it
or
has
you
to-
make a tangent to that. So
Right,
it's
but it-
specifically when you define a surface mathematically, you're going to get like certain, how do you say this, slopes, I guess, 3D slopes, and so you take the inverse of that to get the opposite direction of these slopes. It's hard. It's really hard to put in language for me. I'm sorry.
All right. Do you think that your line of sight to the horizon, the visible horizon, is a tangent to a sphere?
I think it's on a sphere, but you can draw a tangent plane to it.
Is your line of sight to the visible horizon a tangent line or plane to the surface of a sphere?
It'd be it could be both. It could be a tangent line, but it's comprised of a plane. That's a false
It's
dichotomy.
either yes or no. Do you think that the horizon is representative of the surface of a sphere, and your line of sight is tangent to it?
Of the surface of a sphere, then your line of sight is tangent. Yes, I believe it's tangent. Your line of sight.
Right, but the visible horizon is a plane.
Yeah, you're presenting a false dichotomy and trying to make me go down. I believe in both.
Not the
You can have a
visible
tangential
horizon
plane.
is a plane. Also, if
can
you're
have
going
a
to do that,
tangential plane.
you are invoking a geometric horizon. You're saying that is a specific distance.
So the tangential line is comprised of your tangential plane, or your tangential plane is comprised of your tangential lines. We are in agreement here.
If we make two observations using the tangential plane from the observer's eye to 2 points on the horizon, that plane and that triangle between you and those 2 ground positions on the horizon, that's a flat plane, right?
Say again, sorry.
When you measure to all points, along the horizon, that's a flat plane, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Mhm.
So the horizon's a flat plane then?
No, your perspective of the horizon is a flat plane.
But you said that was the curvature of the Earth. That's curved.
I think maybe I got to re-clarify, but I was wrong. I don't think it's the curvature of the Earth.
It has to
your
be if
view
you
of
think it's a
horizon is
tangent, a thing you can get a tangent to.
Yeah, when you draw this orthographically, that's your tangent from your eye line, as you, the observer, are standing on the top of a sphere, and that tangent line intersects in the sphere. That's a geometric plane, so that's the physical curvature of the Earth.
So the tangential plane on your sphere intersects your spherical plane at one infinitesimal point.
Yes, at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of
And
the observer's
infinitesimal is a very big operative
right.
word here. I hope we all understand that.
Yeah, but a specific distance from the
Say again?
observer's eye. But a specific distance from the observer's eye line. It's going to change depending. Yeah, it's going to change depending on your altitude, right?
What's going to change? Your view of
The
Polaris?
distance from your eye to where it intersects the curved surface that you're looking at.
Yeah, so on different positions on the spherical object, you'd have to have a different perpendicular, measurement, or a different measurement of the. It's hard to describe. Sorry, a different measurement of the object itself, and that would lead you to get a different tangential plane. Your tangential planes would be different.
They're just pointing out that your tangent. Yeah, it does intersect with the physical curvature of the Earth from your eye view.
Yeah, it intersects with the point in which you are on. I think that's a layman's understanding that I could have given earlier if I had a better a better way to describe it. It's a plane that is perpendicular. It's a flat plane that intersects at an infinitesimal point, or the point of observation.
No, the horizon's a flat plane now. You're measuring to any point in the horizon. So the points along the horizon that you've measured are horizontal. That's a horizontal plane you're measuring.
Yeah, your perspective of the horizon would be
Yes,
a flat plane. Yes.
Yes, all measurements that you're talking about right now is horizontal or straight lines. Not once have you said anything about measuring a curved surface.
Your perspective,
because
it
it's
is a
tangential
plane.
Yeah,
It
it's a
is
tangential
one.
plane. Just because
So you
it
basically
The
only
horizon
perceived as
isn't a
that's all you.
tangential plane.
Yes, that's the only thing you measure.
yeah, your
Horizon
tangential
is
plane
just
of
a
your
plane.
perception of the horizon is going
No,
to be
not
flat.
perception. It's not the perception that it's a plane. It is
Necessarily
one.
perception. No,
Is a
necessarily.
yes, we perceive it as a plane because it is a plane.
I don't see that. You need to show that to me.
Don't think horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon.
You have yet to say you've seen a curved surface.
Yeah, I have seen a curved surface, like in pictures, but
How you
in
measured it?
specific
Don't tell
reference
me
to
you
how we
believe
would.
in the government.
We've been going in circles for like ages now, I think.
Yeah, but because you keep trying to get around the fact that you measure in a flat plane, and you keep trying to tell us somehow you measuring a curved plane. You're using a flat
Yeah,
plane to measure a curved
you're
one.
measuring a tangential plane to the curve.
Yeah, that's why we're going
That's
around
just
in
the way
circles.
it
The
is.
only thing that you're measuring is the tangent line, straight line, which is basically a horizontal that's coming from the horizon, which would be a horizontal baseline using angles, elevation angle measurements to Polaris. And that's the only thing that you basically measuring. This is where you're getting your ground positions from. But somehow you want us to believe that you measuring a curved surface where you have yet to even explain how you measuring a curved
So
surface. You haven't even identified it yet.
Your view of the horizon, your perspective is of it being flat because the
Right,
parts which
it
dip
is.
below your tangential plane.
So
Okay,
why should we
you
believe
have a
it's not
problem with
flat?
over talking
Right, that's where we're going with it. Why should we believe it's not
You
flat?
have a problem with over talking people, man. I loved engaging with whoever it was earlier. He was, I think, Jedi or whatever, because they did not have that problem. You have that problem.
Okay, we can stop
Just so we
poisoning
said
the
something.
well. Okay, we can stop poisoning the well. We could get
Okay.
back to what we was talking about. Why should we believe otherwise?
Okay. Well, you haven't shown as to why it has to be flat, but your perspective of the horizon is going to be flat because you cannot see the parts which are below that tangential plane because it is
And you
blocked
did.
by the physical material.
Right,
All right.
but I didn't. But I didn't. You did. I didn't have to show why it's flat. You already told me that it was, and that's the only thing that you're measuring.
Yeah, the tangential plane is flat. Yes.
You
Right.
don't have a geometric horizon. I don't want to disturb the conversation too much, but beyond this point, you don't actually have a geometric horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height of I above mean sea level. You don't have that geometric curvature. The horizon never appears in this position. Light, refraction, right? So, no, not this. But
The only
you're
thing
still...
the only thing that you basically explaining to us is how you measuring how you getting elevation angle measurements using the horizontal baseline and even calling it a plane. And even calling it a plane, the only thing that you basically telling us is that you just measure the Earth flat, and then somehow you think it's a globe. That's why it's going
You're
in
measuring
circles.
you're not
to mention
measuring
that
the
when
Earth
you-
with
when-
the tangential plane.
Well,
You're measuring your perspective of
mention
the
when-
horizon, which is going to necessarily be flat just by like the way materials work and way perception works.
Water
Yeah.
definitely works like that. But listen, dude, you use a nautical sextant, you're not even instructed to get a line of sight tangent plane to the horizon.
Yeah.
Doing
because
You don't-
not.
yeah.
Yeah, all you're doing is getting the angle above the horizon. So it's the angle. It's the angle of the celestial object and the visible horizon.
So just because you're not
essentially-
taught when you're using a sextant to utilize a tangent plane doesn't mean you're not utilizing a tangential plane.
I'll tell you what you're using it for.
You're not explaining.
Sorry, hold on 2 seconds, Reg. You're using it to correct for your altitude above mean sea level. That's what you do. You then measure up from the horizontal plane that you firmly placed yourself on after taking the dip correction angle measurement. The dip to the horizon, you subtract that to put you down to a sea level reading. You measure the angle up from this horizontal plane between you and the horizon or extended outwards to the ground position of the star. That's where you measure your angle from, a horizontal plane. That's why it's called an elevation angle.
Yeah, and also the reason it's not a tangent is because the ground positions need to be on this plane. You can't get two ground positions on a tangent that only meets the surface on one position. That is
That's
what
why
you
they
see
say specifically when you're using Polaris as reference, you don't need two ground positions. You need a
You need
single
the ground position. You need the ground position of Polaris and your ground position to get your because you're measuring where you are relative to the ground
You
position.
don't need the ground position of Polaris.
Yes, you do.
The ground position of Polaris is established as the zenith or the starting point of these measurements. But beyond that, it's not needed.
It's on the surface, right?
It's
the
on
ground
the
position
surface of
is
the
on the surface.
Yeah.
That's why it's flat, because it's from your position to the ground position. You need two ground positions.
No, it's from your position to the angle of Polaris above the tangential plane.
The reason we use
That's how you measure
Polaris,
it.
the reason we utilize Polaris is because its ground position doesn't move.
Yes. It doesn't
Right,
move relative to a certain point. It is 90 degrees directly above on a certain point of the globe Earth.
That's why it's being utilized.
90 degrees. 90 degrees. That's a
Or 90
plane.
degrees. So if you draw a tangential plane on the North Pole, the exact North Pole, and you look 90 degrees up, right? Take a circle around your body and look 90 degrees. Point. Okay, right now, if you were imagine, you
Don't
were
just
at
get
this,
to auto assume that you're at the top of a sphere, dude. You don't just get
you're
to
at
auto
the top
do
of the
that.
sphere. Point to the horizon at the North Pole, and then point 90 degrees up, and you will be pointing at Polaris.
Yeah, but if you do that on your position, it's 90 degrees be above your head, right?
On my position right now, as it is.
No, if you are not on the Polaris, you're not utilizing a 90.
If I'm not
Yes,
on
you're
Polaris,
not at the zenith of Polaris. You're not utilizing the 90.
We're not at the zenith Polaris. You're trying to find your position in perspective of Polaris's ground position.
That's where you're getting your
So
elevation
yeah,
angles
I
from.
understand. So
Okay.
if you were to start at North Pole and you point 90 degrees up and you walk, let's say you walk south and you never change your direction, Polaris would dip. It would seemingly start to dip below the horizon. So it'd be 90 degrees up, and then it'd be 80, and then it'd be 45, and then it'd be 30, 20, 0, and then it'd be in the negative angles, which you do not have sight of.
Are you walking along your tangential plane? Are you? Are you walking along your tangential plane?
It's the
No,
same.
you're walking along the curved surface.
The reason
no,
it's
hold on. You're not. Eratosthenes didn't create any tangential planes when he'd done exactly the same thing but utilizing the sun instead of Polaris. Still angle measurements. He didn't bring up a fucking tangential plane. The distance between
he was measuring the sun.
in Cyrene was 500 stades. That's a straight line on the surface of the Earth. It has to
He
be
was
on
measuring the sun, not Polaris.
It's
For Polaris,
still sorry.
So Polaris would be
describe-
90 degrees above the tangential plane at North Pole. It would be 0 degrees, meaning it would be on the tangential plane at, I believe, 45 degrees. It would be below that when you're in the equator, the exact equator. It would be, let's see what would it be. I think it would be 45 degrees below your tangential plane at the equator, right?
No.
Yes, if you assume it's a globe.
No, it's a 0.
Which is what they do.
Yeah, it's at 0. What the heck? Yeah,
It's a 0. It's not a 45.
At zero, your tangential plane. At
No,
equator.
it's at
Oh,
0.
maybe I'm not. No, I'm counting for 23.5.
He's assuming
Yeah, it
it's a
would be
globe.
below. So
No,
let's see,
it
can I see
doesn't
Polaris?
doesn't traverse the plane that you're standing on.
On the equator.
These tangential planes that you're getting at different points, are they parallel?
Parallel to your specific position, your infinitesimal
Are
position.
they parallel to each other?
What do you mean parallel to each other?
Equal elevation.
Tangential planes that you think you keep establishing at different points, different distances south of, the zenith of Polaris, right? Are they? They're not parallel to each other, are they?
No, they're entirely different planes. You can have two tangential.
But they're all
planes that would be
horizontal,
parallel.
right? All horizontal.
They're all. They all align from your specific position to the horizon. Yes.
So they
The horizontal lines or planes intersect.
Two horizontal lines or planes intersect.
No,
Yeah,
they
they
don't.
can.
No, they don't.
You can have two horizontal lines that start from the same position, and they will intersect at all positions.
Like overlaid on top of each other, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
by definition,
maybe we should go to where Heretic wanted to go.
By definition. We're talking about elevation angles, right? Specifically, elevation angles. In the instance that Aristosthenes was doing, this is specifically called a solar elevation angle. And I'll read this out because we're not pulling it out of our backsides. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as a solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Do you see the little picture?
Yeah, I see it.
Good. So you can replace that sun with Polaris. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. The line which you're drawing the angle is tangential. Yes.
No, it's one's on the surface of the Earth. You notice that the ground position is at 90 degrees. That's very important because you're measuring angles within that triangle. It's got to be at 90 degrees. Now, you can use this with the sun. You can use it with the stars.
What has to be at 90 degrees?
You see where the vertical line from the sun hits the surface that the observer is also standing on? That 90-degree angle there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's on the surface of
And
the Earth.
for all intents and purposes, that can be flat. But if you're standing where you are and you draw a tangential plane around and it's infinitely big, there will be points on the Earth in which the actual real surface of the Earth, no longer intersect your tangential plane.
Yeah,
And
we've got 2 points that are on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, ChatGPT said.
Right, and that's a necessary fiction for that measurement.
It's
a real fiction. Maybe you have a reasonably sized surface that is actually flat because we can terraform.
Yeah, the ground position of Polaris to the equator. That's one.
The ground position of Polaris to the equator.
Yes, that's
the ground position. Let me try to understand the ground position of Polaris. What do you mean? So the ground position in which it is directly above you. What do you mean?
Yeah, you see where the sun is in the picture that I've given you. The ground position of that sun is directly underneath the sun. So same thing with Polaris.
Sure. Yeah,
you don't know what ground positions is, or you got to look that up.
I mean, you guys are using many different terms. It's if you don't like
you're out of your depth.
We can be
you're out of your depth. They're not complicated.
We can be obfuscating here. Let's be as obfuscating as possible.
You're just out of your depth. You're trying to wing it as you go.
You could be under the sun. Yes, directly under the sun. And if you want to call that ground position, yeah.
That's what it's called. You obviously don't know much about what you're trying to speak on.
But the ground position is going to change throughout the day.
He's on
no shit. And as the sun moves across the sky, if we stay in the same position, we're going to describe the sun's solar elevation angle. 10 degrees, 45 degrees, 70 degrees, 90 degrees above my head, and 70 degrees, 60 degrees, 40 degrees, 20 degrees as it goes away to the western horizon. This is always going to be an angle measurement.
Right, and it's going to be an angle measurement based off the tangential plane of your view of the horizon.
There's no tangential plane.
There is a tangential plane. That's
no, there isn't. You would need a curve to have a tangent to, and you don't have that, so there's no tangential plane.
I need to read this out again.
There is no tangential plane. You have to assume the curve to be true before it's validated.
Even if it was flat, you would still have a tangential plane.
Tangent to what?
It wouldn't.
Tangent to the surface of the Earth.
It wouldn't be tangential to it.
Okay, so the surface is defined by a certain equation. You take the tangential description of that equation, and you get a plane that is tangential to it.
Yeah.
No.
It's okay. Yeah, no. Cool.
It's a line that touches a curve at one point. Without the curve, you got no tangent to speak of.
So You could have a flat curve and have a tangent plane to your position.
Flat curve? Flat. It won't be flat.
No.
I meant
No.
flat, like your Earth can be theoretically flat. You could stand at a certain position, draw a tangential plane, and yes, it will intersect with all points of that.
And it wouldn't be flat, would it be?
No, it wouldn't. Nice
It would be
fail.
curved.
What? On a
It would be
flat
curved to
surface, you
change
can
the
have a
slope.
flat tangential plane.
It would be
Yes.
curved or change the slope.
I
That's
don't
why
think
you
you
need to
understand
change
what I
it in the
mean.
first place.
So take a. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Flat plane. You're on a flat plane.
Yeah, you just
right?
don't know what you're
You
talking
stand at a certain position. You have a tangential plane to this plane.
Define tangent. Define tangent.
Tangent is a plane which is tangential to the surface. It's
Surface
what
of
do you
what?
say?
Get a citation for your definition. Define tangent,
let's go
because you don't know what
through
you're
it.
talking about.
Okay.
Word you
I-
might- word you might want to find is parallel.
Tangential planes within calculus 3.
We're not using tangential
from
planes. We can just
We
stop
can
right
use
there.
a straight line or plane that touches a curve or curved surface at a point, but if extended, does not cross it at that point. To
There
a
we go.
completely different line of thought or action, or as an adjective of a line or plane, touching but not intersecting a curve or curved surface.
Yeah.
Here's where I learned Calc 3 Paul's online math notes, and he defines, while tangent planes to a surface are planes that touch the surface at the point and are parallel to the surface at that point. So if you have a flat surface in which you're taking your PZ
Post
or
your citation.
Okay.
Let's take a look at it.
Here's a definition they use in Calc 3. That's my citation. I'm not going to
Post
find a
it.
G4 thing.
Okay, what part are you citing?
What shows up on Google.
Okay, what are you citing? Give us the snippet that you're referring to.
My Calculus 3 education. is
Okay,
what
give
I
us the
cited.
sentences. Do you know what a citation is, bro?
I just gave you an example of notes.
No, you didn't. So we need the little blurb from it that you're actually referencing.
Okay, I'll show the blurb then.
Thank you. It saves us wading through the elephant to get to the ship.
Okay,
that
you wanted the
like.
citation. I assume that means the article itself or the notes themselves. I sent them
I
to
found it.
themselves.
Never mind, I got it. So it says a
Not big
tangent
notes,
line
I'm
to
sorry.
a
If you
curve
can't
was a
read
line
it,
that
then
just
that's not
touched
my
the
problem.
curve. And at that point, and was quote parallel to the curve at that point in question.
So a curve is going to have a certain equation which describes.
Okay, so I've heard that enough times. Now I just need you to show me the curve that you're drawing this tangent to. That'll be all. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, what do you the
Yeah,
curve?
even though he just validated what we just said to him.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you are.
You asked me to define what a tangent plane is or how I'm using it. I
Justify that you have a curve to draw a tangent to. That's what he's asking for. Justify this
entirely
curve that you
different
think you
argument.
can use as a tangent point.
Justify this curve? Yeah, it's a model we use that purports to different observations and laws.
Not looking for a model. I'm looking for the curve in reality that you think you're drawing tangent lines to with your line of sight.
I can't show it to you, heretic. I can't take you above to the
Okay, we'll
surface.
just throw that out then. We'll just throw your assertion out that there's a curve to draw tangents to. We'll just chuck it in the trash.
Because
Thanks.
you just saying models, you're reifying.
Yeah.
No wonder why he don't like talking to me. When I ask him to describe things in reality, he basically say, "No, I have a model." And then when I say, "No, I'm not going to allow you to use the model. I will allow you to only use the observation that you could see in reality to get your tangents to," he said, "I don't like talking to you. I want to talk to the other guy." Now the other guy is saying the same thing. You don't want to talk to him neither.
That's a straw man. I don't like
of the
talking
Earth
to you
is
because you
not a
overtalk me.
horizontal plane.
That's why.
The surface of the hold on, little guy. The surface.
No, you're going to hold on. Go ahead.
Heretic, what you just read out, was that what he posted?
Let me see.
Yeah, it was.
It's something about it being a curve, right?
He it seems like he omitted the part that actually talks about the curve. Let's see.
All right. Why does he find it so difficult when he's talking about tangential planes to mention curved surfaces? I mean, that was weird.
Because tangential planes are not necessarily put on a curved surface.
Okay, so then you're not even... All right, let's just take your goofball definition of tangential plane, which is tangential to a plane. Then you're not even arguing for a curve or a globe Earth anymore.
Sure, yeah.
That's what I said earlier. Okay.
You guys kept on fighting with me on how I was using tangential planes, and so I established how I use it, where I learned. Where do I get it from?
So you
That's
only
the entire
so you admitting that you only basically talking about flat Earth measurements that you're talking about. Have yet to describe again what I said earlier. Remember what I said earlier, which is not actually a straw man. It's just a point that I'm making, right? It's a point that I'm making. Basically, what I'm seeing that's coming from you is basically the only thing that you're describing to us right now are basic measurements that you are getting from a horizontal plane, no matter what you want to call it, without establishing your curved surface first. You're not establishing a curved surface. You just admitted to this guy again. Now there's somebody else that's saying you are saying it too. Remember, you ain't want to tell it to me. Remember, I was trying to ask you the same thing. You said you ain't want to talk to me. Now somebody else is saying, well, basically, you're not basically describing the curved surface, or you're not validating the curved surface to draw a tangent to. You're only talking about tangent planes, which is horizontals. And these are horizontal planes of reference that you get in elevation angles from to Polaris. So you're only basically describing flat Earth measurements, or at least flat horizontal measurements, angle measurements, without describing or validating a curved surface where you're going to basically run this tangent on, or run it perpendicular or parallel to. So that's where we talking. So that's where we're getting at. You said you're not talking about that. You said you didn't establish that, and you said that you can't establish that to me earlier. Then you said you can't establish that to the other person that you said you wanted to talk to. So these are three people that you said you're not going to establish the curved surface to. So I'm just trying to get you to establish.
What I'm trying to describe here is we're describing how we get latitude measurements based off of the position of Polaris. And what
without a tangent to a curve. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Sorry, I'm done. Don't overtalk me.
Yeah, you're done. You already made our case for us. Thanks. You don't need to continue. We're good. Thanks.
You didn't make your case whatsoever.
Yeah, I didn't have like I just said, dummy. You made it for me. Thanks.
I didn't call you dumb. Take the ad homs elsewhere. Go ahead and
so you don't know what that is either.
Go ahead and
you've been making the case for us the whole time. You haven't established your curve. You haven't established your globe.
You're the mod.
Why would I mute you? You're making my argument for me.
You did it
Why would I
before.
mute you?
Because you muted me before. So I want you to get done.
Because I did it before doesn't mean I'm going to do it again. You're making my argument for me.
Just mute me already, because I know I'm going to try to have a conversation. I'm going to try to lay out.
I'm trying to hit the eject button. It's not going to be that easy, bro. I'm going to let you keep hanging your globe for me.
Because I know the way you guys operate. You guys don't operate in bad faith. I had a good faith conversation.
Okay, anyway, I did mute you. Thanks anyway for proving our case. I appreciate it. Save me the trouble.
I'm going to argue for the sphere Earth without making an argument for the sphere Earth.
I don't need a curve. Well, that was the whole point, was for you to argue that curve, and then you just threw it by the wayside, just right under the bus. You know, the whole premise, the entire thing that you're trying to argue for here, just chuck it in the trash. Good job. Thanks.
Yep. So what I was trying to describe was that how it's not necessarily a flat Earth that we do Polaris measurements off. It's just
because you don't have a curve to draw any tangent to. You haven't defended one. You're not even defending the concept of a tangent being tangential to a curve.
I'm sorry, you're too dense to understand this, dog. I'm sorry.
Understand
you're
what?
Fucking stupid.
Wow, here we go.
You're so fucking stupid. I
understood perfectly. There's no curve that you're defending any tangent line to.
I'm sorry. You're just pretending to get shit. You don't, but you're just dumb. And it's all right. It is all right, man.
Emotional damage.
We broke him.
Let it out. Let it out.
I am finished. I've tried to describe something to you, and I'm trying to describe why I'm describing it to you, and you're saying it's necessarily this case.
Yes,
I made the case why it's not necessarily the case that you can just use tangential planes.
Yeah, I know. You threw your own claim under the bus.
You don't understand the implications of it, and it's like...
Yeah, I know. You threw your claim under the bus when you said you didn't necessarily need the curve that we're trying to get you to prove for your goofball tangent lines. Thanks. Appreciate it.
And you only been describing flat Earth measurements this whole time.
You didn't necessarily need the curve. You don't necessarily need the flat Earth.
Yeah, then you don't necessarily need
it.
No, we did rebut you say that it's necessary.
But he only measured the flat Earth. But
I don't think I ever said that the curve is necessary for a tangential plane. Just that you have a visible horizon and you can draw a theoretical
there is no
tangential plane.
There's no radius value that you're running a tangent to.
You're running a tangent to your infinitesimal position. This is something you're talking about. I'm talking.
I think if you chant the word infinitesimal enough times, maybe we'll believe it's a globe.
Yeah, so no globe then.
I am talking to retards, and I'm done engaging with retards.
Yeah, I know you're talking to yourself. Nobody. Yeah, it's not really addressing anything anybody else here said.
Between the top wall and the middle wall.
It's not saying that he's not
Who's
measuring
got a
anything from a globe.
TV? Who's got a TV in the background?
Are you guys piling on a Glober? Come on. Give Globers a chance.
We gave him a chance, and he just threw his globe under the bus.
Give Glovers a chance. Is that some
He
kind
threw an entire globe under the bus.
Yeah,
he's your
He's
mate.
on about tangents, and we're like, well, you would need a curve to draw a tangent to. The tangent touches a curve at one point, and he goes, no, I don't really need a curve. So then he's telling us, I don't really need the globe. Okay, thanks.
I tried to bail him out earlier with my GeoGebra, my superpower, but it didn't help.
Hey, Peter, do you agree with him?
What was he saying? I dropped off for a minute.
He just said there's no globe.
He said there's no glob?
Yeah.
I disagree with him then.
When we pointed that out to him, he went real gangster. It was a real change of pace. He was quite placid up until he just exploded.
Yeah,
I
I like good faith conversations. Jedi, I had a really good conversation with you. It was nice and respectful. But the minute that you can't even make a point without ever talked, you're being called dumb. Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, go find a therapist or something.
Thank you. I'll find a therapist.
You see new to here? You see a new Globber?
Maybe Peter can help you out.
Yeah, do you guys have a therapist in mind that can help me with my immense anger issues?
Peter.
Is Peter a therapist?
I'm a fellow Globber. I've been through a lot. I can help you.
He'll be your guide back to the globe.
Yeah, Peter's also going to tell you how he used horizontal planes
moment-
in order to get his globe.
At the moment, you sound like you're a flat earther. So, if you want to go back to the globe, then Peter's your man to talk.
I'm a
so is Peter.
truther, is what I am.
Lerguy, how can I bring you back to the globe? We need people on the globe side.
One sec.
You have to teleport me to the outside of the world.
One sec, dude. I just want to read out what Google gave me as the meaning for infinitesimal position. All right, immeasurably or incalculably small, an infinitesimal difference. Or two, taking on values arbitrarily close to but greater than zero.
Yep. This is the basis for which Calculus 3 and all of calculus defines what a tangential plane is. It's tangential to a very, very like infinitesimal point. And what I'm trying to get at is
that's all really
it's
cool and stuff. But
incomprehensible.
if it's not tangential to a curve, then we don't care at all because we're trying to prove a curve.
What?
Yeah, he's not explaining it right. Lerguy, you're not explaining it the right way.
Yeah, maybe it's a hard concept to explain.
It is not. It is the simplest concept. You're just explaining it. You're showing off your erudition instead of trying to drive a point.
My mathematically founded rendition of what a tangential plane is.
But that's not what is needed here. They're asking you a very simple question, and you're actually obfuscating your own answers. So that's on you.
What I'm trying to avoid here is saying that we draw a tangential plane on a surface and then going, oh, there's necessarily a flat surface there. Boom, your thing is done.
And consider how you're not able to resolve that misunderstanding. Consider it from your perspective. If it's so obvious, why are you failing?
I'm not a good communicator. That's why.
Hello.
I don't think I'm a good communicator.
Hello.
Science understanding and science communication are two different
This is
fields.
not even science. This is geometry.
Science and math are very closely related. You use 3D calculus, multivariable calculus
Tell him,
everywhere.
Peter. Nobody needs calculus to explain a horizontal plane on a sphere.
You do.
No,
By
you don't.
definition.
Not at this level.
Sure. I'm sorry. I'm not used to talking to.
All you need is a picture. All you need is a drawing.
What were you
There have
about
been
to
many
say then?
pictures and drawings.
Not used to talking to who?
To people who are uninformed about all these things.
Uninformed about what?
About calculus theory, about the basis of what tangential means. I mean, I've had to crawl through everything.
Okay. Well, we feel the same about people who are uninformed about the globe.
Okay.
And in this point, celestial navigation and how latitude.
Yeah, you
is derived.
don't. Yeah, you don't know anything at this moment. At
What do you mean
this
I don't know
moment,
anything?
We can. Well, that's exactly what I just said.
I mean, you got a guy here trying to help you, and you yelling at him.
None of you are trying to help me. I think maybe Jedi or
Peter
whoever
is.
is engaging in good faith was trying to help, but a
Peter
good chunk
is.
of you are engaging in bad faith, and that's why I get all like frustrated.
He was getting frustrated with Jedi too. Let's be honest here.
Sure, and I'll retract that. I'm sorry, Jedi. You had who was the guy that was like, "Oh, I'll talk to you for 2 minutes." He got me back in the conversation. It was good. It was nice.
That was one deck. He's not even
Okay.
here.
Well, I believe that I've had
Yelled
some
at him
good.
too.
Yeah, I
Why he
believe I've
left.
had some. Okay, you see, this is why I think you're acting in bad faith.
I'm acting in
Can I
bad
ask-
faith because I'm telling
Because
you what
every
you're
time
doing.
I try to respond to what you're saying, you're it's like it's so irritating. It's so
Hey,
irritating. I
dude,
want you
why
to
do you
understand.
why do you think that why do you think that you're smarter than everyone else? Where
I
does
don't
that
think I'm
come
smarter
from?
than everybody else.
Well,
You
you
call
do.
everybody in here a retard.
Oh, I know.
Because
I know
was
why. It's
fuming.
called Dunning Kruger.
Yeah.
I was fuming, Doug.
Oh,
You were fuming. You call everybody a
You
retard.
calling a fucking
Yeah, I
dog?
was fuming. I was called dumb and stupid early in the conversation too. It was not the first time somebody referenced somebody intelligence here.
Before you called him
There's
dick.
really no need to point it out. It was self-evident, anyhow.
Yeah, you see, I was being engaged in bad faith before I blew up. I don't think I'm unreasonable.
Therapy's over. The therapy's done with. We've all got our feelings off of our. Somebody
Mhm.
said some things that you had to respond to keep your masculinity. We get it.
I'm a very feminine guy.
We know it is.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Hey,
for
hey,
masculinity.
Jedi, am I coming in low?
But that,
A little
arguing
bit.
is a feminine trait.
Okay, sorry.
Huh?
Being argumentative.
Is a feminine trait?
Yeah, crybabying, being argumentative, being a victim. Yeah, it's feminine stuff.
Okay, so are you not like criticizing my character here?
We're not going to do this thing anymore. We're not.
Okay, I've stopped criticizing your character. Let's quit this childish shit. Stop.
You're doing it, not me.
Okay, we're not using You just did it. You just did it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm like,
I can't agree
I'm going
with
to take a
you.
minute. I'm probably going to boot up Elden Ring right now.
I can't agree
Let's
with
stop with the ad homs. Stop it. I'm not doing it anymore. You stop doing
You're
it to
doing
me.
it to yourself. I'm
irritates me.
disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with you. That's all. You said you were feminine. I just named some of the traits.
All right, let's
Okay,
move
I'm
on.
not going to play this game, dude. I'm not going to play.
You the one that started the game.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, it's still not a tangential plane. Just asserted that.
What's not a tangential plane?
That we use in celestial navigation. It's not a tangential plane. You need two ground
Why is it not?
positions. Because you need two ground positions. It is necessary for it to be the surface to have ground positions on. I think that's
That
the point
hasn't been
that
demonstrated to me. Could you
No, that
demonstrate
is
why you
necessary.
need two ground positions?
Because you need to get distances between these two ground positions in order to find your relative position to it, to the opposite sign.
I disagree.
You can, but that's just celestial navigation.
Well, eventually, I mean, because the ground position he's talking about, you would need to get from two elevation angles to two different stars. So the ground position would be the GP of those two stars, beginning with horizontal plane of reference.
My view of celestial navigation, specifically in reference to Polaris, is that at the position in which Polaris is directly above, you mark off the angle, and then you use the angle in reference to other tangential planes' angular distance of Polaris.
That doesn't sound like celestial navigation to me.
In reference to Polaris, it is. So that's the North Pole.
No, it doesn't
It is
sound like
directly
celestial
above
navigation.
you. It is 90 degrees above you. You walk in one direction.
So someone traveling
Okay,
from
I'm
North Pole.
I'm trying to respond, man. Okay.
No, you're not responding. Actually.
Okay, cool. Okay, you can point that out to me after I'm finished speaking.
Yeah, but he was talking.
I was asking. He asked a question, and then I proceeded. If he was not done, he could have interjected.
Yeah, that's why he interjected.
Okay, go ahead and finish your interjection then.
He said that's okay.
Eli.
Yeah, man. I mean, because I don't know how much you guys' tolerance are for saying no to things that are obviously correct. But
doing it for an hour now.
Yeah, like he can't just be like, yeah, we're gonna be celestial navigating and So if you're going from North Pole after you've eaten some cookies from Santa and some of his elves, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like,
So
there's
just because you think it's patently true doesn't make it patently true, right?
it's a big non sequitur.
Sorry.
Well, that's what you said. You said you're denying the obvious. I don't think it's truly obvious. I think it's truly false. Right? I think it's obviously false.
Just because you think something is true doesn't mean it's true.
And that's what you stated. You stated that I am denying the obvious, and I disagree with what you view as the obvious.
Yeah, but just because you don't like it, that don't mean it's not obvious.
Yes, I said I don't like it because, and here's my explanation, but you guys didn't render that.
When we
your explanation is I don't like it.
No, my explanation is that you don't need the second ground position. You use its relative angle from Polaris, but you don't use the actual ground position itself.
Yes, you do. You really do. Remember the compass that we draw on our chart? That circle around. That's, yeah, we do that with all stars. We draw circles of equal altitude around them because where they intersect, there you are. You can also draw horizontal lines of bearing through those ground positions from you to the ground position beyond the horizon, a straight line on your chart using a ruler.
Do you know why we use Polaris?
Because
it doesn't move. Exactly.
Yeah, so we draw circles around the ground position of Polaris. Yes.
The circles are known as
a stationary star. And so if you are at the North Pole, it is always going to be directly above you. Or I think it's maybe a degree separation, but it's negligible.
Yeah, and the ground position is 90 degrees.
Yes, it's 9 degrees. But you remember when you said the horizontal is a tangential plane? So if you're under Polaris and you're looking at the horizon, you're telling me this is a plane, right?
Yes, it is a plane from my current position.
All right, so and that horizon is how far?
It's as far as you can perceive it. I don't know the exact number.
Okay, so you're standing on a plane that is as far as perceivably possible flat.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's welcome to Flat Earth.
You perceive the horizon to be flat. That doesn't prove shit.
That was easy. Done to me.
I think you guys just don't understand basic shit.
I mean, we're just doing this multiple times now. I mean, how many times we can do this?
At the moment,
you can perceive the horizon to be flat. That doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. Let's think this through. So there's a piece of material on the curved Earth that is below the horizon. Can you perceive that material?
So you already assumed that the curve is curved.
Yeah, presuppose. Can you see it?
No, the curve's
Yeah, you can't see it because it's below the horizon. So just because the horizon is perceived to be flat doesn't mean that there isn't a curved Earth.
Okay, this guy.
Yeah, you're so stupid. That's basically what you're saying. That's a dumb idea, but you can't refute
what's the evidence?
We reviewed it earlier.
What's your refutation that a
I'm
perception
asking
of
you
a
for
flat
your
Earth necessarily means that it is flat? Or what's your proof of that? And what's your refutation of the inverse? Sorry.
You just did it. You just did it for us with the flat Earth measurements that you was assuming is not true somehow.
Yeah, you just did it. You just
How
said
did I do it?
You said it was perceivably flat as far as you can see it.
Yes.
Because I asked you how far is the horizon?
So I guess we're in agreement here. The Earth is perceivably flat, or the horizon is perceivably flat.
Yes, because this is what
we're in agreement. Great. No, welcome to Globe Earth. Welcome to Globe Earth. That is a central tenet of navigation within a globe Earth.
Anything that had anything to do with
That's something that's shared within both sets. This doesn't deny or affirm one position over the other.
Yes, it does, because you're measuring.
Okay.
Affirm the
All right. Have a good night. You guys are somewhat retarded.
Go ahead with
I
the
am
flat
done.
Earth measurements, and then you got to somehow imagine it's a globe.
That was annoying. I want the central tenet to the globe Earth again. It looks locally flat. Awesome. That's the central tenet to the globe Earth.
He said, as far as you can see.
He even say he measured the Earth horizontal and flat.
You
So as
just
far
don't
as-
get it. It's
hurt.
all logical.
So as far as you can tell, it's flat. So must be a globe. Like, where are you going with this?
Even Peter tried to help him, and he yelled at him.
Are you asking me? As far as you can perceive it, it's flat. That's it. No.
Yeah. So how does that help you demonstrate a globe?
It doesn't help you demonstrate a flat Earth. That's not the entirety of the
Oh,
argument.
right. So something being observably apparently flat doesn't help to demonstrate flatness.
You said that was
No,
essential.
because there are tons of other factors. Your position
If you close,
is that
if you close your eyes, is it reasonable to assume the universe has no light?
Okay. So if your position is that because your view of the horizontal is a tangential flat plane, therefore the flat Earth, that is a illogical position. And that is what I'm attacking against.
And what was illogical was that gobbledygook that just came out of your mouth. There's no logical connection from one to X whatsoever.
Okay.
A perceived flat plane
It was so
could be
illogical you couldn't
observed
address
on a
it.
curved Earth. It could also be observed on a theoretically flat Earth.
First, you have to
need to
validate the
show
Earth is
why it does not apply to a curved Earth.
First, you
But
have
none
to-
of you can do that.
First, you have to
so
validate
did.
the Earth curving to begin with.
Say
Yeah,
again.
there's no evidence that. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just want him to listen to what you're saying. You're saying that the Earth is already curved, but it perceived to be flat. That's what you're saying. But you haven't validated that the Earth is curved yet. That's what we've been trying to get you to do this whole
Forget-
time.
Oh,
So
forget
without that
first.
validation, without that validation, you just have just so stories. But you are basically saying we do.
So
But
you
he's also-
misunderstand my
wait a
position.
minute, wait a minute. You are saying
you
that we
are
do
straw manning me
observe-
right
Wait a minute.
now.
Wait a
You are
minute.
straw
But
manning
you
me.
are saying I'm not straw manning.
Yes, you are.
saying that we. So okay, where's the validation then? You want to cut me off now? you
No,
wanna
I
be
am not
fair.
saying that I'm not presupposing that it's curved. What I'm saying is that you cannot draw a conclusion from the perception of it being flat. Therefore, ergo, it is flat. That is a
Except you just turned around and used it as the thing you're describing it as, right? And perceiving it as, still saying it's a ball.
So the Earth theoretically, it could be a flat plane or it could be a donut plane. It's just that whenever you perceive it, demons are changing your perception for it to be flat. It could theoretically be that, or it could theoretically be a globe, or it could theoretically be flat.
Yo,
Don't
guys,
fire, man. Don't fire.
guys, I'm
spiraling.
Listen,
Yeah, stop. Let him
here's
cook.
what
Go ahead,
here's what he's really saying. And you did say it twice that you can't look at something and then declare, right? That's your logic. Just
Yeah,
simple yes or no.
you cannot make the claim that it is
Just
perceived
a
flat,
simple yes
therefore
or
it
no.
is flat.
I heard you. That's why I summarized it. You agree? Great.
Yes.
That that's like literally like the only supposed direct observation as far as globers are concerned when they look at the horizon or look at a sunset and then they observe as they declare, right?
Okay. So here's a question, and here's a pivot.
So you would
here's not a
say
pivot.
that. So you would say that that's not good
Here's a-
logic. Because we
here's a
just agreed
conclusion.
because we just
Right?
agreed that looking and declaring is not good, right?
Okay, so here's the conclusion I'm going to go to, right? And this is going to be the
that's not
final
gonna
thing.
happen.
You can refute this
That's
with
not
me.
gonna-
All right. So if
you're
you
gonna get
perceive the horizon to be flat, right?
Sorry.
Big Daddy, are you still in ninth grade or you just dropped out?
Who's Nathan
'Cause
Oakley?
What on earth, guys?
The bottom line, he said that he can't observe and declare. So I gave an example, and he just would not respond. No, you can't just. No, we're not. Why have a 5-hour conversation with someone who's going to respond with non sequiturs or not at all?
Because it must be a spinning ball. Because religious reasons.
No, that's not what we should.
Non sequitur. I mean,
Maybe-
honestly, because first and foremost, we don't just observe and declare and say, "Look, it looks flat, therefore it is flat." You guys have a claim that, well, regardless of how it looks, it's a ball because I observe an eclipse and I declare globe, or I observe the horizon and a boat and I declare Earth curve, or I observe a sunrise and I go, Earth curve. Like, obviously, all of those arguments, I observe the stars do X, Y, Earth curve, Earth spin, Earth rotation, antipodal. You gotta accept that we just agreed that that was all bad logic. In a perfect world, that's exactly how the conversation would end. We would all nod heads and go, the advancement of being with human beings, that felt great. Everybody sipping coffee or beer or whatever you guys do. You know what I mean? Like all this extra, like, yo, it's nighttime. No, it's not. Not really. Like, come on, fam. Stop it.
What's that Michael Jordan meme? Stop it.
Get some help.
By the way, that's in my avatar. That's like a rainbow around me. Wonder how that happens.
Well, one thing I gotta give the Globers, especially the anti-flat earthers, or at least the Globers who are gullible enough, they have great faith in the Copernican model. They have great faith in a faith-based system that where it is necessary to have faith in order to keep that belief in the first place. Anyways, great faith, guys. I wish you would just use it for something that is, not so vain.
Thanks, Clay. And I think you and I can connect over Copernicus because he was a Polish German. So, yay.
Well, my roots go back to Preußen, which nowadays is
There you go. There you go.
Both
Nice.
mother and father side.
That's where
I
he was
think.
from too, Copernicus.
Yeah, I know many people. Actually, many of the
What was his favorite color?
Even Werner von Braun.
Rainbow.
Even Werner von Braun is from a family tree that comes from the north.
I know. I have that name in my family too.
Interesting. Yeah, my family root goes back to von Einem.
Braun.
And von Einem is also von Einem
That's
is also
Is it
connected
more
to
interesting to
Braun.
point out that he's
No,
German?
you don't
or
say
that-
Braun. In German, you say Braun.
Yeah,
Is it more
von
interesting
Braun.
that is it more interesting that he's German or that he is grown up in a super religious culty situation?
Weird
Well, it's
religion
very-
of Germans.
It's
A
very
globe
interesting
German religion.
how it's very interesting how many famous people are interconnected within these. What does Adel mean again in English, Peter? Adelsfamilien. The
What?
blue.
Oh, yeah,
the
nobility.
royal families.
Nobility. Nobility.
Yeah, these families once have really ruled the whole middle
Whose
of
family?
Europe, or still do. Well, Van Braun is connected, which I found out, to von Einem, and von Einem is a ancestry part of my mother. So I'm kind of like somehow related also to Van Braun or Van Braun.
Yep. What'd they do to him?
Nothing. He comes from a
No. Hold on. He walked out on stage and he had a broken arm and a big fat black eye. Something happened to that homie.
You mean Werner von Braun?
Yeah. Werner von Braun or Werner von Braun. VV.
Warner von Braun.
Werner von Braun.
I don't know about
Werner
that.
von Braun. Werner von Braun. It's all the same.
I just find it
It's all the
interesting
same.
that
You can say
that-
Werner von Braun or
Hey,
Werner
Clay, it's
von
far
Braun.
from the R. That he's
Or you
It
can
is
say
a-
Werner.
This is a 100% pointless conversation. Can we please move to a
Yes.
Glober?
No, actually, it's not.
Gotta mute Demok, man.
I will. Fuck this
Hell yeah,
conversation.
you better mute me right
You
away.
promise?
I tell too much truth.
Dose the truth, man. Dose it.
The V and a B are interchangeable. So is a W.
In Spanish.
No, in every term of everything. Just like gematria, this shit's interchangeable letters and numbers in every letter and every number, right? So why would you minus this from
That
that?
would be the time, heretic.
But anyways, a lot of deception comes from Germany for some reason.
Yes, a lot of words are German that you thought were other stuff.
The
They were German to
Raumzeit,
begin
for
with.
example, right, Clay? The Raumzeit.
Well, a lot of deception has been created by Germans, to be honest. Even the tools that are
All
used
the
for
races.
deception.
All the races that get involved with getting controlled by any military group is a part of something. It's like when you come out on stage with a black eye and a broke arm. Did you really want to come out and be the father of rocketry, cartoon bullshit? No, probably not. But then when you got your broke arm and your black eye, you came out and said, yes, we are going to go to the moon, and this is how we're going to do it. And you're going to sound real smart.
Well, if it wasn't for the Germans, we wouldn't be here right now having a conversation.
Oh,
about
no.
Globe or not.
We'd
No,
still,
like look into it, man.
we still got the Russians.
I mean, the television, your computer, your
Hold
smartphone,
on. You got rid of the Germans. You get rid of the
propaganda.
Russian space stuff. Now who do you got? USA. There ain't no
It's
getting
almost
rid
like
of it, brother.
all the evil we are fighting these days is literally out of Germany. Like, no joke. But also
it's
good
not
things
just-
happen there, obviously.
It's not just Germany though.
But the 90% is
Yeah, they're a main.
German
Yeah,
invention,
they're a
man.
main procurer of the technology goofy shit, right? When they tell you,
Not only
the
that,
beetle, the
also
bombardier beetle.
also the pseudoscience, all the pseudoscience. Look at how many Germans are involved in this. It's incredible. It's like we're like almost like a center of deception.
Einstein, Schrödinger, Planck.
Yeah, man.
All garbage. All cartoon
Gauss.
garbage.
The guy who found
Riemann,
Uranus.
Bernhard Riemann.
The German guy who found Uranus.
Minkowski.
Wait, what was his name again? Wilhelm Herschel.
Kepler,
Yeah,
wasn't
he found
Kepler
Uranus.
German too? Was Kepler German or Swiss? German, I think, no?
Kepler was, I think, Kepler, yeah, Heidelberg, yeah, he is also German. Wilhelm Karl Kepler.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah, of course.
Here's
Always
the thing,
Germans, man.
No.
Copernicus.
Yeah.
Kepler, Schrödinger,
really.
Planck, Einstein.
Really? You
Anyways,
can't tell
the
some of the
Germans never
from some of
lost.
the Jews, brother. You can't tell them apart. I couldn't draw you a German that would be a definite German figure, and I couldn't draw you a Jewish guy or a Russian guy that doesn't make any sense. No, just pay attention to what the fucking people do that do the stuff. If that group of people is involved with all this crazy stuff, and the other half of them sitting over there like, huh? It's that group.
Well, even the Rockefeller and Rothschilds are they originated from Germany. Look, like everything, it's like 99% of all the stuff we as a collective know is kind of like evil, is literally the sources.
So who do we owe the debt to?
Well, I don't know, man. Anyways, but Germans have completely changed the whole world.
Yeah, I think, but we had a hand in that too, though, as kids and as humans, and we never said bullshit. Prove it. That's always been the main problem. We like the word snitch and telling the truth have been like mixed up, and then like you get ridiculed for wanting to be press or actually find something out, which is, what I mean. So groups of people don't want their secrets told. That's the weirdest shit to me. If you're a group of people for the government, what fucking secret do you have if you're for the people that are supposed to be you're keeping the secret for? Like, this doesn't make any sense. How do you have a Department of Defense secret from the fucking people who are supposed to be mandating the part and deciding what that is? It's goofy.
Well, I mean, there is a fine line between, like security of a DEA agent and an undercover cop and, public interest, right? So public interest is like the freedom of press. And then The other side of that is what's it called? Shit. I'm sorry.
It's okay because I'm not sure which word you're going to say. I want to learn.
It's the reason they redact the documents, but I forgot what they call it.
I just want to say that it was the Germans who created the crisis in cosmology, Larry.
They created it? Yeah, Einstein, yeah, definitely created it.
Yeah, if he hadn't created his theory, there'd be no crisis right now, right?
What about the TV?
Correct.
I blame the TV and cartoon makers 50% because that's what science uses as their crutch. A computer screen and a cartoon. So that's got to be like 30%, right?
It's gotta be, man.
Yeah, but it's like, what secret's supposed to be kept from us? What secret do you want kept from you from your military? Tell me.
All of it.
You know what I mean? You don't want to know who they're trading with, if they're trading with the people they're saying they're going to war with, if that's their best customer and they'll never hurt them. Like, do you want to know? Do you want to know what new science they're working on? When you think you're over here talking about something from 1,700 years ago, and they got like some warehouses with the Jetsons going on, whether they do or not. I'm just saying. Like, what you want? You want them to keep that from you? You want them to keep everything from you, like perpetual motion and everything, when you're sitting out and everybody's like running around for gas? Come on, man. Power. It's always been free. You set up the company, you set up this thing, and then it runs. Part goes bad, you fix it. Keep running.
You people better be taking notes right now, because this is gold.
Man, I wouldn't even know the difference if it was poop. But
Tell us more.
no, let somebody else talk. I've wasted my 2 minutes. If I start saying something weird that somebody doesn't even understand or they haven't heard about, they'll want to mute me and think I'm talking horse shit. But most of the time, what I'm saying is 100% true. The word I was saying that
Absolutely. Some of us are not ready for it yet.
well, the word finna and funna. That's what, yeah. But that was yesterday. That was the other couple days ago. So that's here nor there. But yeah. Yeah, but the language, man, language, anybody can do anything with it. So to like say, hey, man, this word means this, definitely only. Hell no. Because the Globers will get you on that every time. Because sitting still is moving. Something non-physical has physical attributes. Something's not this, but it acts like that.
Yeah, that one is on an Italian, though. It wasn't a German who came up with that nonsense. So that's
Right.
on them Italians.
Yeah, dialecti, yeah, the dualism of fucking everything around, level, flat. Huh? What? I'm good. I think the Glober that says it's so horizontal, it's round, but the Earth's so big, you're going to see it as flat. I think they should be muted. That's the weirdest shit I can imagine. A sphere being
Oh,
flat.
if I had mute perms, I'd be muting them all the time.
You better mute me when I say it. A globe's too big, so it's horizontal.
I mute you if everything that comes out of your pie hole is pure gold.
Where's my radio show? where's my 50-cent donations?
I'm just happy this is streaming on YouTube so others can benefit from your wisdom, Demek.
It's not wisdom. It's just a question. What do you think should be kept secret from you? What should your mom and dad keep secret from you?
What you look like, I want that to be kept secret from me.
You want that? Okay, well, just don't go figure it out.
I certainly won't.
Okay. So if I started a channel, I would keep my face hidden behind the penny.
That with a paper bag over it.
Yeah, it'd be like the neighbor. You only see my eyes or nothing. You just want to see. Too late for that. People already know what I look like. Well, what do you think though? Like, this is a globe and flat Earth question. Like, what what should be deemed truth, or something like for term of service, like for like freedom of, or like to be able to like discuss actual truth. If you're like saying, hey man, I want this channel to be truth, that like, would you get shut down if you started saying stuff that they don't agree with because you might find it as a fact? But what if it's their fact? Something they writ like in the dictionary, they writ in Google, they put in their thing, and you like put it and read, like, why would they not like that truth?
Some things are not, humankind's not ready for some truths.
I always thought it was weird, the idea to have a secret. We got to go do this in secret. That's just weird. That's weird. That might be the problem.
Can give you an example of one such truth, if you want.
Well, when you think something and the 99% of people don't think it, so like when a lot of people become flat earthers, they don't tell everybody. They keep it to themselves, kind of. And then like if they come on Discord or they're on the phone or nobody knows who they are, they'll talk about it, or they'll but like in real life, they won't tell they won't tell anybody. So it's like, what's the point of knowing an actual truth or something you deem as your experience or your acknowledgement of reality? Like, why can't you, like, if it's shared more, that's going to become the unridiculed thing. And the other thing will become ridiculed, the non-reality, the stuff you can't prove, stuff you can't demonstrate. That's the stuff that's supposed to be ridiculed, not the stuff that we can all do and demonstrate. To me, it is backwards. So like religion, the religion of the globe. You guys got globe secrets. Nobody knows the measurements. Nobody can go stand on the horizon. Nobody can find the curve. It's all secret. Do you like that? Do you like that your government?
I stand on the horizon every day.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Do you like that your government doesn't have a globe museum with globe physics in it and stuff?
I do like that.
Yeah, me too. I like that you couldn't even learn about globe physics in a college. There isn't one. There aren't any.
I wonder what college you went to.
Probably just horizontal plane-based physics.
What was the name of the college?
It's a horizontal reference frame, and that's your 0 point, and then you go up or down with that. And when you drop down in elevation, you drop down in elevation. You don't stay the same. Even if you fly in an arc, you don't stay at 1 inch high.
That's deep.
Yeah, so how could the ball present itself ever if flying in an arc follows flat Earth elevation rules? Once you go somewhere,
it's something for you to contemplate quietly.
No, it's something for you to not keep a secret. Like religion, why would you run off and say, well, they had to go do that in secret?
I am the last glober. I'm the guardian of secrets.
Right. So why would you run and do something in secret, but then think it's stupid when you get ridiculed for it, when the masses know nothing about it and their thoughts are
How
based
else
on
am I going to defend the globe?
No, I don't think you get what I'm saying, brother. How do you defend something by keeping it a secret?
On that we can agree.
Yeah. You shouldn't defend something by keeping it a secret.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, my fellow flat earthers.
Salam alaikum.
So, what's the problem with the globe, actually?
Every problem. What can you demonstrate about a globe?
So I can see when I'm on the ocean, right?
No, I said, what can you... No, hold on, listen carefully. I don't want to go past this. What can you demonstrate in your hand in a lab about a globe that matches reality outside? With the ball.
Yeah, you can place, you can place a flag on one point, and then you can...
On the globe.
Place a small camera. Yeah, on a globe, on a model, you mean, right?
Yeah, and then
you
get
can place
the
a very
elevation
tiny
angles.
camera, and that tiny
Right.
camera demonstrates one individual
Yeah, and
on
then
the
you point
ocean,
out
right?
where his horizon is on that ball.
Yeah.
And then you get the elevation angles to a made up star in your ceiling. Then you can do the seasons. You can tilt it 23 degrees. You can match the temperatures with the seasons. I mean, I can't wait. You're going to be awesome.
Yeah, I do not need to.
Yeah, don't try to
bring.
divide the globe from itself, brother.
How
Don't
many
stop.
evidence? How much evidence? Sorry, do you
The
need?
globe works as one thing, doesn't it? Isn't everything on the globe happening at one time that's supposed to be happening on a globe? The wind, the water sticking to it while it's spinning, while you're doing all your great stuff. That's supposed to be like 1,000 things going on at once, right? But then when I say demonstrate, you're like, hey, wait. No, you get your ball, you demonstrate all that shit at once if you can. If you can't, you demonstrate what you can. So temperatures and seasons shouldn't be hard. You get a heat source. You can even use the real sun. I give every glober the chance to do this. Go get a ball called a globe, and you got the little lines on it. Everything's
But you
marked.
don't need that actually. It's about geometry. It's not
I
about.
don't need to
It's not
imagine
about
anything.
heat waves or
What's not
infrared.
a demonstration?
Heat is infrared.
Brother, I asked you about a demonstration, how you could demonstrate anything about a globe
Yeah,
in
I
a
told you,
classroom, in a classroom or a lab setting that matches reality outside. That matches outside. We're not going to use outside.
What do you
We're gonna
understand
match
on the
outside.
match? Like
Yeah, you're
create
going to make
a
a
second
model.
Earth and demonstrate it on that, or is it okay
Yeah, I don't
if you
know
have
what
a
you're calling your
small
religion.
Earth in your room?
I don't know what you have to do to demonstrate your religion's not a religion. But make it real though somehow, brother, please.
Yeah, but I mean,
What?
convincing someone depends on the subject, right?
Convincing. Yeah, you're going to demonstrate. It's called get a ball, tilt it 23 degrees.
Yeah, I told you.
have the sun out. You have the sun outside right now, brother.
Did you
Go
visit the
rotate
edge
your
of the
ball.
flat Earth? Actually, did you visit
No.
it? Did you saw
You're
the
going to
edge?
demonstrate a ball. We definitely have ball classes and ball Google and ball labs and ball professors.
Contradicting one point doesn't prove your point, bro.
Brother, we're not looking for any points. We're looking for reality to be matched. So if you can
For
match
what? For
reality,
what?
we don't need me
For
to
what,
do
bro?
anything. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. For
So
what?
if your globe matches reality, we don't need to look anywhere else, stupid. I would be a glober, Dumbo.
But how can you demonstrate it?
So I don't know how you demonstrate your religious fucking claim or
But
belief.
why do you make any claims?
You're the
Like,
one making a globe
You're
claim.
contradicting yourself, actually.
Holy fuck.
Totally, man.
Brother, the question
Sorry for
is,
you, but
how do you demonstrate a globe? And you're just talking.
I think that's the point why your pocket is
I
empty.
think that's why you're not a glober.
That's why you don't have any money, bro.
So you're a good flat earther.
Exactly.
Thank
I'm
you
a
for
Muslim, bro. That's enough.
In 8 minutes.
That's enough. To me, belong the earth and the
Yeah,
heaven, bro.
cool story.
As a Muslim.
Actually, you were just apologizing why it looks and measures flat by trying to impose some type of globe and getting a tiny camera to it.
Bro,
And it
just
looks
stop
flat.
competing and just think for one moment, okay? Thank you.
That
Let's
is what
compete
that is
for,
claim.
for nothing, bro.
Yeah, I don't
No,
think
you made a
the globe
claim.
looks
We are
flat.
not on the free
I think he
market
needs to
or
get
on the
his
stock
camera.
exchange to compete somehow, right? I have
No,
the better,
Oh, you'll need a camera and a
stock, I have
ball.
the better stock.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you made
told
a
you.
claim.
I told you.
Yeah, you made a claim.
It works like that.
Yes.
Can you
No.
measure this? Can you measure this curve that you can't perceive?
Neat.
He was here earlier
Fair
this
question,
morning.
right? Is that a fair question?
Yes.
Can you measure this curve that you claim is there but you can't perceive?
You can't perceive it.
I thought you were just arguing that it's imperceivable.
I mean, you have a model, you have a ball, and you place a tiny camera on it, and you watch how like objects are perceived by the camera on that ball and sphere, and you look outside and see, oh wow, it's the same.
No, it's not.
Or you travel to
you're
space,
talking
outer
about things
space,
going
bro.
over the
That's also
horizon.
opportunity. Like if you're
Talking
rich
about
as
things,
Jeff Bezos, you could travel to space.
talking about things going over the horizon.
What's a horizon? What's that?
Is that what you're
What's a
talking
horizon?
about, though? Is that what you're talking about in your little demonstration with a ball and a little camera?
Exactly.
Right. Okay, so
you
that would
don't
be
have
physical
any
geometry, right?
distortions, right?
That would
on
be
the sphere.
that would be physical that would be geometry, right? Physical
Yes.
consequence of the physical nature of the surface.
Yes.
Okay, so that would mean that what you're seeing in reality is exactly the same, right?
Yeah.
Geometry.
Yeah.
Consequence of the physical nature of the surface that you're standing on, which you're saying is due to it being like your ball, right, in the lab. Okay. Right.
Yep.
Means that there would be an actual physical, there'd be a distance, right? A limiting distance to your view across the surface. Correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Is that distance?
Can I help him?
Was the question, or was it? Or
Actually,
did you
no,
ask
just
like
let him answer.
what the distance is, or it was very
What is
fast?
that distance in reality? Looking across the surface of this
Oh, I don't know.
huge sphere
Don't
that you
know,
think
man.
you live on, right? Being
Don't know.
geometrical, physical consequences to your experience of it.
Yeah, I know from you guys that you post those or upload those images where it says, okay, if the world would be curved, you can
Like
can
you're
afford that
saying,
distance, right?
like you're saying,
But that's not my
like
point,
you're
actually.
saying, yes, it is exactly your
No,
point.
because I didn't,
Yes, yes, it is.
no, because that's another additional premise to ask, okay, how long is that distance actually? So what I'm talking about is a quality, not quantity, actually. There's a difference, sir.
Oh, I see. Right, so
You're
that's enough for
quantifying
you.
it?
You don't want to investigate any other possible reasons why you experience that.
I can, but I have to do that by myself. I know from one documentation where flat earthers did the laser experiment, right? You know from that laser experiment? And that was convincing for
Tell
me.
me all about it.
Kaboosh.
It's all about it.
My English is not so good for
Kaboosh
that
is a
to tell you
face.
all about it, but you can search for that laser experiment, flat earthers. They were totally convinced. They made the experiment for themselves and they couldn't explain it why the laser
mean
went
in Netflix?
actually up. You know, when the Earth is curved and you travel or sail with your boat far away, then the laser would be like would travel, on the upper part of the.
You mean on
plate.
Netflix?
Yeah, I saw it on several mediums. Yeah, Netflix, I think. Yeah, Amazon. Was it fake or? I mean, it looked
much.
quite real. So,
Pretty much.
but how can I make a distinction between like you guys telling me something and Netflix is telling me something on Amazon? Who's right? Like,
Because
It wasn't even a laser anyway.
it wasn't even it was a huge light, and the guy
should I
himself. The
should I
guy
believe
himself
someone who
said it.
calls me dumb, or should I believe someone who says, "Hey, look, those guys
Believe
made
you
an
find the
experiment."
curve in water at rest.
You can believe whatever you want, buddy. Nobody's got monopoly on what you believe. You can choose whatever you want to believe, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, that's a very modern point in academics. Actually, to say, okay,
You can
there is no
accept something. Who's hot mic? You can accept something as being
Who's
true
that?
without
Bro?
having evidence for it all you want.
Imi, I cannot hear it up.
Somebody is hot micing. I said you can accept something as being true without having evidence to support it all you like. Go for it.
Yeah, I do that because at a certain point I say to myself, like the average citizen, okay, I cannot check everything, cannot be the master of every theory out there, right? So at that point, you have to
Like,
trust.
why come in?
You have to
Why
trust
come
to
in
experiment.
and defend it? Right? Why come in and try and defend it and argue for it? You don't have any evidence.
You can do that, but then then your evidence lies only on the opposite of the other side, and I have to choose as an individual who is more convincing, right? And if
the TV or your own experience of reality.
the TV, which is not insulting me, yes, and the people on Discord, which are only entertaining and not investing much money and
This
their
isn't
efforts to convince people.
This isn't about. No, we're not trying to. I'm not trying to convince you.
No,
No,
because
we're not trying
you
to.
call TV, bro.
Actually, the only thing we'd be trying to convince you of is to go and pay attention to your direct personal experience of reality, and that's what I'm
So you
saying.
should
This
do
isn't about
measurement,
me
you say.
convincing you. This isn't about me convincing you to believe something, right? I'm saying you've got two choices: what you're told, what you see on TV, or what you go out into reality and experience directly.
Okay, right, okay. So what I would do is like do measurements or learn something about geological studies, right? And someone of you guys would say, okay, they're lying. But then we are at the beginning again. I have to choose
Who's lying about
from
what?
which source I should learn. You understand me? I
We
think
don't
my
know.
English is
Who's
bad.
lying?
You guys don't understand me, I think.
No, who's lying about what? What geology are they lying about?
Like, I mean, he said I have to overthink my position, right? And to do that, you have to learn something about the topic, about the
Right.
subject.
So
You
I'm
have to
saying,
study
what
that.
geology have you been lied to about? Like, how did they even find geology out? How do they find that out? By looking? Do they get back on the
I'm
moon and look?
clearly. So my hypothesis is clearly when I go into geological studies, I would give you several equations why the globe theory is correct. Okay, and you guys would say, no, you can't do that. No.
Equations
And
aren't reality, bro.
there's no foundation behind it, you know. So we are at the
Correct.
beginning again, like in the Middle
Right. Well, that's
Ages,
your
again,
fault.
doing the same
Stop
thing
starting with
again,
numbers
day
and no
for day.
foundation. That's your fault, Goofy. You shouldn't start with an equation of stupidity.
Okay.
You should start with water curving while it's at rest. Then your equation or your numbers should follow only that. If you can't have that or do that, you shouldn't have fucking numbers that say that. Do you understand, Magic Man? Your numbers are a religion.
Can you just calm down? You are only.
No, I'm not uncalm.
You're
This is how I
portraying
was
yourself
born,
as an
brother.
animal, actually. You know, like barking.
No, you sound like
a
you're
dog
slow.
which cannot bite. You know.
No, you just like concepts and stupidity, right? And then you
No, I'm
want to go
only
back to nowhere
asking
because you
what
came up
the
with
best
numbers.
way is to like earn
Yeah,
the
write down
truth,
some numbers.
actually. And you have already the truth. Okay.
Yeah,
Now
your
I
numbers
ask
are
you.
wrong.
Okay. So do you know how science works, actually? So
Yeah,
you're a
how do you date
scientist
gold?
at the university, right?
How old is gold?
Bro, we are not in the Middle
How old
West,
is
okay?
gold, science professor?
I do not know. I'm
I thought
asking
you knew
I
everything.
ask you
You don't know
firstly.
anything?
No,
So
the
what's your
true
science good
scientist
for?
says I do not know anything
The
in the
science
beginning,
says you
okay?
don't know anything now. So
Bro,
so
you're
how
not
would you know
special,
you're on a
okay?
globe?
Bro, I do not know if you're going through any depression or something, okay? So
Yeah,
listen
I
to me.
don't know if you're on a globe or not. Is that still a belief of yours or a religion?
For now, I don't know, okay? For now, I don't know.
I don't think
Okay.
you ever have.
Now, the point is, do you know how science works, actually?
Whatever
Do
you
love it? Yes or no?
demonstrate.
That's a yes or no question, bro.
Yeah, how do you demonstrate a sun in science?
Bro, I think you are stupid. Sorry.
Because
Sorry
I'm
for that,
asking
but
for a demonstration of your science
because you
that you
cannot
keep telling
answer.
us we don't know about.
You cannot answer, you know? You are totally
Can't answer.
incapable of human dialogues, bro.
Brother, do you know anything with your phony David Copperfield fake magic science?
I think I have to mute you. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Next one, please.
Make us some water.
All right, so I want to get in here for a little bit. Mark, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to interrupt. I think he's no longer willing to have a conversation with you. So yeah, the whole thing about
Yeah,
science, it's a category error in this conversation, but I'm willing to entertain your question. So yeah, you need independent, dependent control variables, right? You got to control the variable, when you do your experiment, which is your hypothesis test, because causation is not correlation, right? It's not the same thing. Correct?
It's not about that, bro. I didn't
No?
refer to that, actually. No, no.
You
I
didn't
mean, your
refer
point
to
is right. Your point is right. But I'm referring to something different, something more deep than that, you know?
what are you referring to?
I'm referring to from my perspective, okay? Not from your perspective. Maybe you're more educated, you work more on that field, geology and so on. From my perspective, I'm asking myself, how can I earn or get knowledge about the Earth and the system? Okay.
You go
So
outside.
so the reason why I asked them in a provocative way how science works is that as far as I know, science is like that. Okay, you look at the old books, what they say about geology. Okay, how they did the work. It's the same when you visit the university. They teach you something, right? They teach you something from old science. Then you can continue with that, right? So I need those basics first. You can equate, you can measure that curve and so on and so on. Okay. And now the point is that it's somehow obsolete point. I agree. Okay. But now the real point comes in. Okay. The real point is I would ask him, can you get a paper, yeah, or something, a book about the Earth's curvature and evidence that the Earth is a globe, and can you contradict that with your evidence more convincingly? Not with any memes, not what you guys always do in the chat here, that there is a fake picture of the Earth and something like big written, like in a kindergarten, you know, what the kids do. Can you give me a scientific paper and say, hey, those guys in university are lying to you people that the Earth is a globe. The Earth is, in fact, flat. Those measurements, those equations are totally wrong. You know, that's what I would seek for.
How about starting with the force of gravity being bullshit? Even though it's non sequitur to the geometry of the Earth. You want to start with that? If
Well, I think
Larry has Michio Kaku on hand.
I
think
don't
the
actually.
theory.
I don't. Well, hold on just a second. So I might have it. Let me check. So Michio Kaku, who said some really interesting things, right? One of the things that he says that no one in his field actually uses the scientific method. Now that, was a pretty damning thing to say, right? Because Michio Kaku is a particle physicist, and if anybody should be using the scientific method, it should be a scientist. But that's what he said, so it is what it is. He also said something else, that in cosmology we have a crisis. It's the largest mixed match between science and or theory and observation in the history of science, and he's talking about the cosmological constant crisis. Are you familiar with it? Are you familiar with the
Nope.
crisis in
No,
cosmology?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the crisis in cosmology, or the cosmological constant problem, whatever you want to call it, it's still talking about the same thing. But you can look it up. There's many different papers written about it, or you can be patient, and I'll cite my source. But what we've been told about gravity, it doesn't actually work at the galactic level. That's why they came up with the theory of dark matter, which is 80% of the matter of the universe, to explain these gravitational anomalies where gravity was falling short. It also doesn't work at the quantum level, and I'm sure that you've heard that quantum mechanics and gravity doesn't work. So for those people who learned in school, the government school taught you that gravity is a fundamental force, one of the four. It's actually not. It's actually been disproven a long time ago, and that's why Einstein had to come up with this theory. And in fact, that gravity not only, Newtonian gravity, not only does it not work at the galactic and the quantum level, it doesn't even work at the solar system level.
We do not know
And
even what gravity is, right?
what?
We do not know what it is, actually.
Fair
Till
enough.
it.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. You don't know what it is. But you were talking about experiments. Now we can go over that later. We actually know what it is because You can experimentally validate what gravity is. It's just when you start trying to explain the stars and the really small things, subatomic, below the Planck level, it doesn't work. So back to, science, you mentioned science. So it's really important that we understand what science actually is. But it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right? You're talking about geometry and geology. These things aren't really sciences. Geometry is math. You're talking about making measurements. And you want to know how to know whether the Earth is a sphere or not. Well, it's pretty simple. You look at the claim. The claim is the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. So that radius would give us a horizon every 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you can look at these, claims in reality outside, and you can test the claim. And when you test the claim outside yourself, forget about, images like the one that I'm posting now. Forget about that image. Go outside and check it for yourself, because this is just a still shot from a video, but it still remains true that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. So if the Earth is showing you something different when you go outside, then that claim is falsifiable. So then, after we've falsified it, because we've already done that, we've already seen horizons way past the 1.22 miles, right? And you can look at the still shot in the image. Have you seen this before? What I just posted, where it says "bye-bye ball" in the side chat. Can you see what I posted? Hello? He's not muted. Hello? Am I still on?
You're still on, sir.
Larry.
Over.
Yeah, you're good, Larry. We can hear you. He just went silent for some reason.
Where did the Frenchman go?
Well, as long as he's being silent, I'd just like to ask you there, Larry.
Drop.
How was that? How are these horizons measured?
Well, you got to get a known objective location to measure against. So if you're looking at the images that I posted in the side chat, can you see where I posted at 33 minutes after the hour? Do you see that?
Yeah, I see the black swan.
Okay, so are you familiar with that?
Yeah, of course I am, Larry. I'm not new here.
Well, I don't know who you are. Is it objectively true that platform habitat is 9.41 miles from where this photograph was taken?
I don't know. I've never measured it.
So can you go on like Google Earth or a map somewhere and figure out how far platform habitat is from the shore?
If I'm utilizing any kind of projection, would it not already be making a claim about the at least like the overall layout of the planet?
I'm sorry, I don't see how that has anything to do with what I just asked.
Well, in that, I would already be assuming the globe if I accept a map, right?
No.
Oh, why not?
Because you can objectively find out if platform habitat is 9.41 miles away from shore.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if we had like a, I don't know, really long measuring stick.
How do they measure the distance?
Guys, are we going all the way back to cartography and we're questioning that now? Because I didn't know that we were questioning cartography. Is that
Well, I wouldn't mind knowing the method that the cartographers would use to measure specifically platform habitat.
Why don't you just grant the distance for the sake of the conversation, sir?
Why don't I? I'm sure there's many good reasons. I shouldn't.
Well, I think you're just scared to go to the deep end with me because you're afraid that I'm going to drown your ass. That's what I think.
No, I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from. I was wondering if there's like some kind of scientific experiment to show how far it is.
We're not talking about experiments. We're talking about.
I'm asking. I was asking if that exists. If you're saying you don't have an experiment to do it, then that's fine.
You don't experiment the distance to an object. You don't. Do you do an experiment to measure your fucking shoe? Do
Yes.
you? Is that a scientific experiment or is it a simple measurement?
It's my own type of science.
I have a
Maybe.
question though, Larry. Hold on, Richie. Do you question distance markers to other things, or is it just within this topic that you're being a little bit pedantic?
Oh, I'm merely trying to understand his position.
Okay, his position is: do you agree with the distance to the oil rigs?
I said I don't know.
Okay, well then it's your job, Larry, to figure out how they measure that.
Well, I'm not sure I want to talk to a guy who doesn't know if we are capable of measuring a 10-mile distance, but believes that we landed on the moon. So, Rich, do you believe we landed on the moon?
Obviously, I mean, that's what all
Okay.
the news.
So
That's what the
how did
news
we
tells
do
me, and
that?
I believe the news.
Okay, so you believed it because you saw it on TV. Your grandparents believed it because they heard it on the radio.
Yeah.
Geniuses. I'm sure you come
Your
from a long
brain
And my
has
great great
no
great 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 grandfather heard it around the fire.
Okay.
That's funny.
He was in the fire, dude. What is this guy, fire resistant too, or some shit? Man,
This guy's just attempting to troll.
about, man?
I'm not emotional, but this guy doesn't know. Let's just be clear. This guy, right, doesn't know if we can accurately measure 10 miles, but he believes that we can actually land on the moon.
I'm not saying that we can't. I'm just
So
asking
is
how.
that a contradiction, Rich? Do you think?
No, it's
maybe?
not. It's not.
No. So you can question whether or not cartography works, but you don't.
No,
really
I'm
need
not
to question
questioning whether or not
we
it
landed on the moon.
works. I'm not questioning whether or not it works. What I'm questioning is how it's done. I'm asking how is it done?
Angles and measurement.
Larry, are you trying to do like mind control right now? Like, come on now.
By asking questions? Is that how you control people?
No. Common fallacy, pal. Like, drop out of the debate. You're not winning.
What fallacy did I commit?
You're not winning.
Well,
That's
I
what
asked you a
fallacy.
He's not
I
a
just
serious
answer your question.
talker,
I
Larry.
just answer your question.
So you don't really have a fallacy that you're accusing me of?
No,
He's
I
not
do.
serious, dude.
It's the non-win fallacy. The non-win fallacy.
He's not being
Okay.
serious.
I want
Just
to
move
ask
on.
you to take the conversation a little more serious because my
Oh no,
time
I
is
am.
valuable.
I am. My bad.
Okay.
My bad.
So what was my argument, Chad?
Wait, Larry Ogunjobi? Wait, who's
If you
talking?
can't repeat my argument, that lets me know that you're not being serious. So what was my argument?
Talking about like 10-foot like poles and shit. Like,
So you're not even capable of comprehending. So either you're deaf or retarded. Which one is it?
Those are not mutually exclusive.
both.
Well, now I've taken your ability to let me speak.
Take that back, Rich. My mom's deaf.
So she could also have a learning disability. I don't see what the problem is.
I'm just kidding. Whatever. Move on.
So Rich, I'm looking for anybody with a
Did your mom tell you that joke?
Bro, shush.
Okay, I apologize.
Is anybody else in here want to have a conversation that can get past 10-mile measurements?
I mean, yeah, but why don't you
Engage
like
with
figure out how they measured it though?
I'm just not really interested in figuring out how they measured something from 10 miles away.
You're just gonna take it on faith that they did?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, the human race, mankind, can accurately measure something 10 miles away.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it too. I'm asking how.
I don't give a fuck how.
Oh, well.
Isn't it something to do with nautical miles or some bullshit? Or whatever?
Not
Or
on the
am I off?
ground.
No, in water, of course.
I can't believe we're
But let's say on the ground. Let's say on the ground, you take a car and you go 10 miles, okay? And then you see that you passed the 10 miles. It
So
will be
someone
written.
drove to Platform Habitat?
We're talking about water here, sir. You're in a category error.
Why I'm in category? Are you saying that that the surface on the ground cannot be flat?
No, that's a category error. Larry was talking about the distance to the oil rigs.
Ah, okay. But he was asking not about oil rigs. He was asking about distances. How we realize the distances
To the oil rigs on water, yeah.
Shouldn't an
to the oil
experiment
rigs
also
on
be
depth.
repeatable?
What?
An experiment should
Anything.
also be repeatable. Why is there only one picture of the black swan?
Oh, there is not one black swan.
Yeah, there's not. That's the best part.
There is million black swans.
But you can't tell me how
We
the
only
distance
need
is measured?
we only need one, bro. We only
They
need
think
one.
that
You
they
can't tell
think
us
that
how
black
you
swan
got
is.
the distance on one?
See, the thing
They
is
think
that
that
you guys are afraid of the deep end. That's why you're like staying in the kiddie pool because, like, we're trying to talk about like the Earth, right? And you're concerned about like distances.
Well, your
So
argument's
it's
pretty
obvious.
reliant on how far the we're seeing, right?
Yeah,
So I
but I
mean,
think
determining how
that
far we're
there's.
seeing is kind of the main point.
I would think that
Also, the
there's
light's
some
bending
things that
across
we
the
can
steam of the
just
water.
accept for sake of argument, right? Like if I say something's 10 miles away and you ask me how I know, and I say I pulled up a map, and you go, I'm not sure that I could trust that map. How do I know that I could trust the map? But you take the moon landing on faith? You're fucking retarded, bro.
I mean, there's like.
What do you want to know? The distance to the horizon? That's a guess. No one
No.
knows exactly how far.
He doesn't know how we got the 10 miles to the platform habitat.
Oh, that's on Google Earth.
Yeah, but he doesn't
Apparently,
accept
you
that.
don't either, Larry, because you haven't explained it.
He
That's
doesn't
from
accept
Google
Earth.
Google Earth, yeah.
He doesn't accept that.
Well, I'm just saying, don't you have no reason to accept that? Like, why
How
do you
is it-
believe Google Earth?
How is it? Well, how far do you think it is? If you were to guess,
Just far enough.
For it to
For
be a
what?
globe, right?
For where it's meant to be.
But where that guy with the camera's taken, dude, he could be in the water.
no, you missed the whole video. He does a full setup.
I did miss the video. What time was that posted at?
Somebody will post it for you.
Yet the best part is this guy didn't have anything to do with flat Earth. He's like, wow, look how far you can see here. This is crazy.
Are you saying the guy that took this photo isn't convinced that it's evidence of a flat Earth?
No, he had nothing to do with flat Earth at all.
He could be a sleeper cell.
So he's in on it?
Oh, maybe not consciously.
So he's not in on it.
Okay. Whatever works for you.
Well, which one? Is he in on it or he's not in on it?
I don't know. Could be either.
He could be both in on it and not in on it.
No, I said either. Either
Could he
or.
be both?
No.
He could be both in on it and not in on it?
No.
They're just afraid of the deep end, bro. They're just going to say anything they have to say, just so as long as they don't have to address the horizon being not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's too far.
I mean, we're trying to talk about that, but
no, you're not.
We just can't really get to how we how we get that.
No.
How, that's that far.
No, bro. You are a pretender. You're pretending.
I googled it for you, Rich.
Oh yeah.
It says that 1 nautical mile is 1 minute of latitude. So that means every time you travel 1 minute of latitude, it's
you've gone 1 nautical mile.
Yeah, I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that helps you.
Are you ready to talk about where the horizon is and where it should be?
Are you ready to tell me how you're measuring it?
Quora, though, so
with an objective standard of the distance of the habitat and Hill House.
It's not a scientific source, but sure.
So are you ready now? Or are you
I'll post it for you there.
Rich?
How many qubits?
Are you ready now, or are you still scared?
Is platform habitat?
So you're avoiding this shit like the plague. Like, do you think you're going to get the plague if we talk about the horizon?
I'm just trying to get to that point, but we can talk about it.
You're not.
Yeah.
You're evading it.
No, you're asking me to grant something for sake of argument, and I say no.
Okay, so do you
he's
trust
done
your
then.
GPS?
No, he's out of the conversation. That
he's
works
scared,
too.
bro. He's scared.
Yeah.
This guy's yellow belly, bro. He's terrified.
Instead of trying to troubleshoot it, just accept rich for rich. It's good when they toss out their own ideas.
Oh, I didn't toss anything out.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
toss
you don't
out
accept
Google
Google Earth,
Earth. Yeah.
No, I'm asking from
Some
your position,
globalists-
why would you have any justification to believe what Google Earth says when it's going to show you that it's a globe?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show that.
Yeah, it does.
Where?
Can I tell you? Can I tell you why? I'm now in Croatian coast. There is a small town, and across are islands. You know, and all that islands are on Google Map, and all the distances are correct. You understand? I can.
How do you
see
know
them.
they're correct?
How I don't know. I asked the captain of the ferry.
Oh, he knows all.
Yeah, he knows all. You know why? You know why the captain of the ferry knows the distance from the beach to the coast to the island?
Travels them daily.
Because he has to know the difference between the two families he's keeping.
No, because he's traveling 30 years every day. That's why.
30 years every day?
Yep.
No, you got to rework that, Sasha. I think.
He travels
Alright,
every day for 30 years. That's what he meant.
No, he's saying that he's been working as a sailor for 30 years and he's like working almost
No,
every
but
day.
but that was just one day. He worked for 30 years, but it was just
I
one day.
understand what Sasha meant. You're being purposely retarded.
Ben, the captain who is navigating the ferry is going every day from and not only one time, like 6-7 times per day, from the beach to the island for 30 years, and you are telling me that he doesn't know the distance to the island?
Well, I don't know if he's measured it.
Dude,
Are you saying the captain of the ship of the ferry doesn't know the distance to the island?
I don't know. Did he measure it?
I don't know. Maybe he need to watch TV or to study, you know, or to ask some scientists of physics to realize what is the distance. What do you think?
Rich, why are you so scared of your own model, bro? How come?
I am not scared of the globe.
Can we talk about the horizon then?
Yeah, sure. How do we how do we measure how far it is again?
The horizon, bro. You just said we can talk about it, and then you sidestepped it like a fucking bullfighter. Is the
What?
horizon a bull? Are you terrified of the horizon?
No, if we were talking about a bull and I asked where did the bull
Are
come
you
from,
afraid
that's
you're
still
gonna get the
related to the
horns?
bull.
Are you afraid you're going to get the horns?
No,
You sure about that?
I can handle horns.
Okay, so the horizon is not where it's supposed to be. Agreed?
I've no idea how far it is.
Okay, so you're not smart enough to have the conversation, not willing to have the conversation.
I'm trying.
terrified to have the conversation. Which one is
Oh,
it?
I'm trying to figure out how far that
I don't
horizon
think
is.
that you are. I think that you are a pussy, bro.
Okay.
That's what I think. And not because you eat it, but because you are one. I think you're a pussy.
Maybe you need.
You are what
maybe
you
need
eat.
to ask. Maybe you need to ask people who build that oil rig, who put the oil rig into the sea, because maybe they know the distance. Because you will not randomly put something in the sea and say, okay, let's put this oil rig here. Doesn't matter where it is.
I've never met.
What if they're lying,
Billy
the builders of the oil rig?
Yeah, they're
Peter,
lying.
how dare you? Why would they
Yes,
lie?
seriously.
Why would builders lie?
Well, they're greedy oil barons, so they always lie.
Oh.
Wait, Peter, do you agree that the oil rigs are 9.41 miles away? Or that 1 mile? Whatever.
I mean, I've seen that data, but I don't have a way to verify it. How would I verify?
Wow, you sound like a flat earther now, Peter.
You guys are ridiculous. Because the only
Well, how
time
would you
actually
verify it? How would you verify it?
is when you're
With
talking
the
to flat
ship.
earthers. That's the only time you guys are skeptical. You're not skeptical about anything else.
This is the only time you're not skeptical. That's the interesting bit.
Oh, there's someone asked. Someone asked
That's
for the
a
most
friendly
convincing, verifiable flat Earth proof. You posted
Are
this.
there
You're
some
saying
things that we can take on faith?
just assume the distance first.
Are there some?
So, like,
I thought you guys were free
Not with
thinkers
the
like
single
me.
most verifiable flat Earth proof. We can't assume anything now.
So are we
So brainwashed.
Are we capable, globe earthers, of accepting certain things like distances on a map?
How about a zenith angle? Would you accept that?
I think you guys are ridiculous. To
Who
get
would
hung
say
up
That's
on
what
this.
happens when you turn a bunch of globers into free thinkers.
Oh, you guys are definitely not free thinkers. I promise you that.
Prove
I
it.
don't know. Okay, so
How have you
let's go
verified
over it.
that?
Let's go over it.
Substantiate your claim.
Yeah, let's go over that. So, what are you skeptical about the globe model specifically?
That it's pear-shaped. I'm not sure that it's pear-shaped.
Okay, so you don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson, as educated as he is, knows that it's pear-shaped or not?
I think he's a shill for the globe. I don't trust him. He's
So
a paid shill.
you don't trust Neil deGrasse
Verifiably.
Tyson?
If anyone's getting paid to defend the globe, it's Neil deGrasse
So
Tyson.
isn't that a genetic fallacy? That
Exactly.
you don't trust him because he's a paid shill?
No, it would be a fallacy if we said he's wrong. But we're just saying we're skeptical about his claims.
No,
Larry, I used to trust him. But then I became a free thinker and I did some of my own research and I don't trust him anymore.
I don't believe you, bro.
Believe me, I don't trust the guy. He says stupid things all the time. I don't believe him. I think he's paid.
The globe. You're gonna
I think he's paid for the stuff he says. He gets paid. He has interest to say what he says because he gets paid. He has alternative motives for what he says. He's literally a paid shell. Unlike Rich Evans and I, he is a paid shell.
Applied, but
wait, what about me? My paid show?
No.
If someone's paying you midwit,
You're
then
one of us.
you should get their money back.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have disproven the globe too many times.
That's a compliment from Peter.
I guess.
Hey guys, I'm new to this
believe you
channel.
guys
How
are
many
afraid.
can I ask how many people in here are pro flat earth and how many are against, like just for me to
Oh,
understand?
you're the only glober, bud.
No bro, I'm flat earther, what the fuck?
Oh, okay, good. No, then we're all flat earth.
Yeah, no, we're not all
Okay, I
flat
love it,
earthers.
dude.
There's some globes. There's some globers in here that are absolutely terrified to talk about the horizon.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
let me ask
I
you
want to be honest. I'm not 100% sure if that makes sense, but I'm pretty sure that the world is not that what they make us believe it is. So I don't know.
Okay, I agree. So let me make sure. Are there any globers in here that are willing to accept the distance from the shore to platform, habitat, and hill house?
No, we can't verify it, man.
Dude, you're either cowards or retarded or both.
I think I'm a bit of both, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you guys might be retarded cowards.
They're willing to accept so many other things, right? Like distance to the sun, distance to the moon, fucking Earth rotation. But no,
Their head
distance to
is
this.
older than their feet or some stupid shit.
We're just trying to match the level of skepticism.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, how do you, I was never in the room when these maps were made. I never charted these places, how far they are supposed to be from each other.
And no one in
But
here
the
knows.
distance to the
Let's
moon
be
and their
honest.
ability to land on a moving target that's flying through space at like 1,000,000 miles an hour, you just accept that, right?
Not everyone's got to have some beliefs,
That's different though because they have.
Why are you asking him about his religion?
Yeah.
Yeah, the religious belief.
Yeah, why? You know he holds that religiously, right, Larry?
I don't know what he holds. I know he ain't holding
So-
a pair of nuts or he'd be talking about fucking horizons right now.
You know what's interesting? That if you were to get one of the astronauts to say something that would contradict his worldview, what would he do? Like if they were to advocate for, say, Jesus, or if they were to say that oil rig is 10 miles away.
He would do like Peter just did, right? Just say that he's a shill or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. They would toss him under the bus. Good call.
Right.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of shields on this earth. Let's be honest. I mean,
It's more of a shill Earth than it's round. Am I right?
yeah, honestly, let's be.
But what about the distance to the sun, Rich? Is that something you accept?
Can I ask
Yeah,
you something about this
I
one?
know the exact distance to the sun.
But you don't know the distance to the Habitat Hill House?
No, but because it's
That's the level of delusional fucking
no, because
craziness
by
going on in there.
definition, the Earth is one astronomical unit away from the sun.
which could be any distance.
Are you joking right now or being
No,
serious?
that's
No, he's
honest.
serious.
That's true.
This guy is serious as a heart attack right now.
It's
That's
just
actually
one.
like
In his mind,
correct
he's making
though.
perfect logical sense right now.
That's
It's
like,
just
Google it.
It's
Google
just
what an
one.
astronomical unit is.
Like right now, you
Yeah,
could say
it's exactly one.
It's one unit between anything.
Can you Google how far habitat is from the shore? Can you Google that?
He said that's one also.
It is one distance from habitat, but is that widely used? I don't think so. Astronomical unit, however,
the
is
horizon
actually
now is 1 plus X.
Okay, it's not exactly one astronomical unit. I just double checked it. Just wanna mention.
Well, what is it? What is it
It's
then, huh?
off by 1,250,000 kilometers.
now
I don't
you're
know
a
in
shell.
miles.
No, but I'm talking in the number of astronomical units here.
I did. I translated the distance from Sun to Earth and the astronomical unit, and there is a difference from 1,250,000 kilometers. Not that it makes a difference, it's just not equal. I'm just saying. Google says it's not equal. Google is maybe a shill. I don't know.
I got a
Peter,
question. Do you guys
Peter,
think
wait,
you're
was Peter still here? No.
Do you guys think you're making your parents proud right now by avoiding this?
Okay, can I bring an argument with the sun, please? Because last time I thought about something.
Well, can
The
you
sun
bring it
is-
on the Sun channel? Like find the Sun
No, no,
channel?
no, no,
We're
no,
trying
no.
to get you guys to
It's
agree
flat Earth.
that
It's flat Earth.
we
Yeah,
can
this has the flat Earth
objectively
is
measure
Earth.
things.
Yeah. It is Earth because
Yeah,
it has
this is
the
Earth, not the Sun. So
I got it, dude. So when
Now,
the
can
sun,
we
I said,
objectively measure things?
look, if the sun is
okay, Alex, pay attention. Okay, pay close attention. If you have an argument about the Sun, is that an argument about the Sun, or an argument not about the Sun?
bro, I have no argument.
Okay, so if you have an argument about the Sun, what is it about? The Sun or not the Sun?
Not the sun, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's actually a flat earther.
He's a TP.
You're so funny, bro. You're so funny.
Thanks. I want to tell you guys my arguments about the Sun, and it's not about the Sun.
Dude, I can't believe you're so hypocritical, Rich.
No, he's
that
not.
was a
I think he's good. I like Rich's epistemology right now.
They're just trolls.
He's trying. At least
They're
he's trying.
attempting to troll. They're not actually trolling.
I don't think he's trolling. I think he's trying to find a way to work out like how he would explain flat Earth. And so far, like right now, he's explaining it where you'd want to question everything other than people who have guns. The people with the guns who
Someone should
told
mute him.
who told you they're doing something, you trust them because you got to trust that they can.
Yeah, man.
protect that
You got a
virus.
gun. I trust you. Oh, so much. Yeah,
But just
buddy.
like
You're
when-
my best friend now.
Yeah, look at Bart Sabel. He said, "Hey, I don't trust you went to the moon.
Known
Can
con
you
man,
put-
Bart Sabrell.
Can you put your hand on this Bible?" And the astronaut said, "I won't put my hand on the Bible. I'll put my hands on you." And he sucker punched. So that's a good epistemology. Like when a cop pulls you over, this is like one of the other dudes on another server, Omnivore. He was convinced, if Globe, that you could spill your guts to a police officer, and that police officer would testify on your behalf in uniform in a court case. Because he said like,
What?
oh, yeah. Well, I told him,
I have no idea at all what you're talking about.
okay, this is how it broke down, how it came about.
I don't know that was
he-
an invitation to continue in it.
No, I'll explain it to you very, very quickly and easily. He wanted to adapt a flat earther's epistemology. And he said, using a flat earth's epistemology, you trust and don't trust NASA at the same time. Because when NASA does secret documents and talk about flat earth model, you trust that. But when they tell you the earth's a globe, not flat, we checked, you don't trust that. And I tell them, well, no, my epistemology as a flat earther is anything they say will only be used against them. It's the same standard they have for me. Anything I say will only be used against me. And he had no clue that there was such a thing as a Miranda right. And he looked it up. He said, I don't see the word only in here. I just hear it say that it can and will be used against you. I go, yeah, that means only. Not only can it be used against you, it will be. Anything you say will be used against you. And it can be used against you. They will twist and turn anything you say. This actually was a little bit difficult too, because I had to get him to understand that NASA is part of the executive branch of government that enforces law. They have a police force. They have a SWAT team.
So does Disney.
That's a private security. That's different.
No, they have their own police.
Yeah, still private.
They bring
Are we talking about everything but the horizon right now because these
Wait, what's wrong with NASA having their own kind of police, and then they're a government institution, and then there's just government police as well? That doesn't seem like a problem at all.
Because the baseline interaction with them and you is anything you say will only be used against you. It doesn't matter.
That's when you're being placed under arrest.
No, that's anytime you're talking to a cop.
Anytime. Yeah, anytime you're talking to a police officer.
Then why do police officers have to read your Miranda rights when they arrest you?
Because they're reminding you that whatever you say after this point.
After this point, thank you.
Yep. No.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. Hear me out. Listen to me, okay? What they're doing is like, let's say you confess that you murdered somebody, all right? And then you're like, okay, cool. Turn around, put your hands behind your back. Let me read you your rights, because anything you say now, I can use against you in the court of law. And they're going to use against you. But he still can testify, he told me he murdered that guy. You understand? But legally, though, if he didn't get read his rights, then he can't say that. Oh, he told me. Did you read his rights? Oh, no, I forgot. Well, then you can't use this in court.
Well, they can if they can get it entered in as a spontaneous utterance. So they can still get around any sound you make. And even if you make no sound at all, they just had a Supreme Court ruling on this, where if you were talking to the police and you stop, you invoke your Fifth Amendment, and they ask you, are you guilty of this crime? And you make no sound. You don't even look them in the eyes. You completely ignore them. They can now use that as evidence of you confessing to the crime.
Yep.
That just came out about a month and a half ago.
I thought it was a little bit longer, but yeah, if you say anything, but you neglect the fact that you didn't say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment, I want my lawyer, Sixth Amendment. Like, if you don't do that, they can use your random eye twitches, your breath rate, and micro expressions and or other body language to say that, well, you didn't deny it, so therefore acquiescence, right?
So I'm saying that's the same. They set that standard. I'm going to follow it with them. Anything they say will only be used against them. Nothing they say will help their case. The only way for them to help their case is they're going to have to show the data, show the evidence. That's it. Everything they say, I will use their logic and just twist it and turn it and show how they're lying to you, which is why you're able to get these very interesting sound bites of the astronauts talking about we didn't go there. Or here's your flat earth model to simplify the math. It's photoshopped because it has to be. We destroyed that technology.
Does this correlate to Rich's epistemology?
Oh, Richard. Oh, he's.
Who gives a fuck? I muted him. He's an idiot.
Oh, okay. Well, here, let's take him off mute just for real quick here. You want me? I was wondering why he wasn't talking. Rich, I don't need to cite any sources. Either
He's
believe me or don't. Okay. If you don't believe me, I invite you next time you get pulled over, tell the cop just spill your guts, like that story from Goonies where they're like, "Hey, fat boy, tell me everything," and just spill it. Just spill the beans and watch what they do. Even if you confess to a crime that you weren't even in the right state, you weren't even born yet, they will use that against you and convict you. And if you don't believe me, or if you do believe me, then I don't know why you need a source. Why would you need a
I
source?
obviously don't believe you.
Then test it
So
out.
I'm not going to go
Right
digging
now,
through Supreme Court rules.
Okay, right now, just go to the police force, the police department, and spill your guts. Just from the TV show or the movie The Goonies. Just they wanted to hear everything. Tell
They'll
them
arrest you.
everything, and then say, "But this guy I know online, Crit, he's a flat earther and he's wrong." And then see how hard they laugh at you.
Yeah, obviously.
Get him, Crit. Get him.
This is not legal
Get him,
advice,
Crit.
right, Crit?
No, I'm just saying if you don't believe me, I would say, hey, keep your mouth shut, lawyer up. Do not talk to the police. And if they talk to you, use their words against them. Make sure your lawyer knows everything they say. So when it comes to court, you'll be able to present all kinds of logical contradictions. You'll be able to blow holes because they've got to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, Crit's actually right here, though.
Well, Rich thinks it's wrong.
I don't know. I mean, Rich, he's a good Glober, but he thinks Kamala Harris is a good option. So I don't know.
Yeah, you can't trust him.
Can't trust either side. Both sides. I mean, does anybody
Can't
know who
trust the government.
Anybody know who John Bolton is? Like, that's the guy who's
Oh,
like
I
the
remember that
original
guy.
head of Project for New America.
Yeah, I remember that
PNAC.
guy.
He was the head of PNAC, and Trump appointed him. So fuck
Mustache.
both sides. Yeah, Mr. Mustache. And then
Mr.
Mike Pompeo,
Mustache.
we lie, we cheat, we steal Pompeo. That was
Yeah.
Trump's cabinet, guys. So anytime that you start getting fooled by funny words, just remember, fuck both sides of the government.
Both are doomed. Either way, I'll tell you what. Democrat to win, so that way when the economy hits the shit next year, that we can just blame Democrats again.
Next year, food has increased threefold in the past 4 or 5 years.
No, I mean next year, because then it's not until January 20th they actually, get elected. So that's what I meant.
Well,
but whoever gets elected is going to fucking have to deal with the collapse of everything, because that's all the analysts are saying. Yeah, that's a wrap. No matter how we want to try to look at it and spin it and try to move this here and move it, no, we're fucking wrapped. The inflation's through the roof. Every 100 days, we increase our debt by $1 trillion. Every fucking 100 days. That means by the time the president actually becomes a president in January, no matter who it is, we're already going to be $2 trillion further into fucking debt. That's crazy.
It's my fault mainly, though. I'm the one causing the debt.
You know what's good? That's what a lot of times they ask, like globals say, "Hey, flat earthers, what do you plan on doing about NASA?" Nothing. Math alone is going to fix it. Oh, you got to sit back and watch. This level of spending is literally out of this world. Like literally, it's like they could stack up dollar per dollar, and they'd be like, that's how much it would get all the
way past the moon. They'd be on their way to Mars. If you stacked up every dollar as a physical dollar, you would stack it up and you'd be past the moon. You'd be on your way to Mars. In the heliocentric model.
Right. I don't know. I think it might be past the sun, dude. I don't know, though. Listen, I don't know. Who knows?
And see, that's the best part. We don't have to do anything. I don't have to go in there and risk my life and dodge attack helicopters and combat tanks and SWAT teams. All I have to do is sit back and watch the House of Cards fall.
Hey, Chris, they wouldn't be hurt if they gave us both $1 million, though. They wouldn't be hurt. right?
Here, I think.
They could
Let's
just.
see. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say they could give us both $1 million. You know. I mean, I would love $1 million. So, I don't know. I think they could cut it. I don't think it hurt him that bad.
$1 million doesn't buy what it used to.
I mean, it's still better.
Sure doesn't.
No million.
It sure doesn't.
So when the economy does crash, they're going to declare emergency and enact certain aspects of martial law that they're already enacted but aren't really acting on. Today I saw a strange vehicle, and I was taking pictures of it. I was like, "What is this?" And obviously it was a government vehicle, and it said "Mass Casualty Evacuation Ambulance, Texas Emergency Medical Task Force." So I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Right? So I started looking it up. I'm like, medical task force? Okay, that's new. And I'm doing a little bit of research on it, before I got on here. And I'm looking at this like, man, like basically, this could be a good thing to like serve the people. But why do I get the feeling like this is going to be used for evil?
Right.
I'll handle it, man.
It's gonna be when they
Worst
release
comes
the
to worst,
monkeypox.
Matt
Bro.
Nuclear will handle it. Worst comes to worst, I'll handle it.
They already released monkeypox, I guess. So it's coming to a town near you eventually.
I'll fix it.
Well, I'm just, not really looking forward to the national emergency stuff. Because if people freaked out this bad over the Kung flu over the past, whatever, like how bad are they going to be freaking out when, because the numbers may be real this time. Maybe, people are actually kicking the bucket, and we're not going to say why. I mean, maybe it's because they got damage from, going to the boxing ring and getting jabbed a couple of times. But we could speculate about boxing and the UFC and stuff like that. But there are certain things that we can't talk about, so I'm going to advise everyone, to act accordingly.
All right. Only time will tell.
Crazy world we live in right now. Like, there are people, right, that actually put faith in government. Like, can you imagine if your wife was like in such bad debt that she's like $30,000 in the hole, and it's like, what'd you spend it on? Well, we spent it on your boot that goes around your neck, like the left boot or the right boot. Like, oh, I like the left boot on my neck. It's like, oh, you're an idiot. I like the right boot on my neck. It's like, oh, let's fight about it. Wait a minute, don't both boots like fund Israel? Yeah, but the right boot's my favorite one that funds Israel. Let's fight about it.
The way it is. That's America in a nutshell. Unfortunately.
And then, once you give your consent to have the boot on your neck, you can't really, say that, well, you didn't vote, so you can't talk about it. Like, really? Like, you fucking wanted this shit, and you're saying I can't talk about it? So not only do you want the boot on your neck, but you want the boot on my neck and my mouth taped. Make it make sense. For those of you who are still part of the religion of government, make it make sense.
Yep.
And since you cowards are too afraid to talk about Horizon, we'll just talk about how stupid you guys are who believe in government, that another man has the higher claim over your life, liberty, and property, absent you creating a victim. Because I'll give you that. If you create a victim, yeah, and you cause another man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, then someone else obviously does have a higher claim to your life, liberty, and property until they're fully restored. But without that, like, you think that somebody could just say, hey, we got to fund all this like free college and free medical and everything for everybody, and we kind of need you to pay for it because, well, it's legal, right? So theft is legal. I mean, come on. Am I surrounded by retards? Like, how could you guys actually think that theft is a good thing?
Can't be a good commie unless you're stealing from people, right?
I guess that's how good commies work.
Commies love to steal other people's money.
Yeah, and they love being communists until the money runs out. Ask the North Koreans. Like, they were like, oh yeah, please take our private property, right? And we'll take the 3 meals a day and you guys can keep us safe. And then Russia went broke, and then China went broke. And now those poor fuckers think that, you know, Kim Jong-il or whatever his name is a pharaoh, like a priest king or some shit. And if they don't think that, then, you know, they're considered like someone who needs the death penalty. So, yeah, there are Americans right now that want that for here.
They believe that, like, their ruler, their supreme ruler, is divine in nature.
Yep.
Like that is atheism. That would be what an atheism society would look like, where you worship an earthly idea, an earthly government. So people want to talk about, they wonder why, like here in America, you will not get voted even to dog catcher if you're an atheist. Other atheists refuse to vote atheist. And they wonder why that is because the atheist is uniquely disqualified to tell anybody what to do. I mean, here, anyway, in the Western world, I know, like, we got exceptions to the rule, like North Korea and whatnot.
Can you believe that people like still like the idea of communism? I mean, at the family level, yeah, you should probably like band together and, you know, there's strength in numbers. And if one of you gets sick, you know, yeah, I mean, but like beyond the family level, like beyond the household or beyond the, what do they call the communes where the Amish live? Like beyond that, like beyond the willful agreement, like, hey, we're going to band together, create this little micro community. Like, can you believe that there are people who want to give that authority over to the government?
Yes, that's me,
Yes.
Larry.
You're a communist?
Yes.
What's your name?
Sasha.
No, you're not a communist, Sasha.
Larry, Larry, I grew up in socialism and I was communist, but I will tell you what is communism. I don't know if you know what is communism.
Go ahead.
Communism is society without army, without money. Everybody is doing, it's practically anarchy. Everything is allowed, a religion, everything. It's only system arranged like that state can work. And communism wasn't how to say, in history, there was not communism in history of the human race.
I can't believe you're saying that, Sasha. I really can't.
Yeah,
There was not communism in the history of the world. Do you know that, Larry?
No, I don't know that.
There is no one country which had communism because there is no country without military. There is no country without money. There is no country.
Because you can't have it. It doesn't exist in reality. How could you have a country? Hold on. Let me.
I will tell you something about socialism. That they
hold on. Let me address what you said. You're hurling elephants. One at a time, please. So, a country is defined by its borders, its laws, and its people. You cannot have a country, by definition, without borders. And how do you have borders? You have to enforce them. How do you enforce them? You have to have a military. So, by your definition, communism can never exist.
No, yeah, because you're correct also with both case, because communism it's like a utopistic idea. That means you can imagine that, but you cannot, how to say, put that in practice. Why? Because world, you need to change all your conscience to do that. Yeah, you're correct. You need to have borders. If you have country like country, communism you can have in all world, or you can have communism in one country, but that country must be protected from all other countries.
Yeah, I don't think communism can exist. It
Yeah,
on small
it
levels,
cannot, it cannot, yeah, well, yeah, let's say locally,
on
but
small levels,
still,
like Amish.
but
But
still,
the only reason it
yeah,
exists is because it's a capitalist country here, where the Amish are protected.
yeah, but I will tell you from experience, for example, for socialism, you will say, oh, why people want social or stuff like that, what is leading, let's say, to communism. But in socialism, in my 18 years, do you know what I had free all the time?
Medical?
Health, yeah,
Free time.
yeah. People were happy, people was good, people were, but I'm not saying it was not perfect, because it was not perfect. It was, of course, that was not, even that socialism was not good. It was because you had people inside, and people are full of greedy, even that who they call them self-socialist or whatever, but like idea, it's not bad, because at the end you need that, how to say, social thing, what you have everywhere, what you have in, let's say, in capitalism. You need that socialism. You need that. You
Well,
cannot be.
in order for socialism to work, it has to be done in a capitalist country. You cannot have capitalism in a socialist country.
Man, the capitalism. Do you know what is capitalism? It's a small bomb. What one day will explode. Let's say like this: we have a cake. You understand? The cake cannot grow. The cake must be separated. And that's capitalism. I will take the most part of the cake, and you will not. And there is no more cakes. That's one cake.
Capitalism is your right to private property and your ability to contract unlimited. That's what
Oh,
capitalism
really?
is.
Capitalism is this, I take the land, what is not mine, and then I explore that land. What
Well,
they
my
did
grandfather
all.
worked his ass off for this land. My grandfather picked cotton instead of going to grade school. So I'm going to live in this fucking house. And if anybody tries to take it from me, I feel sorry for them.
Okay, can you tell me why UK is rich? Because of how to say, planting the potatoes in UK, big industry, or because something else?
I don't know what you're asking.
How the UK became rich? Because of the richness of their country, or because they took everything from other countries?
Both.
Both. But that is capitalism.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
right.
communism.
That means I will take yours because I have right, because I have power.
What the other guy say? That's communism? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's theft. It's communism. Not a capitalism system.
Well, back in the day, they were selling, I think, was it tin? Or maybe it was something to make bronze. I think the UK was, before it was the UK, it was very rich in one of those metals to make bronze. So they flourished during the Bronze Age and maybe got conquered by.
Tin and copper together make bronze.
Maybe it was tin. I think they had tin on the British Isles.
Yeah.
You don't want to fact check me on that. But yeah, that's capitalism. And if the people that were there before couldn't hold the land and somebody else took it, I mean, that's just the way of the world. Like, there is no fucking paradise. There is no such thing as this, great place where we have security as a right, and therefore we don't need guns and we don't need armies. That doesn't fucking exist. And because you don't have a right to security, and peace is not a right that you have the right to defend yourself.
And I have right to take because if I have a weapons and if I'm more powerful than you, I have right to take all your land and all your capital.
And I got right to stop you.
Yeah, of course, but you will not stop because I'm richer. I have more weapons than you.
Well, it is what it is. That's the way of the world.
Yeah, that's the way what it is. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. But let's say like this: can you imagine state like a factory, like a company? The president is doing like the job of the director. That's it. Nothing else.
That's what our
I mean,
president is. He's the president of a corporation. And this is a socialist country through and through right now with barely any remnants of capitalism whatsoever, only with the corporations. But as far as like a man going out and selling his labor and getting to keep like 100% of it, that doesn't exist. If he purchases something, he has to pay taxes. If he's paying taxes, that's socialism.
yeah, we pay taxes in socialism also, the
Right.
same like in
So our
capitalism.
country is failing completely because of socialism.
Yeah, but the state it's working like that.
Yeah, it's
One
working
way or
perfectly
another.
for the state. Yeah. They changed the 13th Amendment to where now we can have lawyers in office, right? So we have like a totally new 13th Amendment where slavery is completely legal and justified. It may be unlawful according to God's eyes, but according to man's law, it's perfectly legal. There's an exception to slavery right there in the 13th Amendment. Read it. And then look how many prisoners and convicts we have in America. And then compare it to communist countries across the world, and you'll see that we're doing communism better than others.
Yeah, America's been a communist nation since 1913.
Correct.
Yeah, it
I'm
says
just
that
saying.
you can do slavery for people who are in prison, right?
Yeah. And slavery and involuntary servitude shall be illegal, except if someone's been duly convicted by a jury of their peers. So that's the exception to slavery. So the cops, like, your government, the local government, cops are slavers. That's what they do. That's what they are.
That was the
They're
original
slavers.
original police were to round up slaves that ran away.
Yeah, if you broke contract, like if you were a slave, someone came and took you by force and someone owned you like property, because that was the truth back before the 1860s, or you were an indentured servant, you had promised your labor as a contract. So either way, you're breaking contract. They brought you in the court and enforced the contract.
And do you know what is interesting? The criminality in that socialism was not so big.
Yeah, so it's obvious to me that we got some tough times ahead of us. I think it's pretty obvious to anyone who's actually like paying attention that the WHO has pretty much got sovereignty over every state except for Louisiana. I think they refuse to bow down to the WHO and their sovereignty over Louisiana. But that's the French. The French are always, kind of fuck you. We're French.
Larry, you will give 4 hours of every day of your time for the state, but everything is free.
Nothing is free, bro. That's not
I'm
how
asking you.
natural law.
Yeah, I know that nothing is free. I'm asking you this: how my English, Larry? If you need to give like a 4 hours of a working day, whatever you can do it. Like I will make a bread, you will make something else. Other people, you do that 4 hours, but everything outside. That means you go to shop. You're not using money. You're taking what you need. Go home. You eat because I made that. Other guys made that. The cars, they are cars. You don't need to buy a car. You take the car. You drive the car. You leave the car. You go there. You find another car there. You only put the petrol because people taking petrol not to have money that they are taking petrol that you can drive the car. Everybody has the function. 4 hours per day, nothing more. But all other things are free, man. They don't need money for that. You gave 4 hours for the state. That's communism for me. But that's impossible. I
Well,
know.
I
Never
guess
happened.
you would have to ask the North Koreans how they're doing. But you
man,
can't go there
story
and
about North
ask them.
Korea. Story about North Korea. Nobody knows because that nobody. You need to be there, you know, for like let's
No,
say
even
I
if
don't know
you're
what.
there, they're not going to tell you the truth. They'll fucking die, and their whole family will be wiped out.
Yeah, man. But now the people, for example, I'm born in Yugoslavia, and that was socialistic country. They was thinking, I don't know, people from Austria, France, when we met after 20 years, they thought that we were living in some kind of regime under the pressure of the socialism of the. No, man, we were living I will tell you something. In 80s in Yugoslavia was the better life than in any country in Europe, and I can sure you that.
Yeah,
For
and
the people.
how much did the country borrow to actually facilitate that? Right. The problem with
Which
thinking is that the people.
country didn't borrow? I will tell you this. Yugoslavia had a national debt of $23 billion in 90s. That was the last when he died. Do you know how much Italy has in that?
I believe the topic is the globe.
Yeah, I know. But I want to finish with this because you said that Yugoslavia.
Nah, back to the topic. Thanks.
Good luck finding some Globers who have enough balls to talk about the horizon.
Yeah, nothing's man.
Yeah, the Globers still speak if distances are real, you know.
Yeah,
No,
they
Rich's
can't be
epistemology.
for.
No, it's good. Rich's epistemology is he can't use Google Earth anymore. And
Yeah.
Google Earth, if you page out far enough, shows a ball. Like it renders into a ball. And those distances and directions are unverifiable.
I think
That is partially true.
No,
That's partially true.
I didn't claim that it was unverifiable. I was asking how you all verified it.
How
the
they
basis
verify.
of your claims, right?
Rich, but you said how we measured, how they measured. We didn't give you an answer. Larry said, I don't know how, I didn't measure, but how they measured. Especially the time where globe was not there, when there was mapping some kind of, let's say, whatever part of the Mediterranean, let's say. Let's say 600 years ago, there was not a globe. How was they measuring? Who was mapping the stuff? Egypt, you know? You had that older stuff, Egypt, old Greeks, you know, Ireland.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my question. How did they measure it?
Yeah, it's a nice question also. How they measured if there was not a globe in that time?
Exactly.
Yes.
Now you know my question. So, do you want to give it a shot?
I don't know how they measured it.
Oh, interesting.
How do you know?
How do I know it's interesting?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know how they measured? I don't know.
No, no. I'm asking honestly. I'm trying to.
I'm asking honestly also. Who knows?
I don't know. Who knows? Anyone in here?
What's the question? Where? How far away the habitat is?
No, how they was mapping the any part of the land and how they measured the distances between whatever.
Or specifically how they measured the distance over water. Apparently, it's a good question.
Yeah,
seems like it stumped you.
No, Globers never measured over anything. They looky-loo.
How did you measure it, Demok?
How does a Glober measure water?
How does a Demok measure anything?
I didn't give anybody the measurements of Earth. Globers and you did.
Okay, so you don't claim it's measured flat then?
No, I don't claim you can measure water. You can't.
Okay.
I'm talking about the distance, retard.
Don't try and get into
I'm not
baking.
talking about the
Okay.
surface. The word
Rich,
distance is what you can't measure in water, dumbass, not the horizontal surface at rest. Stupid. Don't be so
Okay. Well, I'm
silly,
glad.
boy.
Then you should probably stop saying water's flat then.
Stop misspeaking, idiot. Glovers can't measure distances. Do you understand my point, Slow-mo?
but Rich, I can tell you how we can measure today,
Go ahead.
but not over water on the ground.
Well, that's unfortunate because we're trying to get the
No,
measurement
we are not trying.
of. No, yeah, we're
Okay,
trying to explain how we know
Yeah, the
that
water is on both sides.
platform habitat is a
The
certain
dirt's on
distance
both sides of the
from the
water, brother.
observer.
Okay,
The
right
dirt's
here.
on both sides of the water. The dirt surrounds the water. You go from dirt to dirt, and that means the
Yeah.
water from that point to that point is that far. Don't be so crazy. It's the flat earth way, not the globe or float your boat way.
Sorry, I don't. Slow down. Walk me through that.
Okay, look at right here in text chat. Do you see that? What I posted?
It's a measurement.
These people think that you can calculate the distance of the sun with a triangle that's so acute that you have to wait 6 months to assume the Earth is on the other side of the sun to measure it. But yet, you can't use that same, formula to measure 10 miles away. Like, I don't get having a conversation with this guy. Crit, please take the floor.
Yeah, I
Continue.
can give it a shot. All right, so do you see like the red circles there, and then and bottom little mile markers? You got access to the text chat, right, Rich? Hello, Rich.
Didn't he run off last time too?
Yeah, I mean this happened the same time. Same thing last time. He just wants to blurt in the background.
I'd say ban him.
Because it's difficult to measure 10 miles, but it's easier to proclaim that Venus is the same size like the Earth.
I mean, we're obviously dealing with people who have like no moral value, right? Like this guy doesn't mind like disgracing his entire family line just so long as he doesn't have to talk about the horizon.
Let's just wait
Like-
till maybe he disconnected. So we'll give him a benefit of the doubt.
I just don't have that kind of faith. But like
It's
I
like-
said, I'll let you go ahead and continue. Please.
Yeah, in his
continue.
worldview, he gets all internet comes from space. So maybe he just lost faith in space for a minute. So then now he's got to reestablish the uplink. Because it only works if he's got enough faith in the system. As soon as you lose faith, the whole thing just collapses like a house of cards.
People dropping like flies. So yeah, I'm just going to say this to wrap up the communist thing while we're waiting on Globers to grow a set. Grow a pair. So yeah, I think that communism works great until you run out of someone else's money. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
There is no money in communism, Larry.
I got a joke I could tell you about communism, but it's not going to be funny because not everyone's going to get it.
Go for it. So you just to respond. So there's no value because money is an exchange of value, right? Like my time, labor has value. So if you're saying in communism there's no value, I would agree.
Take like this, Larry. Take out the word communism and put anarchy inside.
Yeah, if you're talking about going by God's law, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in God's law, there's private property. And I'm pretty sure communism, God's not allowed.
There is no private property. There is no private property, man, Larry.
Well,
the God
Bible
created.
says
If God created the earth, there is no private property for the man. There is no man who will say, "This is mine. This is all ours." I'm sorry,
So,
but that's,
I guess under that logic, your daughters would be ours, right?
no. I'm speaking about land, not about people.
So what's to stop someone from coming and stealing your children, or young adults?
That's mine. That's not my. Oh, Larry, I made that. I didn't make the sea, I didn't make the mountain, I didn't make the oil, I didn't make the water, I didn't make anything of that.
So that's the thing about these
But I
philosophical.
made my daughter. That I'm sure.
That's the thing about these philosophical things that they talk about in the colleges, like communism and feminism and all the other isms. That when the rubber meets the road, there is no feminist on the Titanic saying, "Please, sir, take my seat. I'm for equality. You get on the lifeboat, and I'll stay here."
Feminism became stupid because of all other things, but feminism has the reason to exist because
But they
if you
don't
know
really
the
believe
history,
in equality.
yeah, of course, that's stupid now. But if you speak about equality, that was in the past. That was not correct. If you know the history of the woman.
Well, equality of outcome is the same thing in communism. The same thing. Like the women in feminism want equality of outcome, but they don't want to actually take the dangerous, dirty jobs that men do.
That's not correct even.
You're telling me women, by and large, want to take dangerous, dirty jobs?
Not all of them, but some of them doing.
Right. Some of them are doing communism in a capitalist country, like the Amish.
Are you saying there is a rule for the woman to be?
I don't understand what you said.
Is there a rule to woman to be woman, a man to be man? There is no. They are not humans because they are man and woman.
What?
There are different rules for the man and different rules for the apart the hard work.
Yes. Yeah, there are different rules
Really?
for women. Women should be a protected class. Yes.
Oh. Like
If
for
we go to
example,
war,
women.
go
Like
ahead.
for example, women cannot vote.
Well, I mean, if
Women cannot.
she's gonna do nothing but elect communists
Can
that
you,
are
can
going
you,
to have the borders overflown, and the people are going to eventually go to war, and then bad things happen to women during war. Maybe not.
that's the point. Women didn't have right to vote in the past.
Yeah,
So did
because
some men.
she couldn't go to war. She couldn't be drafted.
War? What? Why war, man?
Because sometimes men get the wild hair if they're in, and they want to go take their neighbor's
Well,
stuff.
yeah,
Right, like
welcome to
Texas.
the Yeah, welcome to the Christian God's world. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if it's Christian or if it's just something that man
Well,
does.
whatever.
Because hold on,
Let's say
hold on.
God's
Let
world.
me finish. Let me finish. Because even the Persians wanted you to pay a tribute, right? Didn't they go to the neighbors and demand tribute? They weren't Christian. They wanted taxes, though, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they go to the Greeks and demand taxes? All you have to do is give us land and gold, right? And we'll allow you to have some too.
That means we should forbid women to vote because we will go to the war.
Well, I mean, if you're not a landowner and you can't get drafted, why should you vote? I think we should be really strict on allowing people to vote. Maybe I'm not even educated enough to vote. How about that?
Yeah, must be educated. Yeah, you're correct.
So, really, I guess it doesn't matter what is between your legs. Are you educated enough to make an informed decision? But how many people are voting coming up soon, and they can't even tell you what they don't like about Donald Trump? Go ask a Kamala supporter, what is it about his policies that you don't like? They can't answer. They'll say Agenda 25, which is not his policy. They're not going to pull up his 48 whatever and quote from that, are they? They're not going to go to his website and start reading off those policies to you and say, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like this. Because the people that are voting for Kamala literally believe, I've talked to them, they literally believe that he wants to take away all rights for women. And he's going to outlaw abortion. That's what they literally believe. That's not even his agenda. He's for giving the authority to the state. So, you really want people like that voting? No matter what's between their legs? If there's nothing in their head, they probably shouldn't be voting.
I don't want democracy. I don't want elections. That's 51-49 system. I don't like.
Well, that's democracy.
No, that's bullshit.
That's democracy. That's what that means. That's pure democracy.
22 millions of British wanted to go out from Europe. 20 millions didn't want. But decision it's made. The majority was 2 million. Not even 1% difference. But okay. You cannot make decisions, so global big decisions on 51-49. You can decide like that for everything. Tomorrow level is curved. It's enough to 51% of people say level is curved, and you will have level. It's enough. Majority said.
Are there any globe earthers in the chat that got a pair of ideas they're willing to defend? Maybe even just one. Yeah, maybe that'll give you enough fortitude. If you got one idea, one claim a glober is willing to make about the globe.
I know only one thing. If I'm a glober, and if I find out that everything what you present me here, and everything what you tell me here, let's say sea level observations, gas pressure, everything, and if I listen carefully, everything, and if I realize, oh, these all things are, no, this is not convincing me, it's bullshit, I will never ever come in this place again, because why to come here? because I heard you, I listened to you, and no, for me, no, have no more sense. Why I need to come here to protect the globe? No, there is a people, there is mainstream science. I believe, and why should to come here? Imagine this is 24/7 ghost and demon, and now people coming. Are you believing in ghost and demon? No, I know that they are ghosts, and they, you show the videos and everything. And he is not content, but he will come tomorrow. But they are not coming in that servers, telling people, listen, people, that there is no ghost and demons every day, like Rich Evans.
I just think that they identify as a globe believer, and because that's part of their identity, they feel the need to fight the good fight to defend that part of themselves. It's kind of like some of those people that identifies this or identifies that. You know the ones I'm talking about. Them. They identify as that thing, right? They identify as that thing, and that's almost their entire personality. Like me, I'm a father, I'm a son, like I'm also a worker, I'm also someone who likes food. I'm also someone who likes philosophy, right? But all these things make up like a little piece of the pie of my personality. Them, this is their entire fucking personality, right? It's all about that little tiny piece of their personality that has grown and inflated so much that they've squashed out the other parts of their personality. That's what I think Globe does to people. That's what Globers are.
I think
They're
the flat
Globers
Earth.
first and foremost. Go ahead.
It's not a globe. I think the flat Earth is that, because the flat Earth is something when you hear, oh my God, flat Earth, Jesus, that's so stupid, immediately, and that's it, and that's now the field for people. I like to be there where is there are people who think that Earth is flat, the most stupid things in the world. And then, of course, that you will be there because this is the most stupid things on the world. Programmed like that. Is it something stupid than flat Earth? Can you tell me one example of something stupid than ghost? No, flat Earth is more stupid than ghosts and demons.
When my friends at work, when I started talking about flat Earth in 2015, they said, "What are you going to start questioning germ theory next? Are you going to start questioning atomic theory?" And I didn't know to question those things. I kind of thought about it and I was like, yeah, maybe we should look at all these other theories. And
Yeah.
that's what flat Earth does. It flat Earth makes you break down that cultive personality that you were so entrenched in before you come across flat Earth, where you were like, oh my God, I love America. George Washington, he was the greatest. And then you go, maybe he was a fucking slave owner. Maybe he was a prick, right? Because that cultive personality, it breaks down and it breaks your personality into more openness to, maybe I need to be a better father. Maybe I need to be a better philosopher. Maybe I need to be a better son, right? Because before that, you were just a glober. Like, I'm a glober. Like, I believe in science, and I believe what the scientists say. And those scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, oh, he's so smart. He blows my mind. He gives me muffin top.
But we are coming from that. We are coming from the same, place, from the globe. There is maybe, I don't know how many people, some people realize during the life, I I respect them because I was telling myself you were so fucking stupid, you didn't realize that water doesn't curve. You never ask yourself, but why? Because you're living on the globe. You know that you don't ask that question. Why to look into that? But it's so simple when you think sea level or stuff like sea level. My God, it cannot occur. Level. It's the name. It's saying sea level. Some people. We spoke about democracy 51, 49. This is like in my case 44 years globe and 9 years flat. That means I'm glober still. I need to live 44 years more to be flat earther.
I was so skeptical of the globe when I first started coming across the flat Earth stuff. And then I started listening to the Globers, and the flat earthers are pushing the AE map. The big five flat earthers is what I called them. Like the Potatoes crew and anyway, the big ones, the Jeranism and stuff like that. Yeah, they were all pushing the AE map in like 2015, 2016. And when the AE map was debunked, in my mind, like it put me on the fence for a long time. And then I became skeptical of flat earthers. And during that time, I feel like that's right where I was supposed to be. Like I was supposed to be looking at all information without an emotional attachment. And I think some of you guys realize that I don't have a very big emotional attachment to things, except for my family, right?
What would you say your problem is with the AE map specifically? How's that debunked in your mind, or what's the problem with the AE from a flat Earth perspective?
You start from Russia, you come to Antarctica, for example, in a map. You go to Siberia and you go straight and you are in Antarctica from, I don't know, 2,000-3,000 miles, 4, 5, 10.
Actually, the AE map, I mean, the way I debunk it, in my mind, is just the fact that it's a projection of a globe map. That's all it is. It's a globe map that's projected onto a flat surface. It's a globe map. So that's how I rejected the AE.
But
it's
for
just a
me,
globe map that's projected.
But for me, I identified that AE map as the flat Earth, right? Because 8 years ago,
I would
9
say
years ago,
it's close enough to the representation of the flat Earth, but in essence, all it is a globe map projected on a flat surface.
I mean,
It's
yeah, I
still
have
a
a better
globe, but
understanding now, right? I have a
yeah.
better
So
understanding of
that
that
was my
now.
question. Why did you reject the AE map? What about it made you reject it?
The southern star trails.
In what sense?
Well, if you're looking south from South Africa, South America, and Australia, you're looking in 3 different directions in the AE map. But also at the same time, you're looking at the same direction, and that's a contradiction. I learned that in 2015.
Wait.
I learned this. Do you know what is a map? They're saying that 60 degrees south we cannot go. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know that circle from 60 to 90 it's bigger than inside circle?
Yeah, that's why they say the Earth is pear-shaped, right?
No. Take a map like a circle. You know, that circle from 60 to 90 degrees is bigger than circle inside from 0 to 60 degrees.
Oh, you mean like on the paper, not in reality.
Yeah, of course. Let's say this is reality. I'm only imagining. You know, I'm not saying this is reality. But if they are saying that,
Are you saying the AE? Let's assume the AE is reality. Is that what you're
let's
saying?
assume. Yeah.
Yeah, but the AE is a projection of a globe map. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I know.
What
they're
he's saying is Europe is really small, and Africa is really big, and Australia is gigantic.
No. All that continents are correct, you know, inside, let's say. all sizes, everything. But we don't know anything about 60 degrees south, and that surface is bigger than circle inside.
Well, actually, the problem with projections, see, you have what's called a geographic coordinate system, and then you have what's called a projected coordinate system. And the AE map is a projected coordinate system from a geographic coordinate system, which is a globe coordinate system. It's just flattened out in a certain way. It does have distortions in relation to its original form, the geographic form of a globe. But that's what it is. It's a globe map. Right?
Yep. You have, I think, 200 projections of the globe.
Actually, there are more. There are more geographic and projected systems out there than you know. But they're all based on globe maps, the geographic coordinate system. Any geographic coordinate system is based on a globe. All the maps we have today are based on globes, but not measured so, but assumed to be. It's like measuring flat, assuming globe, making a map, and then reprojecting it onto a flat surface. Talk about doing double the work. Is it even double? It's I don't know.
So I don't know if the rest of you guys went through what I went through when I found the AE map was incorrect. But like I said, I identified that map as the flat Earth theory. Like that was the model, that was everything. So when the rest of you guys found out that it was fake, how'd that transition go for you? Because it put me on the fence for like a year and a half.
Not at all. I mean, I just realized that all maps are globe maps. Therefore, AE map is a globe map. But it didn't put me in like any fence or anything. I know for a fact that the Earth is flat.
And maps are not a globe. That one guy told me the Google map it's spherical map. Map cannot be spherical.
Yes, they can. What do you mean?
No, it cannot. No.
I mean,
cannot.
In essence, these
Sphere
globe
can be
maps.
spherical. Globe can, you know that in a class. That could be. Let's say if somebody say, look, this globe, it's a map of the Earth, but Google Map, it's a map. It's not spherical.
It's not. Yeah. Well, but in essence, it is based on a sphere.
No, it's based on a flat surface. Take one part of the map of the
Yes. The measurements are based on a flat Earth, but the way they present the map is globular. It's spherical.
You cannot present map like a spherical.
Yes, you can. Google Earth, Google Maps does that. It shows
No,
it in a sphere form.
That's flat. That's not a sphere.
Yeah, I understand that in essence, it's based on measurements on a flat Earth, but they present it on a globe.
On the map, what is flat? Not on the globe. You don't take a globe and then you put in the car and then you're traveling the world. You take the map. That's semantics, but okay.
Yeah, GPS uses a horizontal plane. Cartesian grid is flat.
Yep.
So yeah, it does click into a globe. When you zoom out enough, it will change the program, whatever, it'll change it into a globe. But when you're using it functionally, it's flat, 100%.
Yes, exactly.
How irrelevant can relevance be?
You know, I really got skeptical when hanging out with flat earthers when they started teaching me about things like colloidal silver and hydrogen on demand, HHO or Brown's gas. And the fact that people pay like a couple $1,000 for a welding system when you can kind of make your own with some SOS pads and batteries. That kind of messed me up a little bit.
Yeah.
Learning about Brown's gas and how easy it is to, cut something.
Well, doing it's one thing. Selling how to do it's another, Larry. You know that.
Yeah,
I know.
you can't sell it, right?
Well, selling the idea of like a box with some great thing that it does over what you could do with some cheap 50-cent home supplies. Yeah.
And
That's
then
secret boxes. Yeah.
and then the whole oil industry and the HHO and what that means, and then the people that come up with these water cars, it's really bad for their health, it seems.
Yeah, isn't that weird? I thought you could just breathe the exhaust. I thought it was supposed to be good for your health, but it turns out how relevance can relevancy be,
And yeah, there's definitely a downside to capitalism. If you get in the way of someone's ability to capitalize, they might remove you from being in their way. So yeah, that guy with the water car, I think right before he died, he said they killed me, they poisoned me. I mean, who knows? Correlation isn't causation, but it's awfully weird, the timing. So yeah, all the other stuff that I've learned, talking to flat earthers, because flat earthers come up with some shit, man. They'll come up with some stuff. Like if you're listening to them, like the stuff that they share with each other in the side chats and the back rooms and the information they come across, the stuff that they share with each other. Like, in my opinion, if you're a Glober, you're a fool if you're not listening to what these guys are coming up with. Because there's some really good stuff that it seems like flat earthers are people who like to research shit. Seems to be, right? And yeah, they might be conspiratorially minded or whatever, but wasn't Einstein at the time like he thought that he could do better than Isaac fucking Newton? Wasn't he like, oh, like it's not true, like it's actually the bending warping of space-time. So it's funny how these people that are here now, if they would have been around during the old paradigm, they would be the people saying that Einstein was a flippant moron. But because they're in this paradigm, anybody who questions Einstein, as long as you don't do it directly, right? So the way that it works is I've heard people say that if you say the emperor has no clothes, you won't get published, right? And the emperor is Einstein. But if you say I can see his ankles, or I can see his waist, or I can see his armpit hair, like they'll publish you. But if you outright say it, that, Einstein's wearing space-time and he's actually a perverted criminal because he's nude in public, because there is no fabric of space-time. If you actually come out and say it, they won't publish you. So, what do you think? I had a lady the other day in a normie chat room tell me that I didn't know what a paradigm was. That I was using the word incorrectly. Because I said the left and right is a paradigm. And she said, you don't know what that word means. And I was like, okay, tell me what you think it means. And I've been doing a little research on Professor Thomas Kuhn and the Kuhn cycle, and he's the one that coined the term paradigm. He coined the phrase or the term or whatever. So I kind of feel like I got a better understanding of it than she does, even though she went to college and has her degrees and all that stuff. I kind of feel like I understand it better than she does. And at the end, like I was like, well, I guess we're just going to, agree to disagree. But it's amazing how people that are in a paradigm don't even really see it as a paradigm.
Like a minutes also, time. We can have 30 seconds in 1 minute if we decide, all of us, to do that, humans. Because seconds will be 2 seconds. And we will call that second. But we'll wait for 2 seconds past 1 second. Like with left and right, you choose only, you can change that and say the left is right is left. And if you change that, but all of us, that will be like that.
Yeah, the whole negative and positive thing. Like, I remember learning about that back in the day, and the electrons flow from negative to positive. And I remember thinking, like, that doesn't make any sense. And then I realized that it's arbitrary. It just, labeled this one as negative arbitrarily. And that I was hung up on that, and really it didn't matter. It was nothing to get hung up on because it's arbitrary. The electrons flow. Doesn't matter which direction they flow, they just flow. Path of least resistance, right? But yeah, as I started looking into the germ theory all the way back in like 2015, I remember thinking like, okay, so let's look at this germ theory. And I come across this terrain theory. And I knew about the terrain theory already, I just didn't know what it was called. But I knew basically that you had to kind of terraform the land that you plant the crop in. Like you make it suitable for the crop. Find out what the crop likes and then make it happen. And I remember thinking about the terrain theory and the germ theory together for the first time and going, man, they taught us all about washing our hands. But they didn't actually teach us about the guy who told us to wash our hands and how he died in an insane asylum from something that he could have cured with distilled wine because he said, wash your hands. Like, they didn't tell us about that. Was the important lesson to learn. That, science is never settled. That you should always have an open mind. And just because you prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that germs exist and bacterial infection is a real thing, and there's this thing called flesh-eating bacteria, even though all that's, proven, for lack of a better word, that it doesn't mean that there isn't this thing called germ theory. That you should always have an open mind when it comes to science. And if someone produces a new theory, even though it might appear to be a competing theory, it might just be the other half of the theory. And that germ theory and terrain theory shouldn't be considered competing theories at all.
Hilaria, have you heard of a guy named Runcie Kao?
No.
He published a paper in 2015 called Relativity, Great Mistake. And he goes through it in debunking Einstein.
And he was published?
Yes, in state of Pennsylvania, Illinois. I think it was published. Yeah.
Really? Can you show me?
Yeah, I'll see if I have a bookmark. 1 second.
And what year is this?
So originally it was published in 2015, but it was then made into he put it in his in a book, and he changed the title of it. I think it was originally called Relativity, Great Mistake. But I'll post the link.
Well, in 2015, 2016, I remember debating in Flat Earth Debates, the one before Nathan Oakley, the one before Flat Earth Discussion. And I remember telling people that this whole dark matter thing wasn't real. And the implications are that Einstein's theory is incorrect and it doesn't work at the galactic level. Or they would say incomplete so that they don't get triggered. So I remember them calling Red's Rhetoric into the room. And he shows up and he goes, "All right, who's lying?" And they were like, Hank's lying. He's like, "What did you say?" And I said, "Well, if dark matter doesn't exist, then gravity doesn't work at the galactic level." And he was like, "That's right. That's true. He's not lying." And I remember like kind of watching them have the paradigm shift. That, wait a minute, he's not lying. It doesn't mean that there is no dark matter or gravity doesn't work. But before they heard it from Red's Rhetoric's mouth, they just assumed or thought or believed or said that I was being dishonest. And it's that, that moment of, oh shit. that I've witnessed like over and over again in these rooms. Like, oh shit, he's not lying. Like, if, and it's like I question like Christianity like through and through. I've tore it apart and looked at other religions and incorporated other religions into my own belief system, or pieces of them, not entirely. That'd be dumb. They're conflicting religions, but pieces of them. And it's like when you get these science nerds to do the same thing to their religion, it's like they don't realize how good that is for them. Because me, like, there's things that I reject in the book of Leviticus. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, there's no way I'm doing that. And
Yeah,
it's like,
I mean, if you need help with understanding, we can go in a separate room. I can explain to you something, if you don't mind. Maybe for later or something.
what are you talking about, Leviticus?
Yeah. Because usually it's laws that don't apply to you personally, because you're not in a group of specific people that
Right.
have to do the
That's
law,
why I
like the
reject.
Levites. That's why it's Leviticus. It's usually for the Levites, or the Levites telling the people what to do. But
Right. I agree.
the
I think we're going to
separate
agree because
categories.
I'm not stoning any rabbi's daughters. Not doing it. Mm-mm. Not doing it.
Well,
Even though
I
it says to.
posted. Sorry,
Go ahead, bro.
I did. Yeah, I posted the link to the paper. It's also on his website called runzworld.com. He's a teacher. He's got good accolades when it comes to his degree, his academic work, and he goes through the 4 postulates and disproves all 4 of them at the same time, one at a time, in that paper. I thought if anybody, I think you'd be very interested. Could read.
I appreciate that. It looks like I stand corrected. They do allow you to publish the fact that the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah, because you brought it
Great.
up, and I was like, yeah, that's one that I recently ran into. He does a great explanation about how it's just pretty much debunking Einstein. Nothing we already don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a good start. Let's see. Thank you very much. I stand corrected. I recant.
If anything, that's one thing you would like to be proven wrong on.
Oh, I love getting proven wrong. That's why I love debate so much, because in a debate, you can't lose unless you're like a religitard. So in a debate, you either A, don't do a very good job at making your argument, and you lose the debate. Okay, so B, you make a good job making an argument, you win the debate. Both are wins, right? Because C, the audience gets to hear both sides of the debate, and they get to have a better informed decision, hopefully, unless they're already super geniuses or well studied. And A, you learn some shit you didn't know before, so you might even have a better informed decision to make. And if you do decide that you were wrong and the other guy was right, then you're not going to say the same wrong, stupid shit again. Or you might, one, decide that, okay, I can change my rhetoric and argument to better fit this new information that I have. Or two, accept his argument as your new argument because of your new understanding. So I don't think there's a way to lose a debate unless you're like a leftist religitard.
As you got a dog in the fight.
Right. If your dog in the fight is truth, and that being the bottom line, what you're after, then you can't lose a debate. Like even if you get publicly humiliated, like your ego, whatever, it's not about you. It's about the information. I do specifically remember losing one debate. It was because I had dethroned one of the lesser Globers. He said that he was a physics teacher or something like that. And I exposed that he wasn't a physics teacher. And then he called in like 9 of the dudes. So there was like 10 of them, and they were like, Hank, why are you giving paper something? Paper explanator or maybe paper organics. I can't remember which paper. But why are you giving paper such a hard time? I was like, well, he said, many times over in here that, he was this, and he just admitted that, sometimes he tutors. He's not an actual physics teacher. And man, I wish I would have understood the crisis in cosmology a little better when I was debating that guy before he passed away. Because he kept saying over and over and over and over and over and over again that the math works out beautifully in a very posh accent, very posh British accent. And, me not being a math guy, didn't call him out for that bullshit. Because now I understand that no, it doesn't. In fact, it's the largest mixed match in all of history of science, probably math too. Because how could you have a bigger mixed match than being off by 10 to the 120th power? How could you have a bigger mixed match than that? Like, no, the math doesn't work out beautifully, paper. You're wrong. Rest in peace.
Yeah, but I thought when you keep referring to that, there's a even bigger issue that they can't replicate a lot of their data. I don't know if you're aware of that one. They have a lot of these distances to these stars, and they can't replicate it. That's something I've personally.
Yeah, this is the issue. This is where the math doesn't work. Because it cannot go to those places anywhere, anytime. This is the crux of the matter.
Yeah, what
But
is it?
they,
Go ahead.
yeah, but they don't want to admit that. Yeah, but we still have the math, you know. You know the math, you know. It's like meth for them.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of my favorite auditor. He's always like, I got a little math in my pocket. And, the cops, they heard meth, right? Because they're just searching for meth. So Flex Your Freedoms, if you ever see that YouTube channel, it's fucking fantastic because he tells the cops, I got a little math in my bag and I got a little Coke. And he's got like this tiny little Coca-Cola Classic in a baggie. And he says, I got a little Coke in a baggie. And the cops are like, can I search you? And he's like, oh, no. I got warranties. You can't search me. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's off topic. But yeah, the quasars. The quasars are really interesting because if all this expansion's going on, like these quasars are basically like markers because they're like how we kind of map out the cosmos. And I remember saying back in the day that how could we receive light from this far away because of the inverse square law, the light that's traveling like quintillions and quintillions of miles and all these light years and whatnot, like the source of these lights would have to be like a lot bigger than they are. And then the new telescope, the James Webb Telescope, they're finding these super galaxy clusters that are like full grown clusters, but they're looking so far back that they should be like infants. So they're a lot bigger than they're supposed to be. They're seeing like gigantic clusters of galaxies. And I kind of feel pretty vindicated on that because it's like, wait a minute, isn't that doesn't that go hand in hand? Like, isn't that what you would predict? Of course, I wasn't smart enough to predict it, but if you were to predict, this is what you would see if Larry was right about the inverse square law. That's what you would find. So I feel pretty good about that. The first time I got the inverse square law argument out, I didn't even say it right. Like the way that I said it was fuck altogether. But I remember Tim Osmond getting so mad at me. He was so mad. And Nathan Oakley actually shut down the live stream. I don't know why. But he shut it down like after I got it out. He shut it down and we were off air and he was bitching me out because I'm destroying people's worldview or something like that. Like I'm messing with their worldview and I'm breaking their psyche and I don't know the implications of, what's going to happen to these people when they don't believe in the globe anymore. And once they become flat earthers, like their wives will divorce them. And he was saying stuff like that. The same thing he said to Cathexis. And which is why in the later streams of Cathexis, he gives that disclaimer that, your worldview is your own and I'm not responsible for any paradigm shifts. That's why Cathexis gave that disclaimer in the later episodes. Because, dude, Tim Osmond was pissed off at me. He was so mad at me. He was so mad.
How long ago was this?
This would have been around 2016 and Nathan Oakley's earlier episodes, I've been credited as to the reason why Nathan Oakley changed, because in his earlier episodes he was an objective observer, didn't really take sides, just kind of did some light moderation and let people kind of get their arguments out. And because they tried so hard to stop me from making that argument online, the Globers did. They wouldn't let me get it out. Like, I was trying to get it out, and that's probably why I worded it so poorly the first time, is because I was at work trying to balance doing my duties at work and get this complex argument out of my mouth, and they were over talking me and wouldn't let me speak. And like, people in the room had to like literally say, "Let Hank speak," because I couldn't get it out. And then when I finally let the cat out of the bag, that's when the stream ended. I was like, that was weird. And after that, allegedly, I've been told by other flat earthers that that's when Nathan Oakley became Nathan Oakley. Like, that's when he started debating the way that he does.
That's who I remember you as. You used to be Hank, huh? You used to have Hank Hill's photo as your thing.
Yeah, yeah.
That was you?
That's who I remember you as. I'm like, man, I know this voice, man. I mean, for the longest you've been Larry, but I
Yeah, yeah.
remember you as Hank, bro. Like, that was years ago.
Look, I
Yeah, that
watched
was
those. Sorry, I watched those episodes at the beginning where it was complete. I was like, wow, this formula is completely different. And then I think I skipped somewhere in the 300, 500, and then it was now to what you see now. I was like, what happened there? I was always wondering how the whole.
I can't take full responsibility for it, but I've been told, because that's kind of when I got it out. I kind of felt like, okay, I'm gonna let the flat earthers do their thing, and I went and started hanging out with normies, like in normal chats, and I kind of took a little break from the flat earth for a while. It was kind of my, here, chew on this, Globers. You know, like, I'm out. Y'all have fun with that.
I knew I remembered your voice. That's somebody else.
Yeah, I never wanted to be famous. The reason I chose Hank Hill is because if you search Hank Hill, you're not going to find me. So
Right.
I never wanted the recognition. It's not my thing. I like blending. I like blending in.
Yeah, there was a you, and then there's another one that I haven't seen for a while. It was like Rags to Riches or something like that. Like, I remember him too, a long time ago. He used to be within that arena, but I haven't seen him in a long time either. Do you know who that is? Or do you remember?
Sounds familiar, but I'm not very good with names.
Yeah, his name was like Rags to Riches or something like that. He was a cool dude. He was a really strong Christian. He used to come in here. He was like a voice of reason too. You know, he was a cool dude. There's quite a few guys that, like, you know, from way back that, matter of fact, like, even this account Apocryphon, this is my new one. I had to get a new one because I couldn't remember my login. So I first jumped on Discord like in 2017 or 18. I forgot the name though that I used to log in as, or what even email I signed up under. And then in 2020, when I came back to Discord, I had to create a new account. So this was the one because I couldn't remember my login. So I re-downloaded Discord and stuff, and then I started seeing all the like people like, oh, I remember that person. Oh, I remember that person. But I want to say like maybe 17, 18. That's when I first. You guys were already like probably 3 years into it or something.
So I got started around April or May of 2015. I started making videos, and I got invited to a debate room known as Free Chan, originally owned by Andrea Sensi, who I think is Reckonar now, but I can't prove that. It's a little theory that I have. And Free Chan got split in two, and the people that kept Free Chan was Yvette, Healthy Skeptic, and Snack to the Future. So
Yeah,
they
I
ran
remember
it.
Snack to the Future.
They ran it 24/7 for years, and Andre Asensi split off and started Flat Earth Debate. So I was kind of sharpening my rhetoric in 3chan, and then eventually moved over to Flat Earth Debate, run by Andre Asensi. And they deleted all his debates. And
Really?
he was like a stickler about terms of service. But YouTube still deleted all of his shit, which was terrible because that's like censoring the early debates. And those were some really fucking free for all, like, oh my God, filibustering galore debates. Like, they tried so hard to stop us from getting arguments out. Like, they would just talk over us and Fundy mute the fuck out of us for hours and hours on end.
It was FED, the show that Betsy or Sirius is server? Where
No.
Nathan's at?
Nathan created the. Really, Nathan's should be called Flat Earth Debate 2.0.
Oh,
He's
okay,
not
that's
the first Fed. He's the second Fed.
Yeah, but it wasn't FED though. Isn't that Betty's server? Is it Sirius or what's her name?
I
Sirius?
mean, unless Betty's Andre Asensi, it's Flat Earth 2.0.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Righteous
Flat
was
Earth
kind of
Debate.
telling me. Yeah. I guess when Betty asked Righteous to kind of help her do all the computer stuff, pretty much. That was time ago.
Righteous is an interesting character because he's a mod, but he thinks that debating is a sin.
Yeah, he's got some interesting takes on religion, for sure.
Yeah. And I don't know. I don't like the suppressive, I call it suppression debate tactics. I don't like that. Like, I don't know if you guys notice, but like when I make an argument, I do my best to like put myself on mute and let the other person get it out. Of course, I'm not perfect, but to me, that's how it's supposed to go. You're not supposed to, and you know, God forgive me, or flat earthers forgive me, or whatever, but you're not supposed to make your argument, cite your source, and then mute them and kick them and all that stuff. Like, you're supposed to let them respond after you
Right.
cite your sources. And then if the audience sees that, well, this guy doesn't have anything, he's not even citing sources, but this other guy is citing sources, you're supposed to let the audience decide. You're not supposed to, in my opinion, create that cult of personality.
Right.
But I'm just an idiot, and maybe people who went to college know better than me.
Nah, I think for me is the stopping, rinsing, and repeating. I've watched a lot of debates like between Christians and Muslims. That just as an example, and they're just a lot of times they talk past each other. They do not respond to people's points, and that type of that's like, man, I just watched. And sometimes I pay for these. Sorry, but yeah, sometimes it just feels like I just wasted my money when I pay for these. I actually pay for like professional debates.
So yeah, I've been around for a long time, but I was absent for maybe a year and a half, 2 years in between 2016 and a half and 2017. Like, I missed all of that.
When did you
Like,
change your name to Larry?
That was a couple years ago. It was because I was reading the Bible and it said something about God doesn't like persons. So, like, God is no respecter of person. You know what a person is? It's a persona, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Hank Hill would be a persona, right?
Right.
So that's why I'm declaring now that I am Larry.
Gotcha.
There is no person.
Makes sense.
It wasn't that exact verse, but it's a verse that you could probably readily identify. So it's kind of saying the same thing. It's in the
Right.
Book of Job. I can't remember the exact address. But yeah, I dropped the Hank Hill thing for, I guess, religious reason.
Mhm.
Just
So
on
there
one
is no
note on
persona. Sorry.
just a note on the debates. My favorite parts of debates is when they have cross examination. When one person asks questions, the other one can't ask question back or have to make statements. That part is, I think, is the most fruitful way to have any type of debates format for any type of topic, and those are very rare. But I do think that that's more fruitful than any other type of people who don't like debates. That you'll find a lot of fruit in that format.
Good.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, it's a good control mechanic, you know, but unless you have two individuals who can agree to disagree or be more understanding, you know, and give others room in that regard or the other one, then yes, of course. But usually it's because done for listeners' reason that people who are listening can make their own decision, which is a good good way of doing things.
it's the Socratic method. Basically, it's an interview. Like you're talking about an interview where one person interviews the other, and then the other person flips around and interviews them back. I think is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, you can say it that way, but I believe it's like because a lot of times they depend on rhetoric, and that cuts down on the rhetoric, so you get to the meat of the belief and the meat of the argument.
So recently, I've discovered a new debater. The Crucible is his channel. This dude is like, like your average kind of middle class to poor lower class like guy, and like the way that he debates, like it's just absolutely brutal because he's not like yelling over you and muting you. He's like doing his best to like listen to everything that you're saying and just destroying your shit. Like, so I've been listening to his stuff of late. And if anybody was trying to study the art of debate, the Crucible, damn, that guy rips people's nuts off and beats them over the head with them.
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah. And
He's really good.
Yeah,
I'm an inch. Go ahead.
he basically found out the linguistic way in terms of debating and specializing in this kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like I want to be like incredibly ridiculously brutal in my debate tactic, but with a smile on my face. And sincerely listening to your argument. Like that way that he does that, it's just masterpiece. Very artful, tactful. And the way that he spots like every little detail about how they like to smuggle this in or run away from that. Like he's ridiculous. I don't know what that guy's problem is.
Yeah, I mean,
But
words matter, you know, they all have a meaning. And what he has especially confined is the meaning does serve a purpose in future formulations and understanding to your next sentence. And if you stumble at a certain point, he will also point this out and might help you in that regard.
yeah, so for all you Globers out there, I doubt you'll do it, but if you were to listen to his debates, even if you're not like into what he's talking about, because he often talks about religion and society and sociology and all that stuff, like dude, like he's like a triple threat. Like if you're not listening to him, you're fucked. Like if you're not listening to yourself, you're fucked. Like, like I don't know. I'm just really impressed because I've seen a lot of different debates like over the years, and this dude is like, I don't know, he's different.
Do you think he covers a lot of like low hanging fruit? Um, like I don't know if the
He
debates you
does.
watch him.
Yeah, he does. You know, I'm an introvert, so my thing is I have to try new things. Like that's my heel. That's my Achilles heel. Is that if I don't expose myself to new things, then I kind of get stuck in this spiral. Anyway, the INTP spiral. So the whole thing about trying new stuff, like I was not into dating talk shows because I've been married for 20 years, right? But I started listening to like Fresh and Fit and then the Whatever podcast. And I was like, okay, I'll check it out. Let's see what these feminists are saying. And like I found this Andrew guy, and I was like, damn, like this dude is brutal. Like he's like rubbing their face in it. And that's kind of
Andrew Tate.
oh yeah, you think he's one of the great debaters? Do you?
Sorry?
You think Andrew Tate is one of the great debaters?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I have not listened to his long form content. I have not sought him out. Maybe I'll listen to him next.
Who do you think is a great debater?
I thought he meant you meant Andrew Tate when you said Andrew. That's what I thought.
No, Wilson.
Who did you mean?
Andrew Wilson is who I was talking about.
Okay, got it.
I wasn't talking about Andrew Tate. I've stumbled across some of his stuff, and he says some things that I like, but he also says some things that I don't like.
Yeah, like everyone on this earth, right?
Exactly.
And you are talking about the actor Andrew Wilson.
Is he an actor?
Google says so.
Okay.
No, the guy is not. Andrew Wilson's not an actor. There might be an actor named Andrew Wilson. I think he's a robotics mechanic in his actual profession, but he runs a Crucible debate channel.
So one of the things I learned early on in these debates is you can learn from people you disagree with. Man, that was important, and I'm glad I learned it early. So the best way I've heard it said is that you can learn from anyone. You can learn from the dog. If you observe the dog and watch the way that he sneaks up to the cat food bowl, and he looks to the left, he looks to the right, and he sneaks the cat's food because he knows it's wrong. And the cat will fuck him up for it. There's consequences for eating cat food. So you can learn from a stupid dog, and dogs ain't stupid, but you know what I mean. And that's the thing that I was watching, like Andrew Wilson, and I'm like learning stuff from this guy because I've never seen any of his stuff before. So, like, what I noticed about him is how incredibly ruthless he is when debating because he does not care about your feelings whatsoever.
But
And
is
that's
that
just
something
right up my
positive or
alley.
negative?
Huh?
Is that something positive or negative?
Both, depending on how you look at it. But
I mean,
for me, someone
if I damage your mentality just to win an argument, it feels a little
no,
bit
no,
off.
no. I don't think that's what he's doing. I don't think that's what he's doing on purpose anyway. But me, like, feelings are like second class to me. Like, I know that feelings matter, but I don't feel like they matter. If that makes any sense.
But those feelings don't matter is like this Ben Shapiro argument. No, this how is the psychologist doctor, crying doctor named Jordan Peterson? No, that's their argument, their main argument. And I feel like every time I see them in television or on YouTube, they are pretty emotional for that they are not caring about emotions.
Yeah.
Dude,
Dr.
it
Jordan
doesn't make sense.
Peterson's always crying and shit.
Bro, he's crying, dude. He's like a bitch. It's wild.
He's like,
He's
if you
like,
could just
I'm a
not
conservative. We
lie.
need masculinity. He's crying for masculinity, dude. That's crazy.
If you could just not tell a lie and make your bed, the
It's
world would be a
crazy.
better place. It really
Yeah.
gets me when the people tell me that they heard what I said.
So yeah, that's true. So even the most feelings don't care an argument are
Yeah.
pretty emotional, I guess. So
I'll give you that. I'll be right back.
are we still about flat Earth, guys?
I'm all about it. By yourself.
Okay. I have recognized something for my flat Earth experience. The sun is 180 million kilometers away from the Earth, right? I don't know how far, but far away. Let's say like far. Let's Google quick. Sun it's 150 million kilometers distance, and the Earth has a radius of 80,000 kilometers, right? And when the Earth spins 180 degrees, the temperature on Earth is 30 degrees Celsius difference. That makes no sense, no? If the sun is 150 million kilometers away, it doesn't care if the Earth is 5,000 kilometers more left or right for the temperature, no? Do you understand what I want to say? Does it make sense? Makes no sense.
Radiation traveling through a vacuum is kind of nonsensical if that's what you're talking about.
What I want to say is if the temperature from on Earth comes from the sun, okay? And the sun is 150 million kilometers away, why would be there a temperature difference if the Earth spins 5 degrees? Because 2,000 kilometers have no impact on 150 million kilometers distance, no?
I see what you
Don't understand that one. What's your best argument for flat Earth, guys? I'm interested.
Best argument?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many, but in essence, Earth is always measured. When it comes to mapping, for example, like geographic coordinate systems, you just assume that the Earth is a globe. It's not measured as a globe. It's assumed as such. But the measurements, in fact, are of a flat Earth. All maps are based on flat Earth measurements. That would be my best argument.
Do you
Are there
believe we live
Globers?
under a globe?
What's that?
Do you guys believe we live under a ceiling, like under a dome or something like that?
No, I don't care about beliefs. I'm more in tune with what I can prove to be fact.
Yeah, but you cannot prove that the Earth is flat, dude.
Of course you can. It's measured as such. Yeah, in so many different ways. It's
Yeah,
measured.
but you didn't measure it. You
to
know
be-
what I mean? You cannot believe it. Let's. You cannot prove it.
No, I do. Actually, I do measure it. What?
Are you a mapper or something like that?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Sounds good. I once asked an astrophysicist, he was looking at the room in my apartment to share the apartment, and then he came and then I was like, dude, it's embarrassing, but I have never met an astrophysicist and you are the only one I can ever ask and I know you're gonna hate me after. But can you prove that the Earth is round? And he was like, all I do all day is I calculate any theories and programs and code. I have no, how is it called, telescope
He
or
has no
something.
proof.
Yeah, he has no proof at all.
In tune. Yeah, I have proof for my claim.
I mean, we can feel it that it's stable. We cannot feel rotation. We cannot see any curvature. 20 years ago, they told us when you are high enough, you can see the curvature. Now we are in space. Seemingly, we are now in space. And now they tell us, oh, but we are not high enough in space to see the curvature. It's a little bit off everything.
Anybody that talks about space is involved in a
Fake,
conspiracy.
dude. Yes, you're right, man. I love it. It's all fake. No joke. Everything NASA, everything. How is this scientist called from America? This
They're all paid off.
all Illuminati, dude. I'm telling you, they're all Satanists. It's true. It's true.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
They're just
100%.
Democrats.
No, that's no difference, dude. Trump was that's the dumbest sentence I heard tonight. Not gonna lie. Trump was in office 4 years. He didn't tell us about aliens. He didn't tell us about flat Earth. He didn't tell us about conspiracies. He told us nothing. Absolutely nothing. He didn't stop homelessness. He didn't stop school violence. He did absolute nothing. To believe that the next 4 years are going to be better with Trump, it's crazy. It's absolute crazy. To believe that they would allow Trump if he would be different than Harris is crazy. Illuminati will never allow anyone in that kind of position if he is not in line with them. He did tell you nothing, dude. He was 4-year president of American states. He did tell you nothing. You know nothing more than before Trump. That's crazy. To believe that Trump is going to be the solution. Absolute wild.
sure, I like your take on politics, but are we talking about politics in this room?
Flat Earth is politics, no? A little bit.
No, it's not.
No?
If I see
Has
that
nothing to
again,
do-
take it away. You just
I mean, it's kind of mainstream now, a little bit.
A little bit. That's good, actually. But my friends still think I'm stupid that I believe in flat Earth. That's true. So I'm okay with that, I guess.
They feel that you're stupid. They don't think.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
if they
that's
thought,
true.
they would
I
ask
don't
you
think-
why you think what you think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's we live in a crazy time and in a crazy society.
Hey, Egypt.
Hi. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good.
I'm very interested in hearing about some of these measurements you mentioned that don't require an assumption of a topology. Could you go over some of those?
Yeah, sure. I mean, elevation angles using
explain.
things like, when you, for example, longitude, latitude, where do we get these from? They're elevation angles to Polaris, right? Following me?
What's that?
Well,
Polaris, the northern star.
Polaris is pretty near the center, but it's like a half a degree from the center of the celestial pole, so they're not exactly tied. They're not exactly.
Wait, are you saying latitude and longitude are not based on Polaris?
Well, they're based on celestial means, but not
Polaris.
specifically Polaris. And Polaris is only
They are.
visible from the northern hemisphere anyway, so they can't be based on, the southern coordinates can't be based strictly on Polaris either.
Sure. But in the north, are they based on Polaris?
We're using
Up to
too
the
many
equator?
words like hemisphere. That shit doesn't exist.
They're based on the celestial pole. Polaris is near the celestial pole, but it's off center, So
Okay, I'll go with that. Whatever you want to But it's an angle measurement, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So Earth is measured flat.
But isn't that also how a globe would be measured if the stars were way out there?
No,
Wouldn't
no, that's not a measurement. If you assume a globe, it's an assumption. That's not a measurement.
but assuming flat is a measurement.
Uh, You're not assuming anything. You're actually measuring it to be as such. You're measuring an angle off of surface level.
Relative to what?
Regardless, the measurement is off of surface level to the celestial body, whether it be Polaris